Okay, time to get started with a new video. Welcome everyone, my name is John Marshall. If you have never seen me, I create YouTube videos, and in today's video we are going to build an e-commerce store completely from scratch. We will create a storefront, we will create an admin dashboard, and we will use the newest tech on the market. In this video I will try to focus on creating a good website, a fast website, and I will focus on explaining concepts so that you can understand them and so that you can learn something from this video. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, how will the website look like which we'll build today? Well, let's check it out behind me. Alright everyone, I'm now back at my screen and now let's get started. So right here at the top we first of all have our navbar, on the left I have my logo, then we have our navigation items, and on the right side we have the sign in and create account button. Let's first of all get started by signing in. And as you now see, we got redirected back to Kinde, who also sponsored today's video and make this whole video first of all possible, but also make for us authentication very simple. Now as you see right here, we customized the auth screen in the video, we changed the background color, we changed the buttons to in blue color, we added OAuth, we added email auth, we added multi-factor auth, and now to get started, let me continue with Google. Alright, and as you now see, we got redirected back to the index page, and what do we see now? Well, our navbar has changed. On the right side we now have a shopping bag icon, but we also have a user dropdown where I see the name, the email, and where I can log out. Now if I currently click on our shopping bag icon, you see we get redirected, but we get right here in default state, which says you don't have any products in your shopping bag. So let's add some. For that, let me again go back to our index page. Let's again see what we have right here. We now have a big banner. This is an image slider, and these banners are uploaded using our dashboard. Correct, we have a dashboard. Then if you scroll down a bit further, you now have a category selection. Right here you see all products, then we have products for men and products for women. Of course, I can click on that and then you see we get redirected. We have a beautiful skeleton and then we see our products. But let's come to that a bit later. Let's again go back to our index page, and if you now scroll down even further, you also see we have featured items. I can now of course click on one, so let me right here click on learn more, and now you again see we had a skeleton for a second and then you see our product. On the left side you have a beautiful image slider with an active state on the bottom so that I know which image is currently the active one in the main image index, if you can call it like that. And then on the right side we have the title, we have the price, we have the description, we have an add to cart button, and if you again scroll down to the bottom, we again have our featured items which I can select in my admin dashboard. Let me again go to the top. Let's now go to our navbar. Let me for example go to all products. You now see all of our products which we have created. Then if I click on men, we will only see the products which have the category of men, and if I click on woman, of course again we only have products with the category of woman, and the same is also for the kids. Let me now click on a product again, so let me click on learn more. We again have our skeleton. This is because we use suspense boundaries and we set a fallback with this skeleton. Let me now right here click on add to cart. We now have a loading state as you see, and our number in the shopping bag has now updated. We now see a 1 because we have now one product in the shopping bag. If I click on that, you right here see our item with a quantity and a price. If I add another product, so let's go to this product, let me click on learn more, let's click right here on add to cart. We now have 2 items in the shopping bag, and if I now click on that, you see also 2 items right here. Of course, I can also delete, or in other words remove an item from our shopping bag, and as you see it's now removed. Now for this whole cart functionality we use Redis, which means if I hard refresh this page, all of our data is persisted. Now if you would have used something like a client-side solution, so state or for example Zustand, then this wouldn't happen because of course when you do a hard refresh, all of your client-side state is lost. But with Redis you don't have that. Now to host Redis we use Upstash, which is a great hosting provider. Since we now have one item in our shopping bag, I now think it's time to check out. So let me click right here on check out. You now see you have a loading state, and we will get redirected to our Stripe checkout page, which is of course hosted by Stripe. Right here we see the name of the product, we see the price, the image, we have our logo right here, and now I can start paying for my product. So let me add right here all of the test data. I have now clicked on pay, we now again have a loading state, and I will now get redirected back to our success page, which we created by ourselves. Right here you see payment successful, and what you also see is that our shopping bag is now empty. If I again click on that, you see you don't have any products in your bag because we just checked out successfully. But now, since we're an e-commerce store owner, we want to have a dashboard. We want to see our products, we want to see our orders, how much money we made, and I have good news, we have our own admin dashboard. Let me show it to you. So right here you now see our admin dashboard. First of all, right here on the top, we see our total revenue. We made $3,000 with a total sales of 8, 4 products and 1 user, which is of course me. Then on the left side you see our transactions. You see, for example, on the 25th we made $800, on the 26th almost $2,000, and then on the 27th we made $700. Then on the right side you see all of our recent sales, and then on the top of course we have again a navigation bar. Let me for example click on orders. Now you see all of the orders which have been made. I can also click on products. Now we will see all of our products. Of course I can also add a product, so let me click on add product. Let me give it a name, so let's say test product. Let me write some gibberish for the description. Let's do $55. Let's make it featured. Let me skip the status and category, and let me upload 2 images. As you now see, I've uploaded 2 images, and if I now click on create product, you see we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, that's because we use server-side validation using a very cool library. Now, if you want to know what library, well, then you will have to watch the video. But now let me right here select the status. Let's say published. Let's make the category men, and let me click on create product. Now you see we got redirected. I have all of my products right here. I can then of course also click right here on the 3 dots. Let me click on edit, and of course I can for example make it not featured. Let me again click on add product, and you see everything has been edited. Of course, I can also delete a product. So let me right here click on delete, and now you see I can delete the product, and as you now see, the product is not anymore inside of this table. Also right here we now have a banner picture navigation item, and then right here I can create banners which we render in our index page. So let me again show it to you. This is our banner using the image slider, and we can create it right here. So let me click on add banner. Let's say test banner. Let me upload 1 image. I have now uploaded 1 image, and to make image uploading work we use Uploadthing, created by Theo, and Uploadthing uses in the background S3, which is of course a industry standard. Then let me click on create banner, and now you see our banner right here. Let me again delete this banner, it isn't the best, so let me click right here on delete. Alright everyone, this is our e-commerce store. As you see, we have a storefront, we have a dashboard. Everything is fast, everything is scalable, everything gets updated, everything is as it should be. Quite cool, right? Oh, and did I already mention that everything is mobile friendly? Yes, everything, the storefront and the dashboard, both are mobile friendly. Alright everyone, I hope you enjoyed all the demo, and what I wanted to talk about is really quick what tech we'll use to build today's video. Now as in framework, we'll use Next.js using the App Router, and today, let me see, what date do we have? Today is the 27th of June, and at the current time date, Next.js 15 is not stable. Once Next.js 15 becomes stable, this project will be completely compatible, and I will write in a comment, I will pin it and say, hey, you can use Next.js 15. But right now, if there's no comment which is pinned which says Next.js 15 is stable, then it currently does not work. And that's because, for example, Shadcn does not work and a few other dependencies don't work. So right now, we have to use Next.js 14, but once it's stable, you can use this project with Next.js 15 because nothing really changes. Then for authentication, as already said, we use Kinde, we use Passwordless Auth, OAuth, multi-factor auth, and we customize it, and it looks very, very nice. Then we of course use Tailwindcss and Shadcn UI, Tailwindcss for styling, Shadcn UI for components. Then for our mutation layer, we of course use Prisma and we use Neon. Neon is a Postgres provider which is serverless, and Prisma is in TypeScript ORM, which makes our life very, very easy. Then for example, we also use Uploadthing to make image uploading work. We of course also use Recharts to make our charts work. And is there anything else? For example, Redis. We use Redis to make our card work. We host Redis on Upstash, which is a great provider, a great hosting provider, which has a great free tier. And then of course we also use Stripe to make payments work. we use the hosted checkout. And then for Stripe, of course, we also set up webhooks so that we can, for example, create our order object. And then at the end of the video, I deploy the whole application to Vercel. Vercel is a serverless provider. It's great, it's easy to use. And also while we deploy our application, I will show you how I fix issues live so that you know how you can tackle issues. And with that out of the way, I think we can now get started with today's video. So now enjoy the video and let's go. Alright everyone, I hope you enjoyed the demo and it's now time to actually get started. So I'm now in my terminal as you see, and to get started I will cd into my desktop directory, I will cd into my YouTube directory, and then inside of here I will run npx create -next-app at latest, and then I will click enter. As you will see now, the CLI will ask me a few questions. So how will I name my project? Well, let's name it shoe-marshall. Let me click on enter. Let's use TypeScript, let's use ESLint, let's use Tailwind. We won't use the source directory, we will use the app router, and we won't customize the default import alias. I can now click on enter and the installation will take about, I think, 2 minutes. Now, I'm not sure if I already mentioned that in my intro, but I'll mention it right here again if I already mentioned it. I hope this makes sense. This project currently installs Next.js 14.4 or maybe 14.2, something like that. And most of you probably know that Next.js 15 is already released, or Next.js 15 RC. The thing is that currently Next.js 15 RC does not work with Shadcn, and I think also with our chart library. So currently, if you're watching the video at the time when I release it, I would probably encourage you to use Next.js 14, because if you try to use the release candidate of Next.js 15, it won't work. So what I'll do is actually once it works, so once Next.js 15 works with Shadcn UI, I'll create a comment, I will pin it, and then you all will know that Next.js 15 is stable and that you can use it and that this project works with Next.js 15. Again, currently it does not because of Shadcn UI, or I guess it works, but you have to hack it a bit, and I don't want to do that for today's video. But now, as you see, Next.js is installed, and now we can actually go to VS Code and open the project. Alright. So you now see I'm in VS Code, and what do we see? Well, we see my shoe-marshall project. Now, if you want to also open the project, you can go on top, click on File, and click on Open Folder. And then once you open that, you'll see what you see right here. So on the right side, this is my Explorer, and right here you see all of our code structure. And let's actually go through it. So on the bottom, we have a ts-config file. This is here because we use a TypeScript project. Then we have our Tailwindcss file. We'll later on need that, for example, for a plugin, but also Shadcn UI will also adjust a few things right here. Then we have a standard readme file. You can change it if you want to, but I'll leave it like that. Then a post CSS file. This is for Tailwind. And then we have a package.json file where we have all of our packages. So for example, we use currently the React version 18 and Next.js 14.2. Then let's continue with our next.config file. This is where you can do actually a bit of configuration for your Next.js project. So for example, you can whitelist domain images, and all of this is again done right here. Then we have a git ignore file. And before we actually continue, what I want to do right here is actually add a .env. So right here you see .env.local, and then I add a .env. Now later on inside of our .env file, I'll store secrets like for example our database URL, or I guess any other secret like for example the Stripe secret, and I don't want to leak this to my GitHub repo. That's why we add right here .env inside of the git ignore, because Git now knows that it should ignore the .env file. Then let's continue. We have a public folder. Inside of here we'll store all of our static assets, so for example logos or images. Then we have a node modules file. This is not interesting. And then we have, I guess, the most important folder. This is the app folder. And then inside of here we'll store actually everything that we need for our code. So inside of here we'll create our components, our routes, and everything like that. So what you see currently inside of here is we have a fav icon. This is just what you would see later on in the top in our tab. Then we have a globals file. This is for our CSS. And inside of here I can already delete everything up to the Tailwind classes. This is just some default styles that Next.js created when installing this project, and we don't need them. We only need the add Tailwind classes because we want to make Tailwind CSS work, and we don't need the other default styles. Then we have a layout file and a page.tsx file, and now this is, I guess, a bit interesting if you're new to Next.js. So the layout layout file is, I guess, your root, so everything is rendered inside of the layout file. So right here you see we have a body, then we give it right here a class name of our font, and then we pass children. Now what are our children? Well, the children are our routes. So for example, the page.tsx. This page.tsx is rendered inside of this children, and with that also any other route. So if I would create a route, I don't know, ABC, this ABC route would be rendered right here in the children. So the layout is always, I guess, the root page, and then inside of this root page all of the actual children are rendered, so the actual pages. So now you might ask me, hey, how does this page look like? So let's open our terminal and start our dev server. So to open your terminal, you can do either Command J, as you see right here, this is a shortcut, or you can go on top and click on Terminal and New Terminal. Also, one thing before I continue, you saw that I also closed this Explorer with a shortcut. This is Command B, and you could also just click on this button if you want to. But let me again open my terminal, and then inside of here, let's do an npm run dev to start our dev server on localhost 3000. Alright, so I'm now in Chrome, I open localhost 3000, and this is our dev server, or I guess our web page if you want to call it like that. And yeah, it looks quite nice in my opinion, but let's be honest, this is not what we want to render in our final result. We want to create an e-commerce page. So what I'll do actually right now is actually go back to our code, let me close my terminal, and then inside of the page.tsx, let me delete everything in the return statement. So everything with this main element and all of the other code, let me delete that, and now inside of the return statement, I can create a div, ah1, and let's say hello from the index page. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we see right here, hello from the index page. So this is what I want. We now see that our page.tsx works and that we actually can create our own code. And with that, we can now actually get started. So what's the first thing I want to start with? So when we want to create an e-commerce project, or I guess in this e-commerce project, I want to create, I guess, 2 pages. So first of all, we will have our storefront. So this is what the user will see. And then I want to have an admin dashboard, which only I will be able to access, where I then can create products and categories and stuff like that. So I think we should actually first of all start with the admin dashboard, and then later on continue with the actual storefront. So for that, let me again go back to our code. Let's open the Explorer, and then inside of the app folder, I'll create a new folder and I'll name it dashboard. Now inside of the dashboard, let me create a page.tsx, and then inside of here, since this is a route, we have to do an export default function. So let's do an export default function, then I'll just call it dashboard, and then let me invoke that and open that. Then inside of here, let's create a return statement, and I'll just say div h1, and let's say hello from the dashboard route. Let's save that, let's again go back, and if I now go back to the URL, I can do a /dashboard, let's click on enter, and now you should see right here, hello from the dashboard route. So now we're in the dashboard route, we see that this works, and now we can create our actual admin dashboard. So now you might ask me, hey Jan, with what do we start? Do we start with the page.tsx file, or do we create some layout, create a navbar? What do we do right now? So what I want to do right now is actually create a layout file in which I will render a navbar, and then the nice thing with the layout will be that it will be persisted on all dashboard routes. That means if I will go to a route, for example, dashboard/abc, I'll still see my navbar, and that's what I want to create. So for that, let's again go back, then inside of the dashboard folder, let's create a layout file, and let's do a layout.tsx. Then inside of here, since this is in route, let's do an export default function. Let's just call it dashboard layout. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Then inside of here, let's create a return statement, let's do a div, and let's just say h1 hello from the dashboard layout. Let's save that, let's again go back, and what you'll see right here is now hello from the dashboard layout. Now this is not quite what I wanted. Let's go back to my page.tsx. This is hello from the dashboard route, and then inside of here we have hello from the dashboard layout. So in theory we should now see actually the layout and the page.tsx, but this is not what is happening. Currently we only see our layout but not the page.tsx. So what's wrong? Why does this not work? Well, good question. The problem currently that we have is that we actually don't render our children. So if you go to the layout route, so to the root layout, you'll right here see that we get our children and then render them right here in the body element. but inside of our layout, we currently don't do that, and that's why we don't see our actual page.tsx for the dashboard. So for our dashboard layout, inside of the params, I can destructured get my children, and then this will be of type, let's give it children, which will be of React Node. This is imported from React, and now this error is gone, and now what I could do is go under the h1 and, for example, render my children. If I again save that and go back, you now see hello from the dashboard layout and then hello from the dashboard route. So we first of all render our layout, and then we render right here our page.tsx, which says hello from the dashboard route. Cool, so we see that this fully works, and now we can actually get started making our layout beautiful. So to get started, what I'll do right now is actually delete everything inside of the return statement, and let's start off fresh. Let's create right here a div element, let's right here get in class name, and then this will be flex, W of full, let's do in flex of column. So right now we gave it a flex, that means that it would be aligned horizontally, and with flex call I align it now vertically. Then let's also do a max width of 7XL, so this is a max width of 1280 pixels. Let's do an mx of auto to center it, a padding x of 4, so padding on the horizontal side. Then let's also do on smaller devices or bigger. That means that the device has to have a min width of 640 pixels. And let's do in padding x of 6, so a bit bigger. And then let's do in larger devices or bigger. That means 1024 pixels. Let's right here do in padding x, let me spell out correctly, of 8. Then inside of the div, we can now actually get started with our actual navbar. So what I'll do right here is create a header element, and then for the header I want to now make our navbar sticky. So whenever I scroll our actual page, I want the navbar to always be on top. That's why I'll go right here in class name, this will be of sticky, then we can do in top of 0, let's also right here say flex, let's do in height of 16, then let's do in items of center to center it vertically, let's do in justify between to actually put the children elements to the most outer corner, that means to the left corner and the right corner, then let's also do in gap of 4 to give it a bit of spacing, a border of bottom, and then let's also for now do in BG of white. Then let's save that, let's again go back, you see nothing really changed, but what we see right here is just a little border on the bottom and a bit of spacing to the left corner and right corner. Then let me again go back, and what I'll do right here for the header, just to make it a bit more, I guess, viewable, let's do an H1, let's again say hello, let's again save that, and now you again see it a bit better. And what do we now have right here? So again, we have our height, so if you go back, we have a height of 16, this is what you see right here. We have a bit of padding to the right corner and left corner, this is the max width with the padding right here, and then we have our border of bottom. So nothing groundbreaking, but pretty standard stuff. So this looks quite nice, and what I want to do now is actually render, I guess, our links, so a dashboard navigation. So for that, I'll actually create a separate component. So let me open my Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, and then inside of here, let's create a components folder. Inside of here, I'll store components, and then inside of the components folder, let me actually create a new folder. So let's call it dashboard, and then inside of the dashboard folder, let's create a new file, and I'll call it dashboard navigation.tsx. Then let's open that, and now we have right here our component. So what I can do now is an export function. So let's do export function. Let's just call it dashboard navigation. Let's invoke that. Let's open that. Let's do a return statement. Let's do a div and h1 hello from the dashboard navigation. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and what do we see? Well, we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, it's actually quite simple. What we have right here is a component, and what we want to do is actually render our component in our layout. So what we have to do right here is actually import that and then render it inside of here. So instead of the h1, I can now get my dashboard navigation. So let me get it from my components. This is self-closing. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see hello from the dashboard navigation. Now, is that what we want to render? No, of course, this is not what we want to render, but we'll of course change it right now. So what I'll do right now is actually go above our export function, and then let's create a new array. So let's do constant links, and this will be equal to an empty array, and then inside of here, let's create our actual links. So let me create my first object. Let's give it a name. The name right here will be dashboard. Then let's also right here give it an href, and for the href, this will be dashboard. Then let me create a second link, or I guess a second object. Then let's give it a name. This will be right here orders. Then let's also right here give it an href, and this will be /dashboard/orders. Then let me create a third link or a third object. So let's right here give it a name. This will just be products. Then let's right here also give it an href, and then this will be /dashboard/products. Then let me create a third object, or I guess 1, 2, 3. Let's create a fourth object. Then let's give it a name. This will be of categories. Then let's also right here give it an href, and then this will be /dashboard/categories. Let's save that, and now we can actually use that to map over our actual links and then render them right here. So what I'll do right here is delete what we have in our return statement, so the div element, and instead of rendering that, let me get empty tags. Now these empty tags are quite cool because they don't show up in our DOM. That means we have less divs, and this is always a good sign. And then inside of here, let me now get my links. Let's do .map. Let's get an item, or I guess let's call it link, and then let me just return that. Now what I want to do inside of here is render a link component. So if you right here search for the link component, this is imported from next/link, and this is what we'll use to actually make our linking work. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we use the link component and why don't we just use the standard A tag? Now this is actually a good question, and we use the link component because it actually gives us a few benefits. So first of all, client-side navigation, but also prefetching. So client-side navigation is a great UX feature, at least I love it, and prefetching is also quite cool with server components because your whole website becomes faster. With the A tag you don't have these benefits, and that's why we use the link component and not the normal A tag. So since we have now talked about this, I can now right here give our link a key element first of all, or I guess a key iterator, and then this will just be the link.I_href. This is unique since you see each link has a different href. This is fine. Then let's also right here give our link an href. For the href, this will just be the link.href, and then for the name, I can just render our link.name. Let's save that. Let's again go back and let's see how that looks like. So now we have right here dashboard, orders, products, and categories. Does it look nice? No, but don't worry, we'll fix all of this in a second. So let me first of all again go back. So this looks fine for me right now, I'll leave it like that. Let's go back to our layout because I will have to change a few things right here. Because what I'll do right now is actually wrap our dashboard navigation in a nav element. So let me again paste our dashboard navigation back, and then let me give my nav right here in class name. So if we are on a mobile screen, I don't want to show this actual nav bar. So if I right now make the screen on a mobile screen, what you'll see is, yeah, not good. We don't want to see the links on a mobile screen. So what I'll say is right here hidden. So if we're on a small device, this will be hidden. Then let's also do in font of medium. I want to have a bit of a bigger font weight. Then let's also say medium devices or bigger, a flex. And let's also say medium devices or bigger, a flex of row. So on a horizontal actual alignment. Then let's also say medium devices or bigger, items of center. And then let's say medium devices or bigger, a gap of 5. Let's say medium devices or bigger, a text of SM. And then let's also say LG or bigger, gap of 6. Let's again save that. Let's again go back. And this already looks 1000 times better. Let's again go back to our mobile screen. How does it look right here? Well, it does not look like anything because it's not rendered right here. And that's again because we said on a mobile screen it should be hidden. And that's great. So let's again see if I make it a bit bigger. So we can do right here responsive. Is it all fine? Yes, this looks good. So once we hit the breakpoint of about 900 pixels, you see that our actual elements show. And that's again because we say right here on medium devices or bigger, flex of row, and this is 768 pixels. So right here, if I go to exactly 768 pixels, somewhere about that, you see that it's shown right here. But if I go below that, you see it's gone. Alright, now I guess this all looks great, but my problem is currently that a mobile device user wouldn't be able to toggle our links because on the mobile screen again we don't see any navbar links. So how could we change that an actual mobile device user could toggle our links? Well, what we would do is create a sheet which would then pop over and then the user could toggle the links. Now how will we do that? How will we create in Sheet. At the end of the day, you could do that yourself, but it would be quite hard because you would have to use a lot of JavaScript APIs. So what you could do is actually head over to right here ui.shadcn.com. This is a component library which makes your life 10,000 times easier. It's based on Redis UI, it's styled, and it's very easy to customize. It's open source, and that's also what I use daily in my personal projects, and I actually quite like Shadcn UI. So inside of the docs, what you could search for is the actual sheet, and this sheet is what we'll use for our mobile navbar. So when this user is on the mobile screen, we'll right here open a sheet where the user can toggle all of the links. So let's again close that, and what we have to do is first of all install right here Shadcn UI in our Next.js project. So for the frameworks, let's right here choose Next.js since we use the Next.js project, and then inside of here we now have a quick start guide. Now we already did step 1, this is to create a Next.js project, so what we'll do now is actually start with the second step, which is to run the CLI. So let me right here copy this, let's use npm, let's again go back. What I'll do right now is stop my dev server, let's clear everything, and let's paste this right here. So this is npx Shadcn UI init. Then right here it will ask me a few questions, so the CLI. So for the style we'll use default, then we'll use as in base color slate, and then let's also use CSS variables. Let's click on enter. Now this will write in components.json file. It will also install a few dependencies, and now as you see this is installed, and I can now open my Explorer. Now what has Shadcn UI now created? So first of all we have a components.json file. Right here just gives us, I guess, what style do we use. We use the default style, we use React server components, we right here use Tailwind, so just standard stuff. Then what we also did right here is if you go to the package.json file, we installed a few packages. So for example CLSX, and then also class variance authority. And what we also installed is Lucid React. Now what is Lucid React? Well, Lucid React is an icon library, and it's quite cool that it's already installed right here. So what you could go is to Chrome and just search for lucid.dev. This is the icon library, and as you see these icons are all completely free to use. They are great, and I also use them always in my personal projects. So we can now actually use the icon library, and we can now get started with Shadcn UI. So what I want to do right here is again go back to Shadcn UI, and then inside of here let me search for our sheet. Then right here we have now an installation command. I can again copy this with npm. Let's again open the terminal and let's paste it right here. This will now install our sheet. So now you see our sheet is installed, and if you now open your Explorer, what you'll see is that we have a new folder. So we have an app folder, but now we also have a components folder. Inside of the components folder we have an UI folder, and then inside of this folder all of the Shadcn UI components will be stored. Now few people might say, hey, in the app folder you already have a components folder, and now outside of the app folder you again have a components folder. Some people might now say, hey, this is not a good architectural design or something like that. Honestly, I don't care. I like this look quite a lot. I like when my Shadcn components are outside of my app folder, and everything which is relevant to my app folder is in the app folder. So what you could do if you really don't like this look, you could go to the components folder and say instead of components right here inside of our root folder, you could do an add, I guess, app and then /components. But I again like this look. I will leave it like that. I like that my Shadcn components have their separate components folder. So this all looks now good. And now inside of our dashboard navigation, or I'm sorry, not inside of here, but inside of our layout, I can now get started using our sheet. So what I'll do is go under our nav element right here, and then inside of here, let's get our sheet component. Now it's very, very important that you import the sheet, or I guess all Shadcn components, always from your components folder. Later on you will also see that you could, for example, import this from Redis UI. Please don't do that. You'll get a lot of errors, webpack errors. You don't want that. Always import Shadcn UI components from your components folder. So let me import my sheet from my components. Let's open that, and then inside of here let me get my sheet trigger again from my components, and then inside of here I can now start rendering my trigger. Let's first of all give our sheet trigger an asChild property, and now inside of this sheet trigger what I want to do is render a button component. Now to get our button component we have to first of all install that from Shadcn. So let's search for the button right here. This is what we have. And now let me copy right here on the installation command. Let's use npm. Let's copy that. Let's open the terminal and let's paste that. So now you see our button is installed, or I guess it's currently being installed. And now inside of the sheet trigger, I can now get started using our button. So let's get the button from our components. Let's open that. And then inside of here, what I'll do is actually just render our menu icon. Now the menu icon is imported from Lucid React. Let's import that. This is self-closing. Let's also get in class name, and I'll just say height of 5 and width of 5. Let's now save that and let's see how that looks like. So let me go back to my project, let's do a hard refresh, and you see nothing works. Why is that? Well, quite simple. We stopped our dev server, and that's why you don't see anything right here. Let's again clear that. Let's do an npm run dev, and this will again restart our dev server on localhost 3000. Let's again do a hard refresh, and let's wait till it's done. Alright, the dev server is again running, and now we see our button on the top right corner right here. So what's the first question you might ask me right here? Well, why is this button, or why does this button have a blue background color, or I guess a black background color? Well, it's quite simple. If you open your globals.css file, what you see right here is that we have now created CSS variables. So right here we have an add layer base, and then inside of here you see we have a lot of CSS variables. Now with our button component, or I guess with all components of Shadcn, it always uses the primary color, which is actually given to Shadcn with our actual CSS variables. So this is why we have this color right here, and this is, I guess, our own design system. Later on we can change that to, for example, orange or blue or whatever we want. But for now we can leave it like that because I think it looks fine. But one thing you'll probably also right here see is that this button should not be rendered on the dashboard, I guess, or on the desktop screen. This button should only be visible on a mobile screen, but now we currently see it in a desktop screen. So how can we change that? Well, let's again go back, let's go to the button, and then inside of here, let's right here give it a class name, and then what we can say is here in shrink or 0, and let's also say on medium devices or bigger, let's do a hidden. So what we have done right now is that we said, hey, on a mobile screen, just do what you want to do, so just render yourself, but once you're on a medium device, so once you're on a screen which is bigger than 768 pixels, please hide, because at this screen size we'll render our dashboard navigation. And if you now again save this and go back, what you'll now see is that we don't have our button anymore, again because we hide it on a desktop screen. Now if I again go back to a mobile screen, let's make it a bit smaller, you see we still have this bluish color. I don't really like that. Let me also maybe zoom in a bit. Let's do right here an iPhone 14 Pro Max. I don't like that this has a bluish color, or I guess this black color. So what we can do is give our button a variant. So for the button, let's right here do a variant. Then this button variant will be outline. And then let's also get in size. This will be of icon. And if I now save that and go back, you now see already this looks way nicer because we don't have this background color anymore and just a very beautiful border. Now one thing you'll also see is if I click on this button, nothing happens. What's wrong? Well, what we have to do now is render our sheet content. With the sheet content, we'll tell Shadcn UI what we want to render once this button is clicked. So let me again go back to our code, and then under the sheet trigger, I can now get our sheet content. So let's get our sheet content from our components. Let's open that, and right here I can already give it a property, and this is the side property. With the side property, I can tell Shadcn UI, hey, should the sheet come from the left side, or should it come from the right side, or from the bottom, or from the top? So what I could do, for example, is show you the bottom. Then inside of the sheet content, I could just say h1 hello. So let's do h1 hello. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And what you'll now see is if I click on that and again make it a bit smaller, so let's do 75 pixels, you see this sheet on the bottom. Now, yeah, I guess this is fine. If you want to, you can do that. I'm not that big of a fan, so what I'll do is, as in side, not bottom, but I'll do left. Let's again save that, let's go back, and now you see this sheet opens from the left side, and I like it quite a lot. So now we can get started with rendering our dashboard navigation. So let's again right here go and let's delete the h1 and let's create a nav element. Let's create a class name, and then let's right here say grid. Let's do a gap of 6, then let's do a text of LG, and let's do a font of medium. Now what you see right here is that I gave it in grid layout. Now this is, I guess, your preference. You could either say grid or you could be in flex of call. It does not make any difference. Then inside of the nav element, I can now render our dashboard navigation. Authentication, so our component which we already used right here on the top. I can save that, go back, and now if I click on this, you see all of our links. Now, one thing you could also do, for example, is the march on top of, I guess, 5. Let's again save that. Yeah, I think this looks a bit better. And again, to come back to the grid, you could also, for example, do in flex and flex of call. And what you'll see is that nothing really changes. It's still the same code, but now instead of using a grid layout, we use a flex box layout. Alright, so what I would say is that our navbar looks quite good. So on our desktop screen, we have all of our links right here. And if I go to the mobile screen, you see we have our sheet, it opens, we have all of the links, and all of that looks quite good. And what I want to do now is create on the right side a drop-down menu. So when I, for example, want to log out, I want to click on that and then click on the logout button. So for that, let's go back to ui.shadcn.com. Let's search for the drop-down menu. And then what you see right here is our drop-down menu. So at the end of the day, we'll have like a little button. And then when we click on it, we'll see drop-down menu. Now, instead of having all of these links, as you see them right here, I will only want to have one link, and this will be the logout button. So let me go back to the installation command. Let's copy it. Let's use npm. Let's open the terminal. And instead of stopping our dev server, let's open right here a new terminal tab with this plus icon. And then inside of the new terminal tab, I can now paste our installation command to install our dropdown. Let's also search right here inside of our components for the avatar. And I want to use this right here. So let me again copy the installation command using npm. Let's go back and let's paste it right here. So now we have installed our dropdown menu and we also installed our avatar. And now I can get started. So to use that, what I'll do is go under the sheet right here, and then inside of here, let's get our drop-down menu. Now, as already said, it's very, very important that you import this from our components. Now, you see right here, you could either import it from Redis UI or from the components, but if you import that from Redis UI, you will get errors. You don't want that. So please always import that from your components. So let's click right here on enter to import that, and then inside of here, I can now get our drop-down menu trigger. So the button which I want to render. Again, imported from our components. Then I can also get right here in property, which will be the asChild property, since I want to use a button inside of here. So let me get my button component, and it's already imported. And then inside of here, I can now render a circle user icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And then let's also do a class name of w5 and height of 5. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let me go to our Next.js project. And what do we see? Yeah, I mean, it looks alright. Could I say it? Maybe it does not look that nice. So let's change that. Let's go to our button. Let's write here good issue properties. So let's first of all do a variant. Then this will be secondary. So it will have like a grayish background color as you see right here. Then let's also right here give it in size. And the size will be an icon. So let's right here do in size. And then this will be icon. And let's also do in class name, since I want to have a rounding, which will be fully rounded like in circle. So let's do in rounded or full. Let's again save that. Let's go back. And this already looks way better. And I like it how it looks right now. Now the only thing I want to do is create our drop-down menu content. So we have our button right here, our trigger, but now I need our content, and for that we can go under this drop-down menu trigger, but still inside of the drop-down menu, and then inside of here I can get our drop-down, let me spell it correctly, drop-down menu content. So drop-down menu content. This is imported from our components. Let's click on enter, and then inside of here I can again give it a property. So right here we have the align property, and I could again say center, end, or start. Now I personally would say the end would look the best, so on the right side. So we can do we can say right here end, and then inside of here let me now create a drop down menu label. So drop down menu label, again from our components, and let me just say my account. Let's save that, and now let's see how it looks like. So if I now click on that, you see right here our drop down menu. Now again, align, if I change this align right here to, for example, center, and again go back, this would look like that. But honestly, I don't think it looks that good, so I'll just leave it at end. I think this looks a bit better. So let's again continue. So we have now our drop-down menu label with the my account. Then underneath this drop-down menu label, I want to now get our drop-down menu separator, again from our components. This is self-closing. And then underneath the separator, I want to now render our first item, and I guess also our last item. And this will be the drop-down menu item. So this is again from our components, or it's imported from our components. And then let's say log out. Let's again go back, and yeah, this looks quite good. We have our label right here, our small separator, and then we have the logout button. Now what you see, if I click on the logout button, yeah, nothing happens. I click on it and you see our drop down menu closes, but the logout button does nothing. And this is not what we want. So now the time has come to make authentication work. Now, what I want you to do right now is head over to my YouTube description and click on the first link. This is the link to Kinde, as you already know, the sponsor of today's video. It would mean a lot to me if you would click on this link because it would show Kinde that you came from my video, and this would just help me to actually continue making such long videos, because without Kinde, this video would have never been possible to create. So let me now head over to Kinde. So if you now clicked on the first link in the YouTube description, you should now get redirected to the site right here, as you see. And what is now first of all Kinde? So Kinde is a competitor to Clerk and Auth0, so it makes authentication very, very easy. It offers all of the features which you want, so social auth, email password auth, passwordless auth, then for example multi-factor auth, single sign-on, which is very important for a B2B context, machine-to-machine connections, and many more features. One thing which is quite important for us is of course the pricing, and the great thing with Kinde is that they offer a free tier with 10,500 free users, or let me correct myself, 10,500 monthly active users. So something quite cool, and in my opinion Kinde is very, very easy to use. And if you haven't checked out my review of Kinde, check it out. I talked about what I like, what I don't like about Kinde, and just in general what features it offers and how it compares to its competitors. But to summarize Kinde, it's a very, very easy, or I guess a very, very good authentication service which makes auth very easy with all the features which you would ever want, and the docs are also very, very good. So now if you already have an account, click on sign in. If not, click on start for free, but since I already have an account, I'll click on sign in. Right here you see it has now redirected me to the auth page, so I'll right here click on continue with GitHub since I already have an account with Kinde. Alright, I'm now in the Kinde dashboard, as you see right here, and I'm already in a project, or I guess how they call it, a business. And if you don't have any projects, that's fine, but what I'll do right now is right here click on this drop down and click on switch businesses. Again, business right here is just a word for project. They call it businesses, I call it project, but it does not really make any difference. So as you see, I already created a few projects, I think in total 11 or something like that. And what I'll do right now is click on add business, or in other words, create a new project. So for the business name, how will we call it? Well, I will call it Shoe Marshall. Let me spell it correctly. So Shoe Marshall. Then for the Kinde domain, this is fine. For the number of employees, this is also fine. And for the region, I'll choose the US, because later on I'll deploy my project to the US, and it's always good if the servers are in the same region. So let me click now on save. Alright, so our business was now successfully created, and where do we now have it? So let me search for it. Right here we have our Shoe Marshall project. It's based in the US, and now I can click right here on this domain, and I will get redirected to the dashboard of our project. Alright, so now we got redirected, but we are not in a dashboard, but in a quick start guide. So the first question which it asks me right here, I want to start a project from scratch or use Kinde in my existing codebase, and I want to use Kinde in my existing codebase because as you see, we already created a project. So let me right here click on next. Then the next question is, what tech do we use? So what framework do we use? Well, we use the Next.js framework. Where do we have it? Right here. So let me click on next. Then how do we want our users to sign in? So let's use email, let's use, I guess, Google, and then let's use also, for example, GitHub. Then let me click on next. Alright, so now we're almost done. As you see right here, what I'll do right here is no thanks, I'll explore at my own pace. And what do we see right here? Well, we now have our dashboard. So this is how the dashboard looks like. As you see, we have 0 users. This is fine because we haven't integrated Kinde right now. But we already see our project works, we have a functioning dashboard, and that's good. So what I'll do right here is on the top right corner, I'll click on docs to actually see our documentation. And then for the SDK right here, let's choose the, where do we have it, Next.js SDK. Then we'll get redirected to the docs. And now we are right here in the docs for the Next.js App Router SDK. Let me zoom in a bit for you guys. And now we can get started with this. Right here we have a guide to see how to set up everything. The first thing you have to do is install the SDK. Now I will use npm. So let me copy the installation script. Let's open the terminal right here and let's paste it right here. So right here we install the @kindeoss/kind of Next.js SDK. So right here we have now installed the Kinde SDK for Next.js, and we can now again go back, and the next step is to set callback URLs. So I can go back to our dashboard, then you see what your applications, and we only have one application, that's our Next.js application. And then let me right here click on view details, and then we'll get redirected again in a second. And then what you'll see right here is our allowed callback URL and our allowed logout redirect URL. If I now go back to the docs, you will see that I will have to add right here in localhost 3000 /API/auth/kind_callback. But what you see is already that this has already been added. So I don't have to change anything right here inside of our dashboard. Everything is already added, and that's good. So I can continue. We already set all of our callback URLs, and the next step is to set our environment variables. So right here I can just copy them, again go back, and what we have to do now is create our env file. So if you can remember, again, inside of our git ignore file, we added a .env file, and inside of the .env file, I will store all of our secrets. So inside of our root directory now, I can just create a .env file, and now inside of this .env file, I can paste my secrets. Again, this env file will not be pushed to GitHub and not deployed anywhere. This will always stay local to our project, and that's what we want. So now we have in total, I think, 6 environment variables. So the kind client ID, client secret, issue URL, site URL, logout redirect URL, and the post login redirect URL. And what we have to do now is propagate our secrets. So let me again go back to our dashboard, and then right here in the details, we already have our domain, our client ID, and client secret. Let me first of all copy the domain. Let's again go back, and then for the issue URL, let me delete that and paste our domain or our URL. Then let me copy right here our client secret. Then let me delete this dummy value, and let's paste our secret. Let's also copy the client ID. Let's go back right here, delete this dummy data, and paste it right here. So now we have created a client ID, a client secret, and a issue URL. And now what we also have to change is, for example, the kind site URL. This is fine, localhost 3000 is correct. Then for the post logout redirect URL, yeah, localhost 3000 is also fine. And for the kind post login redirect URL, I think I can delete the /dashboard at the end. I don't need that. For now, we can leave it like that. I think this is fine. Let's again go back to the docs. Let's see what the next step is. And the next step is to set up a kind of route handler. And now route handlers are just API routes. This is just a marketing term created by Next.js. But at the end of the day, what we'll do right now is create an API route so that kind can authenticate our users. So that's great. So let's again go back. Let's open our Explorer. Again, shortcut Command B or right here on the top. And then in the app folder, I will create a new folder. This will be the API folder. Then in the API folder, let's create an auth folder, and then in the auth folder, let's create this folder right here with the brackets, so kind of wrapped in brackets. Let's create a new folder, let's paste it, and now we have created 3 folders, and now we also have to create our route handler route, so our API route, and for that let's create a new file, and I'll name it route.ts. Now it's very important that you name it route.ts and not something different, so not like core.ts or hello.ts. It's very important that you name it route.ts, because with route.ts, Next.js will know, hey, this is a route handler, we can actually right here make it an API route, and if you name it, for example, core.ts, Next.js won't accept it as an API route. So now we can again go back, I can copy the code and again paste it right here. So now we have created a route handler for kind, and now this is also done. Alright friends, for me it's a new day, but for you probably not. So we have now set up kind, at least we have set up the backend, and now the last step is to connect our kind backend to our front end. What do I mean with that? Well, we have to somehow redirect the user to kind to log in. But before we do that, let's actually think about our application a bit. So right now we have our dashboard route, right? And the thing with the dashboard route is that I only want it to be accessible by myself. So the admin dashboard should be protected server side, and it should only be accessible by myself. That means that I don't want it to make public as it is right now. So for that, we have to now protect it first of all server side, and then we'll authenticate our users and everything like that. So let's first of all protect our dashboard, and then we'll continue. So for that, I'm currently in my layout for our dashboard route, and right here we have our route. Let me first of all delete the async modifier. So we have our export default function, dashboard layout, everything looks fine. And if you wonder why I had this async modifier, that's not important. You probably didn't have one, and that's good. And what we want to do now is first of all fetch the session from kind, and then check if we have in session. If not, we'll redirect the user to our index page where he then can later on log in. So for that, let's go above the return statement, and then inside of here what I'll do is a constant, let's destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Now get kind server session is imported from @kind oss /kind of Next.js /server. Now, it's very important that you please import that from the correct source, because if you import this function from a different source, this whole authentication won't work. So please make sure that this is the correct import statement. So let me now click on enter, let's invoke that, and now via the structured I can get the user function. So now we have our get user function, and what I have to do now is actually fetch our user. So let's do constant user, and then this will be right here equal to await get user. Now let's invoke that, and what you'll see in a second is that we get an error now. So if I hover over await, it tells me await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So what types currently tells us is that we have to actually mark this function as async. Now normally this wouldn't be safe to do. So for example Next.js 11 or 12 or when we use the pages router, this wouldn't be safe to do because this would then run on the client, and this is not what we want. But since we use Next.js 15 or I guess Next.js 14, we use server components, and server components run on the server. That means nothing is leaked to the client, and that's all safe to do. That's why I can mark this function right here as async. So let me do an export default async function, and now you see the error is gone and everything is fine. Cool, so we have now covered that. We now fetch our user, and what I want to do now is check if the user is authenticated. So what I'll do right here is an if check, and if there's no user, so exclamation mark user, let's open that, and what I want to do is just an return redirect. Now redirect is imported from next/navigation, not from next/distribution/something. If you import that from there, you'll get errors, so don't do that, but it's imported from next/navigation. Let's invoke that, and right here for the path, I'll just say an empty slash, so our index page. Good, this now looks all fine. Let's go back, and if I now try to reach the dashboard route, so I will now click on enter, what you'll see is that we'll get redirected to the index page. Why did we get redirected? Well, that's because we don't have a valid session. And how do we now log in? Well, that's what we'll do right now. So to log in right now, what I'll do is go to the page.tsx, our index page in our root app directory, and inside of here we currently just have an h1 which says hello from the index page. What I'll do right now is delete the h1. Let me get a button component from our components, and then inside of here I'll just say login. Let me copy paste the button one more time, and this button right here will just say sign up. Let's save that, and if I now go back, you now see we have a login button and a sign up button. Now if I click on the button, well, nothing happens. So now we have to somehow redirect the user to Kind, and thankfully it's very simple. So if you go back to the docs from Kind, what you'll see is that we have two components. So first of all the login link component, and then also the register link component. So this is what we'll use to redirect the user to the Kinde-Auth page. What I'll do right now is copy the import statement right here. Let me again go back and let's paste it right here. So now we have the register link and a login link. What I'll do right here for the button, so for the first login button, I'll give it right here in property, which is the asChild property, and then I can copy the login button and then right here use our login link component. Let me now again paste our login text, and now this button is finished. So all we did right here is give the button a asChild property, and then right here rendered as a child the login link component. That's also now the same thing we'll do for the register or for the sign up button. So let's do an asChild property, and then let me right here use the register link component. Let me get that. Let's paste again our sign up text, and now this also looks good. And in theory this should also now work. So let me again go back to our page right here, and if you now hover over a button, so for example the sign up button, you now see on the bottom left corner that it redirects to /API/auth/register, so to our route handler, or in other words API route. So what I'll do right now is right here click on sign up, and this should redirect us back to the Kind page. Alright, as you see we are now on the Kind page. We have right here our name, Shu Marshall, it says register, get started today. We could either sign up using email and our first name and last name, or we could continue with Google or GitHub. If we already have an account we can click on sign in, but since we start off fresh we first of all have to register. So let me do that with Google. Alright, and as you see I got redirected back to our index page, and now we should have a valid session. And what you could also do, for example, is go back to our Kind dashboard, click right here on home, and then what you'll see is right here we have one monthly active user. So let me again go back to our page, and what we could do now is try to reach our /dashboard route. So let me go to /dashboard, let me click on enter, and what do you see? Well, we got redirected to our dashboard route, exactly what we wanted. So as you now see, authentication fully works, we have a valid session, and that's why I can reach this route right here. What I also also want to do is that only I myself can reach this route. I don't want to allow any authenticated user to reach this route, but only myself. So for that, let's again go back. Let's go back to our dashboard layout. So our layout inside of our dashboard folder. And right here, we just check if we don't have invalid session. But what I want to also check is if we have invalid session, I want to check that the email matches my email. So what I'll do right here is an OR sign. This is 2 vertical lines. And then we can say if user.email is same. So I will just use 3 equal signs to my email. So right here, I want you to actually write your email with which you just signed up with Kinde. And then you will validate that only you can reach the dashboard route. So if I again save that and go back and do a hard refresh, so let me go to /dashboard. We should now get redirected to dashboard, and this does not happen. Why is that? And I see I just misspelled it, so let me again spell it correctly. So let's again save that. Let's go back. Let me try to reach our dashboard route, so /dashboard, and we got redirected back to localhost 3000. Weird error, what's wrong? So if there's no user, we redirect to our index page, that's good. Or if the user equals my email, we also redirect to the index page. So that's the error. What I want to do is not if my email matches the user email to redirect me to the index page, but if it does not match it. So for that, let's use an exclamation mark and then 2 equal signs. And now we check, hey, if there's no user, redirect to the index page. And if the user email does not match my email, please also redirect back to the index page. So now in theory, if I again try to reach my dashboard route, so let me click on enter, everything should work. And yes, as you see, this fully works. If I now try to open a new incognito tab, and let's again try to reach localhost 3000, and then let's go to /dashboard, you'll see we'll get redirected back to the index page because we protect this route. So now this fully works. And if you also want to test out, for example, signing up with a different email and then trying to reach the dashboard route, you will see that this protection, which we just created right here, our server-side validation, also fully works. Also, one thing you should know is that we currently only did this, I guess, authentication check in our layout route, and this is also fine. Why is that? Well, because all the other children routes, so the page.tsx and, for example, then later on also products route and everything like that, will always, first of all, be rendered in the children, and the children will be rendered in the layout route. That means that this check will always be valid, and we don't have to do it anywhere else anymore. We only had to do that right here in the layout file, and now everything is fine. So now this looks good. Let's again go back, and now our other problem is still right here, and that's the logout button. If I click on it, nothing happens, and as you know, that's not what we want. So what I'll do is again go back. Let's again go in our dashboard layout, and then where do we have our drop down menu? We have it right here, and then we have our drop down menu item for the logout button. What I'll do right here is give it an asChild property, and you probably already know what we'll do. We'll again use the logout component provided by Kinde. So if you can go to the page.tsx, right here we imported register link and login link, and if you right here do a control spacebar, you see we also have a logout link. What I'll do right now is just copy this import statement from our index page, go again back to our dashboard layout, and then paste it right here. Now instead of getting the login link and register link, let me get right here the logout link. Let's save that, and this also looks good. Let's now go right here down below. Let me copy the logout text, and let me get our logout component. So logout link. Let's again paste our logout text, and now this also should fully work. And now let me click right here. Let's click on logout. You see my fav icon right here spins, and I should get redirected back to our index page. And that's exactly what happened, which is great. Let me again right here click on login. I should now again get redirected back to Kinde. That's also what has happened right here, as you see. Let me again log in with Google. And as you see, I got again redirected to our index page. Let's again reach our dashboard route. And as you see, this also fully works. Alright everyone, so as you see, our auth flow is now fully complete, fully finished, and as you also probably already saw, it was very, very easy. Now one thing you probably could say is if I again click on logout, we'll again get redirected. Let me again click on login, and let me again redirect myself to the Kinde-Auth page. You could now probably say, hey, this could look a bit better. And yes, this is valid, it could look a bit better. And we'll also make it look a bit better at the end, where I'll add a logo, for example, and everything like that. But for now, what we could do is right here, click on design. So I'm in the Kinde dashboard. Let me click on design right here. And what you see is we can add a logo, a fav icon, and a theme, and everything like that. So currently, I don't have a logo. That's why I won't add it right now, but later on we'll add it. So for now, what we'll do right here is add our theme. So currently we only have a light theme. That means we only have this white background color. So what I'll do is we make it user preference. So we can have a white background color or a dark background color. So let me right here click on save. This should now be saved. Yes, as you see, it got updated. Let's go back. Let's refresh right here my page. And as you see, nothing has changed. That's because my user preference is white mode. So let me right here click on dark mode. So display, then let me go on dark mode. And as you see, we now have dark mode. So this also fully works. Let's again go back right here to the design. Does the rest look good? Yeah, I won't bother changing the colors right now. Maybe we'll do it later, but for now it's fine. Let's go to the sign-in page. Is that something I would like to change? I think it looks fine, but let's click on edit to see if there's anything I want to change. So do I like the text, hey friend, welcome back? Let's maybe say, welcome back to Shoe Marshall. I think this is fine. For the text, continue. Yeah, that's fine. Let's click on save. I think this is a bit better. So now we have welcome back to Shoe Marshall. Let's again click on design right here. Then let's click, for example, on sign up. What do we have right here? Register, get started today. Let's click on edit. Let's see what we can change right here. Register. Well, let's actually say right here, like, welcome to Shoe Marshall. Get started today. Yeah, that's fine. Create your account button. Yeah, that's also fine. For the alignment center. Yeah, this is also fine. For the email block position top. Let's change it to bottom. I think this will look a bit better. And let's click on save. So this is now how our sign up page will look like. And I think it actually looks a bit better. Let's again click on design. And now we are also done with that. So with the design, we're now finished. Of course, I will add later on the logos. But for now, we're done with that. What I want to do now is add multi-factor auth. So let me right here click on settings, and then if you scroll down a bit, you right here see the tab multi-factor auth. So if I now click on that, you can right here now enable multi-factor auth. So let me click right here on yes. Users always need to sign in using at least one additional authentication method, or you could say optional. Let users decide if they want to use multi-factor auth authentication. And what we'll do is make it optional, so the user is not required, but if he wants to, he can of course add multi-factor auth. And then for the additional authentication method, you could either use the Authenticator app, so for example Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator, or email or SMS. Now personally, I'm not a fan of email and also not a fan of SMS because security wise it's not the best, but what I choose right here is the Authenticator app because I think it's the safest one. So let me now click right here on save. So multi-factor auth has now been successfully saved. And if I go back to our sign-in page, what I can do is do a hard refresh right here. Nothing has really changed. But what I'll do right now is continue right here with Google. And as you now see, instead of getting redirected back to our index page, we got redirected to Kind again. What Kind asks us right here is if we want to use multi-factor auth. So if you want to add right here our Authenticator app. Now, for simplicity reasons, I won't do that right now. If you want to, you can check it out right here, test it out. But what I'll do for now is click on don't use multi-factor authentication. But as you saw, it was very, very easy to add, and that's quite cool. So now we're again logged in. Let me again head over to our dashboard route, so /dashboard. And what we can do now is get started with our index page for our dashboard. So let's do that right now. Let me again go back to our code. Let's again go right here in our app folder, in our dashboard folder, and then let's go in our page.tsx folder in our dashboard folder. And what we can do now is get started. So what I'll do right now is delete this div element. I don't need it anymore. Let's start with empty tags. And as you already know, empty tags don't show up in the DOM. And that's just good because you don't want to have that many divs. Then inside of the empty tags, let's create a div element. Then let's right here give the div element class name. And then let's right here just say grid. So what do I want to do right here? Well, we'll create a grid layout. And then inside of the grid layout, we'll have 4 columns. So let me try to show it to you. Let me open right here Excalibur. So let's open Excalibur. And now what we'll have inside of here is first of all our desktop screen. So this is our desktop screen. And what I want to do now is create a grid layout. So this is now our grid layout. And what I'll do inside of here is say that we'll have 4 columns. So we'll have one column, then we'll again have a second column, then we'll have a third column, and then we'll have a fourth column. And these columns will show how many sales did you have in total, how much money did you earn, how many users are signed up, and I forgot what the fourth metric was. But in total, we'll have 4 metrics. We'll have right here in grid layout with 4 columns, and then we'll show 4 columns with 4 metrics. So this is what we'll create right now, and for that, let's now actually get started. So we already did right here in grid, but now we of course also have to create the columns. So let's right here grid first of all in gap of 4 so that we have a bit of spacing, as you see right here. Then let's say on medium devices or bigger, that means on devices which are bigger than 768 pixels, let's right here do in grid, which will be calls of 2. Then let's also say on medium devices or bigger a gap of 8 so that we have a bit of more spacing. And then on larger devices or bigger, so on desktop screens, let's do in grid calls of 4. So again, with that, we'll then have these 4 columns where I'll then render 4 metrics. So let's again go back. We have now our div element, and inside of here, I want to now render a card component. So what you can do right now is go to ui.shadcn.com. So I already have the tab open, and what you can do is search for the card component. So this is the card component, and that's what I want to use. This looks quite nice. It also works in dark mode perfectly, and it's just great. So let me right here just copy the installation command using npm. Let's open our terminal. Let me open the second terminal tab. Let's clear everything. And let me just paste the installation command right here. So this will now install our card component in our components folder. So if you open right now your components folder right here, you see we have now our, where do we have it? Our card component, and this is how it looks like. So let me again close that. Alright, so now we can start using our card. So let me get right here my card component from our components. Let's open that. Then in the card component, I can now get something which is called the card header. Let me open that. This is again imported from our components. And then inside of the card header, I can now get a card title. So let's get that from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, I'll just say total revenue. Let me actually uppercase that. Let's now save that, and let's again go back. And what do we see? Well, we don't see anything. Why is that? Let me see. So we have this all looks fine. I don't see any problem. Export default function. Let's go in the layout. Did we make some mistake right here? So I'm in the dashboard layout, and I already see the problem. So as you see, we currently have right here our children. And what did I forget to do? Well, I forgot to render our children. So if we don't render our children, we actually don't see the pages, and that's not good. So let me go right here under the header. Let's create a main element. So let me right here do a main element, and then let me right here just wrap, or I guess paste my children. Then I'll also right here give the main element a class name, and I'll just say right here, so let's do class name, margin y of 5. So margin on the y-axis of, what do we have? 1.25 rem or 20 pixels. Okay, this looks good. Let's again go back, and now you see the card right here which says total revenue. And now we can again go back, and what I want to do now is the right side render like a small icon. So under the card title, let me right here get a $sign icon from Lucid React, and then let me also give it a class name, and this will be height of 4, W of 4, so width of 4, and let's also give it in color, and let's just do in text, which will be of green, 500. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see right here total revenue, and then you see also the small icon right here. Now currently it's aligned vertically, but what I want to do is align them horizontally. So I want to have total revenue, and then on the right side this icon right here. So for that we can go to our card header right here, give it a class name, and what we'll say right here is that it will be flex, then flex of row. Let's also right here do an items of center. Let's also do a justify, which will be between. So let me spell that correctly. And what I also want to do is a padding bottom of 2 to give it a bit of spacing to the bottom. So now let's again save that. Let's again go back, and yeah, this looks quite nice. I think we can leave it like that. So the next thing which we have to do is create the card content. So what I'll do right here is go under the card header, and then let me right here get the card content from our components. And then inside of here, what I want to do now is render the total revenue and a small p tag. So what we could do right here is first of all create a p tag where we will just say $100,000. That should look fine. And then under the p tag, let's create another p tag, and we'll just say based on 100 charges. So based on 100 charges. Let's save that, let's again go back, and yeah, this looks quite good, but let's actually style that a bit. So let's start with the first p tag, let's give it in class name, and we'll say right here text of 2XL and font of bold. Let's also style the second p tag, and let's right here just give it a class name, and this will be text of XS, and then let's also do in text, which will be of muted foreground. Let's save that, let's again go back, and yeah, this already looks way better, and I think I will leave it like that. Let me also make it a bit smaller to see. Yeah, this is good. I'll leave it like that. And now what I want to do is again copy paste this card component. So let me just copy that, paste it again. Let's again go back, and now you should see right here second card, and that's what you see. Now instead of saying total revenue, what I want to right here render is now the total sales. So let's say instead of total revenue, let's right here do a total sales. Then instead of using a $ icon, we could use, for example, a shopping bag icon. So let's get that from Lucid React, and instead of using a green color, let's do text blue of 500. Then instead of doing $100,000, let's right here just do I don't know, 50 or plus 50. And don't worry, of course later on we'll do live numbers, but for now we just want to create the UI. That's why I just paste some arbitrary value right here. Then instead of saying based on 100 charges, we can just say total sales on Shoe Marshall, I guess. Let's just say that. Let's save that, let's again go back, and this should already look way better. Yeah, I like that. Let's again continue. So let me again copy paste this button, or not this button, but the card component. And now instead of saying right here total sales, what I want to do is total products. So let's right here do total products. And instead of saying right here, where do we have it, plus 50, let's just say 37. Then also instead of using a shopping bag, let's use right here the party popper icon. And instead of saying text blue 500, we could do in text indigo of 500. Also, instead of saying total sales, what I'd say right here is just total products created. Let's again save that, let's again go back, and yeah, this also looks quite nice. Now let's again create our fourth card. So let me copy paste this card component again, let me paste it right here, let's again go back. So now we have 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards, and we have a fourth card right here. Now instead of saying total products, what I want to say right here is total users. So let's right here just say total users. Then for the icon, instead of saying party popper, let's get the user 2 icon from Lucid React, and instead of saying text indigo 500, let's say text orange 500. Then instead of saying 37, let's right now just say 120. And then instead of saying total products created, let's just say total users signed up. I think this should be fine. Let's leave it like that. Let's again go back, and yes, now we have 4 cards, and this looks very, very nice. So for now, we can actually now continue. I will leave the cards like that. Later on, we'll make them dynamic, but for now, it's fine. So what I want to do now is, since we are finished with this, I want to now create on the left side like a little graph, and then on the right side, I want to render like the most recent transactions, so 5 transactions, and then on this side, I just want to render a graph. So let's again go back, and for that what we have to do is go under this div. So if you can remember, this div has a grid layout, so this is this, and now I have to create a div element for this and a div element for the right side. So let's right here again go under the div just above the empty tags, and then let me create right here a div element. So this div element will be now the parent of these 2 children. So what I want to do is give this div element right here, so the blue div element, actually a grid layout, and then inside of this grid layout we'll render these 2 cards as you see. So on the left side we'll have some graph, and on the right side we'll have the most recent transactions. So let me right here style this div element. This will again be this bluish div, so the grid layout. So let's right here give it a class name, then this will be grid, a gap of 4, then let's do medium devices or bigger, a gap of 8. Let's also say on larger devices or bigger, let's do grid of calls, which will be 2, and then let's say on XL devices, so devices which have a minimum width of 1280 pixels, let's right here do a grid calls of 3. Then let's also right here give it a margin top of 10, and now this looks good. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we do grid calls of 3? Well, that's a good question. So currently we only have 2 columns, right? But what I want to do is that this element right here, the left side, will take 2 columns on bigger devices, and the right side will only take 1 column. On medium devices, what we'll have is actually a half-half. So this device will, or I guess this graph will take half of the screen, and then the recent transactions will also take half of the screen. But on bigger devices, it will look like this, so that we have one actual card which is bigger than the other one. So let's now start with our card. So under this div, or I'm sorry, inside of this div, let me now create a card component, or it's already actually imported, and I will also get right here in class name, and right here I'll say on XL devices or bigger, I'll do a call span of 2. So again, on XL devices or bigger, I will take 2 columns, and on, I guess, smaller devices, I'll only take 1 column. So on smaller devices, it will be 50-50, and on bigger devices, we'll have 75% and 25%. Okay, now inside of this card component, I can now get a card header. This is already imported. And what I'd say right here is, first of all, get a card title for our title. And I'll just say transactions. I think this is fine. Then let's save that. Let's again go back. Let me go to my local host. So now you see right here transactions. Then the next thing which I want is actually the card description. This is again imported from the components. And inside of here, what I'll just say is recent transactions from your store. Let's save that. Let's again go back. So we have our title right here, and now we have our small description. This looks quite good, and in a second we'll create our chart, but for now I'll skip it and actually first of all create on the right side what I wanted. So if I make also my screen a bit smaller, you now see that this actually takes up 75% of the screen. But now let's actually create the right side. So for that I'll just go under this card component, and let me again create another card. Let's open that. Then inside of here, I'll now get a card header, and inside of the card header, we'll have a card title. Now for the card title, I'll just say recent sales. And what we can do now is actually save that, go back, and now you see we have first of all our left card and then our right card. So exactly how I showed you in Excalibur, that's now what we created right here. So let's now finish our right card. So we have our card title, and now we are also done with the card header. So under the card header, let's now get a card content. And this is already imported, and inside of here let me also give it a class name, and for the class name we could either do in grid layout or flexbox. It does not make any difference, so I will do in flexbox. So let's do flex and flex of call, since I want to align everything vertically. Also I will do right here in gap, and let's do in gap of 8. So for this card what I want to do is quite simple. So inside of this card I want to render my recent transactions. So we'll have one transaction, and then we'll have a second transaction, and I want to render them inside of here, and that's why I use flexbox, since I want to align it vertically. Alright, this looks good. Let's now continue with our card content. So inside of the card content, let me render a div element. Then let's give this div also right here a class name, and for the class name I'll just say flex items of center, and then let's also do a gap of 4. Then inside of this div what I want to render now is a avatar. Now we already installed a avatar, and I can import that from our components. So let's open that. Then inside of the avatar what I want to do is actually now give it a avatar fallback. So let's right here get a fallback again from the components. Let's open that, and I will for now just say JM. Let's now save that. Let's again go back and let's see how that looks like. So now you see right here my icon JM, and this looks quite good. Nevertheless, what I can do also is give this avatar right here a class name, and what I want to say right here is that this avatar should be actually hidden on mobile devices, but once we have devices which are SM or bigger, I want to show the avatar again. So let's right here say hidden for mobile devices, and then on SM devices or bigger, let's do flex. Let's also right here give it a height of 9, and let's also do a width of 9. Let's again save that. Let's again go back, and yes, this looks quite good, and we can leave it like that. It's now a bit smaller, and I like it a bit more. So what I want to do now is go under this avatar right here. Let me right here create a div element, and let's also give this div element right here a class name. Now for the class name, this will be grid, and then let's also get a gap of 1, and then inside of here we can now create a p tag. So let's right here get the p tag, and I'll just say any name. I'll just say Jan Marshall. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now we have our icon right here, and then we have my name, so Jan Marshall. Then underneath my name I want to now render the email. So right here under this p tag we can create another p tag, and what I'll do right here is just render some email. I'll just do test@test.com. Let's again save that. Let's go back, and now we should see right here my name, and then you see my email. Now currently both have the same font weight and the same font size, and that's not that good. I don't like that. So let's right here give these p tags a class name. So let's write you do a class name for the first p tag, and let's write you say text of small. Let's do a font of medium, and now we can save that. Let's again go back. Yes, this is now smaller. It looks quite nice. Let's style also the second p tag. So let's get in class name, and what I'll say right here is again text of small, and let's also do a text of muted foreground. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and this should now have a grayish color and look a bit better. And yes, this is quite cool. Now, is there anything I want to change? So currently, as you see, we did a grid layout. Again, you could also do flexbox or flex call, but again, it does not make any difference, so I will leave it as grid. That's fine. The only thing which I want to add right here is the actual amount which the user spent on our shop or in our shop. And for that, what we can do is go right here under the p tag and under the div tag, render a p tag, and then we can just use any arbitrary value. So I'll just add a plus, and then let's use a dollar value, and I'll just say 1. I guess 99, I think this is fine, and then .00. And actually this does not make any sense, I see right here. So let's do 1,999, so 3 9s.00. So $1,999.00. This looks a bit better. Let's now save that, let's go back, and now we see this number right here. Now, this is not quite what I want. I want this number to be right here on the right side and not right here next to our name. So what we have to do is give this p tag right here a class name, and what I'll do is a margin left of auto, so it will automatically snap to the right side, and then let's also do a font of medium. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now you'll see that this is now on the right side, and this is exactly what I wanted. What you could do now is, for example, copy paste this div element a few times. So let me copy this div once, and let me just copy it, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 times. Let's save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks very nice. This is exactly what I wanted, and this is also how it will look like in our final result when I render the dollar value and also the name and email. But for now we can leave it like that. Again, currently we don't have data, so that's why we use right here dummy data. Now, as you currently see on the left side, we currently don't have any chart. So I told you I want to render a chart right here. Currently we don't have one. I also won't implement it right now. We'll implement it a bit later. So once we actually have a bit of sales and that we can actually render something. But for now, I'll actually leave it empty and we'll fix it later on. For now, what I want to do is right here, create our orders page. So if I currently click right here on our navbar on orders, you see I'll get redirected to /dashboard/orders, and then we get in 44 not found. Why do we get in 44 not found? Well, quite simple. We haven't created the route for our orders, and that's what I want to change right now. So how do we change that? Well, let's again open our Explorer. Let's go right here in the app folder, and then let's go in the dashboard folder, and inside of here, let me create a orders folder. So let me spell that correctly, and let's open that. Then inside of here, let's create a page.tsx, and now we can get started. So how do we always start with a route? Well, we create a export default function. Let's just call it right here orders page. Then let me invoke that and let's open that. Then let me create a return statement, and I'll just say div h1, and let me say hello from the orders page. Let's save that, let's again go back, let me do a hard refresh, and in a second you should see that this route now fully works, and that's exactly what we wanted. So now it says right here hello from the orders page, but we of course want to change that and make it look a bit nicer. So let me again go back, let me delete right here this return statement, I don't need that anymore, and what I want to return now is a card component. So let me import the card from our components, let's open that, and inside of here let's get a card header. Now the card header is imported from our components, and let's give the card header a class name. So I will right here just say padding x of 7, and then inside of the card header, let's right here create a card title. So the card title is also imported from our components, and what I'll just say right here is orders. Let's save that, and then under the card title, let's render a card description from our components, and inside of here we'll just say recent orders from your store, I guess exclamation mark. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now you see right here orders and then a little description which says recent orders from your store. This looks again quite nice, and now we can continue. So underneath the card header, I want to now get a card content, again from our components, and now inside of the card content I want to render a table. Now, how do we render a table? Tables are, I guess they seem very basic, but in reality they are quite complex. Now, thankfully, Shadcn UI again has our back, so if you go to Shadcn UI, you can search for the table component, and this is what we want to use. So what I'll do right here is copy the installation command. Let's use npm. Let's again go back. Let me open my terminal, and then let's open a second terminal tab, and let's paste it right here. So now I install the table, and this is what I want to use. Inside of here, I want to render, like, for example, the name, the email, the photo, I guess, what the user ordered, if it was paid, and everything like that. So this was now successfully installed. I can again close that, and now we can actually get started using that. So inside of the cart content, what I have to do is first of all get the table component from our components. Then inside of here, what we can do now is actually use the table header. The table header is imported from our components, and it's very important that you import the table header and not the table head. Both do something completely different, so please use the table header. Let's import that, and now inside of the table header, what I can use now is the table row. So let's get right here our table row, again from our components, and let's open that. Now inside of the table row, we have to create our table head. So the table head is right here what you see on the top. So for example, the invoice, the status, so just in general, the names of the actual fields later on. So let me right here get our table head. The table head is imported from our components, and for the first table head, I'll just say customer. Let's save that. Let me copy paste the table head. Then for the second one, instead of saying right here customer, let's right here just say type. Then let me copy paste again our table head. Then instead of saying right here type, let's just say status. So let's use status. And then let me again copy paste our table head. Then let's right here just say the date. And let me again copy paste our table head. And then right here I'll just say amount. Let's save that. Let's again go back and let's see how that looks like. So now we have our table, and right here we have our customer, we have the type, we have the status, we have the date, and we have the amount. Exactly what I wanted. Now the only thing I want to change is actually align the amount to the right side. So right here, where do we have it? So the table head with the amount, I can get in class name, and we'll just say text of right. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now the amount will be on the right side, and this already looks way better. Now one thing you could probably say is that this looks good on desktop, but once you make our screen a bit smaller, so if you go on the mobile screen, yeah, this is fine. Do we actually leave it like that? Yeah, actually forget what I wanted to say. This looks actually quite good. I won't do anything else. So now our table looks quite good. So this is aligned on the left, this is aligned on the right, and this is aligned in the middle. And now we can actually start propagating our fields. So for that, what we have to do is go under our table row, under our table header, and then let me create a table body. So let's get the table body from our components, and then inside of here, let's create a table row. So let's get the table row, let's open that, and then we can get started. So what's the first thing we have to do right here? Well, we have to get a table cell. Now what is a table cell? So first of all, this is imported from the components, and the table cell is just the cell which corresponds to your table head. So for example, our first table cell will correspond to the customer table head. So right here in the table cell, you could say, for example, Jan Marshall, and what you'll see is that this will now be directly under our customer. So as you see, we have now Jan Marshall, we have this nice underline, and this looks quite good. But now instead of just saying Jan Marshall, I want to actually also render the icon and also the email. So what I'll do actually instead right here is render a p tag. So let's again get a p tag. Let's render Jan Marshall. Then let me also give this p tag right here a class name, and for the class name I'll just say font of medium, and then this should actually be enough. Let's again save that. Our text should now just have a bit of a different font weight, and yes, this looks quite good. Now I also want to render the actual email, so let me go again under this p tag. Let's create a new p tag. I'll just again say test@test.com. Let's save that again. Let's go back. And yeah, this looks alright. I think this could be actually a bit better. So what I'll actually do is give this p tag right here a class name, and what we'll say is that this should be hidden on mobile screens, and then if we are on device which is medium or bigger, let's just do in flex. Then let's also right here do in text of small, and let's also do in text of muted foreground. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, I think this is quite fine. We can leave it like that. So our first table cell has now been created, and now we can create our second table cell. So let me go underneath our first table cell. Let's create a second one. So let's get the table cell, and then inside of here, I'll just say sale. So this is right here for our type. What we have to do now is render a third table cell. So let me go underneath this table cell. Let's create another table cell. Then right here, I want to render our status. So was the payment successful or has it failed? So let's right here just say for now successful. Then let's save that. Let's again go back. This should now look actually quite nice. Yes, we can leave it like that. Then for the third table cell, I want to render the date. So let me again copy paste our table cell. And then for this table cell, I for now just say 2024-06-15. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now we should have a small date. And yes, this also looks quite cool. Now the last thing we have to do is render our amount. So let's also do that. Let me again just copy our table cell. And instead of rendering our date, let's just use a $sign and let's say 250.00. And then let's actually save that. Let's go back and yeah, no, not good. This amount should be on the right side. So what we can do is give this table cell right here class name and we'll say text of right. Let's again save that. Let's go back and now you should see that this amount is on the right side and this is exactly what I wanted. Alright everyone, so our orders route is now done. Of course this is currently just dummy data, but later on it will be very simple just to create dynamic data and we'll do it at the end when we actually create a few sales. But since we are now done with the dashboard as you see and we are done with the orders page, I think we can now continue with our products page. So let's start with the products page. If I now currently click on that, what you'll see is that we'll get redirected to /dashboard/products, and what you'll also see is that we get in for not found. Why is that? Well, that's because we haven't created any route. So let's again go back, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and then right here, let's create a new folder, which we'll name products. Let's open that, and inside of here, let's create a page.tsx. Now inside of the page.tsx, since this is in route, we have to do an export default function, and I'll just name it products route. Let's invoke that, and let's open that. Then let's create a return statement, and I'll just return a div h1 and I'll just say hello from the products route. Let's save that. Let's again go back. You see now our site refreshes and the error should be gone in a second. And yes, you now see hello from the products route. So this route works and now we can actually get started, making it first of all look nice, but also actually functional. So let's do that right now. So to do that, what I can do first of all is delete the div in the return statement. I don't need that anymore. And then inside of here, what I'll use for now is just an empty tag. So let's right here create empty tags. Now, before I actually continue, let's first of all talk about how the UI should look like. So let me again open Excalibur. And then what I want to do for our design is, let me first of all again just create a desktop screen. Let's use in black color. And inside of here, what I want to do is first of all on the right side, on the top, I want to create a button which will say something like create new product. And then under this button, I want to render a card component. So this will look like that. And then inside of here, we'll again render a table. And then we'll have our table cells where we again render the product name, the price, if it's currently active or if it's archived, the amount, everything like that. So this is how our UI will look like. Again, on the top we'll have a button to create a new product, then we have our card component, and then we have our tables with the actual table cells, or I'm sorry, the actual table rows, where we'll then render all of the relevant actual information. So let's again go back, this all looks cool, and let's get started. So let's first of all render our button, which will be rendered on the top right corner. So let's render right here a div element, let's get a class name, and we'll just say this will be flex items of center, and I will also say justify of end, since I want to render it on the right side of the screen. Then inside of the div, let's render a button component, again imported from our components, and then inside of the button, what I want to render is a plus circle. This is imported from Lucid React, this is self-closing, and then for now we can leave it like that. Let's save that, let's again go back to our actual code, and what we should see in a second is the actual button. So on the top right corner, you now see a button with a plus icon. Now this is not the only thing I want to render right here, I also want to render a text which will say add product. So what I'll do is actually go under the plus circle, let's render a span element, and let's just say add product. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we have our plus circle and now also the add product text. Now does this look perfect? No, we don't have any spacing and this is not quite what we want. So what I'll do is actually give this button right here a class name, and then this will be flex, and then let's also do an items of center and a gap x of 2 to have a bit of spacing between the plus circle and the add product text. If I again go back, you already see this looks very nice, and that's exactly what I want. Now one thing you could say right here is that the plus circle is a bit too big, so what we can do is actually go to the plus circle icon give it a class name, and let's use a width of let's say 3.5 and a height which will also be 3.5. Let's again save that, let's go back, and now you see the plus circle is a bit smaller, and I personally think that's a bit better. Again, if you want to make it a bit bigger, then just give it in width of 4 or 5 or whatever you want, but I think if the circle is a bit smaller, this is a bit better. Now, one thing which I currently don't like is that if you click on the button, nothing happens. Is that what we want? No, we want to actually link to an URL to create a new product. So what we have to do is actually wrap the span and the plus circle, so both of these items, inside of a link component. The link component is imported from Next/link, and then let me just again paste our plus circle and the span element. Now, what you currently see is that we get an error for the link component, and it tells me property href is missing. So what's exactly the problem? Well, the link component tells us that it needs an href to know where it should actually link to. So let's give the link right here a href, and for the href this is quite simple. This will be /dashboard/products/create. Let's save that, let's again go back. Now this error should go away, and what you'll see in a second is if I actually hover over the button, you now see that this links to localhost 3000/dashboard/products/create. And wait, on the top right corner, I also now see that our actual icon and text are not aligned horizontally anymore. So how do we fix that? Well, it's very simple. For the button, we have to add a property, which is the asChild property. And if I again save that and go back, you now see that this is again aligned horizontally. So we had to add the actual asChild property because we have a new child in the button, and this is the link component. And since I added that now, everything works, and that's exactly how we wanted to. If I click on that, you see we get an 4 for not found. That's because we haven't created the route, but we'll fix that in a second. For now, let's first of all create our table so that it looks somewhat good. So now let's actually start creating our cart. So let me go under the div, let's create a cart component, or let's actually import the cart from our components. Then inside of the cart, let's create a cart header. So let me right here get our cart header from our components. And as you know, in the cart header, we want to render a cart title. Let's import that from our components, and let's just say products. Let's save that, let's again go back, and as you see, we now have a cart component with a title which says products. There's already one thing which I don't really like. So do you see the cart component? It completely touches the button. Well, I don't want to do that. I want to have a bit of spacing. So what I'll do actually is go right here to the cart. Let me actually give it right here in class name, and let's do margin top of 5 to have a bit of spacing to the top. If I again go back, you now see we have a bit of spacing, and that looks already way better. Then underneath the cart title, let's now actually create a cart description. This is again imported from our components, and for the cart description, I'll just say manage your products and view their, let's just say, sales performance. I'm quite sure I misspelled something, but hey, who cares? Let's again go back. Yep. Our title, our description, and this looks quite cool. So now we have our cart description, our cart header. Let's go underneath the cart header and let's create a cart content, again imported from our components. And then in the cart content, I want to now get started creating my table. So let's right here create our table. Our table is imported from our components. Let's open that, and then in the table, let's get our table header, again from our components. And again, please make sure that this is the table header and not the table head. So let's import that from our components, and then inside of the table header, I can now create our table row, again imported from our components, and then inside of the table row, we can now actually use our table head, again imported from our components. Then for the first table head, we'll just say, I guess image. Let's save that, let's go back, let's see how that looks like. So now we have the cart, and then we have our table right here, and our first actual table head, which says right here image. Now for this table head, I will actually also give it a class name, and what I'll do right here is give it a custom width. So let's do width of custom value. You create a custom value with these array brackets, and I'd say right here 100 pixels. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should have a bit of spacing for the actual items later on. Then underneath this table head, let me render another table head. Let me open that, and inside of here, I'll just say name, since I want to later on render right here the name of the actual product. Then let me copy paste our table head, and then for this one, I'll just say price, since I will want to actually render the price later on right here. Then let me again copy paste the table head, and then right here we'll just render our date, so when the product was created. And then let me again copy paste our table head, and for the last one, I'll just say right here action. actions. Let's save that, and now this looks quite cool. Let's go back, and now you see the image, the name, the price, the date, and the actions. And the only thing I want to change right here is actually align our actions to the right side, and you already know how we do that. We give it right here a class name, and then just say a text of end. Let's again save that, go back, and now this actions, as you see, is aligned on the right side. Great, so now we can create our table body and our table row, so let's do that. For that we'll go under our table row, under the table header, and then underneath the table header we'll create our table body. Again, this is imported from our components, and then inside of here let's create a table row, which is already imported. Then inside of the table row, we'll create our first table cell. The table cell is imported from our components, and now this table cell will be there to render our actual image. Now what I'll do for now is actually just render a dummy image. So what I'll use right here is, for example, the user image or the user icon from Lucid React, and let me also get a class name, and we'll just say height of 16 and width of 16. So let me first of all spell class name correctly, and then let's again do a height of 16 and width of 16. Let's save that, let's go back, and now on the left corner you should see the icon which I just created, and yes, that's what you see right here. And now when I look at it, it could be actually a bit too big, but you know what, I'll leave it for now like that, and maybe later on I will change that. So we have created our first table cell. Let's now create our second table cell. So let's get our table cell, and then inside of here I want to render the product name. So for now I'll just say, for example, Nike Air. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should see right here the name of the actual product, so Nike Air. This looks quite good. Then let me copy paste again the table cell. The next table cell will be actually for the price, and for now I'll just render, I don't know, let's just use $, and let's say 299.00. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should see right here the price, so $299. Then the next thing which I want to render is the actual date. So let me again go back, let me copy paste the table right here, and then for the date I'll just say, for example, I don't know, let's just say 15/06/2024. Let's save that, let's say and go back. So now as you see we have the image, the name, the price, and the date. And one thing which I see is that I actually forgot one thing. I also want to render the status. So underneath the table head with our name, let's use another table head. And what I want to get right here is the status. Let's again save that. Let's go back. And now we should have right here an image, a name, a status, a price, a date, and the actions. So what we can do now is right here just underneath the name. So right here we have our table cell with the Nike Air. Underneath that I can render another table cell. And right here I'll just say active. Let's save that, let's again go back, let's see how that looks like. So now we have the image right here, the product name, the status, the price, and the date. The only thing I'll change right here is I gave it right here in width of custom value 100 pixels. Let me actually again delete that, I don't think it looks that good. So let's go back, and now this should already be spaced out a bit better. And yes, I think we can leave it like that. So now you see we have an image, we have the product name, then we have the actual status, the price, the date, and now I want to render our actions. So for that, what we have to do is again scroll down a bit, and let's create another table cell. Now inside of this table cell, what we first of all can do is get a class name of text end, since I want to align it on the right side. And then inside of here, I want to render a drop-down menu. Now again, it's very important that you import the drop-down menu from the components and not from Redis UI. So let's get that from the components, and then inside of the drop-down menu, I have to render my drop-down menu trigger, since I want to somehow open my menu. So the trigger is again imported from our components, and then inside of here, I can now render our button component. So let me get my button. This is already imported from our components, and then inside of here I want to just render an icon. So let's right here get the more horizontal icon. So more horizontal, this is imported from Lucid React, this is self-closing. Let's save that and let's go back. And okay, we have a button, but on the left corner I also see that we have an error. What's the problem? Let me click on that. So error, hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. So what exactly is the problem, you might ask me? So right here we have a drop-down menu trigger. Now this drop-down menu trigger, when you actually render it in the DOM, renders to a button. So what you see right here is we have a button, and then a button, and then a button. We have 3 buttons, this does not really work. So what we have to do right here is give this drop-down menu trigger an as child, so that we have a child, we have a button child. And if you now save that again and go back, you now see that the hydration error is gone and now that this fully works. Now, does this button look good? Not really. So let's again give it a few properties. So for the button, I can give it right here in size property first of all. For the size, this will be the icon size. And then let's also right here give it in variant. And for the variant, this will just be ghost. And what I'll also do right here is give our button, or not our button, I'm sorry, but the icon also a class name. And for the class name, this will be height of 4 and W of 4, so width of 4. Let's again go back and let's see how that looks like. And yes, this looks 1000 times better. I think we can leave it like that. And now let's actually create the drop-down menu content, because if I currently click on this button, you see nothing happens. And that's of course not quite what we want. So underneath the drop-down menu trigger, I can now create our drop-down menu content. Now this menu content is again imported from our components, not from Redis UI. Let's click on enter to import that. And now right here for our drop-down menu content, we can use a property, which is the align property. So I could either align this drop-down menu content in the center, at the end, or at the start. For now, I'll just choose the center, but later on I'll change that. And then inside of here, let me now render a drop-down menu label. So let me get the drop-down menu label, again from the components, and inside of here I'll just say actions. Let's now save that, let's go back, let me click on the button, and now you see right here our drop-down menu content. You see this is currently aligned to the center, to our button, and personally I don't really like that. I would like it a bit more if it was aligned to the end. So let me change it, instead of center, let's say end. Let's again go back, and what you should now see in a second is that this is now aligned to the end, and personally I will say that this looks already way better. And what I want to now also do is underneath the drop-down menu label, I want to also render a drop-down menu separator. So let's right here get the drop-down menu separator, again from our components, and this is self-closing. And now underneath the drop-down menu separator, I can now get a drop-down menu item. This is again imported from our components, and then inside of this drop-down menu item, I'll just say edit. Let's save that. Let me copy paste the drop-down menu item one more time, and instead of saying edit right here, I'll say delete. And if I now save that and go back and click on this button right here, you now see we have our drop-down menu with the content, so an edit button and also a delete button. So this looks quite good in my opinion, and we are now done with the drop-down menu trigger. Alright, we are now done with the products vault. So we have now in cart, we have this button right here which currently does not work. We have a table with an image field, a name, a status, a price, a date, an actions button. The question comes now, what do we do now? Do we make the add product functionality work, or do we first of all create the categories route? And before we do any of that, what I think we should do is actually fix our navbar. So as you see, we're currently on the products route, but our navbar item looks the same as to the categories item and also to the orders button, or I guess item. But what I want to do is, if the products route or if the item corresponds to our URL, I want to give it in black color, while the other items should have like in grayish color. So I want to show like an active state. For that, let me go back to my code. Let's go inside of our dashboard navigation, and now inside of here we have to somehow show active state. So how do we do that? Well, for the link we can create a class name. So let me right here get our class name inside of here, and then in the class name I have to somehow now check if our link which we provide right here, so the href, corresponds to the URL. Now how do I do that? Well, thankfully it's quite simple with Next.js, because they provide a hook. So let's actually use that. So let's use constant path name, and then this will be equal to use path name. This is imported from next/navigation. Let me invoke that, and now we can use that. So inside of the class name, I can now right here open this object, and then inside of here I can get our CN helper. This is imported from our lib folder, and this has been created when we installed Shadcn UI. Then let's open that. Then we can open parentheses, and then inside of here we can now do internally. So we can say if our link.href, so if this href right here corresponds to our path name, so let's use 3 equal signs. If this is equal to our path name, so let me get my path name, then let's write use internally, so in question mark, and what I want to return is just in text of black. If this is not true, so if the link is not active, let's use right here in colon, and let's right here just say text, which will be of muted foreground, and let's also do an hover, and this will just be text of foreground. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and what you should see now in a second is that we get an error. So what's the error? you're importing a component that needs use path name. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client. So if you didn't know, again, Next.js uses server components, and server components run on the server. But things like, for example, use path name require the actual client side because they have to actually get the window or the URL object. So what we have to do is mark this component right here as use client. So on top, let me mark it as use client. And if I now save that and again go back, you'll see that the error is again gone because we now mark this component as use client. So let me again go back, and now you see the products text is black because it's currently active. If I click on orders, you now also see that that's active. And if I click on dashboard, you also see now it's black because it's active. One thing I'll change right here is instead of saying, for example, text black, we can say text foreground, which is just an CSS variable provided by Shadcn UI. So again, if I hover over it, it all looks good, and if I click on it, it also looks very good. So our dashboard navigation is now done. We don't have to add anything else. It's completely done. I can close it. And what I think we should do now is create our add product page so that we can actually create products, store them in our database, and create all of the fancy stuff. So let's do that right now. Now to do that, it's quite simple. We have to open our Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, let's go in the products folder, and then inside of here, let's create a new folder, which will be the create folder. Then inside of the create folder, let's create a page.tsx, and then for the page.tsx, we have to create a function. Now, since this is in route, we have to export default the function. So let's do an export default function, and let me just call it product create route. Let's invoke that, and then let me just open that. Then inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the route to create a product. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And if I now click right here on add product, we should now get redirected to this route. And yes, you see hello from the route to create a product. And now, since we know that this route works, we can now get started making the UI nice, but also to make the functionality work to store our product in our database. So let's do that right now. Now to create our form, so to create a product, you have two options. Either you write everything inside of this page, or you create a separate component. Now, in most cases, I would probably create a separate component, but since I don't think we'll fetch any data inside of here, I think we can just create the form inside of this route. So let me just delete everything in the return statement, and to get started, let's return a form element. Now, since we currently don't have an action, I'll just delete the action. Later on, we'll add one, and then let me just open that. Then inside of here, let's first of all create a div element. Let's write here good and class name. And what I'll say is that this should be flex items of center. And then let's also do a gap of 4. Now, you might ask me, hey, Jan, what is this div? What do we want to do? Well, what I want to do is on the top left corner, I want to have like a back button and also like a small text, which says new product. And then underneath that, I want to render my card with my form, so my inputs and my text area and everything like that. So let's first of all do this div right here. So let's right here get a button component from our components. And then inside of here, what I want to render is a chevron left icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. I can save that and go back. And what you should see now in a second, if I refresh this page, you see right here on the top left corner, now this button with the chevron icon. Now, does it look nice? No, of course not, but we'll of course change that right now. So let's first of all style our icon. So let's right here get a class name, and let's say width of 4, and let's also do a height of 4. Now this corresponds to 16 pixels, as you see right here. And then let's also give our button right here a few properties. So let's right here first of all give it invariant. We'll say right here outline, and then let's also give it in size, and for the size I'll say icon. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now we already see that this looks way better. Now, the problem which I currently have is that if I click on it, nothing really happens. So what we currently do is in get request, as you see, so our fav icon spins, and then in the URL you see this little question mark. So this is what you call in get request. Now, this is not what we want to do. When I click on this button, I want to get redirected to the products route. So how do we actually do that? Well, it's again quite simple. We'll use the link component. So I right here wrap our chevron left icon inside the link component. The link component is imported from next/link, and let me again paste back my chevron left icon. Let's also give our link right here an href, and for the href this will just be /dashboard and then /products. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. This error should now go away again, and now this again works. So if I hover over this icon now, you see on the bottom left corner that it links to dashboard/products, and if I click on that, you see we get redirected. Let me again click on add products, and let's actually continue. And also before we continue, one thing which I forgot right here is that we have to mark this button as child, because we have in child right here, which is the link component. Okay, so now we can continue. So under the button, I'll now render an h1, and inside of here, I'll just say new product. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now we should right here have our back button and then also this new product text. Now it looks alright, it's fine, but we could make it a bit bigger, and we could also maybe change the font weight and stuff like that. So let's do that. So for the h1, let's give it in class name, and then inside of here what I'll say is let's do in text of XL. This is 20 pixels as you see, and then let's also do in font of semi-bold to change the font weight, and let's also do a tracking, and this will be of tight. Now tracking is just the letter spacing, so we just want to make the words, or I guess the actual letters, a bit more snug. So let's right here use tracking tight, and this should now look good. So let's again go back, and now you see that the text is a bit bigger, but also the font weight is a bit more bold. So now we are done with this top left corner. So we have now created the back button and the text, and now we can start rendering our card with the inputs. So let's do that. For that, we have to go under the h1 and under the div, but still inside of the form. And then inside of here, let me now render our card component from our components. And inside of the card, we want to render a card header. Now inside of the card header, we want to render a card title. And again, it's quite important that everything is imported from the components and not from Radix UI. Then inside of here, I'll just say product details, and then we can actually save that. Now what you'll see is right here that we have now in card, and this looks quite cool. We have our title, it has a quite good font weight and also quite good size. But my problem is that currently we don't have any margin to the top. So our card touches right here the top corner, and we don't want that. So what I'll do is give right here my card a class name, and let's do a margin top of 5. Then let's also right here now create a card description. So under the card title, let's get a card description from our components. And you can say whatever you want inside of here. I'll just say, in this form, you can create your product. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now we should have again a bit of margin to the top. And we have this nice description. So all of this looks good. And now we can actually get started creating our inputs. So for that, let me go under the card header and let's create a card content. Now the card content is imported from our components. And then inside of here, let me create a div element. Now for this div element, I want to get in class name. So let's do in class name. And what I want to do right here is align all of my items vertically. So I will create a flex layout or flex column layout. And then I'll also give it a bit of spacing with gap. So let's right here do an flex, then let's do flex of call, and let's also do a gap of 6. So gap 6 is about 24 pixels. Then inside of this div, we can now get started with our first input. So let's create a div element again. Let's get in class name, and this will be flex call, and then let's do right here a gap of 3. Then inside of here, I want to now render a label and also an input. Now, as you see, if I now try to get a label, we haven't installed that. So let me go again to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here, I want to get the label. Now, as you see, this is how the label looks like, and that's what we'll render above the input. So let me right here install the label using npm. Let's open the terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab, and then let me right here paste that and install that. So let me click on enter, and while this installs, let me also search right here in Shadcn UI for the input. So this is the input right here. We'll use that to create an actual input, for example, for the name, for the price, and everything like that. So let me right here copy the import statement using npm. Let's paste it right here. Let's click on enter. And then the last thing which I want from here is the text area. So we want to create a description, and for that I'll use the text area as you see right here. So let me copy the installation command using npm, and then let me paste that in the terminal. So now everything should be installed. out, so I can again close the terminal, and now I can also get our label right here from our components. Again, it's very important that you import that from the components, not from Redis UI. If you import that from Redis UI, you'll get a lot of errors, and this is of course not what you want. So let me click right here on enter, and then for the label, I'll just say name. So inside of here, we want to render the name of the product. Then underneath the label, let me get an input, and the input is imported from our components folder. This is in self-closing tag, and then inside of here, we can give it a type. For the type, this will be text. Let's also get a class name, and for the class name, I just want to say that it should take the full width, so width or full. And then let's also get right here in placeholder, and for the placeholder, I'll just say product name. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let me go to my code. And then right here, you now see our label. And then you see this input. Also, you see the placeholder. And then I can write something inside of here. And this looks very, very beautiful. So now we have our label, our input. And what I want to do now is actually also render our text area for the description. So for that, I'll go right here under this div. So under this flex call gap free. And then right here, let me create a new div element. Let's again give it a class name. This will be flex of call, and gap of free. Then inside of here, let me again render a label. This label is already imported, and inside of here, I'll just say description. Then underneath the label, we can now get our text area component. This is imported from our components. This is self-closing. And then inside of here, let me first of all give it a placeholder. For the placeholder, I'll just say, I guess, write your description right here, ... Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now we have our label right here, and then we have this text area. This also looks quite good, and I think we can now continue. So the next thing which I want to render is an input for our price. So let's again create a div element right here underneath this div element. Let's again give it a class name of flex of call, and gap of free. Then inside of here, let me get a label. And for the label, I'll just say price. And then underneath the label, let me right here get our input. This input is already imported. This is self-closing. And then what I want to do right here is give them placeholder. We'll just do $55. And I think this should already be all. So let's again save that. Let's go back. And now we have right here our label, and then also the input for our price. Now what you see is currently that I can type whatever I want. This is not what I want, because I only want to be able to type numbers. So for that, we can go to the input, give it right here in type. And for the type, this will be number. Let's again go back, and what you'll see now is that I can't write any text anymore, but I can only write numbers, and that's what I want. So let's again delete that. This looks quite good. And now the next thing which I want to render is in switch. So what I want to show right here, or I guess what I want to ask, is if this product is featured. So later on in our storefront, we'll have a section where we'll show all of our featured products, and if I toggle right here featured, then I want it to actually show up in our storefront. So for that, let me again go back to Shadcn UI, and what I want to get from here is that switch. So let's go to switch. And right here you now see how the switch looks like. So this is the switch, and what I can do now is go right here to the installation. Let's copy the installation command using npm. Let's go back to our code, and then let me just paste it right here to install that. And since we're already in Shadcn UI, let me also right here install the select component. So this is how the select looks like, and that's what we'll need later on. So let me right here just copy the installation command using npm, and then let me paste it right here. So now this should also be installed in a second, and then we can actually get started. Alright, so select has been installed, and now we can continue. So underneath this input, let me create a new div element. Let's again right here give it a class name, and what I'll say right here is in flex. Let's again do in flex of call, and in gap of 3. Then inside of here, let me render a label, and for the label, I'll just say, I guess featured product. And then underneath the label, I want to now render in switch. So let's get right here our switch. This switch is imported from our components. This is self-closing. And now I can save that and again go back. And now you see right here featured product. And then you see our switch right here. Now, I'm not sure if I'll leave it like that. Maybe later on I'll convert it to a select element. But for now, we leave it like that. I'll see later on if I want to change that. So let's again go back. Then underneath this div, let's create a new div element. Let's right here give it a class name. And then let's do in flex of call, and a gap of 3. Then inside of here, let me render a label, and for the label, let me just say status. Then underneath the label, I want to now render in select. So let me right here get our select. This is imported from our components. Let's open that, and I don't have to do any properties right now for our select. We can leave it as it is. And inside of the select, I want to now render a select trigger. So let's import that from our components. And then inside of the select trigger, we can now get a select value. This is imported from our components. This is self-closing. And inside of here, I can now get a placeholder. And for the placeholder, I'll just say select status. So now let's actually save that. Let's go back, and now you see the status label, and then you see the select element. Now currently, if I click on that, you see nothing happens, and that's because we haven't created the select content. So let me go underneath the select trigger. Let's get our select content, again from our components. Let's open that, and then inside of here, let me get a select item. This is imported from our components. Let's open that, and inside of here, let's just say draft. And what you already see right here is that we currently get an error. And what's exactly the error? Well, we are missing a property, which is the value property. So you can click on Control Spacebar, then you see right here that we are missing value, and this is a required property. So let's click on Enter, and then for the value, this will just be lowercase draft. And now please actually make sure that you spell it correctly, because later on it will be quite important for our actual database and for the Prisma. So please make sure that this is spelled correctly. Then let me copy paste the select item. For the second one, I will say published. So let's write published. And for the value, this will be lowercase published. Then let me copy paste again our select item, and now this will be right here archived. So let's do archived, and for the value this will be archived, so archived lowercase. Let's save that, let's go back, and if I now click on my select right here, you now see we have three values, so our draft, our published state, and then also our archived state. I can also click on them, and then you see our select value changes. So this works beautifully, and now we are also done with that. Now what's the last thing which I want to do? Well, I want to render an image drop zone. So I want to upload images, and now you might ask me, hey Jan, what tool are we going to use to make image uploads work? And to make image uploads work, we'll use a service called Uploadthing.com. This is created by Theo, which you probably all know, and the nice thing with Uploadthing is that it actually offers in free tier, but also pre-signed URLs. Now I won't dive into pre-signed URLs in this video because I want to create a separate video for that. But what I just want you to know is that pre-signed URLs are something very, very good in a serverless context, and it's great that Uploadthing offers that. And now to get started, let's click right here on sign in, and then right here let me sign in with GitHub. And now as you see, I got redirected back to the dashboard, and I also already have 3 projects. And now I can right here click on create new app. So let me click on that. Let's give it a name. I'll just call it Shoe Marshall. Then for the region, I'll just choose Seattle, that's fine. And let me click on create app. We should now get redirected back to the project, and that's what happened, and that's great. So what I can now do is right here on the top right corner, as you see right here, we have a docs button. Let me click on that. We should now get redirected back to the docs. And now right here they tell you what Uploadthing is, why it's great, why you should use it, and everything like that. You can read through it yourself. I won't bother doing that. So let me right here click on getting started, and then Next.js App Router, since we use the App Router. Then inside of here, the first step that we have to do, so this is a quick start guide, and the first step we have to do is to install the Uploadthing packages. So let me right here click on copy to copy the installation command. Let's open our terminal and let me install it right here. So these 2 packages. Then let me continue. What's the next step? The next step is to add environment variables. So what I'll do right here is again click on dashboard. Let me open that in a new tab. Then I'm back in my dashboard. Let me again click on my project. So where do we have it? Shoe Marshall. And then once I clicked on that, let me click on API keys, and then right here, let me click on copy. So I've now copied that. Let me now open my .env file, and let me just paste it right here. Let's now save that. Let's again go back to the docs, and let's see what the next step is. So the first thing we have to do right here is create a file router. Now the file router is like, I guess like a big object which stores all of your file routes, and file routes at the end of the day are just endpoints. So the endpoints that you use to upload an image. So you store all of your file routes inside of a file router, and that also means that you have one file router but multiple file routes. So what I can now do is actually get started. So the first thing you have to do is actually go back to our VS Code, open our Explorer, go right here in the app folder, then go in the API folder, and then right here in the API folder, let me create a new folder and I'll name it Uploadthing. Then inside of the Uploadthing folder, let me create a core.ts file, and now this core.ts file will be there to create our file router. And again, we will have one file router and then multiple file routes. So if you go back to the docs, what you can do is just copy this code. So let me copy that and let me paste it right here. So what exactly do we do in this code? So first of all, we initialize Uploadthing. So we're doing constant f equals to create Uploadthing. So now we have initialized Uploadthing. Then we have right here fake auth function, as you see. So what I can do is delete this auth function. We don't need that. The next thing which we have is our file router. Now again, we have one file router but multiple file routes. And then right here inside of this object, so our file router, we already have our first file route, and this is called image uploader. Now you right here see that we accept an image, and this can have a max file size of 4 MB. Now another thing which I want to do right here is add a max file count. So let's do max file count and we'll say 10. So the user, or in that case I myself, can only upload a maximum of 10 images. And then if you continue, the next step, or I guess the next thing which we have, is the actual middleware callback. Now this is used to authorize the image uploads. You don't want to allow every user to upload images, but only a certain set of users. And in our case, we only want to allow the admin to upload an image. So what I'll do is first of all delete right here this constant user equals to await of and then where we pass the request. We don't need that. What we'll do is in constant, let's destructured, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. This is imported from @kindoss/kindauth Next.js/server. Let's click on enter, let's invoke that, and then inside of here, let me get the user function. So now we have our get user function, and what I have to do now is fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, and then this will be right here equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and now this also looks good. And then right here, what we do is just check if we don't have a user, then we just throw an error and say unauthorized. But what I want to do is also check if the user does not match my email, because I only want to allow myself to upload images. So what I'll do right here is an or sign, so 2 vertical lines, and then let's do user.email, and if this is not equal to my email, so for that use an exclamation mark and then 2 equal signs, and then I'll just write right here my email. So let me right here use strings, and then let me write my email. So what we do right here is just an authorization check, and we check, hey, if there's no user or the user email does not match my email, then we'll throw an error and won't allow the user to upload the image. And then we also right here have an onUpload complete callback, where we just right here, for example, console log the file URL and return also the user ID and everything like that. So now we have created right here our file router and then also our file route to upload the image. So our core.ts file is now done, and now we also have to create a route handler to make this whole uploading work. For that, you can go back to the docs, and as you see, the next step is to create a Next.js API route using the file router. For that, let's again go back, let's go to our Uploadthing folder, and let's create a new file which we'll name route.ts. Then inside of the route.ts, I can just copy this code right here and paste it inside of here. So what we do in this file is just initialize our route handler so that we can upload images. So right here we just pass our file router, and then this file router contains all of our file routes. So now this is done, this looks good, we can close that, and then the next thing which we have is to add Uploadthing styles. Now we use Tailwindcss, so what we can do is actually wrap our tailwind.config with the UT helper. So as you see right here, we can import with UT and then just wrap our tailwind.config. So let me copy the import statement, let's go to our tailwind.config.ts file. So this is the tailwind.config.ts file, and inside of here we just have all of the configuration for Tailwindcss, and all I will do in this file is just import our with UT helper. Then I can scroll down right here, and then where we have our export default config, let me right here get my with UT, and then I can just pass my config as an argument. And if I now save that, you see the error right here is gone and everything looks good. So now we can continue. What's the next step? Well, the next step is right here to create the Uploadthing components. Now, why should we create Uploadthing components, or in other words, why should we re-export them? Well, we want to re-export them because we use TypeScript, and with that we can assign our types. So for that, let me again open my Explorer, then let me go right here in our app folder, and then inside of our app folder, let me create a lib folder, and then in the lib folder, let me right here create an uploadthing.ts file. Then inside of here, I can again just copy our actual code and then paste it inside of here. And what we do in this file is first of all import our upload button and our upload drop zone. Then we just re-export them, and we also append our type right here. So we import our file router and then pass it right here as a generic. Now you currently see we get an error, and that's because our import statement is incorrect. So let me delete the import statement. Let me right here just click on that, this blue icon, and then I can click on add import. Let's click on enter, and let me also do an import type, since I want to import a type and not the whole code. And now we can close that, go back, and as you see, the next step is now to mount a button and to upload an image. So for that we can use, for example, our upload button or our upload drop zone and then make everything work. So let's actually do that right now. So let me again go back, let me close all of these files, I don't need them, and let's go back to our page.tsx where we have our product create route. And then let's now get started. Now to make it work, what I'll do is go under this div element, then let me create a new div element, and then let's right here give it a class name. Now this will be again a flex box, so let's do flex, then let's do flex of call, and then let's do gap of 3. Then inside of this div, let me create a label, and then for the label, I'll just say images, so plural. Then inside of this label, I want to now render my image upload drop zone component. So what we can do right here is get our upload drop zone. This is uppercase, so let's do an upload drop zone. This is now imported not from Uploadthing, but from our app folder, or in other words, our lib folder, because again, we exported the component using our types. So let me get the upload drop zone from our lib folder. This is self-closing, and now we should already get an error, because what we have to do now is add an endpoint. So what we will do right here as in properties, add an endpoint, then you can click on Control Spacebar, and you see we get our image uploader. So this is our file route, or in other words, our API route for our images. Let's click on enter, and now this should actually already work. So now we can actually save that. Let's again go back, and what do we see? Well, we see a nice looking drop zone. So this is the drop zone. I can right here click on choose file. I have now selected a file. I can now click on upload one file. We have now like a little loading state, as you see right here. So it's currently uploading 20%. Let me wait for that once it's finished. And as you see, it was now probably successful. So what I can do is actually head over back to the dashboard. So let me click on files, and what do we see? Well, we have one image. I can click on that, and then you see this uploaded image has now the Uploadthing URL, and here's our image. Now the thing is, currently we don't have any user feedback. So what I want to do is for now just create like a little alert. So what I'll do right here for our upload drop zone, let me right here create an on-client upload complete. This is a callback, and then inside of here I will get a response, and then let me just open this function. So let's create an arrow function, and then inside of here I'll just do an alert, and I'll say finished uploading. Let's say that finished uploading. And since we now have our on-client upload complete, let me also right here get an on-upload error. So let's get that. This is an arrow function. So let's open our arrow function right here. And then inside of here, I can again do an alert. And for the alert, I'll just say something went wrong. And now let's save that. Let's again go back, and what do we see? We get an error. So what's the error? Well, it tells me event handlers cannot be passed to client component props. What's exactly the problem right here? Well, the problem is quite simple, and also Uploadthing tells you that in the docs. Right here they tell you, don't forget to add the use client directive at the top of your file, since the upload button component needs to run on the client side. So what we have to do is mark this file as use client. So right here at the top, let me mark that as use client. Let's save that. Let's again go back to our code, and if I refresh this site, you'll see that the error will be gone and everything now looks good. So now you see right here our drop zone, it's currently loading and initializing. Let me again click on choose file. I have now selected the file. Let me again click on upload one file. We now have again our loading state as you see, and now let me wait for the alert which I just created. So on the top we should have a pop-up, and yes, it tells me right here finished uploading. So this was successful and that's great. Now one thing which you probably already saw is if I now hard refresh the site, so let me do a hard refresh, you will see that we have a loading state. Yeah, that's not quite what we want in a Next.js project, but thankfully Uploadthing has a quite good fix. So if you go to the docs and scroll a bit through the docs, you'll see the Uploadthing SSR plugin. So Uploadthing needs to get info from your server to get permission info. Normally this means a loading state. We built an optional plugin to prevent that. So if I use this plugin right here, as you see, we won't have this loading state anymore. So for that we can use the Next SSR plugin inside of our layout. So let me right here actually go to my root layout, so the layout in our app folder, and what we have to get from here is the Next SSR plugin. So let me copy the import statement, so let's go on top and paste that. Again, this is import Next SSR plugin from uploadthing/react/Next SSR plugin. Then right here inside of our body, what we can now do is initialize that. So let me right here copy this text, and again, this is right here above our children but still in the body. So let's paste that, and now we have our Next SSR plugin, and then we have our router config right here. Let me now import right here extract router config. This is imported from uploadthing/server, and let me also import our file router, and this is imported from our API folder. Let's now save that, and now the error is gone. Now you right here see we also get a bit of info, so they tell us the extract router config will extract only the route configs from the router to prevent additional information from being leaked to the client. The data passed to the client is the same as if you were to fetch API/uploadthing directly. So I can close this comment, I don't need that anymore, and now this looks good. Again, please make sure that you use this Next SSR plugin right above the children but still in the body element. Okay, we're done with that. Let me again go back to our code and let's do a hard refresh. You should now see we don't have any loading state anymore, and our drop zone is directly rendered, and that's what we want. So this is now done. Let me again try to upload an image. So let me choose a file. So I've now selected a file. Let me click on upload one file. We now again have our loading state right here, so it should tell me how much percentage we have uploaded. So this now spins because it's currently converting everything, and then in a second we should see an alert right here on the top, and yes, it says finished uploading. Let me click on OK. Let me go back to the dashboard. Let me do a hard refresh, and what you should see is that we now have 3 files in total, and yes, we have 1 file, 2 files, and then 3 files. So this worked perfectly, exactly how I wanted to, and now we are also done with that. And now the next step is to set up our database and store everything in our database so that we can later on query it from our storefront. So let's start with that. Now there's only one thing which I want to do before we set up our database, and that's create a button right here at the bottom to submit the form, and that's quite simple with Shadcn UI. All we have to do is go under the cart content, then let's get our cart footer from our components, let's open that, and inside of here I can already render a button. So let's get our button component, we already imported that, and let's just say create product. Let's save that, let's go back, and what do we see? We now see on the bottom left corner a create product button. Now if I click on that, as you see, nothing happens, so we do a get request, but in that case we don't do any mutation to our database because we haven't set that up. And now before we continue and set up our database, there's one more thing I want to add, or I guess change, and that's the theme. So currently you see our theme has like this dark bluish, maybe black color. So this button has a background color which is like dark. Then if you click on the select, or if you click on the items right here for the input, the border is black, and also for our text area the border is black, and I don't really like that. So what you can do is go to Shadcn UI and click right here on the themes, and as you see you can customize your themes very easily. So there are a lot of themes which are already predefined. So for example the blue theme, or the yellow theme, the violet theme, the red theme, also for example the rose theme, and I think we will use the blue theme. So let me click right here on blue, then let me click on copy code. Right here you see this is the code which we need, so these are the CSS variables, and what I'll do is just copy this. Then let's go back to our code, let me open my globals.css file, and then right here where we have our add layer base, so this one, we can delete this. So let me delete that up to the Tailwind classes. We'll leave this at layer base right here. We need that. And then let me paste what I just copied. So now I've pasted the CSS variable, so the blue color. And if I again go back, what you'll see for our project, that we now have this blue color. And if we actually select an item, we have a blue border. Alright everyone, so since I now like our actual theme, I like this bluish color when you click on the inputs, I like the button, I like the form layout, I think we can now set up our database, initialize it so that we can store our products in our database. Now for the database, we'll use neon.tech. This is a Postgres provider, it's serverless, it's quite cool, it's quite fancy, and it has a quite good free tier, so that's the perfect actual database for us to try out. Now it's also like a competitor to Supabase, and I thought, hey, why don't we just try out Neon today? I mean, it's a cool product. So if you don't have an account, click on sign up. If you already have one, click on login. I already have one, so what I do right now is click on login. Now once you're logged in, what Neon will ask you is to create a project. Now for the project name, I'll just name it Shoe Marshall. For the Postgres version, 16 is fine. For the database name, let me again just name it e-commerce. Then for the region, yeah, Ohio is fine, and let me click on create project. So now we got redirected back to the dashboard, and as you see, our project is already created, so we already have a connection string, and right here it already shows you the options with which you can connect to your project. So for example, you could just use standard Postgres, so here's the URL, you could use the Neon driver, Next.js, then for example Prisma, Node.js, Django, SQLA, Java, Symfony, Go, and everything like that. Now for this project, we'll use Prisma. So what is Prisma? If you want, you can go to the website prisma.io, and Prisma is a TypeScript ORM. It's very easy to use, it's quite fast, and in my opinion, it's already an industry standard. Now, of course, Prisma also has other alternatives and other competitors, but I honestly like Prisma the most, and that's why we'll use it in this project. But to again simplify and to summarize what Prisma is an ORM, which is very easy to use, and it's also quite fast. So let me again close the website, we don't need that anymore, and what we first of all have to do is initialize Prisma, and then we can connect Prisma to Neon. So let me open right here my second terminal tab. Then inside of here, let's do npm i-d Prisma. With this, we install Prisma as a development dependency, and that means when we later on deploy our project, this Prisma package won't show up in the production bundle size, which is always a good thing because you want to make your production bundle size as small as you can. Then the next thing which we need from Prisma is the Prisma client. So let's do an npm i at prisma/client. Let's click on enter. This is now a normal dependency, so it will show up in our production bundle size, but again, we need that so we can't do anything else. So both of these packages have now been installed, so the development package and also Prisma client, and now we have to init Prisma, so let's do an npx prisma init. With that, we now initialize Prisma, so now you see Prisma has been initialized, and if you now open your Explorer, so not that, but my Explorer, you'll see that we'll have a new Prisma folder, and this Prisma folder will have a schema file. Now this schema file is there to actually create models. So for example, we'll later on create a user model, or we'll create a product model, and a model is just a table. So we'll create a table for our products, for our user, and everything like that. Also, if you open your .env file, you'll right here see that we now have a database URL. This has been right here generated when we installed Prisma or when we initialized it, and currently it's just a dummy URL, but we'll change that in a second with Neon. So since we have now initialized Prisma, as you see, we can now go back to Neon and now connect our Prisma with the database. For that, we have to go right here to the quick start and then click on create and connect to your development branch, and right here click on Prisma since we use the Prisma ORM. Then let me click right here on .env, and now we have our database URL right here. Now you see currently right here in comment, and it tells you uncomment next line if you use Prisma, which is smaller than 5.1, so the version. So let me go to our package.json and let's check what version we use. And right here you see we use Prisma client version 5.15. That means we don't have to uncomment the next line, and we can just copy the top line right here. What I'll do right here on the bottom is click on show password, and then let me then copy right here the top database URL. So I've now copied that. Let me go to my .env file. I can delete this database URL and paste what I just copied. So now we have our new database URL, which works with Prisma, and that's great. So So I think this is already all. Do we need something else right here? Nope, this all looks good. So I can again go back to our project, and what we'll now do is create models, or in other words tables, in our schema file. So let's do that right now. Now the first model I want to create is the actual user model, because the current problem that we have is that we authenticate our user, but all of the user data is stored in Kind. But what I want to do is store the data in our database. Now how do we do that? Well, the first thing you have to do is create a user model, and then later on we'll do some magic. So let me first of all create our model, or again, in other words, our table. So let's create a model. We'll call it user. Let's open that. And then the first thing we always have to do is give it an ID, because we use a relational database, and in a relational database you always have to have a unique identifier, or in other words, an ID. So let's right here create an ID. This will be of type string. Then let's give it an @ID, and we'll say @unique. So we'll later on actually pass our ID right here. So I don't have to do any @default UUIDs or anything like that. That's all we need. We already said right here, hey, the ID will be a string. It will be an ID. So we said @ID, and it will be unique. So then what else will our user have? Well, he will have an email. This will be of type string. Then he'll have a first name. This will also be of type string. Then also a last name. This will be also of type string. Then we'll have also a profile image. This will be of type string. And then the last thing I want to add right here is in created at timestamp, so that I know when our user was created. So created at, this will be of type date time. Let's do an @default, and this will be of now. So this is already all. Later on I will actually add another field, but for now we can leave it like that. So what we have to do now is sync our schema, so our Prisma schema, with our database. Because if you go right now to your Neon database and click right here on overview, or actually if you click right here on tables, you see we don't have any tables. So we have no tables in our database. So what we have to do now is sync our schema file with our database. Thankfully it's quite simple. So let me open my terminal, let me clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db push. And with that, we'll push our schema to our database, and then it will be in sync. So right now it tells us your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. You can now again close your terminal, and if you go to Neon and refresh the site, you will now see in a second that we'll now have a table, and the table will be called user. So let me again go back, and now you see we have a user model with an ID, an email, we have a first name, a last name, a profile image, and a created at timestamp. So currently we don't have any rows, but of course we'll change that in a second. So now we have to somehow create the connection between Kind and our database. So let me actually try to show it to you with a graph. So let's imagine the following. This is our user. So this is you. Let's just write right here something. Let's call it user. And now you want to authenticate to my website. So this right here is my website. We'll just call it, let's say Shoe Marshall. And now this user right here wants to connect to it. So he makes a request to our website and wants to authenticate. Then what our website will now do, it will actually again create a request to Kind. So let me right here say this is Kind. And now our website right here will make a request to Kind, and it will just say authenticate. Then Kind will authenticate our user and again send us a bit of information back to your website with, for example, the name and everything like that. So in general, a session. So what happens right here is that the user actually makes a request to your website to authenticate. Then our website goes to Kind, says, hey, this user wants to authenticate. We then redirect the user to Kind, and then Kind later on sends us the session. What we want to do now is somehow store the data in our database. So how do we do that? Well, it's quite simple. When we get the session back from Kind, I want to go to my database. So we'll right here again make a request, and then this right here will be our database. So let's say right here, neon.tech. Now how will I do that? Well, I will do that with route handlers. So again, to summarize it, the user will go to shoemarshall.com. Shoemarshall will send a request to Kind to redirect. Kind will send us the user session back to the website, and then our website will redirect the user to a route handler, and then the route handler will make a request to our database to store the data in our database. So this is how our request will look like. So let me open my Explorer. Then let's go in the app app folder, let's go in the API folder, let's go in the auth folder, and then in the auth folder, I'll create a new folder. This will be called creation, and then in the creation folder, let's create a route.ts. So this is now the route handler, which we'll use to store the user in our database. So to create a route handler, it's quite simple. We'll do right here an export async function. We'll call it get. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Now inside of here, I first of all have to fetch my user. So what we'll do is in constant, let's destructured, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Now get kind server session is imported from @kind-oss / kind of Next.js / server. So let me click on import, let's invoke that, and let me right here where it is structured, get the user function. So now we have our get user function, and now let's do constant user equals to await get user to actually fetch our user. Let me also invoke that, and now this looks good. So what I want to do now is actually check if we get our user, so that we don't get any error. So let's do an if check, and let's say if there's no user with an exclamation mark, or the user is equal to null, or let's again use two vertical lines, if there's no user.id. If all of this is true, or I guess if any of this is true, let's open that, and let's just do right here and throw new error, and then for the message, I'll just say something went wrong, ... I think this looks good, and now we did a check so that our user is there, and now we can continue with our database. What we have to do now is fetch our user from the database and see if it exists. So if we get a successful response from our database, we already know that the user is stored in the database, and that's cool, and if not, we'll create a new user in the database. And for that, it's quite simple. We'll right here do a constant db user, and then this will be equal to await Prisma. Now currently you see we don't get any Prisma import, and that's also good. Now some docs might say, hey, you can do a constant Prisma equals to new Prisma client or something like that. Please don't do that, you'll get errors, you don't want that. What we have to do is initialize Prisma a bit differently. So what you can do is go to the web, or to Chrome in other words, and search for Next.js Prisma best practices. Right here you'll see already the first link. This is a prisma.io link, and inside of there they will show you how to initialize Prisma with Next.js. So right here they tell you many users have come across this warning while working with Next.js. So a warning Prisma client, there are already 10 instances of Prisma client actively running. And right here it says in development the command nextDev, so npm run dev, clears Node.js cache on 1. This in turn initializes a new Prisma client instance each time due to hot module reloading that creates a connection to the database. This can quickly exhaust the database connections since each Prisma client instance holds its own connection pool. And right here we already have a solution, and the solution is actually to bind our Prisma client to a global file. So that means if we're in a development environment, we'll make Prisma client global, and if not, so that means if we're in a production environment, we'll just do a new Prisma client. So let me right here copy this code, let's go back to our Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, in the lib folder, and let's create a new file which we'll name db.ts. Then inside of here, let me now paste my code. So again, what do we do here? Let me try to summarize it. Well, we check that we are not in a production environment, and if not, we just bind Prisma to a global file. If we're in a production environment, we just return new Prisma client. So I can now again close that, and now I can do right here and await Prisma. Now Prisma is imported from our lib folder, not from Prisma client. Please make sure that you import that from the correct destination, so from our lib folder. Let me click right here on enter, and then let's do .user.find unique, since I want to find a unique user. Now since I want to find a unique user, I of course have to tell Prisma what user I want to find. So we have to have a key metric with which we actually find our user. So let's write here do a where statement, and I want to find a user where the ID matches our user ID. So we have right here our user ID, so let's say where the ID matches the user.id. So now we have fetched our user, and what I want to do now is do an if check. So if we don't get a successful result, I want to create a new user in our database. So let's go underneath our constant db user, and let's do an if there's no DB user. So if there's no, then let's open that. And what I want to do now is reassign DB user to a new user. So we'll do DB user, and this will be equal to await Prisma. So Prisma is already imported, .user.create. Now, before I continue and pass my data right here, we currently get an error. And what's the error? Well, the error tells me cannot assign DB user because it's a constant. And yes, this is a mistake, and I did it on purpose because you can't reassign constants and you can only reassign lets. So instead of using a constant, we have to use right here the let keyword, and now you see this error is gone. So now we can create our user. So let's right here use the data property. Let's open that, and now we have to pass all of these items. So first of all, we have the ID. This will be equal to the user.id. Then we'll have a first name. The first name will be equal to the user.givenname. Now you see we currently get an error, and the error is type string or null is not assignable to type string. So what's exactly the problem? Well, it tells us that the given name right here, so what we get from kind, could be not defined. So what we can do is use nullish listen, that means two question marks, and with that we just say, hey, if user.givenname is not defined, then let's just right here say empty strings. So now you see the error is gone, and that looks good. Then let's create right here our last name, and then this will be equal to the user.familyname, and right here we again get an error, and that's because again type string or null is not assignable to type string. So we'll again use nullish listen and say if this is not defined, let's render an empty string. Then the last thing we have is our email, and the email will be equal to user.email, and right here we again get an error. So let's use nullish listen and say if this is not defined, this will be an empty string. So what's the last thing we have right here? That's the profile image. So let's right here set it equal to the user.picture. And what do you see? Well, we again get an error, and it tells us type string or null is not assignable to type string. Again, not quite what we want. So we can now add again nullish listen, and instead of saying an empty string, we can actually paste an URL. So if you go to Google, you can search for Vercel avatar, and then if you click on enter, the first link should be right here, this GitHub repo. So the GitHub repo is called Vercel/avatar. And if you zoom in a bit, this is the URL which we'll use to actually get an avatar if we don't have any profile image. So let me just copy that, and then let me paste that. And instead of using normal strings, let's use upticks. So let me paste that, and now this looks good. So now we do an avatar.vercel.sh/ the name of the user. So currently it's hard coded, so let me delete the hard code, and let's use a dynamic value, which will be the user.givenname. So now this looks quite good. We are now done. We have now an ID, a first name, a last name, an email, a profile image, and that's actually already all. We don't have to add anything else. And now we can redirect the user back to our index page, since currently this is in route handler, and we want to redirect the user back to the index page. So right here underneath the if check, so just above this bracket, we can right here do a return. Then let's import right here next response. This is imported from next/server, and then this will be a dot redirect. And then right here we have to now pass the URL where we want to redirect the user to. So what I'll do is copy our localhost 3000 URL. Let me copy that, paste it right here, and instead of redirecting the user back to the dashboard, let me just redirect him back to the index page, so to localhost 3000. And now this already looks good. So now we have created our route handler, and let me again go through the route handler and try to explain to you what we did right here. So first of all, we created our route handler, and we created a get request. Then inside of our route handler, we first of all fetch our user session. We check if we have a user, so if we have a valid user session. If not, we throw an error, and if we have one, then we continue and fetch the user from our database. Then right here we'll get a response from Prisma, and it will tell us either it was successful or not. If it was not successful, we'll then create a new user in our database, and then at the end redirect the user back to our index page. So that's all we did right here. But now the question comes, cool, we have now created a route handler, but how do we now create the connection between Kind and Prisma? Well, thankfully it's very, very simple. You can open your .env file, and what you'll see right here is that we have a Kind post login redirect URL. And what I want to do right here is actually tell Kind to redirect to our API route once the user has logged in. So that means once Kind sends us back the session to our website, so once the login was successful, it will automatically redirect us back to our route handler. So not to neon.tech, but to our route handler. So let me now actually finish right here our destination. This will be localhost 3000/API/auth /creation. Again, if you open your Explorer, our route handler lives in the app folder, API folder, Auth folder, then in the creation folder, and then we have the route.ts. Alright, this now looks quite good, so now we can test out if it works. For that, let me again go back to our code. Let me go back to the dashboard right here, so I'll click on dashboard. Then let me click on our user profile and let me click on log out. We should now get redirected back to our index page since we have now logged out. Let's see. And yes, we are back in our index page. So what I'll do now is again click on login. Then let me right here continue with Google. As you see, I got back redirected to our index page. Let me again try to reach our /dashboard route. This should all still work. Yes, it works. And what I'll do now is open my terminal right here. Then let me clear everything and let's do an npx Prisma Studio to open Prisma Studio. This will now open for me in a new tab, so let me wait for that. So as you see, my Prisma Studio has now loaded, and right here we have one model, the user model, and we have one entry. So let me click on that, and what you'll now see inside of our Prisma Studio and inside of this model, that we now have an ID, we have an email, we have a first name, a last name, a profile image, and a created @ timestamp. So we see that this fully worked, and that's great. So I can again close Prisma Studio, we don't need that anymore. Let me stop our Prisma Studio server right here, I also don't need that anymore. And now we can continue. Or before we continue, I can also open our Neon dashboard. And then inside of here, if I refresh this table right here, or this website, you'll now see that we also will have right here one row and with the user, which is myself. So we have right here the ID, the email, the first name, last name, profile image, and created @ timestamp. So this worked perfectly. And what we can do now is create our product model. Now to create our product model, let's again go to our schema file. Let me create a new model. We'll name it product and let me open that. Now inside of here, we have to again create an ID since we are in a relational database. So let's write here an ID, which will be of type string, @ID, and now this ID field is quite interesting because we have to now propagate the ID field by ourselves. So right here in the user model, the ID field was propagated by kind, but in the product model, we have to do it now by ourselves. So what we can do is an @default and then say UUID. That means whenever we create a new field in the product model or in the product table, we'll also create a new ID with an UUID, so a unique identifier. Then let's continue. What else does a product have? Well, it has a name. This will be of type string, then it will also have a description, then this will be also of type string, then we'll also have a status. Now the status will not be of a type string, but it will be a enum, because in total we'll only have 3 statuses. So let's right here create a enum. We'll just name it product status, so let me spell it correctly, status. Let me open that, and then we'll have 3 statuses as I already said. So we'll have a draft, then we'll have a published state, and we'll have an archived state. Now what I want you to do is to make sure that you spelled everything correctly, because if you did not, we'll get later on errors. And then what I can do for my status is instead of saying, hey, this is equal to a string, I can say, hey, this is equal to the product status. So status could now either be in draft, published, or it could be archived. Good, this looks very nice. Then the next thing which we have is the price. This is just an int, so a normal number. Then we'll also have our images. Now our images will be an array, so this will be of string, and then we can append an array symbol so that Prisma knows, or at the end of the day, our database knows, hey, this will be an array of strings. Then the last thing which I want to do is add and created @ timestamp. So let's do created @. This will be of type datetime and @default now. So whenever we create a new field, we'll automatically generate a new timestamp. So now this looks good, but we are missing one more thing. This is the category. So let's right here create a category. And now this will again not be of type string, but again a enum. So let's right here create an enum. This will be of a name category. Let's open that. And now the states, or I guess the values that we'll have for our categories will be men. Then we'll have woman and we'll have kids. Let's save that. Let's right here say this will be equal to category. Now we can save that, and now this looks also good. And now we are actually done with our product model. We have an ID, a name, a description, a status, price, we have images, we have a category field, and we have a created @timestamp. So what we have to do now is actually sync our database with Prisma. For that, let me again open my terminal. Let's right here do an npx prisma db of push, and now this will sync our database with Prisma. So as you now see, our database is in sync, so I can go back to Neon, and now you see we have a new product model with an ID, a name, a description, status, price, images, category, created at timestamp. So this looks good, our database is now in sync. That means that we can now create our mutation. So let me close my schema file, let me close my route handler, my package.json file, my .env, and then let's right here now create our mutation. Alright, now to create our mutation, we honestly have two options. Either we create a route handler or we create server actions. Now, in this video, we'll use server actions, and if you want to know why, well, then you will have to become a channel member, because I created a video exclusively for channel members where I talked about route handlers versus server actions, when to use them and when not. But if you are new to server actions, let's first of all search for, or let's first of all see what server actions are. So let's go to the Next.js documentation and then let's search for server actions. So the docs are your best friend. So if you don't know a concept or if you don't understand it, I would highly recommend you guys to always go to the docs. And what you will see, server actions are asynchronous functions that are executed on the server. That's very important, on the server. They can be used in server and client components to handle form submissions and data mutations in Next.js applications. So at the end of the day, simplified, server actions are just asynchronous functions which run on the server, and with them we can create very easily mutations in Next.js. Now, to create a server action, what we'll do is go in the app folder, create a new file, and we'll name it actions.ts. Now, in this file, we'll store all of our server actions. So later on, we'll create a server action to create a product, to edit a product, and also to delete a product. So let's again close our Explorer and let's create our first server action. Now, for our first server action, we want to create our product. So let's do an export async function. I'll just name it create product. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Now, inside of the server action, you have to think of it like an how could I name it, like an API route. That means you want to protect your server actions exactly as your API routes, and in this case, since this is an admin route, so what I mean with that, only I myself want to mutate, or in that case create a product. That means I have to again get the session from kind and check if the user is authenticated and if the user is myself. So for that, it's quite simple. We have to do a constant, let's destruct, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. Now again, it's important, please import get kind server session from @kind-oss kind of Next.js/server. Let's click on enter, let's invoke that, and then where destruct we can get our user function. So let me get user, and then inside of here, let me actually also fetch my user, because currently it's just a static function. So let's do a constant user equals to await get user. Then let's invoke that, and now we have our user. So now we can do our if check. So let's say if there's no user, again with the exclamation mark, or for that use two vertical lines, if the user.email does not match, so let's use an exclamation mark and two equal signs, and then I'll just write my email right here. So what we do again right here is just check, hey, if there's no user or the user is authenticated and the email does not match my email, then let's redirect our user back to the index page. So let's right here do in return, redirect is imported from next/navigation. Please don't make the mistake that you import redirect from next/distribution/something, because if you import it from there, you'll get errors and you don't want that. And sometimes I also make the mistake that I import redirect from the distribution folder, and then you get errors and you don't understand what's happening. The fix is just to import redirect from next/navigation. So let's import that, let's invoke that, and then right here as an argument, you have to now pass the URL where you want to actually redirect the user to, and this will just be our index page, so an empty slash. Good. And now what I want to do in this project and also in the server action actually is validate on the server. So the data which we get from the client could be malicious. So what we want to do is actually first of all validate it on the server and then just send it to our server. Now to validate our data, we'll use Zod. So what I want you to do is open your terminal, and then inside of here, let's do an npm i Zod. So let's install Zod right here. And Zod is just a library to make server validation very easy. You could also go to Google, search for Zod, and then right here you should already see the website, so it's zod.dev, and if you want to learn more about it, then you can read more. But again, at the end of the day, Zod is just a server validation library, which is quite well known, and I would actually say it's the biggest and probably also the best library currently on the market. Okay, we have now installed Zod, and what I want to do now is create a Zod schema. For that, let me again open my app folder. Let's go in the lib folder, and inside of here, let's create a Zod schemas.ts. In this file, I will store all of our Zod schemas. So we will create a product schema, but also like a banner schema and everything like that. So to create one, it's very, very simple. All we have to do is an export. Let's do a const, so export const. Then we have to give it a name. We'll just name it product schema. Then this right here will be equal. So let's do an equal sign, and this will be equal to z.object. So currently you see that does not import for me. So let's go on top and let's do an import. Let's destructure it, and then this will be from Zod. So by destructure it now, I can get the Z, and now we have our Zod library initialized. Now our product schema will have multiple fields. So what you can do is open your schema file, and then you'll see our product has an ID, it has a name, it has a description, it has a status, a price, images, category, a created add timestamp. And what we want to now pass to our product schema is the name, the description, the status, the price, the images, and the category. I don't need the ID, and I also don't need the created add timestamp because they are created automatically. So what I can do is just copy everything from category up to name. Let's go back to our Zod schema, and let me just paste it right here. What you see, we currently get an error, but that's fine. So I can first of all delete the string for the name. So now we only have our name right here. Then this will be equal right here with the colon to z.string. So let me get my string, and let's invoke that. So now we right here told Zod, hey, name is of type string, and at the end of the day, you will have to validate the name against the string. Then let's continue with our description. So let's do description will be equal to z.also string, because at the end of the day, description is just a string. Now right here we get an error. That's because I forgot a comma right here. So let's add that. Let's also add a comma right here. And then the next thing we have is our status. Now the status is interesting because it won't be in string, but in enum. So right here we can do status will be equal to z.enum. Now why is it equal to an enum? Well, if you go to your schema file, right here we see we have our status, and status is actually right here in enum, so product status. So what we can do is again go back. Now z.enum is an array, and then inside of the array I can now pass my options. And our options are either it's a draft, it's published, or it's archived. So let me copy draft right here. Then let's paste that, let's do a comma, then the next thing we have right here is published, so let's copy that, then paste it right here, and then the next thing we have right here, or the last thing, is archived. So let's again copy that and paste that. So now we have created our enum for the status, and now we can continue with our price. Now for the price, this is quite simple, so let's again paste our price right here. This will just be an z.number, because at the end of the day, int is just a number. So this is now also finished. Let's add a comma. Now the next thing we have is our images, and thankfully it's actually quite simple. Let me delete the string array, and then this will be equal to z.array. Again, at the end of the day, images is just an array with strings, and that's again why I say right here z.array. Then let's open that, and then as an argument we have to now say what children it will have, and this will be z.string. Let's again invoke that. And also what I want to say right here is that we have to have a minimum of one image. So after the z.string, I can do a dot minimum. Let's open that, and inside of here I have to now pass the argument, so the number of the actual minimum length. So the minimum length will be 1. We'll have to upload at least one image. And what I can do also right here is add an error message. So you can do a comma, and then right here you can paste your error message. So I'll just say at least one image is required. Let's save that. This now also looks good. Let's now add also right here a comma. And then the last thing we have is our category. And the category is also quite interesting because this is again not in string, but in enum. Because if you go to the category, you see this is equal to the enum category. So let's right here do in z.enum. Let's invoke that. This will have an array as a child right here, or as an argument. And now I have to pass our options. So the first one will right here be man. So let me copy that. Let's paste that. Then the second one, let me again go back. Let's copy woman. Let's again paste that. And then the third one, which we have right here, is kids. So let me again just copy that and paste it right here. So now we have created everything. We have our name, description, status, price, images, category, and now we have created our schema, and that looks good. So I can now close that. We don't need it anymore. I can close my schema file. I also don't need that anymore. And now the question comes, how do I validate all of the data right here on the server side? Well, that's a good question, and you could do it manually just with Zod. It's possible, but it isn't great. So what we'll use is Inform library. So what you can do is go back to Chrome and we can search right here for conform.guide. Again, if you want to, go to my YouTube description. I'll have all of the links so that you don't have to search for anything. But this is conform.guide, and this is a very nice form library. Now, in the past, I always just did validation manually, and it wasn't a great experience, but with Conform, it makes your life 10,000 times easier. Now, I used Conform already in the past when I used, for example, Remix, and recently I again rediscovered it and saw that it works with Next.js. And now let me actually also try to again explain to you what Conform is. So Conform is a type-safe form validation library utilizing web fundamentals to progressively enhance HTML forms with full support for server frameworks like, for example, Next.js. And now the first thing you have to do is install Conform. So what you can do right here is just click on tutorial. Right here on the sidebar you have this tutorial tab. So let's click on that. Then right here it tells you to install Conform. And what we have to install is first of all Conform to React and Conform to Zod. So let me right here just copy this installation command. Let's go back. Let's open our terminal and let me just paste it right here. So again, we install Conform to React and Conform to Zod. Alright, this has now been installed, which is great, and what I want to do now is pass our form data and then validate it against our Zod schema. And Conform actually makes our life very easy to do that because they have right here an API, or I guess a function, which is called pass with Zod. So this is what you can use to actually pass your form data against your Zod schema. So let's again go back. Let me go underneath our if check, and what I'll do right here is a constant. This will be just called submission, and then this will be equal to pass with Zod. Now you see it does not import for me automatically, sadly, so we'll do it just by ourselves. So on top, what you can do is an import, then let's destructure it, and then this will be from @conform to Zod. Then right here where it is structured, I can get my pass with Zod function, and now this looks good. So let me again get my pass with Zod right here, and then what we have to do now is actually open that and in that case invoke that. Now right here you currently see we get an error. Now why do we have an error? Well, that's because this function right here, so pass with Zod, expects 2 arguments but got 0. Now what arguments do we have to pass? Well, the first thing we have to pass is our form data. Now where do we get our form data? Because if I right here try to paste just form data, you see it does not happen, nothing works. So what we have to do is get our form data through the params. So right here we can do inform data, and then this will be equal to form data. Then right here where I pass as an argument form data, I can again write that, and now you see this works beautifully. Now if I again hover over our function, you now see expected 2 arguments but got 1. So now we have 1 argument and we are missing only 1 more. So let's add that. For that we have to add a comma, then let's open an object right here. And now what I have to pass right here is our Zod schema. So if you click on Control Spacebar, you right here see we get a schema type or a schema property. So let me click on that, and now I can pass right here my product schema. Now our product schema is imported from our lib folder. So let's click on enter, and now this looks quite nice and we don't get any error anymore. So what we have to do now is check if our validation was not successful. So if there was some data which was either not fully created or there was just some problem with the types. For that, what we can do is, let me again zoom in a bit. For that, we can go under the constant submission and we can do an if check. And then inside of here, we'll say if submission dot status is not equal to success, so exclamation mark and then 2 equal signs. And if this was not equal to success, let's open that, and then we'll just do in return. Let's return our submission dot reply. Let's invoke that, and now this is fine. So what we have now done inside of the server action for now is first of all check if our user is authenticated. So if I myself am authenticated, then we passed our data and actually checked if it's the same to our Zod schema, and if not, then right here we just threw an error and just returned the actual errors back to our front end. And now before we continue right here with Prisma, what I want to do now is set up Conform on our front end so that we can get the errors which we return right here on the front end and show them with like in red text. For that, let's again go back to our page.tsx where we have our form. And then inside of here, I want to now somehow get the actual return message from our server. So again, on our server, we return right here our submission.reply, so our errors. And now I want to get that in our front end, which is marked as use client. So how do I do that? And to do that, thankfully, it's quite simple with React and Next.js because they provide a hook, which is called useFormState. Now, if you use Next.js 15, this hook is called useActionState. They renamed it. If you use Next.js 14, then it's called useFormState. They both do the same thing. Again, it's just a naming change, so it does not make any difference. But if you go to the React dev, so to the React docs, you will then right here see that the useActionState hook, so in other words, the useFormState hook, is a hook that allows you to update state based on the result of a form action. So we get the state from our server action, so we'll get right here our return message, and then we also have our form action right here, which will pass to our form. So to now initialize that, it's again very simple. All we have to do right here is above the return statement, we have to do a constant. Then let's right here open these array brackets, so just as you use them in the useState hook. And then inside of here, we'll get a last result, and we'll also get an action, so a form action. Then this will be right here equal to useFormState. Again, not useFormStatus, but useFormState. Both do completely different things. And then let me click on enter, and this is imported from React-DOM. And also it's quite important, again, if you use Next.js 14, it's called useFormState, and if you use Next.js 15, it's called useActionState. But the whole functionality does not change, it's exactly the same thing, only the name has changed. Then let me invoke that, and now inside of here, I have to pass 2 arguments. So currently you see we get an error, and it tells me expected 2 to 3 arguments, but got 0. Now what are the 2 arguments which we have to pass? Well, the first one we have to pass is our server action, and then the second argument we have to pass is our initial state. So how did we name our server action? Well, we named our server action create product. So let me get right here our create product function from our actions. Let's click on enter, and then the second argument, as I already said, is the actual initial state, and this will be undefined since at the start we won't have any initial state. So now this error is gone, but now we have a new error. And what's exactly the problem? So inside of our actions.ts, currently in the params we get form data, but we also have to get something else, and that's the previous state. So before the form data, I can get the previous state, and then this will just be type of unknown. Let's add right here in comma, and now this error is gone, and if I go back to our page.tsx, this error should also be gone in a second. And yes, this is also now gone. Now what exactly is the previous state? So if you want to learn more, you can go to the React documentation, so react.dev, and then right here you'll see that the action that you provide will also receive a new first argument, namely the current state of the form. So they named it current state, we named it previous state, it does not really make any difference. And then the first time the form is submitted, this will be the initial state you provided, while with subsequent submissions, it will be the return value from the last time the action was called. The rest of the arguments are the same as if the useAction state has not been used or had not been used. Alright, so now you know what the previous state is, and we can again go back to your page.tsx. So now we initialized our useFormState, or maybe also useActionState if you use Next.js 15. And what we have to do now is initialize conform. So I want to now make conform work on the client side. So for that, let me again go underneath this useFormState, but above the return statement. And then inside of here, let's do a constant. Then let's open these array symbols again. Then inside of here, we'll get in form, and we'll also get in fields. And then this will be equal to useForm. Now you see, it does not import for me automatically, so I can go on top and import it myself. So let's do an import. That's the structured, and then this will be from @conform to React. Then right here where it is structured, I can get the useForm, and now this also looks good. So now let me open our useForm, and inside of here I have to now pass a few properties. So the first thing we have to pass is our last result, or in other words our current state. For that, let me right here just pass our last result, and then we also have to now run our onValidate function. So we have to now validate on the client side. For that, we have our onValidate right here function, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, I'll get our form data, and then let me just open this function. Then inside of here, let me do a return statement, and then let's do a pass with Zod. So let me get pass with Zod. Again, this is imported from add conform to Zod, and inside of here, as you already know, we have to now pass our form data and also our product schema. So let me get my form data, and then let me also pass right here our schema. So let's do schema, and this will be equal to product schema. So again, what did we do right here? Well, it's the same as your actions file. We right here just again did a validation. So our form data against our Zod schema, and now we just did it right here on the client side. Nothing really changes. And then right here we have to now add two more properties. So first of all, this should validate. Then this right here will be equal to on blur. And then the second property which we have is the should revalidate, and this will be equal to on input. Right here we just say when we want to validate our form. Alright, so since we have now initialized use form, so in other words conform, we can now actually use it in our form. And to start off, let's go to our first input, which is our name input, and inside of here we have to now add a few properties. So first of all, we have to add a key, and this key will be equal to fields dot, then right here we'll get our name, and then this will be dot key. Then the next thing we have is our name, and the name will be equal to fields dot name dot name. Then the last thing we have right here is the default value, and the default value will be equal to fields dot, then we have our name right here, and then dot initial value. So now we have set up that, and what I want to show now is the error message which we'll get back from our server action. So what I can do is go underneath our input, but still in this div where we have our flex column, and then right here I can just render a p tag, and then right here let's get our fields dot name dot errors. And then I can also give this p tag right here in class name, and we'll just say text of red, which will be 500. So now this actually should work. So let's actually save that. Let's go back, and I don't see anything. What's the problem? Let's refresh our page. Let's see what happens. And we have our, I don't understand what's wrong. Let me see what I did wrong. So we have right here our constant form, this equals to use form, we pass our last result, we do an on validate. This all looks good. I don't see any problem right here. Let's go to our server action. Do we have any problem right here? This all looks good to me. This also looks good. I see the error. So the thing with server actions is that they always have to run on the server, because at the end of the day, they also are called server actions. But now the problem that we currently have right here is that this isn't in server action. Currently it's just in standard async function, which runs on the client. So what we have to do is go on top of this file and mark it as use server. If I do that, now Next.js knows, hey, this is a server action which only runs on the server. So I can go back to my website, I can refresh it, and then this error should again go away. And as you see, our page now loads, and that's what I wanted. So let's again go back to our page. We now see that this works. And what I do right here is now just click right here on create product. And what do? Well, we do a get request. Not quite what we want. We want to do a post request. So how do we do that? Well, we have to go to this form right here, give it an ID. For the ID, this will be equal to form.id. We again get our form right here from the use form hook. Then the next thing we have right here is our on submit. Then this will just be equal to form.onSubmit. And then the last thing we have is our action. And then this will just be equal to action. So we get our action right here from the use form state hook. Good. This now looks nice. Let's again go back. Let me again do a hard refresh. And what I'll do now is scroll down and click right here on create product. So let's click on that, and what do we see? Required. Now, why do we get this error message? Well, again, it's quite simple. If you go to our Zod schema, you see right here that we said that name should be a string and it should be defined. But what we did right now is say nothing, so we didn't type anything, and that's why we get this error right here, required. Let me also now actually try to summarize again what we did. So first of all, we created in Zod schema, we gave it all of the fields. So we said, for example, name is of type string, and for example, price is of type number. We created all of this. Then we went over to our server action. So we created an actions file and created our first server action, which we named create product. We right here authenticated, or we checked that the user is authenticated. Then right here we got our submission. So we checked that the actual form data is equal to our product schema, so to our Zod schema. And if not, right here we returned a message. And then right here inside of our page.tsx, we used the use form state hook to get our last result. We also got our form action as an argument. We passed our action, gave it an initial state state of undefined. Then we initialized conform, so the use form right here. We gave it the current status, so the last result. Then we also validated right here on the client side, and we just said how it should validate, or in other words, when it should validate. So that's currently what we did. And then right here in the input, we just gave it a name, a default value and a key, and then right here at the bottom we just display errors if we have some. So that's what we have done, and as you see, this worked beautifully. Now of course this is not all what we want to do. We also want to validate all of the other fields, so for example the description, and that's what we'll do right here. So for the text area, what we have to do right here is give it a key. This key will be equal to fields.description.key. Then we also have to give it right here name. For the name, this will be equal to fields.description.name. Then the next thing we have right here is our default value, and then this will just be equal to our fields.description.initial value. So now we gave it all of the properties, and now I also have to render the error message. So right here under the text area, let's get in p tag, and inside of here, let's get our fields.description.errors. Then right here for the p tag, let's give it a class name, and for the class name, again, let's just do right here a text of red 500. So now this again looks good. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see right here required, and that's because I haven't written anything. So if I write something, this error is gone, and also right here. Let's now also continue with our price. So let's give this input right here first of all a key. Then this will be equal to our fields dot price and then dot key. Then let's also right here give it a name, and then this will just be equal to our fields dot price dot name. And then the last thing we have is our default value, and then this will be equal to our fields dot price dot initial value. Let's now save that, and then underneath the input, let's get our p tag, and then let me just render our fields dot price dot errors. Let's also right here give this p tag a class name, and for the class name, let's just do a text of red, which will be 500. Let's now save that. Let's see if this worked. So if I right here click on that and again go away, it tells me required, and if I give it in price, you see the error is again gone, and this worked beautifully. So now the next thing which we have is our featured product, and I see that I actually forgot that, because if you go to the Zod schema, we haven't added right here the isFeatured boolean. Also, if you go to our schema file, right here you'll also see right here for our product, we don't have the isFeatured boolean. So let me add that. Underneath the category, we can just do an isFeatured, and then this will just be equal to a boolean, and let's do an add default, and the default will just be false. So let's save that again, and then let me open my terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab, since I want to now again sync my Prisma schema with my database. So let's do an npx prisma of db push, and then this will again sync our database with Prisma. Alright, so as you now see, our database is now in sync with Prisma, which is great, and now we can again continue. So let's again go to our Zod schema, and then inside of here, I can now pass our isFeatured boolean. So let me go to my schema file, let me copy the name just to make sure that I spell it correctly. Let's go to the Zod schema, let me paste it right here, and then this will be equal to z.boolean. So let me get my boolean and let's invoke that. So now this is also done, and what I can do now is go back to our page.tsx and I'll give our switch all of these properties. So let's first of all give it a key right here. Then for the key, this will be equal to fields dot, then let's get right here isFeatured dot key. Then let's also right here create a name, and for the name, this will just be equal to fields dot isFeatured dot name. And then the last thing which we have is our default value, and then this will just be equal to our fields dot, then where do we have it, isFeatured dot initial value. This looks good, and then let me now go under our switch, let's get our p tag, and then let me render my error inside of here. So let's get our fields, then let's do a dot isFeatured, and then dot errors. Then let's also give this p tag right here in class name, and then this will just be text of red 500. Let's now save that. Let's again go back and let me click right here on create product, and now we see we get an error for the name, for the description, for the price, and for the featured product. Wait, that's weird. Why do we get an error for our featured product? This should not happen. The featured product should be optional, so it could be either true or false. So what we have to do is actually go to our Zod schema, and then inside of here, let's add a dot optional for our isFeatured field. Let's invoke that, let's save that, let's again go back, let's again do a hard refresh, and then inside of here, I can click on create product, and now you see we don't get any error anymore for the featured product. Now also one thing which I currently don't like for the price is that I can type a negative number. This should not happen. So what we can do is actually go right here again to our Zod schema, then we have our price right here, and then I can add a dot minimum, and let's just do a minimum of 1. Let's again save that, let's again go back, let's do a hard refresh, and what you'll see is if I now add a negative number, so minus 55, and then you see an error message right here which says number must be greater than or equal to 1. So this now also fully works, which is great. Let's now also finish our status and images, so let's again go back, let me close my Zod schema, this looks good, and let's go right here to our select. Now this is quite simple again, let's right here give our select a key, and for the key this will just be fields dot, then we'll get right here our status, and then dot key. Then we'll also have our name, and then the name will be equal to fields dot status, and then dot name. And then the last thing which we have is our default value, and then this will be equal to our fields dot, where do we have our status right here, and then dot initial value. Let's now save that, this is also fine. Let's now also render our p tag. So underneath the select, I can again get my p tag, and then inside of here, let's get our fields, dot status, and then dot errors. Let's also right here get in class name, and for the class name, as you already know, we'll just say text, which will be red of 500. Let's again save that, let's again go back, let me right here click on create product, and as you now see, we again get right here in required error, and that's what I wanted. If I again select everything right here, let's give it a number, let's also write something right here, and if I click on create product, you see we don't get any problems anymore, and that's exactly what we wanted. So now the last thing we have to do is add our images, and that's what I'll do right now. Alright, now before we do the same validation for our images, I want you first of all do something else. Now what do I want to do? Well, if you're gonna go back to our web page right here and click on choose files, I've now selected a few files. I'll now click on upload 3 files, and what you see right here is that I've now selected 3 files, and now we have like a loading state because everything is uploading as you see, and once it's finished uploading, we should see an alert. Alright, so it now says finished uploading, and if I now click on OK, we again have this default state. Honestly, I don't really like this, I guess, UX. I don't think this is a good user experience. I think we should actually render the images so that the user can actually see them, and also that he can then later on also toggle them to delete them. So how will we do that? Well, for that we'll create a state hook, so a new state hook. So for that, let's do constant. Let's open these array brackets, and then this will be equal to use state. Use state is imported from React. Let's invoke that, and then let me first of all right here propagate our getter and setter. So inside of the array brackets, we'll have a getter and a setter. The getter will be called images, and the setter will be called set images. Now, how can you remember getter and setter? Whenever you say set images, this is always the setter, and then the other thing is always the getter. Now, right here for the use state, we have to actually give it an initial value, and for the initial value, this will just be an empty array, because right here we'll then later on store all of our images, and since this will be multiple images, it will be an array. Then we can now get started using that, and for that, let me scroll down a bit. Then where do we have our image? So right here we have our upload drop zone, and right here we have our on client upload complete callback. What I'll do right here is delete this alert. I don't want it anymore. And what I'll do is use this our set images, so our setter, and then inside of here I get my response. Then let's do dot map since I want to map over the array. Then inside of here, let me just get an R. R is just short for result. And then let's again right here return r.url. So what we do right here is just break our array into a smaller array where we just render the URL. So to actually try to show it to you, so you can actually think of it, our response will look something like this. We'll have an array, and then inside of the array, we will have multiple objects. And then inside of here, we'll, for example, have an uploaded at, then we'll have the URL, then we'll have some ID and some other stuff. We don't want that. So what I'll do right here is just map over it, and then we just get the URL, and then I will create a new URL where we'll just have the URLs of the images. So that's what I've done with our .map, and then where we return our r.url. Now currently you see we get an error, and it tells me right here type string is not assignable to type never, and type string array is not assignable to type never. Now if you have never used TypeScript, or if you're not very good in TypeScript, you probably don't really understand what the problem is, or in other words what the error right here is. So the problem that we currently have is that our right here use state hook does not really know what will pass inside of this array. So what I can do right here is give it in generic, And then inside of the generic, I can say this will be in type string with an array. So we write right here string, and then we append the array symbol. With that, we now told TypeScript, hey, the images right here, so the state right here, will be in string, or in other words, it will be array with strings inside of it. So now if you again scroll down to the bottom, you now see that the error is gone, and this looks very, very good. Now, as I already said, what I want to do now is render our images which we have uploaded. So what I'll do right here is copy our upload drop zone. Please don't delete it, just copy it. I'll copy it right here, and then inside of here we'll now use internally. So we'll check if we have a few images. If yes, we'll display them, and if not, we'll show our drop zone. So right here we'll just check if images.length is bigger than 0, then we know that we have uploaded a few images. So let's right here do a question mark, let's return something, and if not, then let's return again our upload drop zone. So what we did again right here is internally where we checked, hey, if we have uploaded a few images, then let me return them right here, and if not, let me just return the upload drop zone so that the user can upload a few images. Then inside of here, I can now render a div element, and for the div, I'll give it also a class name, and then for the class name, we'll just say that this will be in flex, and we'll also do a gap of 5. Then inside of this div, I can now map over our images. So let's do an images.map, then inside of here, I'll get an image, and let me also get an index, and then let me just return that. Then inside of here, let me now render a div element, and let me also give this div element right here in class name, and then the class name will just be relative. Then let's do in width. For the width, this will be in custom value, so let's do in width dash, and then let's use these array brackets. Again, if you use array brackets, you can actually add custom values, and we'll right here say 100 pixels, and also the same for the height, so 100 pixels. Then also one thing we have to add right here for the div is a key iterator, and this will just be our index. And then inside of here, I can now render our image, and for that we'll use the image component. This is imported from Next.js. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, why do we use the image component? Why do we not just use the normal image tag as you know it, which is provided with HTML? Well, that's a good question. What we can do is go to the Next.js documentation, and then right here what you see is that the Next.js image component extends the HTML image element with features for automatic image optimization. These features mean we have size optimization, visual stability, faster page loads, and asset flexibility. So that's why we use the image component, and again, at the end of the day, the image component is still the image tag, just with more benefits. So let me again delete the image tag. We can now use our image component, and then inside of here we have to first of all pass in height. This will be 100. Then let's pass it in width. This will be 100. Let's pass it in source. The source will just be our image. Then let's also right here give it an alt tag. For the alt, I'll just say product image. And then the last thing I want to do right here is add a class name. And for the class name, we'll just say width of full, then height of full. Let's do an object, which will be of cover. And let's do a rounded of LG and also border so that we have a little nice border. Let's now save that, and now let's see if this worked. So let me go back to our page. Where do we have it? We have it right here. And then let me do a hard refresh, and let me again upload images. Let me again click on select files. I have now selected 2 files. Let me click right here on upload. We again have our loading state, and now instead of getting an alert at the top, we should now see our images right here in a second. So let's wait for that. Alright, we don't see any images, we see an error. Not quite what we wanted, right? So what's exactly the problem? Right here tells us invalid source prop on next/image hostname is not configured under images. Okay, what do you mean, guys? What's this error? I don't understand that. So it's quite simple. So when you use the Next.js image component, you do a bit of optimization. That means that this has a bit of a server cost, and that also means that you want to whitelist certain domains which you want to optimize. You don't want to actually optimize all images. You don't want to optimize, for example, images for other people. You only want to optimize your own images. And that's why you have to actually whitelist your domains so that Vercel knows which images it should optimize and which it should just leave alone. So for that, what we can do is go in the next.config file, and then right here we have our object. Let's open that. Inside of here we get the images. Let's open that, and then right here we get remote patterns. Now this is an array, and inside of here we can now create an object, and now we have to pass in host name, a protocol, and a path name. So right here for the protocol, this will be HTTPS. Then the next thing we have is the host name, and the host name will be equal to utfs.io. So they right here say host name is utfs.io. So let me just copy that. Let's go back. Let's paste it right here. And then the next thing we have right here is our port, and this will just be an empty string. And now let's save that. Let's open our terminal. And what you now see right here is that Next.js has restarted the dev server. Now, if this does not happen for you automatically, please do it manually, because it's always very important if you change something in your next.config file that you always restart the dev server. So if this did not happen automatically, please do it manually. And now we can again close our terminal, and let me refresh my page right here. Alright, my web page has refreshed. Let me again upload 2 images. I've now selected 2 files. I've clicked on upload, and now you see we have our loading state, and in a second, instead of having an alert, we should see our images right here. And what do we see? We have 1 image and we have a second image right here. So this looks quite good, and that's already a way better user experience in my opinion. The last thing I want to add right here is on the top like an X icon, so that the user can delete the image if he wants to. To do that, it's very simple. We'll again go to our page.tsx, then I'll just go under the image component, but still in this div where we gave it a relative class, and then inside of here let me just create a button, not a button component, but just a standard button element. And then for our button, or I guess inside of our button, let's now render the X icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and then let's also write a git in class name, and we'll say width of 3 and also height of 3. Let's then save that. Let's again go back, and now we should see an X icon somewhere in a second. Now we see my fav icon spins, so we'll again have to upload 2 images. So let me again upload 2 images, and then we should see our X icon. Alright, so I've now uploaded again 2 images, and now you see right here on the bottom left corner the X icon. Yeah, it does not look very nice, but we'll change that right now. So what we can do is give our button right here a class name, and we'll say right here that this will be an absolute, so it should be absolutely positioned. Then let's do minus top of 3, that means we do a minus 12 pixels to the top, and let's do also a minus right also of 3, so also minus 12 pixels to the right. Then let's also do a BG red of 500, let's do a padding of 2 to give it a bit of padding, let's do a rounded of LG, and let's do text of white. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now we should see that this is now in the top right corner. It overflows a bit the container, and it looks very nice. Now currently these buttons don't work, so if I click on them, you see it does not delete the image, but it tries to actually submit the form, and this should not happen. So what we have to do is give this button right here a type, and if I give this button a type of button, this won't happen anymore. So if I again go back and click on that, you see we don't get scrolled up to the top anymore, because this is now a type of button and not a type of submit. And what I want to do now is add an onClick handler, so if I click on that we delete the image. So how do we do that now? Well, it's again quite simple. We have to go to the top, let's go above the return statement right here, and then we have to create a new function. So let's do a constant, let's call it handle delete. Then let's right here create the arrow function, and let's open that. Now inside of here I want to now manipulate my state. So right here we have our useState where we have our images, and I want to now manipulate it. So first of all, through the params I want to get the index so that I know what image I want to delete, and then inside of here let's now get our set images, and then let's do an images.filter. So I want to now filter the image which I want to delete, or in other words which I actually don't want to delete. Then inside of this filter I want to now get an underscore, and I also want to get an I. The I stands for index. Then let's right here do an arrow function, and what I want to do now is check if I is not equal to our index. So let me again try to explain to you guys what we did right here. So first of all, we use right here the filter method, and then as you see we take 2 arguments. So first of all an underscore, I just named it underscore because we will not use it, and then we also get right here an I, which is the index. And then right here I do now in test case, so I do in check, and if it returns true then everything is fine, and if not then we'll delete the image. So we just check if I is not equal to the index, then just I guess leave the array, but if it's equal then delete it. So right here also for our index, let's give it in type, and this will be of type number, and now I can use our handle delete function. So for that, let me again scroll to the bottom, so where we had our button, we have it right here, and then I can add right here an onClick handler. and then this is right here an inline L function, and then let me get my handle delete, and then let's invoke that, and as you see we now get an error, and that's because we have to pass an argument. What argument do we have to pass? Well, we have to pass the index. So let's pass our index right here. We can then save this because this error should now go away in a second, and if I again go back, what we can do now is again upload a few images and test out if it works. So I've now uploaded in total 4 images, and let's now test out if our X icon works. So let me click on this. This should now be deleted. Yes. Let me now click on this right here. This should now be deleted. Let's click on this. This should now be deleted. And let me click on this. And now this is also deleted. So now this also works beautifully. The user experience, in my opinion, is quite good. And now let's make the mutation work so that we can store all of the data in our database. To do that, it's quite simple. Let's again go back to our server action in the actions file. And what I have to do now is call Prisma and create a new product. So let's do right here an await Prisma. And now Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Please make sure that it's not imported from the Prisma package, but from the lib folder. And then let's do a .product and let's do .create. Now right here we have to now pass a data property, and inside of the data property I have to now propagate all of these fields right here. So let's first of all get right here our name. This will be equal to our submission.value.name. Then let's also get in description. This will be equal to our submission, then .value and then .description. Then the next thing we have is our status. This will be equal to our submission.value.status. Then we also have in price. This is equal to submission.value and then .price. Then the next field we have is our images. Then this will just be equal to our submission.value.images. Then the next field we have is our category, and then this will be equal to our submission.value.category. Then the last thing we have is our isFeatured boolean. So let's get that, and then this will be equal to our submission.value.isFeatured. Now this should already be all. I don't see anything that's missing. You see we don't get any errors, and that's great. Now the last thing I want to do right here is redirect the user back to the dashboard, so to the products route. So what we'll do at the end, after the await Prisma call, we'll do right here an redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and we already imported that. And then as an argument we'll say /dashboard and then /products. Let's now save that and let's test out if it works. So let me do a hard refresh just to make sure that everything has loaded, and now let's try to create a product. So as a name I'll just say test product. As in description I'll just write some gibberish. As in price, let's do $55. Then let's say this is a featured product. As in status, let's do published. And if I now click on create product, you see, yeah, I don't think anything happened. So what's the problem? So the first problem is that we don't render any error message for our upload drop zone, or in other words for our images. So if I again go back, what we could do now is go under this ternary check, but still inside of this div. So again, we go under this ternary where we check if the images are bigger than 0. And then right here underneath that, but still in the div, let me render a p tag. And then inside of here, let's get our fields.images and then let's do .errors. Then let's also give this p tag right here a class name, and this will just be text of red 500. And now we have our error message right here, and the last thing we have to do is create also an input so that the server action right here can get the images through form data. For that, what we have to do is go underneath the label, and what we'll do right here is create an input. This will be of type hidden. Then let's also right here give it in value. For the value, this will just be our images. Then let's also give it right here in key. This will be our fields.images.key. Then let's also right here get a name. For the name, this will just be our fields.images.name. And then the last thing we have is our default value, and this will be equal to our fields, then .images, and let's do a .initial value. Now currently you see we get an error, so let me just mark it as any, and now this error should go away. Let's now actually save that. Let's again go back and let me click on create product, and I see all error messages except the one for our images. So what's again wrong? Let me check. This looks all fine. This also looks all fine. This looks good to me. Let's go to the schema file. This also looks good. The actions, yeah, this looks fine in my opinion. I don't see any error. Let's go to the Zod schema. We have our images z.array, z.string. Okay, that's the problem. So right here we said z.array, z.string. So we told Zod that this will be an array with strings. But what I said right here after the z.string is that it should be a dot minimum of 1. But this shouldn't be a minimum of 1 for the string, but a minimum for the array. So we have to add this dot min right here at the end after the z.array. With that, I tell Zod, hey, the array should have a minimum length of 1. So we should have at least one string. So in theory, this should now work. Let's again go back. Let's click on create product. And now we see the error message. So it says at least one image is required. So this worked perfectly, exactly as we wanted. And now we can again create our dummy product. So let's again say test product. Let's give it some dummy description. Let's say $55. Let's do it featured. Let's give it in status of where you have it published. Then let me upload 2 images. So now you see 2 images have been uploaded. And I will now click on create product. And what has happened? Not much, to be honest. I don't see anything. Did anything happen? Hello? Let me again click on create product. Nope, nothing happens. So something again went wrong. Let's investigate what's wrong. So let's go to our Zod schema. We have a name, description, status, price, images, category. Do we have a category in our form? Let's see. We have our name, we have the description, we have the price, featured product, status. That's what's missing. We are missing a category, and that's why I also didn't have any errors. We are just missing the category input, or I guess select. And once we add that, I think everything should work. So we'll add it right above our images and right underneath our status. So let me right here create a new div element. Let's right here give it a class name. Let's say flex of call, and let's create a gap of 3. Then inside of this div, let's create a label. This is already imported, and let's just say category. Then inside of the label, I want to now render a select. The select is already imported, so let's open that. And for the select, let's give it in key. The key will be fields.category.key. Then we'll also have a name. This will be equal to the fields.category.name. And then the last thing we have is our default value. And this will be just equal to our fields.category.initial value. Then inside of our select, we'll now get a select trigger. We already imported that. And then inside of the select trigger, let's create a select value. Now we also imported that. This is self-closing. And for the value, let's just give it right here in placeholder. And for the placeholder, I'll just say select category. I think this is fine. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And now we see our category right here. If I click on it, nothing happens, but that's because we haven't created the select content. So underneath the select trigger, I can now render our select content, and now we'll have in total 3 categories. So we'll have our men category, woman category, and then the all category. Now you could just hard code it right here, but what we'll do is open the Explorer and we'll create a new array. So let's go in the app folder, in the lib folder, and then in the lib folder, let's create a new file which we'll name categories.ts. Then inside of this file, let's create a new array. So let's do an export constant. We'll name it categories. This will be equal to an empty array, and then inside of here, let's create our first category, or in other words, our first object. So let's get an ID. This will be 0. Then let's right here get in title. This will be uppercase men. Then let's give it a name. Now for the name, it's very important that you lowercase men, because this should correspond to our Zod schema, and in our Zod schema, we lowercase men. So please make sure that this is the same. Then let's create our second category, so our second object. Let's give it an ID of 1. Let's give it a title. This will be uppercase woman. Then let's create a name, and now this will be again lowercase woman. So please make sure that you A, spell it correctly, and B, that it's lowercase. Then let's create our third object. Let's give it right here an ID of 3. Then let's right here give it a title. For the title, I'll just say kids uppercase. And then let's create right here an href, and for the href, this will just be lowercase kids. Please make sure that you spell it correctly, it's very important. So now we created the array, it looks good, and now we can actually use that. So inside of the select content, let me get my categories. This is imported from my lib folder, and then let's do a .map. Let's right here get a category. and then let me just return that. Now inside of here, I want to now get a select item. This is already imported. And now for the select item, I have to give it two properties. So first of all, the key, and the key will just be our category dot, let's say, ID. And then we'll also have to give it in value. And now for the value, this is very important. This will be our category.name. So not title, but name. And right here, I also get an error. Type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. Weird. Why do I get this error? Let's again go back to our array. ID title name, ID title name, ID title href. So I misspelled that. This shouldn't be href, but this should be name. Let's again save that. Let's go back, and then this error should go away. As you see, the error has gone. That's good. And now let me render right here the title, or I guess the name. So let's get our category dot, and then let's do dot title. So if I click on category, you now see we have three categories. For example, the men category, the woman category, or the kids category. Now, if I click currently on create product, you see we don't get any error message for the category. So what we have to do is render an error message. So under the select right here, let's again get a p tag, and then inside of here, let's render our fields dot category dot errors. Let's also right here give it in class name, and for the class name, this will be quite standard. Text red of 500. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and if I now click on create product, we should now have in red text, and yes, you see required. So this also fully works, and in theory everything should now work. So let's test it out. Let me first of all create right here a name. So let's just do test product. Let's create some dummy description. For the price, I'll just say $55. Let's make the feature product true. So let me click on the switch. Then for the status, this will be published. And for the category, this will be men. Let me upload 2 images. Alright, the images are now uploaded. And what I'll do now is click on create product. In theory, this should now fully work. So let's click on that. And now the mutation should happen in the background, and we should get redirected back to the products world. Let's see. And we got redirected. What does that mean? Well, our mutation was successful. So let's go back to our code. Let's open our terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab. Let's clear everything. And let's right here do an npx Prisma Studio. And let's see what we have in our database. We have an ID. Let me actually zoom in a bit. We have an ID. This is a unique identifier which was created by the database. We have a name, test product. We have a description, which is not very, I guess, explanatory. It's quite gibberish, but who cares? We have in status, it's published. We have in price, $55. We have an images array. We have in category, which is men. It says right here it's featured. This is also true. And we have a created at timestamp. Now there's only one problem which I currently see with this whole, I guess, product, and that's our images array. This is not how it should look like. So currently the problem that we have is that when we store our images array, it looks something like that. Let me show it you. We have this array. Our first image will be just right here, first image.com, and then we add in comma, and then we have the second image.com. This is not how it should look like. It should look something like that. We will have our first image, and then we have our comma, and then we have our second image. So each URL should be right here separated by a comma, and also it should have always a separate string. But this is not what is currently happening. So what we have to do is go back to our actions. So let me go to my actions file, and then inside of here where we right here pass our images, so we just do in submission.values.images, we first of all have to convert it and then pass it to our Prisma function right here. So right above our array prisma.product.create, let's do a constant. We'll name it flatten URLs, and then this will be equal to our submission.value.images. Then we'll do a .flat map, and then inside of here as in param, let's get an URL string, and then let me just open this right here. Then inside of here, let's do an URL string dot split, and now I want to split each string with a comma. So let's right here pass as an argument and a string comma. So in strings we have a comma, and then right here at the end let's do a dot map, but still inside of the last parentheses, and then inside of here let's just get our URL, and then let's right here do an URL dot trim, and let's invoke that. So now we got our images, so submission.value.images, then we do a flat map, we split the images, and then we just return the URL again so that we have one array. Now this could be a bit hard to actually write, so you can go to my GitHub and copy it from there, But yeah, now we have this, and now I can go to my images right here. And what we can now do is right here, instead of saying submission.value.images, we can now pass our flatten URLs. Let's now save that. Let's close that. Let's go back to Prisma Studio. What I'll do right here is delete this product. So let me click on delete. Now, since this is deleted, I can again go back to my web page. Let's click on add product. And then inside of here, let's create a new product. So let's say test product. For the description, we'll just say, hey, this is a very cool product. Then for the price, $50. Then for the featured product, let's make it true. For the status, let's make it published. For the category, let's say kids. And then for the images, let me upload again 2 images. As you now see, 2 images have been uploaded. And now let me click on create product. So I will now click on the button. And I don't have any feedback, but I got redirected back to our products vault. So let me again open Prisma Studio. Let me again refresh the page. And we should again see a product right here in a second. So as you see, we again have a new product, we have an ID, we have a name, we have a description, we have a status, a price, we have an images array, which is now correct as you see. So we have 2 items in our array. We have in category, we have an is featured boolean, and then we have in created at timestamp. So this looks beautiful and we see that this fully works. Now the only thing which is currently missing is our submit button. Now you might say, hey, what do you mean? We have a submit button. Yeah, we have a submit button, but I don't have any pending state. When I submit this form, I want to see in pending state. So I want to have like a loading spinner, and then the text should say, I think loading, or I guess creating product, something like that. So what we'll do right now is again close all of the files. I don't need them. Let's open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder. And then instead of creating a new file in the dashboard folder, let me just create a new file right here in the components folder. We will name this file submit buttons.tsx. And then let me just open that. And now this submit buttons file will be there to store, I think we'll store 2 buttons inside of here. And the first button we'll store is our general submit button. It will look like this in the default state, but when we are submitting, I want to have our loading spinner with an creating product text. So for that, let's right here do an export function. Let's just call it submit button. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Then let me create a return statement. And now I want to return a button based on the state. So if we're in a default state, I just want to return a button that looks like this. And if we're in a pending state, I want to return a pending button, as I said, with a loading spinner. So for that, we have to now use a hook provided by Next.js, and that's called the useFormStatus hook. So let's do above the return statement a constant. Let's destruct, and then this will be equal to useFormStatus. Again, it's very important that you import useFormStatus and not useFormState. Both do something completely different. So let's import that, let's invoke that, and then right here where I destruct, I can now get our pending state. Now, if you want to read more about the useFormStatus hook, you can go to the React docs, and then inside of here, you can search for useFormStatus, and it will tell you everything about this hook. So shortly summarized, useFormStatus is a hook that gives you status information of the latest form submission. And that's what we want. We want to get the pending state. So now we can right here return empty tags, and then let's do in ternary. So let's check if pending is true. We can then add a question mark, return something, and if not, we can use a colon and return something else. Now let me first of all say when we are pending, let me for now just return a empty div. And if we are not pending, so if we are in a default state, let me right here get the button component from our components. Inside of here, I'll say create product, and then also let's give our button right here a type, and the type will be submit, since this button will be used to submit our form. Then for the state, if our button is submitting, let me also get our button component. We already imported that. Let's right here give our button a disabled property, so let's say disabled, and then inside of the button, let me get the loader to icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's go in class name, let's say margin right of 2, let's say height of 4, width of 4, and let's do right here an animate of spin. Then let's also say right here, please wait. And now this should already be all. I think I misspelled please wait. This should now be better. And now we can use this button, or in other words, this function. So let me again go back to our page.tsx where we create our product. And then instead of rendering just this button, so create product button, I can delete it and I can get my submit button from our components. So let's get that. That's self-closing. Let's save that. And now before we continue, there's one more thing which I have to add, and that's the use client directive. So on top, let's mark this component as use client, and we have to do that because this use from status hook relies on the client, and that's again why we have to mark this component as use client. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now let's again create a new product. So for the product name, let's again do testing. Let's give it some gibberish for the description. Let's give it a price of $40. Then let's right here say this is a featured product. Let's create in status of published. Let's give it in category of woman, and let me upload again 2 images. Alright, we have now uploaded 2 images. Let me now click on create product, and now we have this beautiful loading state, and then we'll get redirected back to the product route as you see right here. So now I would say our product creation form is perfect. There's nothing which I want to add. It's exactly what I wanted it to be. We have a button which has a nice pending state. We have server-side validation as you see right here, and that's all I wanted. So our create product route is now done, completely finished, everything works, and what I want to do now is display all of our products right here inside of this table. For that, it's again very simple. Let's go inside of our products route, so products page.tsx, and inside of here we have to now fetch the data for our products. And now since we use Next.js, it's very simple to actually fetch data, and especially since we use server components. So above the export default function, we can do right here an async function get data. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and then inside of this function I want to now fetch data. So how do I fetch the data? Well, let's do in constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Please make sure that you use the correct import path. Don't import it from @Prisma client. Then let's do dot product, and then let's do dot find many. Then let's open that, and now inside of here what I want to do is order by statement. So I want to get the newest products at the top, so we can do right here an order by, open that, and then we can say we want to order our results by the created at timestamp, and I want to order them that I have the newest on the top, and that's why we'll say right here descending. If I would say ascending, we would get the oldest results at the top and the newest ones at the bottom, but I want to get the newest at the top, that's why we do descending. So the last thing we have to do right here is now return our data, and now this looks great. So now we have written our Prisma query, and now we have to get it in our front end. So right here above our return statement, we can do in constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now you'll see that we'll get an error. Now why do we get this error? Well, if you hover over await, it tells you await expressions are only allowed within async functions and at the top levels of modules. So what we have to do right here is mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function, and now you will see that this error will go away. Now why is this safe to do? Well, since we use server components, everything runs on the server. This means nothing is leaked to the client, and this is safe to do. So since we have now covered that, we can now map over our data and then render it. So what we have to do now is go right here to our table body, and then inside of the table body we have a table row. What I'll do right now is copy this table row. So I'll copy it, please don't delete it, and then inside of here let's now get our data. Let's do a dot map. Let's right here get an item, and then let me just return that. So inside of the return statement, I can again paste my table row, and now we can get started using that. So the first thing we have to do for our table row is give it a key. So let's right here say key, and for the key, this will just be our item.id. Then the next thing we have is our table cell, and for our table cell, I want to actually render our image. So what we will do is instead of rendering right here in user icon, let me delete that, and then let me get our image component from next/image. This is self-closing, and then inside of the image, let's first of all give it right here an alt tag. For the alt, I'll just say product image. Then let me also right here give it in source. Then for the source, this will be our item.images, and what you'll see right here is that we'll get an error. Now why do we get an error? Well, right here it says type string array is not assignable to type string. So our images right here is an array, so what we can do is get the first item in the array. So let's use array brackets, and let's say right here 0, so I want to get the first item in the array. And now you'll see that this error is gone because we now get the first image in the array. Let's now also get in height. For the height, this will be 64. Let's get in width. This will also be 64. And then let's also get right here in class name. And then this will just be rounded, which will be MD. Then let's say also object, which will be cover. And then let's also say height of 16 and width of 16. Let's now save that and let's see how that looks like. And as you now see, we have right here our two images, and now we also have to propagate the name, the status, the price, the date, and everything like that. So let's again go back where we have now this Nike Air. Let me delete that, and instead of saying Nike Air, we can now get right here our item dot, and then let's get our name right here. Let's save that. Then right here we have an active state. Let me delete that, and what I want to get is the item dot status. Then we have the price of $299. Let me delete that. Let's right here write in $sign, and then let's get our item dot price. Then we have right here in date. Let me for now actually leave it like that, and let's save that and let's see how it looks like. So now we right here have our image. We have the name testing. I know, not a great name. Then we have the status, which is published. We have the price, and then we have our date, which is currently hard coded. And now let's render our date. So let me delete this dummy date, and then let's get our item dot created at. Let's save that. Let's again go back and let's see what we'll get. And as you see, we get an error. Objects are not valid as React child. Well, it's quite simple. The created at timestamp right here is a date object. So what we can do is do a toString. Let's invoke that, let's save that, and let's see how that looks like. And yeah, here we have our date. And does it look good? Yeah, I don't think so. We have to actually format that. And to format that, there's a very, very handy JavaScript API, and that's the International Date Time Format, and that's what we'll use. So as you see, there are a lot of options how you can format a date, but what we'll do is use this one right here, so the US date time format. So to do that, what we can do is, first of all, again, delete this. I don't need that anymore. Then let's do a new international.datetime format. Then I have to invoke it, and as an argument I have to pass the region which I want to use, and I want to use this en-us. So let's do en and then uppercase US. And then the last thing we have to do is pass our date. So at the end, let's do a dot format, and as an argument, let's pass our item dot created at. Let's now save that. And as you now see, our date already looks way better, and we can now leave it like that. So now we have an image, we have a name, we have a status, we have a price, we have a date, and we have our actions right here. Now the problem which we currently have is that if I click on the actions and for example click on edit, or if I click on delete, nothing happens. So let's change that right now. Now the first question we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to start with the edit route or first of all with the delete route? Now I think we should start with the edit route, so yeah, let's start with that. For that, let's again go back to our code, and then if you open your Explorer, we will right here have our app folder. Let's go inside of there, then let's go in the dashboard folder, and then inside of the dashboard folder we have now our products folder. Now inside of this products folder we'll have to create a new folder, since we now have to somehow edit our product. Now to edit our product, I have to first of all of course fetch the data for the product so that I can display it in the form, and then the user can edit that. So what we'll do is actually create right here a dynamic route so that I can get the ID somehow through the params. So let's right here create a new folder. Let's right here give it array brackets, and then inside of here let's say ID. Then inside of this ID folder let's create a page.tsx, and now we can get started creating our edit route. So let's right here do an export default function, since this is now in route and not just in component. So export default function, let's just call it edit route. Let's invoke that, and then let's just open that. Then inside of this export default function, let's do a return statement, let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the edit route. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and if I now click on edit, you see nothing happens. So what do we have to change? Well, we have to now actually make the functionality work so that if I click on edit, that I actually get redirected to this route right here. Now again, this is quite simple. Let's again go back to our products route. Let's go to the drop down menu content. Let's go to the drop down menu item with our edit. Then let's give this right here an as child property, since I want to render a link component. Let me copy the edit name, and then let's get our link component. Now we already imported that, so let me again paste edit, and now we have to give this link right here an href. Now for the href, what we'll do is use upticks, so not normal strings but upticks, and then inside of here let's say we want to redirect to /dashboard, then products, and now I want to redirect to the ID. So let's use a dynamic value. For that, use this $sign and then these brackets, and then let's get our ID. Now we have right here our item, so we map over our product, and then let's do an item.id. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Now you see this error will again go away because we passed an href, as you see right here. And now if I again click on our drop down and hover over edit, you see on the bottom left corner that it now redirects us to the product route. So let me click on edit, and now you'll see that we'll get redirected. And now you see right here, hello from the edit route. So now we can actually get started styling that and making it look nice. Now this will be quite simple to style because we already created the form in our create page, and we can just reuse it again right here. But before we can actually do that, let me again go back to our ID route, and what we have to do now is fetch data. So what I want to fetch is the name of the product, again the description, if it's featured, the images and everything like that, so that I can display it, and then if the user wants to, he can change the data. So to fetch data, again, as you already know, it's very simple with Next.js, and especially Next.js 14 with server components. So let's right here do at the top an async function. Let's call it right here get data, then let's invoke that and let's open that. Then inside of this function, I want to now fetch data. So let's do constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Now Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Please make sure that you import it from the correct source. Then let's do dot product. And now what I want to do is then dot find unique. So I don't want to find many products, but I only want to find one product. So let's do find unique, and then I can open that. Now you see we currently get an error, and that's if you click on Control spacebar, you see I have to now right here pass our where property. So Prisma has to know where it should find the product, or what product in other words I want to find. So we want to say, hey Prisma, find a product which is unique where the ID matches the ID which I passed to you. Now currently you see I don't get the ID, so I want to get the ID right here through our params, and currently I don't get that. So what we can do right here inside of this async function get data is first of all give it a product ID, and then this will be of type string. Then for our ID, I can now pass our product ID, and now you see the error is gone because we have now told Prisma, hey, find a product where the ID matches the product ID which I passed to you. Now again, later on we'll get this product ID through our params, so we have this dynamic route right here, and then through this dynamic route we'll get the ID which is stored right here in our URL, as you see right here on the top. So let's again go back. Then I think this is already all. Do I want to select something? Nope, I don't think so. And now we can return our data. And before I return our data, I want to do now in check. So we'll say if there's no data, so exclamation mark data, then we'll open this right here and we'll just return not found. Now not found is imported from next/navigation. Now with this, we are just sure that the actual params are correct so that we can render the form. I will show it to you in a second. You will see how it works. But I guess the TLDR of that is that this not found just shows when we don't have a correct ID. So the last thing I can now do is return our data, and now we can get our data in the front end. So now above the return statement, let's do constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's now invoke that, and now you see we get two errors. So the first error right here is await expressions are only allowed within async functions and at top levels of modules. Now you already know how to fix that. We have to mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function. And then this error is already gone. And if I go back to my get data right here, you see expected 1 argument but got 0. So what we have to pass right here is now our product ID, which we get through the params. So inside of here, we can now the structured, I can get my params, and now we have to give our params a type. So let's right here open that, and then we'll say params will have a type of ID, which will be of type string. So right here, we got our params, and we gave our params right here an ID, which is of type string. Now again, why do we say right here ID? Well, that's because I named our dynamic folder ID. So if I would say name, for example, this wouldn't work because I would then have to rename this folder as brackets name. So again, let's change it to ID. This will now work. Let's again close the Explorer, and then we can now pass our params to this get data function as an argument. So let's write you do in params.id, and now this error is also gone. If I again go back and do a hard refresh, we should now see right here again hello from the edit route. And as you already know, we right here also implemented this little safety feature that we get incorrect param or incorrect ID. So if you want to test it out, you can right here delete this correct ID from our params and instead just write some gibberish. So localhost 3000/dashboard/ /products/some gibberish. If I now click on enter, what you'll see is that we'll get an 404 not found, and that's again because this ID is not incorrect ID, which corresponds to our product. So with that, we just check, hey, that this ID is the correct one and that we can render a correct form. So now we have done that, and now we can render our form. And now you probably already see a problem which we'll have. So if you again remember, if I go to our create route right here, you will see that we have marked this page as use client, and that's because we used, for example, the use from state hook, or for example, the use state hook, and these rely on the client. But now inside of our page right here, so in our ID page, we now fetch data. Now the thing is, you can't fetch data and at the same time mark your file as use client. That means we have to break our form into a separate component. So I can again open my Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and then inside of here what I can do now is create a new file, and we'll just name it edit form, let me actually uppercase that, .tsx. Now this component will be now used to render our form, and then I'll also mark this component right here as use client, because again inside of this component we'll use, for example, the use state hook, the use from state hook, use form, and everything like that. So now we can actually get started. So let me right here create a function. So let's do an export function. We don't have to do an export default function because this is a component. Then let's give it a name. This will be edit form. Let's invoke that, and then let me just open that right here. Now let me create a return statement. We can return for now an h1 and say hello from the component. Let's save that, let's again go back, and we don't see it right here. Why is that? Well, that's because currently this component is just a component which is not being rendered anywhere. So if I go back to our ID route right here, instead of rendering this div right here, we can get our edit form component from our components. This is self-closing, and if you now save this and again go back, you now see hello from the component. So our component now works, we now render it right here inside of our page, and now we can get started creating our form. So to create our form, it's very simple. We'll again go to our create route right here, and all I'll do is copy our whole return statement. So everything in the return statement, please copy that down to the bottom. So let me get that all. So this whole form element, let me go to the edit form component. Let's again create a new return statement, and then let me just paste what I've copied. So now we copied the whole form. As you see, we get a lot of errors, but that's fine because we will import everything in a second. So now we have to import the button, the link, the card, and everything like that. So let me click right here on the button. Let's import that. Again, it's very important that you import everything from your components, not from Redis UI. You don't want to get errors. Then let me also import right here our link component. The link component is imported from Next/link. Let's also get our chevron icon from Lucid React. Then let me get my card component. This is imported from our components. Let's also right here get our card header. Now I don't think I have to show you how I import everything. Please just import everything from your components. Don't import anything from Redis UI. You don't want to get the errors, and the rest is quite simple. So now let me first of all import all of these components, and then later on we'll fix all of these keys and names and default values. So once that's done, I will come back. Alright, so I've now imported everything for our components. As you see, everything has been imported from our components. Nothing has been imported from Redis UI. The only thing I have to import right here now is also our upload drop zone. So let me import that from our components, not from Uploadthing React. Then what else do we have right here? We have right here images. This is fine. We'll fix that in a second. We right here have our categories. Now we already created an array. So let me import that from our lib folder. And now the only errors that are left right here are the actual fields errors. And also right here we have this images error, but we'll fix that all right now. So to do that, what we can do is go back to our create route, and what I actually do is right here copy our use state hook, the use form state hook, right here our use form, how we initialize that, and then I can again paste it back in our edit form. So let me copy right here everything from use form up to our use state hook where we use our images. Let's copy that, let's go back to our edit form, and let me paste it right here. Now you see we get currently a few errors. So let me first of all import our use state hook from React. Then let me also import use form state. This will be imported from React-DOM. Then let me also import right here create product. This is imported from our actions. Then let me also import use form. This is imported from @conform to /React. And then let me import pass with Zod. This is imported from @conform to Zod. And then the last thing I have to import is our product schema. So let me import that from our Zod schemas file, which lives in the lib folder. As you now see, all of our errors are gone and only one is left. This is right here our handle delete function. So what I'll do is again just copy that. Let me copy it. Let's again go to our edit form. Let's scroll to the top and then let me just paste it again right here above our return statement. So now you see the error is gone. That's great and everything looks good. I can now again go back to our website and now you again see our product form right here. But this form looks exactly the same as if we actually create a new product. This is not quite what I want. What I want to do inside of here is render already our name, the description, the price and everything like that. So what we have to do now right here is pass the data which we have fetched to our edit form component. To do that, what we can do is go right here back to our ID page, so where we fetched our data. Then I can hover over data and then you see right here our types. What I'll do right now is just copy this type, so constant data, and then we have right here our ID, name, description, everything like that. Let me copy that. Let's go to our edit form again, and then above our export function, let's create a new interface. So let's right here create an interface. Let's call it iapp props, and then let me open that, and then let me paste what I've just copied. Let me right here delete the constant, we don't need that, and now we have a new type of data which will have an ID, a name, a description, a status, a price, images, a category, a isFeatured boolean, and then also a created at timestamp. Now I don't need this created at timestamp, so let me actually just delete that. And then right here we also have to now import our enums right here, so let me click on that and let's import that from @Prisma client. Now I can also go on top right here and do an import type of these enums, and if I save that, now we just import the types and not the whole code module. So this now looks good. We have an ID, we have a name, we have a description, we have a status, we have a price, images, category, and the isFeatured boolean. So what I can do now is go to our function, so to our edit form function. I can destructure it and give it in type of iapp_props. Then right here where it is structured, I can now get my data. So let's right here get our data, and now I can save that. If I again go back to our ID route now, you will see that we'll get an error for our edit form, and it will tell us that we are missing a property which is called data. So I can go right here inside of our component, then I can click on Control Spacebar, and now you see we have to pass right here our data property. So let's get that, and then let's paste our data right here. And now you'll see that this error is also gone. So let me again go back to our edit form, and now we can use our data to pass it as default values to our inputs. So let's start with our first input. So right here this is our name, and instead of right here rendering the default value as fields.name.initialValue, we will render right here our data.name. If I now save that and go back, you will now see that we right here have now a name which is testing. Now if I do a hard refresh, you'll see that this data is still persisted, and again that's because we fetched the data and then rendered as a default value right here. Of course I can still edit it right here as you see, but if I don't save it and still do a hard refresh, you'll still see that testing will be persisted. So you see fetching the data and rendering it as default value fully works, and that's great. So now let's continue with our text area. Let me delete the default value. Let's create a new default value, and then this will be equal to our data.description. Then let's continue with our price. Let me delete this default value. Let's create a new default value, and then inside of here let's get our data.price. Let's continue. We have now our featured product. Let me delete this default value. Let's again create a new default value, and inside of here let's do data.isFeatured. Let's continue. We have now our status. Let me delete this default value. Let me create a new default value, and then inside of here this will now be our data. Where do we have it? Status. Then let's continue. The next thing we have is our category. Let me delete right here this default value. Let's create a new default value, and then this will be equal to our data.category. And now before we continue, let's now actually save that and go back to our website. And what do we see? Well, we have a default value for our name, we have a default value for our description, for our price, and then for our status and category. Now for the featured product, this does not look good. This should be true because I think it was a featured product. And if you go back to our code, you'll see we also get an error right here. And the error tells us right here, type boolean is not assignable to type string, number, or read-only string array or undefined. That's a weird error. What could it be? Default value, type boolean, this does not work. What could it be? it shouldn't be default value, but it should be checked. So right here we get in checked property, and then we'll just right here pass our boolean, so if it's true or false, and then the switch will be rendered either true or false. So if our data.isFeatured is true, then it will be checked, and if not, then not. Quite self-explanatory. Let's again go back, and now you see our switch is true, so this also fully works. Now the last thing we have to do is also render right here our images. So let's again go back, and right here what we have to do is instead of rendering right here an initial value of an empty array, we have to pass our data.images. If I pass that and save that, you will now see that instead of right here rendering this drop zone, we'll render our images. And the last thing we have to do now is create a server action to update our data. So let's do that right now. Alright, now to create our server action, we have to go inside of our actions file, and then right here you already see we have our create product. I can right here collapse it with this icon right here on the left. And then let me just create a new server action. So let's do an export async function. Let's just right here call it edit product. Let's invoke that, and then let me open that. So inside of here, what's the first thing I want to do? Well, I want to again protect the server action. Now, we already did that in our create product route. So right here, we did in constant get user from get kind server session. We then fetched our user using this function, and then we did the validation so that we checked, hey, if there's no user or the user.email does not match mine, then redirect the user to the index page. So what I'll do is actually just copy this code because that's exactly what I want to do inside of the added product. So let's paste that right here. Again, we just fetched our user, and then we did a bit of validation, and now we can get our form data and then check it against our Zod schema. So let's do a constant submission. Then this will be right here equal to pass with Zod. We already imported that, as you know, and now inside of here we have to pass two arguments, so our form data and our schema. So let me first of all get my form data, and as you see I don't get that. That's because I have to get it through the form data. So let's right here do form data, and then this will be of type form data. Then I can again paste my form data right here, or I guess pass it in other words. Then let me open that, and now let's pass our schema. Now for the schema, it's quite simple. If you open our Zod schemas.ts file, we only have one schema, that's our product schema, and that's exactly what I want to pass. So right here, let's get our product schema. We already imported that, and now we already did right here our constant submission where we checked our form data against our Zod schema. So what I want to do now is an if check, and if we have a not successful state, so if there was some problem with the types, I want to again return the actual message to our front end. So let's right here do an if check, and then I want to check if submission.status is not equal to successful. Again, you do that with one exclamation mark and then two equal signs. Then let me right here get success. Let's open that, and I want to do in return. I want to return our submission, and let's do dot reply, and then let me just invoke that. And then the last thing I want to do is an Prisma mutation. So what I want to do right here is an await Prisma. We already imported Prisma. Then let's do dot product, and now I don't want to create a product, I don't want to find a product, I want to do a dot update, since I want to update one specific product. And now right here you already see we get an error. And why do we get an error? Well, that's because Prisma has to know what product we want to update. So let's right here get an where statement, and now I want to update in product where the ID matches the ID which I pass. Now currently you see we have no way to get an ID, so what I'll do is above this await Prisma call, I'll do a constant product ID, and I want to get our product ID through the form data. So let's do in form data, let's get it right here, dot get, and I want to get right here my product ID. Let's mark it as string, and now inside of this ID I can now pass our actual product ID. Now you see this error is now gone, but now we have a new error, and that's because we now have to actually pass a data property. So Prisma has to know which data we want to update. And then inside of here I want to now pass, for example, the name, the description, the status, the price, the images, if it's featured still, and everything like that. So if the user changes nothing, then everything will stay the same, and if the user changes, for example, the name, then we'll just update the name. So inside of here I can first of all get our name. This will be equal to our submission.value.name. Then the next thing we have is our description. This will be equal to our submission. Then let's do dot value, and I want to get our dot description. Let's add a comma. Then the next thing we have is our category. This will be equal to our submission. Then let's do dot value, and I want to get our category right here. Then let's add a comma. The next thing I have is my price. this price will be equal to our submission, then let's do dot value and let's do dot price. Then we have our isFeatured boolean, let's get that, and this will be equal to our submission dot value and let's get our isFeatured boolean. Then the last thing we have right here, as you see, are our images and our status. So let me first of all get the status right here. This will be equal to our submission dot value dot status, and then we also right here have our images, let's get that, and then this will be equal to our submission dot value dot images. And now you probably already see that I did an error. As you already know, this submission.value.images is not in the correct, how do I call it? I guess in the correct syntax. It's not exactly how the array should look like. And if you can remember, we already fixed that in our create product function. So right here, we created this constant flatten URLs and we did everything. So what I can do is again just copy this function. Let's again scroll down and then let me again just paste it right here inside of our edit product server action. And then instead of passing our submission.value.images, we can now pass our flatten URLs function. Let's now save that. This now looks beautiful. And the last thing I want to do is actually redirect the user. So at the bottom, I can right here do a redirect. Let's invoke that. And now as an argument, let's pass /dashboard/products. So once the user edits the product, he'll get redirected back to the products route. So this all looks good in my opinion. I don't think anything is missing right here. We can again go back to our edit form, and then right here, instead of passing right here our create product server action, I want to now pass our edit product server action. This is imported from our actions file. Let's click on enter to import that. And now right here, you already see we get an error for our edit product function. Now why is that? Well, it's quite simple. If you now compare our export async function edit product with our actual export async function create product, the only difference that we have right here is that we did not pass the previous state. So this is what's missing. So right here in the params, let's get our previous state, and then this will just be of type any. Let's add a comma right here. Let's save that. And if I go back to our edit form, you'll see that this error will go away. And as you see, yes, we don't have any error anymore, and that's great. So I think in theory almost everything works. The only thing that we are missing is our actual product ID. So if you go back to the actions and go to our edit product right here inside of the function, you see we get in product ID from our form data. So let me right here copy this name, product ID. Let's go back to the edit form, and then right here inside of the form, I'll create a input. This will be of type hidden. That means the user won't see the input. We'll give it a name. The name right here will be product ID. Again, what I just copied right here. And then let's give it right here in value, and for the value, this will be right here our data.id. Let's now save that, and in theory, everything should now work. So let's go back to our website. I will just do a hard refresh just to be sure. And then inside of here, you see now all of our data. So the name, the description, the price, and everything like that. So what I want to do is change the name from testing to super cool product. Then for the description, let's say this is a great product, and then for the price, let's change it to $55. So I think I have now changed everything that I want, and then let me click on create product. And as you now see, we got redirected back to the products route, and you see that the name has updated to super cool product. The state is the same. We have an updated price, and the created add timestamp is also still the same. So this looks great. Let me again click on edit right here. We should again get redirected, and yes, all of the data has also updated for our inputs, as you see right here. Now the only thing I want to change right here is instead of saying new product, let's change it to edit product. So let's go again to our edit form. Then we have right here our where do we have it button. Then we have this H1, and instead of saying new product, let's say edit product. And then before we save that and go back, there's one more thing I want to change, and that's right here in our cart component. We have a cart description, and it says in this form you can create your product. And instead of this, let's say in this form you can update your product. So let's save that, and then let's see how that looks like. Alright, so now we have this title right here, edit product, and then right here we have in this form you can update your product. This now looks good, and there's only one more thing which I don't like, and that's our button. So our button right here says create product, but this is not what I want. I want the button to say edit product. Now how do we change that? So if you go to our submit buttons component, you then right here see our submit button function, and then inside of here we hard-coded create product. So what we can do is get the text through our params and then dynamically render the text. So through the params right here, let me the structured, let's right here get in text, and let's give our text right here a type of string. Then instead of hard coding create product, I can delete that and instead render our text. And if I now actually save that and again go back to my edit form, you'll now see that we get an error and it tells me property text is missing. For our submit button, I can now give it right here in text property, and then we'll just say edit product. I think this is fine. Let's save that. Let's also go to our create route where we also render our submit button, and then right here let's also give it in text property, and then for the text property I'll just say create product. So now this also has been added, the error is gone. Let's again go back to our actual website, and now for our edit form you now see instead of saying create product, it now says edit product. So for the name, let me again update that and let's say Nike shoes. Let's again click on edit product. We again have a beautiful loading state, and then we again get redirected. You see right here the name has updated, and that's beautiful. So our edit route now works. I don't think we are missing anything, and I think we can now create our delete route. For that, let's again go back to our code. Let me open my Explorer. Let's close all of these files. We don't need them anymore. Let me collapse right here our Explorer, and then let's go in the app folder. Let's go right here inside of our dashboard folder. Let's go in the products folder. Let's go in the ID folder. And now inside of this ID folder, I want to create a new folder, and this will be our delete folder. Inside of the delete folder, let's create a new file. We'll name it page.tsx, and this will now be our route for the delete page. So let's again close that, and then inside of here, since this is in route, we can do an export default function. Let's just call it delete route. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, I can create a return statement, and let's do a div h1, and let's say hello from the delete route. And if you now save this and again go back, click on your drop down and click on delete, you see nothing happens. Why is that? And that's because if you go to our products route again, you'll right here see that we have our drop down menu item with the delete text, and this does not have any link. So what we'll do right here is add an asChild property. So let's again do an asChild. Then let me copy the delete text. Then inside of here, we can now add our link component, and let's again paste back delete. Then for the link, let's now create an href right here. Let's again use upticks, and then inside of here, let's say /dashboard /products, then /dynamic value, and we'll pass our item.id and then a /delete. Now, why did I create this href? Well, it's quite simple. If you open your Explorer right here, what you'll see is that if I right here collapse everything, you'll right here see that this route lives inside of the dashboard route, so /dashboard, then /product, since we go in the products folder, then /the actual ID, because we have an ID folder, and then /delete, that's because our delete route lives right here. And if I now actually save that, go back and click on our drop down, click on delete, you'll see that we'll now get actually redirected back to the delete route. So right here it now says hello from the delete route. So now since we know that this works, let's again go back to our delete route, and now let's start styling that. Now the styling for this delete route will be quite simple. So let me delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a new one. Then let's give this div right here in class name. We'll give this container right here in height. So let's do a custom value of 80 viewport height, so 80 VH. Now this just says, hey, take 80% of the screen. Then let's right here do in W of full. Let's do in flex. Let's do in items of center to align it on the vertical side. And let's do in justify of center to align it horizontally. Then inside of this div, let's now render a card component from our components. And let's give our card right here also in class name. And then for the class name, I want to now give it a max width. So let's do in max width. And for the max width, this will just be XL. This corresponds to 576 pixels. Now let's go inside of the card component, and inside of here, let's get our card header, again from our components, and then in the card header, we can now render our card title, which is also imported from our components. Now for the card title, I'll just say, are you absolutely sure? Now again, you can write whatever you want, it does not really make any difference. Then under the card title, let's get our card description, again from our components. Now for the cart description, you can write whatever you want. I'll just paste something. So right here I just say this action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete this product and remove all data from our servers. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now you see right here our cart component with a cart title, and then we also have our cart description. Now let's actually render our buttons. So on the left corner I want to have a cancel button, and then on the right corner I want to have a button which will say continue. So let's again go back, then let's go underneath the cart header, and then right here let's get our cart footer. This is again imported from our components, and then inside of here let me first of all give this cart footer a class name. For the class name I want to say W or full, then let's do flex, so I want to create a flex box layout, and let's do justify between. Now again with justify between we just say that the children should be aligned to the most outer corner, so the one button to the left side and the other corner to the right side. Then inside of the cart footer we can now render a button component. This is imported from our components, and let's right here just say cancel. I can then copy paste this button, and for the second button we'll just say right here continue. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now you see we have two buttons, a cancel button and a continue button. Now personally I don't think this looks that nice, so what we'll do is give this first button right here a variant. We'll say right here secondary, so it will have a grayish background color, and for the second button let me also give it a variant, and then this variant will be destructive. That means we'll have a red background color. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see right here this cancel button has this grayish color, and then the delete button has this red color. And now you already see this looks way better, but if I click on the cancel button or if I click on the continue button, you see nothing happens. This is of course not what we want, so let's first of all fix our cancel button. So let's give them property which is as child, and then right here for the cancel let me just copy the text, and instead of that let me for now render a link component. This is imported from Next.js/link. Let's again paste our cancel text, and now for the link we have to give an href property. Now for the href this will be quite simple. We'll just redirect the user back to the /dashboard and then /products route. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. You'll now see that this error will again go away, and now if I hover over cancel on the bottom left corner you now see that it links to /dashboard/products. Let's now click on cancel, and you'll see we'll now again get redirected back to the products route. Let's again click right here on delete. Let's again redirect the user, and if I now click on continue this button still not works. So let's fix that right now. To fix that, what we'll do is actually wrap this button right here, so this button component with the continue text, we'll wrap this button inside of a form element. Let me for now delete this action, we don't have one, and then let me open the form and let me again paste this button. Now for this form I want to now create an action, or in other words I want to create a server action, and we'll name the server action delete product. So I want to create a server action which I can then call so that we will then delete the product. For that, let's again go back to our actions file, and then inside of here we'll create a new server action. So we have now a create product action, we have an edit product action, and then let me right here now create a new export async function. Let's call it delete product. Let's invoke that and let's open that. So this server action will now be there to delete our product. The first thing we have to do right here is again protect the server action. So let me again copy this code where we first of all get our user function, we then fetch our user, and then we do an if check right here. So let me copy that. Let's again paste it in the delete product function, and then right here we can now call Prisma. So let's right here do an await Prisma. We already imported Prisma. Let's do dot product and let's do dot delete, since I want to delete one product. And as you now see, Prisma gives us right here an error, and it tells us that we are missing a property which is right here where. So we have to now tell Prisma which product we want to delete. We don't want to delete any product, but we want to delete a specific product. So let me open this right here, and now I want to delete a product where the ID matches the ID which I pass. Now I will get our product ID through the form data. So right here in the params, let's get our form data, and then this will be of type form data. Let's now do right here in form data dot get, and I want to now get our product ID. And then right here you'll now see that we'll get an error, and it tells me type form data entry value is not assignable to type string. So what we have to do right here is actually mark that as string, and if I do that you see that this error now goes away. Now the last thing I want to do is redirect our user. So let's again get right here our redirect function, then let me right here pass the URL where I want to redirect to, and we will redirect the user back to dashboard and then slash products. Now this looks very beautiful, and then the last thing we have to do now is pass our product ID. So let's again go back to our delete route, and then inside of here let's create a input. This will be of type hidden so that the user does not see the input. Then let's give it a name. For the name, let me just copy right here this product ID. Let's go back, let's paste that, and then the last thing I have to pass right here is the actual value, so the product ID. Now how do I get the product ID? Well, it's quite simple, right here through the params. So let me destruct it. Right here we'll get our params, and then let's give our params a type. So params will just again be an ID, which will be of type string. I can now use our params, so let's again scroll back, let's give our value right here a params.id. And now the last thing we have to do is pass an action for our form. So let's right here give it an action, and then this action will be equal to our delete product. We import that from our actions file, let's click on enter, and now this should already be all. Let's again go back, and let me do right here in hard refresh just to be sure. And then right here, let me now click on continue to delete the product. So if I click on continue, you see we don't have any feedback, I don't have any pending state, but what you see is that we get redirected, and now we only have one more product. This looks good, but nevertheless I want to have in pending state. And now the question comes, how can we actually change the button so that we get in loading state? Well, we could first of all try with our submit button component. So let me delete this button. Let's get our submit button component from our components. This is self-closing. Let's pass it in text property, and let's right here just say delete product. So let's again save that. Let's go back. Let me click right here in the drop down. Let me click on delete. We'll now get redirected. And now we have our button right here. It looks alright, but we have a bluish background color, and honestly I don't really like that. I want to again have this red background color, so the variant which was destructive, and this is just the default variant, and I don't really like that. So how do we change that? Well, to change that we can again open our submit buttons component, and then above this export function submit button, let's create a new interface. So let's create an interface, we'll name it iapp props, or let's name it button props. So let's do button props, and then let's open that. Inside of here we'll get in text, which will be of type string, so this is this text which we render right here. And then what I also want to get is now in variant. Now for the variant, what you could do is, for example, go to the button right here, give it in variant, and if you now hover over variant, you now see the actual types. So I can just copy these types right here. So you see variant could be either default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link, null, or undefined. So I'll just copy this right here, and then let me paste it right here. So now you see we gave it now in variant, and again this could be either default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, or link. So what we can do now is actually right here for our submit button, we can delete right here where we destructure text. So let me delete that, and inside of that let me again destructure, and this will now be type of iapp props, or not iapp props, but button props. If I now again go right here, I can click on Control Spacebar, and now we get a text, and we also get a variant. This looks beautiful, and what we can do now is give our variant right here in type of variant. Let's also do the same for our button when it's pending. So let's right here get in variant, and this will also be of type variant. So yeah, this should already be all. I can again close our submit button. Let's again go back to our delete route, and then for the submit button, I can now give it in variant. And for the variant, this will just be destructive. And then we can now again save that. Let's again go back, and now you see our background color has changed to this red color. And if I now click on delete product, we have a loading state and we get redirected. This looks great, and that's exactly what I wanted. So what we can do now is again click on add product. So let's again create a product. Then inside of here, let's give it a name. I will just say Nike shoes. For a description, I'll just say super cool shoes that I created, something like that. Then for the price, let's say $120. For the featured product, let's make it true. For the status, let's do published. For the category, let's say men. Let me again upload 2 images. So as you now see, I've again uploaded 2 images, and now I can again click on create product. So let's click on that. We have a beautiful loading state. Alright, so we again got redirected, as you see. Creating a product still works beautifully. We get redirected, we see the image, the name, the status, the price, the date when it was created. I can also right here, for example, again click on edit. Let's again go right here. Let's change featured product to not true, and okay, that's weird, it does not work. Let's go back to our code. Let's open our edit form. Let's again scroll up a bit. Where did we have our switch? Let's search for it. So right here I have my switch, I gave it in checked, but I think it should be called default checked. So let's see, do we have it? Yes, default checked. So let's add that instead. Let's again save that. And now in theory, I should again be able to update featured product. So as you see, I can now update it as I want. So let's again say it's not featured. Let's click on edit product. We have a loading state. Let's again click on edit product and that's weird. It says that this is still in featured product, even though I just changed that. Okay, what's wrong? So if you go to the Radix UI documentation, you'll see that the value right here isn't in Boolean, so it's not true or false, but it's on or it's undefined. I know that's kind of weird, but this is how it actually is. I can't change it. So what we have to do is actually go back to our actions file, and then where we edit our product, so right here we have our edit product function, and then what we'll do right here is internally. So first of all, we'll say right here, if submission.value.isFeatured is true, so let's add 3 equal signs, and we'll say if this is true, let's use internally, so in question mark, then we'll say that this should be true, so the isFeatured boolean should be true, and if not, let's use a colon and let's say false. With that, we just check, hey, if this is on, so if the value right here will be on, then we'll pass in true, and if not, we'll pass in false. Let's now also do the same for our create product function. So right here we have our create product. Let's now also paste it right here. So where do we have is featured? We have it right here. Let's paste it right here. So we just again do the same check, and in theory, this should now work. So let's again go back to our actual right here route. Let me again go back to our products. Let's again click on edit. And then inside of here, let me again toggle featured product. Let's make it not featured. Let's click on edit product, and then we'll again get redirected to our products. Let's now again click on edit right here, and now this should not be true. And as you see, this fully worked. Let's again make it true. Let's click on edit product, and then let me again click on edit, and now this should be true. Yes, this worked beautifully. That's what I wanted, and that's perfect. So we now see that our products route is fully done. It works beautifully, and what I want to do now is actually continue with our navbar. Now currently we have in our navbar right here this categories link, but actually I want to change that. I don't want to add categories, but I want to add a banner. So later on in our storefront we'll have like a big banner, and I want to actually create a route for that. So I can right here change this object. So instead of saying categories, let's say banner picture. And then instead of saying for the href/dashboard/categories, let's use /dashboard/banner. And now let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you see our navbar has changed from categories to banner picture. Now if I currently click on this navigation item, so on the banner picture, you see we'll get actually redirected to /dashboard/banner, but now we get in 404 not found. And that's because we haven't actually created a route for this, I guess, page. So let's now actually change that. So let's again go back to our code. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the dashboard folder. And then inside of here, let's create a new folder, which I name banner. And then inside of this banner folder, let's create a new page.tsx. And now since this is in route, we of course have to create an export default function. So let's do an export default function. Let's call it banner route. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Then inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's return a div, an h1, and let's say hello from the banner route. So now let's actually save that. Let's go back, and as you see, yes, this worked. We now see hello from the banner route. Now inside of this route, I want to again render a button on the top to create a new banner, and then underneath the button, I want to again render a card with our table. So the layout should look exactly as our products route. So let's go back to our banner and let's create that. So let me delete right here this return statement, or let me delete everything in the return statement. Then let's create empty tags, and the first thing I want to create right here, render, is the button to create a new banner. So let's create a div element. Let's give it right here in class name, and we'll say flex items, which will be off center, and then let's do also justify of end to align our item to the end of the screen, so to the right side. Then inside of this div, let's now get our button component from our components, and then for the button, let's give it a property which will be as child. Let's also give it in class name, and then this will be flex and gap x of 2 to have a bit of space between our icon and the text. And then inside of this button, let's now render a link component from next/link. Let's open that. Let's give this link right here an href. So let's give it an href, and then this will be right here /dashboard, and let's give it in /banner, and then /create. Then let's go inside of the link. let me render a plus circle. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's go in class name and we'll say height of 3.5, and let's do the same for the width, so 3.5. Then this should already look good. Let's save that. Let's first of all again go back. And yes, as you now see on the right side, we have this button with the plus circle. And now let's render our text. So under the plus circle, let's get a span, and inside of here, let's say add banner. And then let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see right here our plus circle with the add banner text. This looks beautiful, and now let's render our card. For that, let's go under this div right here. Let's get our card from our components, and then inside of the card, let's render a card header from our components, and in the card header, let's render a card title also from our components. Inside of here, let's say banners, and then underneath the card title, let's render a card description imported from our components. Inside of here, let's just say manage your banners, and then let's save that. Let's again go back, and now we should see a card component right here, which has a title and also a small description. Now you see also currently this card touches our button. This is not what I want. So let's give our card right here a class name, and this will just be margin top of 5. So now we should have a bit of spacing to the top, and now I can create our card content. So underneath the card header, let's get our card content from our components. Let's import that. Then inside of the card content, let's get our table from our components. Let's open that. Inside of the table, let's get our table header. Please again make sure that you import the table header and not the table head. Then inside of the table header, let's get our table row. And then inside of the table row, we can now render our table head. Again, this is imported from our components, and the first table head will be our image. Then let me copy paste the table head. The second one will right here be the title, and then let me again copy paste that, and the third one will just be our actions. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now we have an image, we have a title, and we have actions. And now one thing I also want to change right here is change the alignment of this action text. So what we can do is give this table head again a class name, and we'll just say text, which will be end. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now this should be again aligned on the right side. So this now looks beautiful, and now we can get started rendering our content. So for that, let's again go underneath the table row, let's go underneath the table header, and then still inside of the table, let's now render our table body. Then inside of the table body, let's now get our table row. We already imported that, and then inside of the table row, I can now create our first table cell. Now inside of this table cell, we'll render an image. So for now, what I'll do is again render a user to image icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And let's for now just get a class name of height 16. And let's also do a width of 16. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you see we have an image right here. Now we also have to render a title and also a drop-down menu. So let me go underneath this table cell. Let's create another table cell. Then let's go in title. I'll just say great products. Let's also give this table cell right here in class name, and let's also say right here in font of medium, so that we have a bit of a bigger font weight. And now you see right here in title, which says great product. Now the last thing I want to render is our drop down menu. So let me again go underneath the table cell. Let's create a new table cell. And now inside of this table cell, I want to now render a dropdown. What we could do now is go back to our products route, since we already rendered a dropdown right there, and we can just copy this dropdown menu from here. So I'll just copy this dropdown menu right here. Let's go back to our banner and let's paste it right here. We have to now import the dropdown menu from the components. Let's import the dropdown menu trigger also from the components. Let's import more horizontal from Lucid React. Let's import our dropdown menu content. This is also from our components. Let's get the drop-down menu label. This is also from our components. Let's get the drop-down menu separator. This is also imported from our components. And then the last thing we have is our drop-down menu item, and this is also imported from our components. Now right here we have a drop-down menu item, which is for the edit link. We don't need that. I can delete that, and we'll only have one drop-down menu item, and this is for our delete route. Now currently our href gives us an error, so I can delete it for now. We'll later on pass a correct URL. So now we can again save that, and let's see how that looks like. So let's go back, and now we have our dropdown right here, or the button in other words, and if I click on that, we have our delete action right here. Now this is not aligned correctly, so what we can do is go to our table cell, and we can give it in class name, and this will be just of text. And if I save that and again go back, you will now see that this drop down menu will be aligned to the right side. And this is exactly what happened, and that's great. Alright, what do we do now? Well, I think we should now make the add banner route work, because if I currently click on this button right here, we'll get redirected to /dashboard/banner/create, and we'll get in 4 not found. So let's change that right now. For that, let's go back to our Explorer. Then let's open our Explorer. Let's again collapse everything. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the dashboard folder. Let's go in the banner folder. Let's create a new folder. We'll name it create right here. And then in the create folder, let's create a new file and we'll name it page.tsx. Now this route will be used to render our form. So let's do an export default function, since this is now in route and not in component. So let me what you do, export default function. Let me call it banner route. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. And for now, I can just return a div element and say h1. And then inside of here, let me just say hello from the banner route. Let's again go back, and now you see right here hello from the banner route. So now this works beautiful, and now we can create our form. For that, let me again delete everything in the return statement. Let's again create a new form element. Let me delete the action, I don't need that. And then inside of the form, let me again first of all render a new div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. Let's again say flex, items which will be center, and then let's also do a gap x which will be 4. So this div will be used to actually again render a button to go back on the top left corner. So inside of this div, I can now render a button, again our button component, which is imported from our components. Then let's give our button right here a variant. For the variant, this will just be outline, and then for the size, this will be an icon. So let's use that. Let's also get an asChild property, because inside of this button, I want to now render a link component. This is imported from Next.js/link. Let's open that, and now you see our link component currently throws an error. That's because we have to pass an href, and for the href, this is quite simple. This will be /dashboard and then /products. Then inside of this link, I can now render our chevron left icon. So let's get chevron left from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and we can give it in class name of w4 and height of 4. And then underneath the button component, let's render right here in h1, and let's just say new banner. Let's now save that, and let's see how that looks like. Alright, and as you now see, we have a button right here with a chevron icon, and then with an h1 which says new banner. Now this text currently does not look that good, so let's give right here our h1 a class name, and for the class name, this will be text of XL, and let's do a font of semi-bold, and let's also do right here tracking, which will be of tight. This is just letter spacing, so the words will now be a bit more snug. Let's now save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks already way better. Let's now actually render our card to render the form. For that, let me again go back, let's go underneath the div but still in the form, and then let me render right here my card component imported from the components. Then inside of the card component, let's get our card header. The card header is also imported from our components, and then inside of the card header, let me get my card title. The card title is imported from the components, and for the card title, we'll just say banner details. Let's save that, and then underneath the card title, let me get the card description, and then in the card description, I'll say create your banner right here. We can now save that, and if we go back, yeah, this looks quite good. Nevertheless, we are missing a bit of margin to the top, so for this card, I can just give it right here in class name, and then this will be margin top of 5. So now we have created our card header with the card title and card description, and now I can go underneath the card header, and I can render my card content. This is imported from our components, and then inside of here, let me render a div element. Let's give this div right here in class name, and this will be flex of call, and let's do a gap y of 6. So this div will be actually used as a parent, and it will give all the children a bit of actual spacing, so a bit of gap. Then inside of this div, let me render another div element. Let's get in class name, and then this will be flex of call, and gap of 3. Inside of this div, I can now render a label, again imported from our components, not from Redis UI, and inside of here we'll just say name. Underneath the label, I can render a input. This input is imported from our components, and then what we can do is give it right here in type, and for the type this will be of text. And as you now see, we have right here in label and a input where I can write something. Let's maybe also give this input right here in placeholder, and for the placeholder I'll just say create title for banner. This looks great, and now the next thing which I want to render is the drop zone so that the user can upload an image. So underneath this div, let's create another div element. Let's give this div right here in class name, and then this will be flex which will be call, and then let's also create right here in gap, and this will be of 3. Let's now render a label. Again, this is already imported, and we'll just say images right here. Underneath the label, I want to now render our drop zone. So what we can do is again get our upload drop zone. This is imported from our lib folder, not from Uploadthing/React. Let's click on that. This is self-closing, and inside of here I have to pass a property which is our endpoint. For now, I'll just pass right here the image uploader. Let's click on that, let's save, and let's again go back. Alright, so now you see right here our label for images, and then you see the drop zone right here. This now looks quite good. Let's now also create our cart footer. For that, let's go underneath the cart content, and let's get our cart footer. This is imported from our components, and inside of the cart footer, let me get my submit button again from our components. This is self-closing, and inside of here I can now give it my text property, and inside of here we'll just say create banner. Let's now again save that. Let's again go back, and now you see right here our create banner button, and this looks beautiful. So now our form looks quite beautiful, but I still have one problem, and this is our drop zone. So what exactly is my problem? Well, right here it says that I can upload up to 10 images, but this is not what I want. I only want to be allowed to upload 1 image, because one banner will always have 1 title and 1 image. So how can we update that? Well, it's quite simple. We can again go in our core.ts file in the Uploadthing folder, and then inside of here we have our file router. Now, as I already said at the start of the video, a file router can have multiple file routes. So we have one file route, this is the image uploader, and what we can do now is create a second file route. So what I'll do right here is just copy this image uploader. So we have it right here, image uploader goes right here. I'll just copy this image uploader, and then let me paste it down below again. I paste it right here, and now we have 2 file routes which have the same name. This of course does not work, so for the second file route, instead of naming it image uploader, let's name it banner image route. Then right here we say max file size of 4 MB, this is fine, and then the only thing I want to change right here is the max file count, and we'll say the max file count will be 1. We can again go back to our banner create route, and instead of using the image uploader endpoint, we can use the banner image route. So let's click on enter, and if I again save that and go back, you will see that we now can only upload 1 image which will have a size of maximum 4 MB. Nice. This already looks way better. So since our form is now fully done, we have a title, or I guess an input for the name, and we have also an images drop zone, we have to now create a Zod schema, a server action, and then we have to set up conform on the client side. So let's first of all create a Zod schema. I'll again close all of these files, I don't need them anymore, and let's go to the Zod schemas file. Now currently we only have a product schema, and now I also want to create a banner schema. So underneath this product schema, let's create an export constant, let's call it banner schema, and then this will be equal to z.object. Let's open that, and then right here we'll have 2 values. So we'll have a title. The title will just be in z.string. Let's invoke that, and we'll also have an image. So let's right here get an image string, and then this will just be in z.string. Let's invoke that, and now we are already finished with our banner schema, because at the end of the day our banner is quite simple. We only have a title and we only have an image. Now since we have created a Zod schema, we also have to create an schema, or in other words we have to create a model in our schema file. So let's go to our schema.prisma file, and then underneath the product model we can create a new model, and we'll name this model banner. Let's open that, and inside of here, the first thing we have to pass is the actual ID. So let's give it an ID. This will be of type string. Let's use an @ID, let's use an @default, and let's use UUID. So whenever we create a new row in our table, we'll always generate a new unique identifier. Then let's also get an title. This will be of type string, and then let's also get an image string, and this will be also of type string. Now please make sure that you spell title and image string correct, so these actual names should correspond to your Zod schema. If you have spelling mistakes or if they are not the same value, you'll get errors and you don't want that. So please double check. And then the last field which I want to have in my banner is the created at timestamp. So that's what you're doing, created at. This will be of type date time, and let's use at default, and then let's use now. Let's save that, and now we also have to sync our database with Prisma. So let's open our terminal. Now currently you get a warning, only plain objects can be passed to client components from server components. This is a warning regarding Uploadthing. So if you again open our banner create route, you see that we render right here our upload drop zone, but we haven't marked this file as use client. That's why we get this warning. But later on we'll fix that, this error will go away. But again, summarized, we get this error because this is in server component, but the upload drop zone should always be rendered in a use client component. So let's close that. We again know why we get this warning, and then let's open our second terminal tab. Let me stop Prisma Studio, and then inside of here, let's use an npx prisma of db push to sync our database with our Prisma schema. So now you see our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. That's great. I can now again close my schema file. I don't need that. I can close my Zod schema. I also don't need that. And let's again open our banner create route. And now inside of this route, we have to actually again initialize a few things. So we have to create a state for our images. We have to initialize use form state. So again, the hook provided by React DOM. And then we also have to initialize our use form. So let's do that right now. So above our return statement, let's use constant, then let's use these array symbols. Let's create a getter and setter. So let's use an image and let's use set images, and then this will be right here equal to use state. Use state is imported from React. Let's import that, let's invoke that, and then as an initial value, let's pass undefined, because when our route will actually load, we at first won't have an image. Then underneath our use state hook, we can now actually initialize use form state. So let's write here doing constant. Let's again use these array brackets. Let's use last result. Then let's also get our action. And then this will be right here equal to use form state. This is imported from React-DOM, and then let me invoke that. Now inside of here, we have to pass two arguments. So as you already know, our server action, first of all, and then also our initial state. Now currently we haven't created any server action for our banner. So for now, we'll just say right here, create product. Again, we'll change that later on, but for now, it does not make any difference. And then as an initial state, this will just be undefined. If I now save that, you see the error is again gone, and that's great. Now underneath our use form state, I want to now initialize conform. So let's again do a constant. Let's use these array brackets. Let's right here get our form. Let's also get our fields. And then this will be equal to use form. Use form is imported from @conform2/react. So let's click on import. And then inside of here, I have to now pass a few properties. So the first thing I have to pass is our last result, so our current state. And then let's also right here use our onValidate function to validate on the client side. So let's get our onValidate. And then inside of here, let me also destructure it, and let me get our form data. And then let me just open this function. Now inside of here, we can do a return statement. Let's do a pass with Zod. Now pass with Zod is imported from @conform to Zod. Let's click on enter, and as you already know, we have to now pass a few properties. So first of all, we have to pass our form data, which we get right here, as you know, and then we also have to pass our Zod schema. So let's add a comma, let's open the object, let's get our schema, and then this will be equal to our banner schema, which we import from our Zod schema file. Let's click on enter. This will now be automatically imported, and now we don't get any errors anymore. And now what we have to do is add two more properties. So first of all, should validate. Should validate will be actually equal to onBlur. And then the second property which we have is the should revalidate, and this will be equal to onInput. So let me get onInput, and now this whole use form is fully done. if I currently save that and go back to our website, you will see we get an error. Now, why do we get an error? Well, that's because we use useState, we use form state, and we use useForm. All of these hooks right here rely on a bit of JavaScript, which means that I have to mark this component or this route, in other words, as useClient. So let's do right here useClient, and then we can again save that. And if I again go back, you now see we don't have any problems and everything still looks good. And now since we see that we don't get any problems, let's now right here pass our fields. So let's go first of all to our input right here for our name. Let's give it right here a name. For the name, this will be equal to our fields. Then let's do dot title and then dot name. Let's also right here get in key. This key will be equal to our fields. Then let's do dot title and let's do dot key. And then the last thing we have is our default value. And then this will be equal to our fields. Then let's do dot title and let's do dot initial value. This is now done. The last thing I want to do is render an error message. So underneath the input, but still in the div, let's render a p tag. And then inside of here, let me get my fields. Let's do dot title and let's do dot errors. Let's also give this p tag right here a class name. And for the class name, this will be just text, which will be red of 500. And if I now save that and again go back and click on create banner right here, you'll see that we first of all do a get request. This is not what we want. So what we have to do is go to our form right here, and then we have to pass an ID, a onSubmit, and a action. So for the ID, this will just be equal to our form.id. Then let's right here also get a onSubmit. This will be equal to the form.onSubmit. And then let's also right here get an action, and this will be equal to our action. If I now save that and again go back and click right here on create banner, you will now see that we get an error message, and that's exactly what I wanted. Now we have to do the same for our image, but before I do that, let's first of all render the image if we upload an image, because currently if I upload an image, this default state won't change, and that's not what we want. If we upload an image, I want it to be displayed right here. So how do we change that? Well, right here for our upload drop zone, let's again get our onClient upload complete, and then inside of here I can again create an inline arrow function. So let's right here first of all get our result as in param, then let's create our arrow function, and then inside of here I want to get my set images, and I want to now add my URL to our set images state. So let's invoke that, and inside of here we can get our response. Now currently the problem is that our response is an array, so what we have to do is get the first item in the array. So we can use array symbols, get in 0, so the first item in the array, and then let's use dot URL. So now we store our image in our state, and what I also want to do is an onUpload error callback. So inside of here, let's again create an inline arrow function, and all I will do right here is just get an alert, and let's invoke that, and as a message I'll just say something went wrong. Now currently you see we get an error for our set images, and it says argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type undefined. What's exactly the problem? So if you look at our useState right here, at our useState hook, you see we passed as an initial value undefined. Now our useState hook thinks that we can't add any other types. So what we have to do is add right here in generic, and then inside of this generic, we'll say that the image could either be in string, or within vertical line, we could say that this could be undefined. If I now save that and again scroll down, you'll see that this error will go away, and that's exactly what happened. This is great, and what I want to do now is again do internal check and check if we have an image, then I want to render the image, and if not, we'll render the drop zone. For that, let me copy this upload drop zone, copy it, don't delete that, and then inside of here, let's do internally. And then inside of here, we can check if image is not equal to undefined, so exclamation mark to equal signs. If this is not equal to undefined, let's use a question mark, so internally, let's return something, and if not, let's use a colon, and then let's return our upload drop zone. So if we have an image, let's right here render a image component, imported from Next.js/image. This is self-closing. Inside of here, let's pass in source. The source will just be our image. Let's give it also an alt tag. For the alt, I'll just say product image. Let's also right here give it a width. this will be 100. Let's give it in height. The height will also be 100. And then let's also right here give it in class name. And then for the class name, we'll say width of custom value. Let's do 100 pixels. Let's do the same for the height. So height of 100 pixels, again, custom value. And then let's do an object of cover. We can now save that. Let's again go back. Let me upload one image. So as you see, I've now uploaded one image and it shows right here. Now it does not look that nice, so let's change it a bit. For this class name, let's also right here add a border. Let's also do rounded, which will be LG. And instead of saying width 100, let's say, for example, width 200 pixels. Let's also do a height of 200 pixels. And then also for the image, instead of saying width 100, let's say 200. And let's do the same for the height. And yes, I think now this looks quite good because it's now a bit bigger. We also have this rounding and a small border on the corner. Now, if I again do a hard refresh, you again see we have the default state. And if I click on create banner, we only get an error message for our name. But I also want to get an error message for our image. And also I said right here images, this should be image. So let's change the label to image. And then let's now also create our error message. To do that, it's again quite simple. We have to go under the label. Let's create a standard input. Let's do a type of hidden so that the user does not see it. Then let's create right here a value. For the value, this will be image. Then let's also give it a key. For the key, this will be our fields. Then let's get our .image string and let's do a .key. Let's also get a name. For the name, this will just be again our fields. Then let's do a .image string and then let's do a .name. And then the last thing we have is our default value. And then this will be equal again to our fields. Then let's do a dot. Let's get our image string. And then this will be again .initial value. Let's save that. And then the last thing we want to do is render our error message. For that, let me scroll down a bit. Let's go right here underneath our ternary check, but still inside of this div element. And then let me render right here in p element. Now inside of the p tag, let's get our fields. Let's do a .image string and let's do a .errors. Then let's give this p tag also right here a class name. And then for the class name, this will be text of red 500. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And now you see also an error message right here for our image. And that's perfect. Now, before I click right here on create banner, we have to now first of all create a server action for our banner creation. For that, let's again go back to our actions file. And then inside of here, we will again create a new server action. For that, let's create again right here new export async function. Let's call it create banner. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, we want to again do a bit of protection. So I want to protect this server action so that only I myself can create a banner. For that, let me just copy right here this constant get user from get kind server session. Then we fetch our user, then we do the validation. Let me copy that. Let's paste it right here inside of our create banner function. And then I can now validate my form data against our Zod schema. So let's do a constant submission. Then this will be equal to pass with Zod. Now we already imported pass with Zod. Let's invoke that. Now we have to pass our form data as an argument. So let me get the form data through the params. So form data will be a type of form data. And now I can pass our form data right here as an argument. I have to now also pass our schema. So let's do a comma. Let's open an object. And then inside of here, we get our schema. And then this is just equal right here to our banner schema, which we import from our Zod schema file. Now, our submission could now be either successful or it could be not successful. It could be failed. So let's again do an if check. And then inside of here, we'll check if submission dot status is not equal to success. So you again use this exclamation mark and two equal signs. If this is not equal to success, let's open that and let's do return submission.reply so that we can get the error messages in the front end. And since we have now validated our form data against our Zod schema, we can now create our Prisma mutation, or in other words, our Prisma query. So let's do an await Prisma. We already imported Prisma. Let's do a .banner and let's do a .create since I want to create a new banner. Inside of here, we have to pass a new data property since I want to create data. And then inside of here, we have to now pass a title and a image string. Now for the title, this will be equal to our submission, then let's use dot value, and then let's use dot title. Then we'll also get right here an image string, and then this will be equal to our submission, let's use dot value and dot image string. Now this should already be all. And then the last thing I want to do is also redirect the user back to our dashboard. So let's do right here in redirect. We already imported that. Let's invoke that. And then as in destination, let's use /dashboard and let's do /banner. Let's now save that, and now we can again go back to our page.tsx, so to our create route, and then instead of passing right here our create product server action, let's pass our create banner server action, which we import from our actions file. Now this looks fine, but currently we get an error, and that's because we didn't give our params a previous state. So right here in the params, let's get our previous state, and then this will be of type any. If I now again save that and go back to our page.tsx, this error will now again go away. So this now looks great. And what do we do now? Well, I think we should now test out if creating a banner works. So let's go back to our code. Let me do a hard refresh, and then let's give our banner first of all in title. Let's just say test banner. Then let me upload one image. So now you see I have a name and I have the image which is uploaded, and then let me click on create banner. We have now a loading state and I should now get redirected. And as you see, we did not get redirected, but we got an error, and it tells me unhandled one-time error, cannot read properties of undefined. That's a bit weird. What's exactly the problem? Well, the problem is if you change your Prisma schema, you have to restart your dev server. So I actually synced my Prisma schema in a second terminal tab, which means I have to restart my dev server. So let me stop my dev server, let me clear everything, and let me again run npm-1 dev. Let me again click on enter, let's again go back, let's do a hard refresh, and in a second it should again work. Alright, my dev server has restarted. Let's again test it out. So let's do right here name of test product, or not test product, but test banner. Let me upload one image. I've now uploaded one image, and let me now click on create banner. We have now again our loading state, and now I shouldn't get any error. Let's see, we got now redirected, and as you see, this was probably successful. So what we can do is go back to our code. Let me open a second terminal tab. Let me clear everything, and then let's use npx Prisma Studio to see what we have in our database. Alright, what do we see? We have one item inside of our banner, we have an ID, we have a name, and we have an image string and a created at timestamp. So we see this worked beautifully, and that's exactly what I wanted. Let me again stop my Prisma Studio. I don't need that anymore. Let me close my terminal, and what I want to do now is render my banner right here for our banners page. So let me open my banner route again inside of here, and what we first of all have to do is fetch our data so that I can display it right here. Now, as you already know, it's very simple to do. We have to go above our export default function. Let's do right here an async function. We'll call it get data. Let's invoke that, and then let me open that. Inside of here, we have to now fetch our data from Prisma. So let's use constant data, and then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Let me import that. Then let's use dot banner, and I want to find many banners. So let's use dot find many. Then let me invoke that, let's open that, and now inside of here I want to tell Prisma that I want to get the newest banners on the top and then the oldest ones at the bottom. I think this makes sense. So I want to order my results. For that we can use the order by property, and inside of here we would say we want to order by the created at timestamp. Now we have two options, either ascending or descending, but since I want to actually get the newest banners on the top, we'll say right here descending. Let's click on that, let's save that, and then let me now also return our data. We have now written our Prisma query right here, as you see, and what I want to do now is get our data in the front end. For that, let's go above the return statement and let's use constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's now invoke that, and now you see we get an error. Now you probably already know why we get this error. That's because we have to mark this function as async. So let's use an export default async function, and now this error will also go away. Alright, the error is now gone, and what we can do now is map over our data. For that, let me go in my table body. Inside of there we have a table row, and what I want to do now is copy this table row, copy it, please don't delete it, and then inside of here I want to now get my data, so let's do data.map, then let me get an item, and then let me just return that. Then inside of here I can again paste my table row, and still everything looks good. Now for my table row I have to give it a key. The key will be the item.id, and now we can propagate all of the fields. Now the first thing I want to change, instead of rendering a user icon, let me get right here my image component from next/image. This is self-closing. Let's first of all give it an alt tag. For the alt, I'll just say product image. Then let's give it right here in source. For the source, this will be our item.image string. Then let's give it right here also in width. For the width, this will be 64. Let's also give it in height. For the height, this will be also 64. And then let's also add in class name. And then for the class name, I'll just say that this will be in rounded of LG. We'll say that this will be object of cover, and it will have a height of 16 and a width of 16. Now height 16 and width 16 just corresponds to 64 pixels. And now this looks beautiful. We can now save that, and let's see how that looks like. And as you see, we have right here our product image. It has a nice rounding, and this looks very, very nice. Let's now also render our actual title. For that, let me delete the static text, and let's get right here our item.title. We can again save that. Let's again go back, and now it says test banner. That's great. Now right here we have our actions, so our drop down, and if I currently click on that and click on delete, you see nothing really happens, and that's because we currently don't really have a delete URL. So let's change that right now. For that, let me again go back to our code. Then right here we have our href as you see, and now this href will be equal to /dashboard. Then let's use /banner. Then let's use a dynamic value where we get our ID, so item.id, and then this will be /delete. Again, please make sure that you spell it correctly. So we use upticks, then we use in /dashboard, a /banner, a /item.id, and then a /delete. Now if I again go back, click again on my dropdown and hover over the dev right here, you see on the bottom left corner, it now redirects to /dashboard, /banner, /our ID, /delete. If I now currently click on that, you see we'll get redirected, but we'll get in 404 not found, and that's because we haven't created the URL, or in other words, we haven't created the route to delete a banner. So let's change that right now. For that, let's again open our Explorer. Let me collapse everything. Let's go in the app folder, in the dashboard folder, in the banner folder, and then inside of the banner folder, let's create right here in array brackets an ID. So this is a dynamic route. And then inside of this folder, let's create a new folder, which will be the delete folder. And then in the delete folder, this will be our page.tsx. So we'll create a new file, which we'll name page.tsx. Now, if you want to know what we did, well, we went inside of the app folder, then we went in the dashboard folder, we went in the banner folder, we went in the ID folder, and then we created a new delete folder within page.tsx. Now, this route will be there to render our delete form. And since this is in route, we have to do an export default function. So let's do an export default function. Let's just call it delete banner route. Let's invoke that, let's open that, let's create a return statement, and for the return statement, I'll just do a div, let's say in h1, and let's say hello from the delete route. And now you see that the 404 error is gone, and that's exactly what we wanted. Now the UI for this delete route will be exactly the same one as to our product's delete route. So we already had a delete route, if you can remember, and our banner delete route will look exactly the same. So I can just copy everything in the return statement. Let me copy that. Let's go in our banner folder or in our banner delete folder. And then let me just paste it right here. So now we again created a div, we gave it in height, we centered everything in the center, then we render in cart with a cart title, cart header, and then we render our two buttons. Let me now import our cart from our components, then let me also import our cart header, we'll also get that from our components, then let me get my cart title from the components, let's also get our cart description from our components, let's get our cart footer from the components, let's get our button also from our components, then let's also import our link. This is imported from next/link, and then let me also import our submit button also from our components. And as you now see, we only get two more errors. That's first of all right here for our params.id, and then also for our action. Let's first of all fix right here this params.id. So we gave it right here an input of type hidden, we gave it a name of product ID. Let's change it to banner ID. And now for the value, this looks good. We have to now get the params right here through our param. So let's destruct it, let's get our params, and then these params will be right here again equal to an ID, which will be of type string. Again, it's exactly the same code as in our other delete route. We just get our ID right here, and then I pass it right here with a name of banner ID. Now currently we pass an action, which is the delete product action, but this is not what I want to pass. I want to pass a delete banner action. For that, we have to create a new server action, so let's do that right now. So let me go to my actions file. Let's go underneath this create banner function. Let's create a new export async function. Let's just call it delete banner. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Now we want to again protect the server action. So let me copy again our code where we actually fetch our user and then check if it's me. So let me copy that. Let me paste it right here. So we have now fetched our user. We have now checked that we have invalid session. And now we can use Prisma to delete our banner. For that, let me go underneath our check right here under our if check, and let's await Prisma. Prisma is already imported. .banner. .delete, and then let me open that. Now right here, I don't want to delete any banner, but I want to delete a specific banner. That means we have to use right here in where statement, and I want to delete a banner where the ID matches the ID which I pass. So inside of here, we can do in form data.get. Now currently we don't get any form data, so right here through the params, let's get form data, and this will be of type form data. Let's now right here again pass our form data. Let's do .get, and I want to get our banner ID. So if you again go to our delete route, you know that we gave it a name of banner ID. Let me copy that, let's paste it right here, and let's mark it as string. Now this looks all good. The last thing I want to do is redirect the user back to our banner route. So let's right here do a redirect, and let's redirect it right here to /dashboard and then /banner. Let's now save that, and then if I go back to our delete route, instead of calling delete product, let's use delete banner. This is imported from our actions. Let's save that, and now this also looks beautiful. Also now, before we continue, there's one more thing I want to change, and that's right here our cancel button. It currently redirects to dashboard/products. Let me redirect back to dashboard/banner, and then also right here for our card description, it currently says this action cannot be undone. This will permanently delete this product. Let's say this will permanently delete this banner and remove all data from our server. This is fine. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And let me first of all click on cancel. We should now get redirected back to the banner route. Yes, this happened. Let me now click on again delete right here. We should again get redirected. And then let me click on delete product. We have now a loading state. And as you see, our banner got deleted. Let me again click on add banner. Then inside of here, let's again create a name. So let's just say test banner. Let me upload one image, and as you now see, we have uploaded one image, and let me now click on create banner. We have now our beautiful loading state, and we again got redirected. So our banner picture route is completely done, our products route is completely done, and now we can actually get started with creating our storefront. And for that, let's actually already start. So let me open my Explorer, let me collapse everything, let's go in the app folder, and now the question comes, how do we start right here? So I want to create a folder, but I don't want to map the folder to the URL. What do I mean with that? Right here, I created a dashboard folder, and if you can remember, we created with that in URL. So if I would try to reach the /dashboard route, you would see that we would get redirected. But this is something not really that I want to do. What I want to do right now is still create a folder, but I don't want it to map to the URL. And now to actually achieve that, what I just told you, we can use a concept which is called route grouping. So what you can do is actually go to the docs right here, and you can learn more if you search for route groups. And then inside of here, you'll see in the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to URL paths. So exactly as we saw with the dashboard folder. However, you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the route URL path. And that's what we want to do. And now the question comes, how do you do that? And it's very, very simple. All you have to do is wrap the folder name in parentheses, and then you have already created a route group, and then you can do whatever you want inside of this route group. So let's do that. So let's go in the app folder, and then inside of here, let's create a new folder. Let me use parentheses, and then inside of the parentheses, let's give it a name, and we'll name it Storefront. storefront. Let's click on enter, and now we can create our storefront inside of this folder, and this folder won't be mapped to our URL. And now to see our actual storefront folder in action, we have to now create a page.tsx. So let's write here doing page.tsx. And now this is an route. So what you can do right here is an export default function. We'll just call it, I guess, index page. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and let's do a return, and let's return a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the storefront page.tsx. Let's now save that, let's again go back, and now we should see this right here. And what do you see? Well, we don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's actually quite simple. If you again go to your app folder, what you'll see is that inside of our app folder, we already have a page.tsx. And this renders right here our button to log in, or in other words, to also sign up. So what we have to do is delete this page.tsx, since we now created a new one in the storefront, and then the storefront page will render. So let me delete right here the page.tsx in our root app directory. So let me move it to trash, and then again, if you save your code and again go back, it says right here, hello from the storefront page. So we see this fully works, and that's great. Let's now get started creating our navbar. So let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder. Inside of the components folder, let's create a new folder. We will name the folder storefront. Let's click on enter, and then inside of here, let's create a navbar.tsx. Now, since this is a component, we don't have to do an export default function. So let's just do an export function. Let's call it navbar. Let's invoke that, and then let's open it. Inside of here, let's do a return, let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the navbar. Let's save that, let's again go back, and what do you see? Well, we don't see any navbar. Why is that? Well, you probably already know the answer. Currently, this is just a component which is not rendered anywhere. So if you again go in the page.tsx in our storefront, and if you now import our navbar, so let's do that right here in the div, let's get our navbar from our components, this is self-closing, and if you again go back, you will now see hello from the navbar. So we now see our component works. Nevertheless, I don't really want to render my navbar in the page.tsx. I want to render my navbar in the layout so that we see it on all storefront pages. And as you already probably know, we have a root layout in our app folder. Nevertheless, we can't render the navbar right here, because then the navbar would be persisted on all routes, which means it would be also persisted in the dashboard folder, and I don't want that. So what we can do is we can go in the storefront folder, and then inside of here we can create a new file, and this will be our layout.tsx. So we now create a layout which will only be, I guess, accessible. Can I say it like that? It will only be accessible from our storefront, and the dashboard won't have this layout, so it won't be shared. Now inside of here, you probably already know how we have to create this route. This has to be an export default function. So let's do right here an export default function. Let's call it storefront layout. Then let's invoke that, and let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, and then let me use these empty tags so that nothing shows up in our DOM. And then inside of here, I can now render our navbar, which is imported from our components. I can now again go back to our page.tsx, and then inside of here, let's again delete this navbar, since we now rendered in our layout. So if I again go back, you now see hello from the navbar. But now we have a new problem. We see hello from the navbar, but I don't see hello from the storefront page. Why is that? Well, again, you probably already know the answer. That's because we now have to also render our children. How do we get our children? Well, we get them through the params. So right here, that's the structured. Let's get our children. And now you see right here TypeScript complaints. That's because it does not know what type children is. So let's give it in type. And then children will be right here in type of React Node. This is imported from React, and we can give it also right here an import type so that we only import that type. Then underneath the navbar, I can now create a main element, and then inside of the main element, we could now render our children. If I now save that and again go back, you now see hello from the navbar, and you see hello from the storefront page. So we see that this works, and that's great. Now, also what I want to do is give my main element right here in class name. So I want to give it a bit of padding, or in other words, I want to give a bit of padding to our children. So let's do in class name right here. Let's do in max width of 7XL. That's right here 1280 pixels. Then let's right here also do an MX of auto. Let's do in padding X of 4. Let's say on smaller devices or bigger. That means devices with a minimum width of 640 pixels. And then inside of here, let's just say padding X of 6. which corresponds to 24 pixels. Let's also do an LG or bigger, and then this will be padding x of 8. Let's now save that, this should be all, and if you now again go back, you now see that our children have a bit of padding to the left side, while our navbar does not have any padding, and that's fine, that's because we haven't wrapped it inside of this class name. So now we can actually continue with our navbar and now make it look beautiful. For that, let me delete everything in the return statement, and let's create a new nav element. Let's give our nav element right here in class name, and then let's do right here in width of full, let's again do a max width of 7XL, then let's do an MX of auto to center it in the middle. Let's do padding x of 4. Let's say SM or bigger, padding x of 6. And then let's also say LG or bigger, which will be padding x of 8. Then let's also do padding y of 5 so that we have a bit of padding on the y-axis, so on the top and bottom. And before we continue with the styles, let's first of all render an h1 so that we see how it looks like. So let me say hello from the nav, let's save that, let's again go back, and now you see we have a bit of padding to the left side as we had with our children, and we also have a bit of padding to the top and to the bottom. Let's now continue. So what I want to do right here is also now give it an flex element, and I want to center all of the children in the center. So let's do an items of center, so on the vertical side, and then let's do justify between so that we align the items or the children to the left and right corner. So let me right here get my justify between. And now this should already be all. I can now again delete the h1, I don't need that, and let's create a div right here. Let's give this div right here in class name, this will be flex, and let's do also an items of center. And now the first thing I want to render inside of this div is the actual logo. So what we can do right here is get our link component from next/link. Let's open that. Right here you see it currently complains, that's because we have to pass an href, and for the href this will just be our index page, so an empty slash. Then inside of this link component, let me render an h1 and let me just say shoe, then let me get a span element and let me say Marshall. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should see right here on the top left corner shoe Marshall, and if I hover on it, you see it redirects me to the index page. Now currently it does not look that nice, so let me style it a bit. Let's give our h1 right here in class name, let's say text, which will be black, then let's also do a font which will be bold, so a font weight of 700, then let's do a text of XL, and let's say on larger devices or bigger, let's do a text of I guess 3XL. Let's save that, let's again go back, and this should now be way bigger. What I want to do now is also give the Marshall a different color. So let me go to the span right here, let's get in class name, and let me say text of primary. And if I again go back, you now see that Marshall is blue, and this looks already very, very nice. Now the next thing I want to render are our navbar links. That means I want to render a home link, I want to render a all products link, a men's link, and then also a link for all the woman products. For that, let's create a separate component. So let me again open my Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, in the components folder, let's go in the storefront, and then inside of here, let's create a navbar links.tsx file. Now inside of here, since this is an actual component, we can do an export function. Let's call it navbar links. Let's invoke that, and then let me open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let me right here return a div element, and now we can get started styling that. Now the first thing I want to do right here for our class name is say that this should be hidden. Now this tells CSS that this element should be hidden on a mobile screen, and what I want to say now is that on medium devices or bigger, that means on devices with a minimum width of 768 pixels, we can then again show our navbar links. So let's do flex. Then let's do justify, which will be center. Let's do also an items, which will be centered to center it vertically. Then let's also do a gap x of 2 to have a bit of padding between the items, and a margin left of 5 to give it a bit of space to our logo. Then inside of here, I want to now render my links. So let's create an array. So right here on the top, let me do an export constant. Let's call it right here navbar links. Then this will be equal to an array. Then inside of here, let me now render my links. So let's create our first object, or in other words, our first link. Let's give it an ID, this will be 0. Let's give it a name. For the name, this will just be home, uppercased. And then let's right here also give it an href. And for the href, this will just be an empty slash. Then let's create our second object right here, in other words, our second link. Let's give it an ID of 1. Let's give it right here name. For the name, this will be all products. Then let's also right here give it an href, and for the href this will be slash products and then slash all. Let's now create our third object. Let's give it an ID of 2. Let's give it a name. We'll just say men. And then let me also create right here an href. And for the href, this will be /products and then /all. Then let me create a fourth object. And then let's give it an ID of 3. Let's also give it right here name. This will be woman. And then let's also right here give it an href. And then this will be /products and then /woman. So now we have created in total 4 links, and now we can map over it in our div. So let me right here get my navbar links. Let's do a .map, let's get an item, and then let me just return it right here. Now inside of here, let me get my link component from next/link. Let's open that. Let's right here give it an href. The href will be equal to the item.href. Let's also give it a key. This will be equal to our item.id. And then inside of the link, we can now render our item.name. So let's get our item.name, and now this looks good. Now if I save that and go back, you see we don't see the links. That's because this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So let's go to our navbar. Let's go right here under our link component, and then inside of here, let me get my navbar links. So navbar links from our components. This is self-closing. Let's again go back, and now we see all of our links right here. So home, all products, men and woman. This looks quite nice. The only thing I might change is the actual gap. So let me again go back to the navbar links. Let's do a gap x of maybe 4. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Yeah, I think gap 4 works quite good. Let's again go back. Let's now also give right here our link a class name. And then for the class name, let's just say font of medium. And yeah, I think this should be fine. Let's go back. This should now have a bit of a bigger font weight. And yeah, I think we can leave it like that. Alright, so we have now our logo. We have these items. Maybe we could also give it a bit of margin right here, so that's maybe a bit too spaced together. So right here we gave it a margin left of 5. Let's maybe give it a margin left of 8. Let's save that. Let's go back. Yeah, let's leave it at 8. I think this is fine. So now we have created our left side, so with the logo and our navbar links. And now I want to create the right side where we will actually render our shopping bag and the user dropdown. And if the user is not authenticated, we will render a login button and a register button. So let me again go back. Then what we'll do is go under this div, but still in the nav element. Then let me create a new div element, and then let's give it right here a class name, which will be flex, then items, which will be center. And then inside of here, we can now get started. Now, what I want to do now is actually render internally. So I want to check, hey, if we have a user session, then let's render our shopping bag and the user dropdown. And if not, let's actually render a register button and a login button. Now, to get our user state, or in other words, our user session, and to see if it's valid, we first of all have to fetch our user. We'll do that right here in the navbar. So above the return statement, let's do a constant, let's do structured, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now you see it's imported from kind OSS / kind of Next.js / server. Please make sure that this is the correct import path. Let's click on enter, let's invoke that, and then right here where we destructured, let me get my user function. Let's now also fetch our user, so let's do a constant user, and then this will be equal to await get user. Let's now invoke that, and now you see we get an error. That's because we have to mark this function as async, and again this is safe to do so because we're in a server component. So let's do an export async function, and now this error is also gone. So we can now use our user to actually check if he has an invalid session. So inside of this div, let me now get my user, and we'll just do internally. So if we have a user, let's return something with a question mark, and if not, let me use a colon and return something else. So if the user is not authenticated, let's for now just say h1 and let's say not authenticated. And if the user is authenticated, we can now actually render our shopping bag and also our user dropdown. So right here, let's for now render these empty tags so that they don't show up in our DOM. And then inside of here, let me get my link component. We already imported that, and you see it currently complains. That's because I have to pass an href, and then the href will be the /back, because this link will render our shopping bag icon so that the user can get redirected to our shopping bag so that he can see the items and the total price, and that he can also check out. Alright, then let's also give this link right here a class name, and then for the class name, let's right here say group, let's do a padding of 2, let's do flex, let's also do an items of center, and then also a margin right of 2 so that we have a bit of spacing to the right side. Then inside of this link, let me now get our shopping bag icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's save save that and let's see how that looks like. And as you now see, we have on the right side this little shopping bag icon. I think it looks quite good. Nevertheless, we could actually style it a bit. So let's go back, let's give the shopping bag icon right here a class name, and then let's right here say height of 6, let's do width of 6, let's right here also say text of gray, which will be 400, and then let's also do in group hover, so group dash hover, and this will be equal to text, which will be gray of 500. If you now again save that and go back, you will now see that our shopping bag icon still looks the same, but if you hover over it, you have this hover effect and it has now a grayish color, and I think it looks a bit better. Now let's again go back. What I want to do now is render like the amount of items in our shopping bag. So underneath the shopping bag icon, I can render a span element, and inside of here we could for now maybe say 5. Let's again save that, let's go back. You now see our number 5 right here. Now personally, I think it should be a bit more spaced out. So what you can do is give the span right here a class name, and we'll say margin left of 2, let's do in text of small, let's do in font of medium, let's get in text which will be of gray 700, and then let's also right here do in group dash hover, and let's right here say text which will be gray of 800. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now the number will be a bit smaller, we have a bit of margin, and this looks again very nice. So since we have now rendered our shopping bag icon, the next thing I want to render is an user dropdown where we will see the name, where we will see the email of the user, and where the user can click on to again log out. For that, let's again go back to our code, let's open the Explorer, and then inside of here let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the storefront folder, and then inside of here let's create a user dropdown.tsx. Let's now open our file, and since this is a component, we can now do an export function. This will be called user dropdown. Let's invoke that, and then let me open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, and let's start with our dropdown. So let me right here get our dropdown menu from our components. Let's open that, and inside of here, let me get my dropdown menu trigger. Again, this is imported from the components. Please make sure that everything is imported from the components and not from Redis UI. Let's now click on enter. Inside of this dropdown menu trigger, I want to now render a button. So let me give this dropdown menu trigger a property which is as child, and then inside of here let me now render a button component. This button component is imported from our components. Let's click on enter, and then inside of this button I want to now render a avatar. This is imported from our components, and then inside of the avatar let's render a avatar fallback, also imported from our components. For the avatar fallback, let me right now just say Jan, and then let me save that. Now if you go back, you see nothing is rendered. This is because this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So let's go back to our navbar, and then underneath this link right here, we can now render our user dropdown. So let me get my user dropdown from our components. This is self-closing. We can now again save that, and if we go back, you now see that we have a user dropdown right here. Now does it look good? Nope, it looks quite ugly, but we'll fix that. So if you go back to the user dropdown, what we could start with is first of all our button. Let's first of all give our button right here in variant. For the variant, this will be ghost, and then let me also create right here in class name, and for the class name, this will be relative. Then let's do in height of 10, let's do in width of 10, and then let's do in rounded of full. This should now already look 10 times better, so let me go back, and yes, this looks now already like a dropdown. Let me now actually continue. Let's give also our avatar right here a class name, and for the class name let's say height of 10, and let's do in width of 10. Now currently we just render an avatar fallback, but later on I will also render right here the user image, but since we currently don't get that, I'll leave it for now as it is, but we'll change that once we are done with the user dropdown. So since we have now created our actual dropdown menu trigger, we can now continue with our dropdown menu content. So let's go underneath the dropdown menu trigger, let's get our dropdown menu content. Now, as you already know, this is imported from our components, and let me open that. Now for the drop-down menu content, let me get right here in class name. Let's say width of 56. This right here corresponds to 224 pixels, and this also means that our drop-down menu will take a total width of 224 pixels. Then let's also right here use an align property, and now you could right here choose between center, end, or start. Now as you already know, I think end looks the best, so let's click on that, and then let's also right use a property which is called force mount. Let's click on that, and now inside of this drop-down menu content, I can now render our first drop-down menu label. So let me get my drop-down menu label, again from our components, let me open that, and then inside of here, I want to now render the name of the user and also the email. To do that, that's quite simple. I can first of all render right here in p tag, then let me actually render my name, so let's say Jan Marshall, and then let me save that and let's see if it actually works. So if you now go back and click on our drop down, you now see that it opens and then you see my name right here. Now I think we could also style it a bit, so let's give it right here in class name, and then let's say right here text of small, let's do right here also in font of medium, and then let's also do a leading of none. Now I think this should already be all. Underneath the p tag, let me render another p tag, let me now hard code my email. And then let me also style this p tag. So let's get right here in class name, and then for the class name we'll have a text which will be XS, so it will be quite small. Then let's do again a leading of none, let's do a text which will be of muted foreground, so it will have a grayish color, and this should already be all. Let's again save that, let's go back, and now we see right here my name, and then you see my email. Now you see my email is also smaller than my name, and that looks good. Nevertheless, we now have to also create a bit of spacing between these items. So what we can do is go right here to the drop down menu label, we can give it in class name, and let's do right here in flex, then let's do in flex of call, and let's do in space y of 1, so that we have a bit of spacing between the items. We can then again save that, and if you go back, you now see we have a bit of spacing between the items, and I think this looks quite nice. Now the next thing I want to do is render a drop-down separator, so I want to have like a separator line. For that, let me go underneath the drop-down menu label, but still in the drop-down menu content, and then let me get my drop-down menu separator. Let me get that from our components, this is self-closing, and then underneath the drop-down menu separator, let's get our drop-down menu item. Now this is from our components, let's click on enter, and then for the drop-down menu item, let's just say log out. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now you see right here our beautiful separator, and then you see the logout item right here. Now currently if I click on that, you see nothing happens, and that's of course not quite what we want. So what we have to do now is implement the button so that the user can log out. And as you already know, it's very simple to do with Kind. All we have to do is import one component. So on the top, let me do an import, then let's destructured, and then this will be from @kindoss/kind of Next.js and then /components. Then right here where it is structured, I can get my logout link. Let me now scroll again down to the bottom. We can now give this drop-down menu item an asChild property, and then right here let me again copy the logout text. Let me get my logout link component, and then let me again paste back my logout text. So now all we did is just swap the logout text inside of the logout link component, and we gave the drop-down menu item an asChild property because we render a child element. So let's again go back, and if I now hover over logout, you see on the bottom left corner that this redirects to API/auth/logout. Let me now click on that, you see our fav icon spins on the top right here, and we got again redirected back to the index page. And as you now see, instead of rendering right here our user dropdown and the shopping bag, we now render a not authenticated text. That means we have to now implement the buttons to log in and to sign up. Now before we do that, the last thing I want to do is get our fresh data, or in other words, I want to get the email, I want to get the username, and I want to actually also get an image, because of course we can't hard code this data right here. Now to do that, it's quite simple. Let's first of all create an interface, because what we'll do is just get this data through our params. So let me create my interface, let's call it iapp_props. Let's open that, and now what do I want to get? I want to get an email, this will be of type string. I want to get a name, this will be of type string, and I want to get a user image, and then this will be of type string, or it could be undefined. So let's use this vertical line and say undefined. So again, what we say right here is that the user image could be defined, but it could be also not defined. And now we can go to our user dropdown function right here, the structured, give it a type of iapp_props, and then right here you can click on Control spacebar, and you see we have to get the data for our email, then we have to get the data for our name, and then also our user image. If you now save that and go back to our navbar, you now see that we get an error. And that's because if you click on Control Spacebar, you see that it tells us that it's missing 3 properties, which is of course the email, the name, and the user image. So let's start with the email. This will be equal to our user.email. Then let's continue. We'll have our name. Our name will be equal to our user.email. And then the last thing we have is our user image. And this will be equal to our user.picture. Now we currently see that we get 3 errors. And the first error is right here that type string or null is not assignable to type string. But I always know that my email is defined. So we can say as string. Then let's continue with our name right here. You see I said user.email, but it should be user.givenname. And then let's also mark it as string. Then the last thing we have is our user image, and it tells us type string or null is not assignable to type string or undefined. Now this is correct, and what I want to do is, if our actual user.image is not defined, I want to use an avatar. So we can use nullish coalescent again, and if you go to your creation route, so to the API route, you already see that we did the same. So we said right here, if the user.picture is not defined, then let's use the Vercel avatar. And I'll just copy this code because that's what we want to use. Then let me actually replace it, and now we say, hey, if the user.picture is not defined, let's use nullish coalescent, and then let me just render right here the Vercel avatar. Now if you again go back to our user dropdown, I can now go to the iapp props and say, hey, this can only be a string, it will always be defined, so let's just delete this or undefined, and now this looks good. Since we have now propagated all of the fields, so we gave it an email, we gave it a name, and we gave it a user picture, we can now again go back to the user dropdown, and then we can now pass all of the data right here to our dropdown menu content. So let me first of all replace my email now with our email property right here. Then let me replace my name also right here with my property. So let's right here get my name. And then the last thing I want to do is render a live image. So right here above our avatar fallback, I can get our avatar image. So avatar image is imported from our components, and avatar image is also self-closing. And inside of here, we have to now pass 2 properties. So first of all, the source. The source will just be our user image. So let me get my user image. And then the last thing we have is our alt tag. And for the alt, I'll just say user image. Now also you see we currently render right here an avatar fallback, and this is just there if there's some error with our image. And of course I don't want to hard code my name, so what we'll do is actually get right here our name, and I don't want to render the whole name, but I only want to get the first 3 letters. So let's right here do a dot slice, and I want to slice the first 3 letters. So let's do 0 up to 3, and then this should already work. So let me now save that. Let's go back, and we don't see anything. That's because we are currently not authenticated. So before we can actually see that, let's first of all create our sign up and login buttons. So let me close my user dropdown, we don't need it anymore, and let's go to our navbar. Now instead of rendering right here this h1, I can now delete it, and let me now render a div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. Then for the class name, let's say hidden. That means on a mobile screen we won't show the buttons. Then let's say our medium devices or bigger, let's give it a flex element. Then let's also right here say medium or bigger, let's give it in flex of 1. Let's say medium or bigger in items of center to center it vertically. And then let's say also medium or bigger, let's align it justify end, so on the right side of the screen. And then also medium or bigger, let's do in space x of 2, so that we have a bit of padding between the buttons. Then inside of the div, I can now get started rendering my button. So let's get our first button. Let's use our button component. Let's import that from our components. And inside of here, let me just say sign in. Let's now save that. And now instead of rendering not authenticated, we now render our first button. But if I currently click on that, you see nothing happens. So what we have to do now is again import 2 components from Kind, so that we can redirect the user to the Kind authentication screen. So let me scroll to the top. Let's right here do an import. So let's do an import. Let's the structured, and then this will be from @kind-oss/kind of Next.js, and then /components. Then inside of here, let me get the login link, and let me also get the register link component. Let me now again scroll to the bottom where we have our button, and then let's give our button right here an asChild property. Then I can copy again our sign in text, and then let me get right here my login link component, which we already imported, and let me again paste my sign in text back. If you again go back, you will now again still see our button, but if I now hover over it, you see on the bottom left corner that it now redirects back to the off screen. Let me now also render our second button, and between the button I want to render like a small vertical line. So let's render right here in span. And then for the span, let me just give it right here in class name, and then this will be height of 6, let's do in width of pixel, that means 1 pixel, and let's do in BG of gray 200. Then underneath the span, I can now render our register button. So let me again get my button component. Let's open that. Inside of here, I can get my register link component. Let's also open that. And inside of here, let me say create account. Let's give our button right here also a property, which is as child, since we have a child component. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and I get an error. React children only expects to receive a single React element child. That's a weird error. Okay, let me go back. Button, login link, span, button, whoa, that's a weird thing I did right here. So as you see, I wrapped right here the second button and the first button. Don't ask me why I did that. Some weird, I don't know. So let me copy our second button and the span, and we have to render it underneath the button. So not in the button, but underneath the button. So now we have a button, we have a span, and again a button. Let me again go back, and now you see we have a sign in button and a create account button, and in the middle we have like a little, how would you call it, like a separator line. Now personally, I'm not that big of a fan of this bluish color, so what we could do is actually test out. So let me go to the button, let's give it invariant, and let's say ghost, and let's also do the same for the second button. So let's give it right here invariant, and this will be also ghost. Let's see how that looks like. Maybe I like it a bit more. Yeah, personally, I would say this looks a bit better. If you want to change it, you can do that, but I think this looks quite good. So now we can actually click on sign in. So let me click on sign in. Let me click on continue with Google. And as you see, I got redirected back to our storefront page, or in other words, our index page. And now you see right here on the top right corner, we have now my image, then the name, and then we have the email and the logout button. So our user dropdown looks beautiful. Our actual sign in and sign up button looks beautiful. Everything looks quite nice, and I think we're done with the navbar. Now currently our navbar is not mobile friendly, as you see. Nevertheless, I'll fix that a bit later as the video progresses. But for now, we can leave it like that. Alright, since we're now done with our navbar, I think we can now get started with rendering our hero. Now, if you can remember from my actual demo, we want to render right here a image banner, or we want to render a slider where we can then render all of our banners that we create in our admin dashboard. For that, let's again go back to our code. Let me open my Explorer, and then what we want to do is create a separate component. So let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the storefront folder, and then inside of here, let's create a hero.tsx. Now this file will be there to first of all, of course, render our hero, but to also later on actually fetch the data, or in other words, to fetch our banners. Now this is a component, so we can do an export function. Let's call it hero, let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, let's do a div, and then let's also do an h1, and let's say hello from the hero. Let's now save that, and of course, if you go back, you don't see anything. That's because we have to now render our hero inside of our page. For that, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the storefront folder, let's go in the page.tsx, and then instead of rendering this h1, we can now render our hero, which we import right here from our components, as you see. Let me click on import, this is self-closing, let's save that, and let's again go back. Now, if you go back to the website, you now see hello from the hero, and now we can get started making it look nice. And as you already know, inside of this hero, I want to now render a carousel. Now, to actually create a carousel, it's not that easy. Nevertheless, Shadcn UI again has our back. So what we can do is search for a carousel, and this is how it will look like. Now, we can right here swipe on it, we can click on the buttons, and it looks just in general very nice. As you see, it's based on Ambler, and Ambler is an, how would you call it, a carousel library. So you can click right here on the API reference, and this is the website of Ambler Carousel. Again, this is just the provider which makes this whole carousel work, and Shadcn UI just styles all of it. So what we have to do right here is install our carousel. So let me copy on the installation command. We use npm. Let's again go back. Let's open our terminal. Let me open a second terminal tab, and then let me install the carousel. Alright, the carousel is now installed, which means I can delete this return statement. I don't need that anymore, or in other words, I can delete the div, and then inside of here, let me now get our carousel. This is imported from our components. Let's open that, and then inside of the carousel, we have to now get our carousel content. This is also imported from our components. Let's open that. And then inside of here, I want to map over our data and then render our carousel item with the image. Now, to get our data, we first of all have to fetch that. So above our hero, what we can do is do an async function get data. So let's do an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke that. Let's open that. And then inside of here, let's now write our Prisma query. So let's do constant data. Then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Please make sure that you import it from the correct source and that you don't import it from Prisma client. Then let me now import that. Let's do dot banner and let's do dot find many. Then let me open that, and now inside of here, I want to actually order my results. So let's do an order by, and I want to order my results based on the created at timestamp. So let me write you doing created at, and I want to get the newest images on the top. So right here, instead of doing ascending, we want to do descending. Let's now save that, and the last thing we have to do is return our data. So this is now great. Let's now actually get our data in the front end. So let's do constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's now invoke that. You see we get an error for await, and it tells us await expressions are only allowed within async functions. We already know that, so let's do an export async function. Again, this is safe to do because we're in a server component, and now I can map over my data. So right here in the carousel content, let me now get my data, and then let's do dot map. Let's get an item, and then let me just return that. And then now inside of here, I can render a div element. We can give it right here a class name, and then this will be relative. Let's also right here give it in height. This will be in custom value of 60 viewport height, so 60%. And then let's say on larger devices or bigger, let's give it in height of again custom value, and let's say 80 viewport height, so 80 VH. Again, this just means that it will take 80% of the total screen real estate. Then inside of this div, we can now get our image component. So let's import that from next/image. This is self-closing. And then inside of here, you currently see that it's complaining. And that's because we are missing two properties. We are missing the alt property and the source property. So for the alt, this is quite simple. Let's just say product image, or we could say banner image. Then what else do we have? We have our source. Our source will just be our item.image string. And for now, we can actually save that and see how it looks like. So let me go back to our website. That's right here. And what do we see? Well, we are getting an error. It tells me image with source is missing required width property. Now, if you didn't know, when you use the image component, which is provided by Next.js, you always have to give it in width and in height, or you give it in fill property. Now, as you see, our image is rendered in a div, and I gave this div element right here in class name of relative, and I gave it in height. So what I could do right here for our image is just say that it should fill the whole container. And if I now save that, we can now see how it looks like. So let's go back, and I don't see anything. That's weird. Let me again go back. We have in carousel content. We map over our data. Let's see if we actually get a response. So let's do a console.log, and let me console log my data. Let me open my terminal right here, and then you see, okay, we get right here something back. So it works. Then let's again close that. I can again delete my console.log. I see what we are missing. We have right here our carousel content, then we map over our data, and what I forgot to render inside of this data.map is the carousel item. So let me copy this div right here, and then let me get my carousel item. This is imported from our components. Let's open that, and then let me again paste my div. Now for the carousel item, I have to now give it a key, and then this key will be equal to our item.id. Let's now actually save that. Let's again go back, and yeah, okay, this does not look good at all. I mean, we have to fix that. Let's fix that. This looks quite ugly, to be quite honest. So let's right here give our image a class name. And what I want to do is first of all say object cover. With this, our image won't stretch anymore. So if I go back, you now see that this image covers the whole screen, and this looks already way better. Then what I also want to do is right here say width of full. Let's also do in height of full. And let's also give it like in rounding. So let's do in rounded. And now you can choose either LG or XL. I'll say XL, let's save that, let's again go back, and now you see we have this beautiful rounding, then we have this shoe, and yeah, in general, it actually looks quite nice. What I want to now also render is our text. So as you know, inside of our dashboard, so if I go back, we had our image, and then we had a title, and I want to now render a title right here. For that, it's again very simple. Let's go underneath the image component. Inside of here, let me render a div element, and now we have to give this div element a class name, and we have to position this element absolutely. So let's do an absolute, let's say top of 6, let's then also do an left of 6, then let's say BG opacity, and let's give it an opacity of 75%, then let's also do an BG of black, so that means we'll take an opacity 75% of the black background color. And for now, we can actually now leave it like that. Inside of this div, I can now render an h1, and inside of the h1, I want to get an item.title. Let's first of all see how that looks like. And as you see right here on the top left corner, we now have our little, I guess, title, and it does not look very nice. So let's again go back, and what I could do is give our h1 right here a class name, and let's first of all say text of XL, so it should be a bit bigger, and on larger devices or bigger, let's do text of 4XL. This could be a bit too big, but we'll leave it for now like that, and let's do font of bold to have a font weight of 700. If I now again save that and go back, you now already see it looks a bit bigger, and that's quite cool. Let me now again go back, let me now style this div even further. So let's right here say that our text should be white. So let's do text of white. Then let's do padding of 6. Let's also do rounded, and we could do rounded again of XL. Then let's maybe also do shadow, and for the shadow, let's say large or medium. Let's first of all test out large, and now we can save that. Let's go back, let's see how that looks like, and now yeah, this looks quite nice. We have a bit of padding, the text is now a bit bigger, and in general, this looks quite good. What I want to do now is when I hover over this text, I wanted to change the scale, so I want it to become a bit bigger. So what we can do is go again to this div, and then inside of here, we can say transition-transform. And then we can say on hover, so hover and then this colon, and let's say scale of 105, so 105%. And if I now save that and go back, you now see that if I hover over this banner, it scales to 105%, and it actually looks quite nice. If I also try to swipe over the image, you also see that we have this animation, and that's quite cool. So what I want to do now is upload a few more banners so that we can make this swiping work. So let me again go back to the dashboard, and what I want to do right here is add 2 more banners. So let me click right here on add banner, then let's give it a name. Let's just say new shoes. Can we say something like that? Let me upload 1 file. I've now selected the file, and I also clicked on upload, as you see right here. As you now see, I've now uploaded a image right here with a name. Let me now click on create banner. We have now our beautiful loading state, and now we see our 2 banners right here. And what I can do now is again go back to our Storefront. Let's do a hard refresh, and then inside of here you'll see our new banner. I can now slide over these banners, as you see right here. Let me not select it. I can slide over it, and then you see the titles on the top, the images in the background, and it looks quite cool. And now one thing which I also want to add right here are 2 buttons. So 1 button to go to the next carousel item, and then 1 button to go to the previous item. And for that, let me actually go back to the code. Then let's go underneath the carousel content, but still in the carousel. And then inside of here, we can now get our carousel previous. This is imported from our components, and this is self-closing. And then underneath the carousel previous, I can get my carousel next. This is also imported from our components. If we now save that and again go back, we can now see like on the completely left side, we have like right here a little arrow. And then if you scroll to the right side, you also have like a little arrow. Now it doesn't look that good. So what we have to do is give it a bit of margin. So let's do for the carousel previous a class name, and then this will be margin left of 16. And let's do also the same for the carousel next. So let's do class name, and then this will be a margin right of 16. And if I now again save that and go back, you now see that these arrows are now positioned way better. I can now click on them, and they also work beautifully. So I would say our carousel is now done. It looks very, very nice. Maybe the images are not perfect, but you can change them if you want to. But for now, we can again just leave it like that. Alright, since we are now done with the hero, I want to now create our category selection. This category selection will have like 3 tiles, can you say it like that? So 3 boxes, and then it will just say all products, men and then woman. It will just link to each category. So let's go back to our code editor to actually create that. Let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the storefront folder, and then inside of here, let's create a new file and we'll name it category selection.tsx. Now inside of here, since this is a component, we can do an export function. So let's do an export function. Let's call it categories selection. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. And for now, we can do in div h1 and we can say hello from the category selection. Now, as you already probably know, if I now save that and go back, we won't see anything right here, and that's because we currently don't render this component. So what we can do is go to the page.tsx inside of our storefront, and then underneath the hero, we can now render our category selection component, which we import from our components. If I now save that and again go back, you now see hello from the category selection. So we can now get started styling it and making it look nice. So let me delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a new return statement, or not a new return statement, but let's create a div element and then let's give it right here in class name and let's do padding y of 24. This corresponds right here to 96 pixels. And then let's also right here say on devices which have a minimum width of SM, so SM or bigger, let's do padding y of 32. Then inside of this div, let me actually render another div. And now this div will be there to actually render our title, so shop by category, and then also a link. So inside of here, I can first of all render an h2 and we can say shop by category. We can now save that. Let's again go back and now you see right here shop by category. Now we have to make it a bit bigger. So let me give this h2 right here in class name. And then for the class name, let's say text of 2XL. Let's do in font, which will be extra bold. And then let me also do right here in tracking, and the tracking will be tight. If I now save that and go back, you now see that our title is way bigger and I think this looks way better. And now on the right side, I want to render a link. So let me go under this h2, let's get our link component from next/link, and then for this link component, let me give it an href. Now for the href, this will be /products and then /all. So I want to then later on redirect the user to all products. Then in the link, we can just say browse all products, and then let's save that. If I again go back, you will now see we'll have a problem because this link will not show up on the right side, but it shows up right here underneath the title. This is not what I want. I want to align them horizontally, so flex box, and I want to see it on the right side. For that, we have to style this div, so the parent div. So let's give it right here in class name. Let's say this should be flex, and then let's also right here say justify between, so that the shop by category is on the left side and then browse all should be on the right side. And if I again go back, you now see, hey, here's shop by category, and there we have our browse all products. Now what you could also do is, for example, item center, so that they are centered vertically. So let's do item center, and now this is also fine. Let me now also style our link. So let's give it right here in class name, and right here we'll say that this should be text of small. Then let's give it in font, which will be semi-bold. Let's say text of primary. This will have this bluish color. And then let's also say on hover, I want to have in text, which will be of primary, and then let's give it an opacity of 80%. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now you'll see that we have now in blue color and that the font weight has also changed. Now what I also want to do is like a little, I guess, arrow to the right side. So what you could do right here is use something which is an and sign. So let me get an and sign. Then we'll have an R, A, R, R, and then we have the semicolon. If I now save that and again go back, you will now see that we'll have an arrow. So this looks very, very nice, and now we can actually render our category selection. So for that, we have to go under this div. So we're still in the first div, but we are now underneath this div, which is the parent of our h2 and link. And then right here, let me create a new div element. Now this div element is the parent of our banners, as I already said. On the left side, we'll have a bigger one, and then on the right side, we have two smaller ones. I can also show it to you within graphs. So let's go to TL draw, and then let me show you how our layout will look like. So right here, let me get in box, and this is how it will look like. This is our screen, and then inside of here, on the left side, I'll have like one big image, and then on the right side, I'll have two smaller images. So this is the layout which I want to create right here. You could call it bento grid or whatever you want, but this is how it will look like. So let's again go back, and then for this div, we can now give it a class name. So let's do class name. First of all, margin top of 6, that we have a bit of spacing to the top. Then let's do a grid layout. So I want to create a grid layout, not a flex column layout. And then let's say on a mobile device, we'll have grid calls of 1. Then let's do a gap Y of 6. That means we'll have a bit of spacing. Then let's say on SM devices or bigger, let's do grid calls of 2, so columns 2. Then let's also say on SM or bigger, let's do grid rows. This will be also of 2. And then let me also right here say on SM devices or bigger, let's give it a gap X, which will be 6. And then let's also say LG or bigger, we'll give it a gap of 8. Now inside of this parent div, I can now render our first box, I guess. Let's just call it box. I mean, who cares? So we'll right here now render our first box. Let's get in class name. This will be group. And then I want to now create right here an aspect ratio. So we can use an aspect -w-2. And you see we don't get any typings because this is now a custom aspect ratio. To make it work, what we have to do is actually go to Chrome, and then you can search for Tailwindcss aspect ratio. If you click on enter, what you'll see is that we'll get right here the first link. This is from Tailwindcss. We don't need that. Right here, I want you to go to this GitHub link, because this is the plugin which we want to use. This is created by the Tailwind Labs team, so it's still everything by Tailwindcss and it's safe to use, everything is fine. And this is also in development dependency, so it won't have any negative side effects for our production bundle size. So let me right here click on the installation command. Let's open our terminal. Let's open a second terminal tab and let me paste it right here. Then if you also go back, you now see that we also have to add it to our plugins array. So let me open my tailwind.config.ts file. And right here we have our plugins array, and now I can also add right here this plugin. So let me copy this require Tailwindcss aspect ratio. Let's copy that and let's paste it right here. Another thing which we have to do right here is tell Tailwind that we don't want to use the core plugin, which is the aspect ratio. So I can just copy this right here, or I can write it myself. So above the plugins array, I can get the core plugins, and we can get our aspect ratio. And then what I can do right here is set it to false. So let me set that to false. Let's add a comma, and now this is already done. I can again go back, and now we have an aspect width of 2. Let me now also get the aspect height, and this will be 1. Then let's round it. Now you can say LG or XL or whatever you want. Let's just use for now, let's test out XL. I will see if I like that. Then let's also right here say overflow, which will be hidden. Then let's also right here say on SM devices or bigger, let's give it an aspect, which will be of width 1. And then let's also say on SM devices or bigger, a row, which will be of span 2. Then inside of this div, I can now use our image component. So let me get that right here from next/image. This is self-closing. And now inside of here, I have to render my first image. Now what I want you to do is actually go to my GitHub repo, and there I will have like 3 images for our categories. I want you to copy them and then paste them inside of our public folder. So I will right here open my Explorer. I will now paste them inside of here. And now you see we have a picture for all, we have a picture for men, and we have a picture for women. And now we have to actually first of all also import that. For that, let's go to the top, and then right here, let's do an import. Then let me do an all, so import all from, and then let's do an @/public, and then /all.jpg. Let me also import the other 2 images, so let's do an import, let's import men, and then this will be from @/public, and then /men.jpg. And then the last one, let's do an import woman, and this will be from, and let's do an @/public, and then let's do an /woman.jpg. Let's now save that, and let's again go back to our image component, and then inside of here, let me now give this image a source. Now for the source, this will be all, because we want to render right here the image for all products. Then let's also right here give it an alt. For the alt, I'll just say all products image. And then we can actually save that and see if it looks good. Alright, and right here we now see our image, and it looks alright from the size, but it's right here a bit stretched. So you already probably know how we can fix that. We can do a class name right here, and then we can say first of all an object of cover, then let's also say an object of center. And if I save that, yeah, this looks quite good. Now let's go underneath our image component. Let me render right here in div, and we can change this div and we can make it self-closing, because I won't render anything in this div. I just want to create like a gradient. So let's right here give it a class name, and then we'll say right here bg, which will be gradient. And now I have to tell Tailwindcss which direction I want to use. So we could use, for example, top to bottom or bottom to top, or from the top left to the bottom left or bottom right, or whatever you want to do. And we want to say to bottom because I want to do a gradient from the top to the bottom. Then we can also say right here from, and from will be transparent. And then I want to go to black. And you can now save that. And if you go back, you now see this looks kind of like that. Does it look good? I wouldn't say so. So what we can do is change the opacity a bit. So let's right here get an opacity and let's maybe test it out with 55. Let's click on that. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And yeah, I think this is fine. You could maybe make it a bit lighter, so 45 or 50, but I think we can leave it like that. Let's again go back, and now underneath this div, so where we now created the gradient, I want to render now like in text, so which says like shop now. For that, let me create a new div element. Then inside of this div, let me give it a class name, and let's do a padding of 6, and then let's also give it a flex, and then right here let's also give it an items, which will be of end. Then inside of this div, let me render another div element, and then in this div, let me render an h3. Now inside of this h3, all I want to say is actually just all products. So let's say that right here. I can then again save that, and if you again go back, you now see it says right here all products. This looks quite good. Nevertheless, let's style that. So let's give this h3 right here in a class name, and then for the class name, let's do text of white, and let's do font, which will be semi-bold. And then underneath the h3, I want to render a p tag, and for the p tag, we'll just say shop now. And then let's give this p tag also a class name, and for the class name this will be a margin top of 1, let's do text of small and a text of white. Let's now save that, let's go back. Alright, this now looks quite nice as you see. Nevertheless, if I click on all products or on shop now, you see nothing happens, and that's of course not quite what we want. So what you could do is, for example, use this div and convert it to a link. So let me get the link, and then we can give it an href. So let's get an href right here, and for the href this will be just /products and then /all. If you save that and again go back, you now see if I actually hover over this, it now redirects to /products /all, and this again looks very nice. Let's now also create the other two boxes. So let's again go back. Let me see where we had our div. So this div is for our parent. Let me again make it a bit more space, and now we can create right here our second box. Now to do that, it's quite simple. What you could do is just copy this code. So let me just copy that, then let me paste it down below again, and the only thing we really have to change is right here our div. So I can delete everything right here for the class name, and let's again write it from new. So we'll have right here in group, then let's do an aspect w of 2, so aspect width of 2, then let's also give it an aspect height, and this will be 1, and then let's do rounded, let's again use XL. Then inside of here, let's give it an overflow of hidden. Let's say on SM devices or bigger, this should be relative. And then let's do an SM or bigger, let's give it an aspect of none. And then let's also do an SM or bigger and height of full. And if I now actually save that and again go back, you see, yeah, this does not look very good. This kinda looks wrong. So what we have to do is also right here change a few things for our image. So let me delete everything again right here in the class name, and let's start off again fresh. So right here we have to again say object, then we can again say for now center. Then let's also do an object which will be of cover. Then let's also right here say on SM devices or bigger, let's do it absolute. Then let's say on SM or bigger, let's give it an inset of 0. And let's say on SM or bigger, let's give it a W of full. And on SM or bigger, a height of full. If you again save that and now again go back, you will now see that this should now look better. And yes, this now looks fine. Now currently I'm again missing my opacity right here, so this gradient. So let me again go back, and then right here where we have our opacity 55, let me also right here add SM or bigger, let's say absolute, and let's say SM or bigger instead of 0. If I now save that and again go back, we now should actually again see our gradient, and yes, this is again here. Now we also don't see our text right here, so where we set all products. So let's again go back, and then where we have our div with the padding 6, we can then also right here again say that this should be on SM or bigger absolute, and on SM or bigger bigger, let's give it an inset of 0. If you again save that and go back, you'll now see that we'll again have our text on the left side, and this looks again beautiful. And now we have to now also render the third box, so right here on the bottom right corner, and for that it's again quite simple. We can just copy paste this div, so let's make a bit of space, and then let me just copy and then paste this div down below. If I again save that and go back, you would see that everything now should work and we don't have to convert anything, and that looks great. Now of course we want to now change the images, so let me go to the second card right here. Let's change the image from all to, let's say, men. Then for the alt, let's say products for men. Then let's save this. And for the link, this shouldn't be products/all, but products/men. And instead of saying all products, let's right here say products for men. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And yeah, this looks quite good. One thing we have to change is currently this object center. So for the image, we gave it right here an object center. Let's change it to object bottom so that we actually see the shoes. And then if I again save that, you'll now see that this is now centered correctly. Let's now also change our third card. So let me scroll right here to the bottom. Instead of using the all image, let's get our woman image. Instead of saying all products image, let's say woman products image or something like that. Then instead of linking to products/all, let's do products/woman. And then instead of saying all products, let's say products for woman. And then for our image, let's also do an object of not center, but object of bottom. Let's now save that and let's see what that looks like. And yeah, now this also looks beautiful. If I hover over it, I can also click on the links. Now I won't do that because we'll get in 404 not found, but we see that everything works and that's great. And I would now say that we're done with our category selection. In my opinion, it looks very, very nice. And what I want to do now is render our featured products. So if you remember, again, in our dashboard, we created an input so that we can actually make a product featured. And now I want to show that underneath this category selection. For that, let me again go back to our code. Let's close all of the files. Let's open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder. Let's go in the storefront folder. And then inside of here, let's create a new file. And let's name it featured products.tsx. So now we have created right here this component, and since it's a component, we can again do an export function. So let's right here do an export function. Let's call it featured product, and let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Let's change it to featured products, since this is not singular but plural, so we'll have multiple products which will be rendered right here. Then let me right here create a return statement. Now I don't think I have to again do this test where we'll do a div and h1. I think we all know that this component works. So what I can do is already go to our page.tsx and our storefront and already render it underneath our category selection. So let me get my featured products right here. Let's import that. This is self-closing, and now we can start rendering our featured items. So let me right here first of all get empty tags, and then inside of here let me now render an h2, and we'll just say featured items. If you now save that and go back, you now see it right here on the bottom left corner. It isn't really styled that good, so let's give our h2 right here a class name, and then this will be text of 2XL. Let's also do a font of extra bold, and then let's do also a tracking of tight. If I now save that and go back, you now see that this featured items is a bit bigger and we have a bigger font weight. This is quite nice. And now I want to map over my featured items and show them down below. Now to render our featured items, we first of all have to fetch them. So on top, above our export function, we can do right here an async function. Let's just call it get data. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and then inside of here, let's do constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Then let's do dot product, let's do dot find many, and then let me just open that right here. Now why did we do find many? Well, that's quite simple. I want to find many products and not just one. Then the first thing I want to do right here is in select statement. So I don't want to get all of the data, but I only want to get a few specific types. So for example, I don't need the created at timestamp, and I don't need, I don't know, some other stuff which we have. I only need, for example, the name and the description and the images. So let's right here do in select, and let's do an ID of true. I will get the ID. Let's get the name. Let's set that to true. Then let's get the description. Let's set this also to true. Then let's, for example, get our images. Let's set this to true. and then let me, for example, get my price, and let's set this also to true. Now, one more thing which I want to do is actually an order by statement. So I want to get the newest products at first. So let's do an order by based on the created at timestamp, and let's do right here descending. Now, also one thing we can do is an where statement, since I only want to get products which are already fully marked as published in our status. So right here in our where statement, we have our status, and again, we have three options, so archived, draft, or published, and I only want to get products where the status is published. So let's enter published, and what we have now done is written a query where we only get data which is published, then we select what we need, and then we order the whole result based on the created at timestamp. So now this looks good. Let me now also return our data. So let's return data. And since now this all looks good, we can now get the data in our front end. So let's do right here in constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let me now invoke that, and you already know why we get this error. That's because we have to mark this function as async. So let's do an export async function. So what we have to do now is map over our data and then render our products. So let me go under the h2. Let's render a div, and now this will be the parent of our product. So I want to create right here in grid layout. So let's give it a class name. Let's do margin top of 5. Let's give it in grid, and I want to say on SM or bigger, I want to give it in grid calls of 2. Then let's also say on LG devices or bigger, let's give it in grid calls of 3. Then let's also do a gap of 5, and now I can map over my data. So let me get my data. Let's do dot map. Let's get an item, and then let me just return that. Now inside of here, I want to render my product. For now, let's render a p tag, and let me render my item.name. If I now save that and go back, you now right here see Nike shoes. Alright, so we see we get our data and that we can render that. So what I want to do now is render a very nice product card. For that, we'll create a separate component, and then we'll use it in a few instances. So let's again go back. Let me open my Explorer. Then let's go in the app folder, components folder, storefront, and then inside of here, let me create a new file, and then let's call it right here product card.tsx. So now this looks good, and now we can do right here an export function. Now you can name it whatever you want. I name it product card. Let's invoke that, and let's open that. Now inside of here, we can actually do a return statement. So let me get right here in return, and then let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the product card. I can now save that, and if I go back to my featured products component, instead of rendering the p tag, I can now get my product card from our components. This is self-closing, and let's also right here give it a key so that React does not complain. So let's give it an item.id, since this is a unique identifier, and if I again save that and now go back, it will now not say anymore Nike shoes, but now it says hello from the product card. Great, this works beautifully. Let's again go back to our product card, and now let's start rendering a beautiful product card. Now maybe before we get started making a nice UI, maybe we should first of all get all of the data in this component. So for that we can create an interface at the top. So let's do an interface, let's call it iapp props. Let's open that, and inside of here let's do an item, and let's open that. Now what do I want to get? I want to get the ID, I want to get the name, description, price, and images. So what you can do is go to your featured product, hover over data, and now you see all of the types which we get. We get an ID, we get a name, we get a description, we get a price, and an images, and as you see we already have all of the types assigned. So I can just copy all of this, go again back, and paste it from my item. Now this looks beautiful. We can now go right here to my params. I can destructure it, and then this will be equal to iapp props. Then if I click right here now on Control Spacebar, you now see we get an item. I can now go back to my featured product, and now you see we get an error, and that's because I have to now pass our item with the types of ID, name, description, price, and images. So let's click on that, and then this will be equal to our data, or I'm sorry, it will actually not be equal to our data, but it will be equal to our item, because the item right here has an ID, name, description, price, and images. So now you see we don't have any errors. That's because the types are correct, and now we can make our UI layout look nice. So let me delete this div. Let's create a new div element. Let's first of all right here give it a class name. Let's say rounded off XL or LG, let's do LG. I think a smaller rounding could also look quite good. And then inside of this div, let me get our carousel from our components. And then for the carousel, let me go in class name and we'll say width of full and then MX of auto. Then inside of the carousel, we have to get our carousel content from our components. And then in the carousel content, I can now map over our images. So let me right here do an item. Let's do dot images and let's do dot map. Then right here as params, I can now get our item. Let's also get a index. And then let me just return that. So we have now mapped over our images and now we can right here get our carousel item. This is imported from our components and for the carousel item we have to give it a key and this will be our index. Now all of this looks great, and then in the carousel item, let's create a div element, and this will now just be the parent container of our image. So I can just give it a class name, and we'll just say relative, and we'll give it right here in height of custom value, and let's say 330 pixels. Now again, we just create this div because this will be the parent layout, and then I can just fill the image to the parent layout. So in this div, I can now use our image component from next/image, which is self-closing, and then inside of here, I can now pass our source, and the source is just our item. Then let's also right here give it an alt. We'll just say product image. Let's maybe also get the fill property so that it fills to the container size. And now in theory, we could save that and let's see how it looks like. And yeah, not that nice. These images are stretched, they are way too stretched. So let me give this image right here a class name. And what we can say is that this should be first of all object of cover. We can say that this should be object of center, so that it should be always centered. And then let's also do right here in width of full, let's do in height of full, and let's do in rounded of LG. Now this should already be all. So if I again go back, you already see, yeah, this looks way nicer. I can right here slide and this looks quite cool. Now let me also render our carousel previous button and also our carousel next button. For that it's quite simple. All we have to do is go underneath our carousel content, and then still inside of the carousel we can now get our carousel previous button, which is imported from our components, and we can get our carousel next, which is also from our components. Now, if I save that and go back, you probably already know that this isn't quite correct. So currently you see it overflows the container, and this is not what I want. So we again have to get a bit of margin. So let's give our carousel previous a class name, and then this will be margin left of 16. And for the carousel next, which is on the right side, we can give it a class name of margin right 16. If I again save that and go back, you'll then see that this left arrow is now a bit more inside of our actual container, and that's also the same with our right arrow. This looks now very nice in my opinion, and now we can render the item price, the item name, description, and everything like that. To do that, let me again go back to our code, then let me go underneath the carousel, let me render a div element, and then let me give this div element right here a class name. Then this will be flex, let's right here say justify, which will be between, and then let's do also an items of center. Then let me also do a margin top of 2, and now this should already be all. Then inside of here, let me now render an h1, and I want to render a item.name, so the name of our product. If you again go back, you now see that we have on the bottom Nike shoes. And yeah, it looks alright. Nevertheless, let's style that. So let's give this h1 right here a class name, and we'll just say that this should be font of semi-bold, so we should have a bit of a bigger font weight, and let's do text of XL. Then underneath the h1, let's render an h3, and for the h3, let me just render right here the price. So let me get the item dot price, and then also in front of the item dot price, let me render a $sign. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and as you now see, on the left side we have the name, and on the right side we have the price. Now we could also style this h3 a bit. I think it looks fine. Nevertheless, we can make it of course a bit nicer. So let's get right here in class name, and then we'll say inline of flex. Then let's do an items of center. Let's also do an rounded. This will be of medium. Then let's do bg of primary, and then let's say opacity of 10%. So you can do that with a slash and then 10. So BG primary is 100%, and then /10 is quite self-explanatory, 10%. Then let's do padding X, this will be of 2. Let's do padding Y of 1. Then let's do text, which will be of XS, so we'll have in smaller text. Let's do font, then for the font, this will be of course medium. And then let me also do in text, which will be primary, so we'll have in blue text. And if I for now save that and go back, you now see that we have like an can you call it in batch? Now, I think it's called in batch. So this is how it looks like. I want to now also render like in ring. So I can again go back. And then after the text primary, let's render in ring of 1. And let's say right here ring of dash inset. And let me also do in ring, which will be dash primary. And let's say /10, so 10% opacity. And now you see this looks already very nice. We have like a border or a ring, however you want to call it. And I think it's quite nice. Let's now also render our description. For that we have to go under the h3, under the div, and then right here I can now render a p tag. Then inside of here, let me get the item.description, and let's give the item.description a class name. Now this will be right here in text, which will be of gray 600, so I want to have like a lighter color. And then what we can also do right here is a text of small, and let's give it a margin top of 2. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and as you now see, we have now right here in description. Now currently it's quite a small description, but if the description is a bit bigger, so what I can do is for now copy this item.description, and I can just write a lot of gibberish right here. So let me just write it real quick. So I have now written some gibberish, as you see, quite a bit actually. And if you now again go back, you now see, yeah, it's kind of too big. I want to somehow limit the size of the description. And to do that, it's quite simple. We can use something which is called line clamp. And now you could say, hey, the description should only be 1 line long, or 2 lines, or 3 lines, 4 lines, 5 lines, however long you want it to be. I think 2 is quite a good number, so let's use that. And if I now again go back, you will then see that this description is now only 2 lines long, and this looks quite nice. So now instead of rendering this gibberish, let me again get my item.description, and let's leave it like that. Then underneath the p tag, I want to now render a button. So let me get my button component from our components, and then let me right here just say learn more. Now if you save that and go back, you now see we have this button which says learn more. It looks alright, but I want it to take actually the whole width, so we can go to this button, we can give it a class name, and we'll say W of full and margin top of 5 to have a bit of spacing to the top. If you now again go back, we have now a bit of spacing, and the button takes the whole width. Now currently if I click on the button, you see nothing happens, and what I want to do is that if I click on this button, I want to get redirected to the product page of the product. So what you have to do is give this button right here in property, and this property is called as child, and then inside of this button, instead of just rendering learn more, I can copy that, and then let me get my link component from next/link. Then let me again paste learn more back, and now our link component currently complains, and that's because we have to pass an href. So as an href, we can use our upticks, then let's say /product, and then let's say /item ID. So I want to redirect the user to the route /product, and then let's write use a dynamic value of item.id. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. Alright, so I would say our product card looks quite nice, and I think we can actually leave it like that. The carousel works beautifully. As you see right here, we can either click on the buttons or we can just slide it however we want to. We have the name of the product, we have the price, we have the actual description, even though it's not that explanatory, but we have a description, we have a learn more button. It all looks good. And what I want to do now is create our product ID route so that we can see all of the information for our product. Because if I currently click on learn more, you'll see we'll get in 404 not found, and that's because we haven't created the product route. So let's do that right now. Now to do that, it's very simple actually. Let me close all of these files. I don't need them anymore. Let me collapse everything, and then let's go to our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go inside of the Storefront folder, and then inside of here, let's create a new folder. So in other words, a new route, and let's name it product. Now inside of this product folder, I want to now create another folder, which will be a dynamic folder where we'll get the ID from. So let me create right here another folder inside of the product folder. Let's create a dynamic route. That means let's use these array brackets, and let's just give it a name of ID. Let's click on enter, and then in the ID folder, let's create a page.tsx. Now, since this is in route, we have to do an export default function. So let's do an export default function. Let me just name it product ID route. I think this should be fine. And then let me invoke this function, and let's of course open that. Let's now do in return. Let's just for now do an div h1, and let's say hello from ID route. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And if I now click on learn more, we'll again get redirected. But this time we won't get in for not found because it now says hello from the ID vault. So what we can do now is fetch the data which we need for the product and then show a beautiful page so that we can display some good information. So what should we first of all do? Should we first of all create a UI or should we first of all fetch the data? Well, I think we should first of all fetch the data, and after that we should actually render the data. So let's go above our export default function. Since this is a server component, we can fetch everything inside of here, and then let's do an async function. Let's just call it get data, then let me invoke that and let's open that. So inside of here, let me now write my Prisma query. So let's do constant data. Then this will be equal to await Prisma. Now I have to import Prisma from our lib folder. As you already know, please don't import it from Prisma client, but from our lib folder. Let's click on enter. Then let's do dot product, and I want to find a unique product. So let's do dot find unique. Then let's open that right here. And now I want to find a unique product, which means I have to tell Prisma which product I want to find. So let's use the where statement, and I want to find a product where the ID matches the one which I pass. Now we'll get our ID right here through the params. So let's right here give it in product ID, and this will be of type string. Then we can pass it right here, and now we tell Prisma, hey, find a product which matches right here my product ID. Then I don't want to fetch all the data, so let's use select statement, and I want to get the price, so let's set it to true. I want to get the images, let's set this also to true. Then let me get, for example, the description, let's set that to true. Let's get the name, let's set it to true. And then let's maybe also get the ID, so let's set this also to true. Now this should already be all. Then what I want to do now is again our if check. So if we have no data, so if we have an incorrect ID in our param for some case, then let's return a 4. So let me open that, and let's do right here in return not found. This is imported from Next.js, and let's invoke that. So now where we check that we get something, so that we get data, we can now return our data. So underneath our if check, let's do and return data. So now we have written our query right here, we have created our function. Now I have to get the data somehow in our front end. So let's go above the return statement, and then let's do constant data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke this, and now you see we get 2 errors. The first error is that we have to mark our function as async, so let's do an export default async function. And then the second error is that we really have to pass 1 argument, so it expects 1 argument but got 0. Now how do we get our actual argument, or in other words, how do we get our product ID? Well, as already said, we created a dynamic route, which means we can get it through the params. So right here, let me destructure my params. Let's get our params right here, and then let's give it a type. So right here, params will be a type of ID, which is a string. Let's now save that, and now I can pass right here my params.id. And since we don't get any errors anymore, we can now get started with our UI. So let me delete everything in the return statement, we don't need that, and let's use right here empty tags. Then inside of these empty tags, let me now render a div element, and what I want to do right now is create a grid layout. What this means is that on the left side I want to render my images, and then on the right side I want to render the product description. So let's give this div right here first of all a class name, then this will be a grid layout. Let's do right here on mobile devices a grid calls of 1. Now you don't have to write this because this is already a default, so grid calls 1 is always the default. Nevertheless, it's sometimes quite nice to write it so that you know what it actually is, if you understand what I mean. Then let's say on medium devices and bigger, that means on devices which have a minimum width of 768 pixels, let's right here give it in grid calls of 2. Then let's also say a gap of 6, and let's say also items of start. Then let's also say on larger devices or bigger, let's give it in gap x of 24, and let's say a padding y of 6, so that we have a bit of spacing. So what I want to do now is first of all start with the left side, which means I want to first of all create our image slider, and then later on I want to actually create our right side where we render then the name, the price, I don't know, a button, the description, and everything like that. So to create our image slider, I want to create a separate component. So let me go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the storefront, and then inside of here, let's create a image slider.tsx. So now we have created this component, and now we can get started with creating the image slider, or in other words, to create our carousel. Now, since this is a component, we can do an export function. Let's call it image slider. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Now inside of here we can create our return statement, and let's open that. Now how will our image slider look like? So let me go to TL draw again, and I want our image slider to look something like this. So this is again our desktop screen, and then inside of here, let me again get a box, and then inside of here I want to render one main image, so one big image, and then underneath the big image I render all of our small images. So our layout for the images will look something like this. So this is our image slider on the left side, and then on the right side I'll for example have our title, then we'll have our price right here, we'll have our big button right here, and everything like that. So we'll have a layout, which means on the left side we'll have our image slider, and on the right side we'll have all of the other information. Let's again go back, and now for our image slider, since I want to create this layout as you see right here, I have to again create a grid layout. Now you could do that with Flexbox, this is fine, but I will use right here grid. So let me create a div element, let me go to right here in class name, this will be grid, then let's do a gap of 6 to have a bit of spacing, let's say on medium devices or bigger, a gap of 3, and then let's do items of start. Inside of this div, I can now render another div element. Let's go to right here in class name, and then this will be relative. Let's also say overflow, which will be hidden, and let's also do rounded. And now you can say either LG or XL, it does not make a difference, but I'll use LG. Then inside of this div, let's now render our first image. So let me right here get my image component. This is imported from Next.js/image, and this is then self-closing. Inside of here, I have to now pass in source, and now we already get our first problem. I don't get any images right here. So what do we do? Well, I want to get my images through our params. So what we can do is first of all create an interface. Let's call it iappprops. Then let's open that, and inside of here I get images, and images will be a type of string array. That means we'll have an array with multiple strings, or in other words we'll have an array with multiple URLs. So let me go to my image slider function, we can now destructure it, and then this will be of type iappprops. Then inside of here I can now get my images, and since we now get our images right here through our params, we have to now pass it right here inside of our page.tsx. So let me import our image slider component from our components. This is self-closing, and you already see that we get an error, and it tells me that I'm missing a property which is images. So let's click on that, and then let me right here pass my data.images. So I've now passed my images, and if I again go back to my image slider, I now get all of my image data, which means I can now also render the image. For now, let's get right here our images, and let's get the first item in the array. So let's use these array brackets, and let's get the first item. Then let's also right here pass an alt tag, and let's just say product image. Now if I save this and again go back, so where do we have it? Here's my website. If I again go back, you'll see that we'll get an error. Now why do we get an error? Well, that's again because we have to pass in width and in height. So for our image component, let's right here give it in width, this will be 600, and then let's also give it in height, and this will be also 600. If I now again save that and go back, you will now see that this error will again go away, and then we should see our image right here in a second. And yes, as you see, now our image has rendered, and that's what we see right here. It looks quite nice in my opinion. Now what I'll also do is give our image right here a class name. So let's right here do a class name, and what I want to say is that this will be right here object of cover, and then let's also right here give it a width of custom value. This will be also 600 pixels, and let's do a height of also custom value 600 pixels. Let's again save that, let's again go back, and now you see right here our image, and this looks quite nice. Now one thing which I also want to render right here are actually the buttons to go to the next image, or in other words to the previous image. And for that, let me again go back, and what we want to do now is go underneath the image component, but still inside of this div, and then let me create a new div element. Let's write here good in class name, and now this will be absolutely positioned, so let's do an absolute. Then let's also do an inset, which will be of 0. Let's do an flex, let's do an items of center to center it vertically, and let's do an justify between to align everything on the most outer corner. Let's also do a padding x of 4, and then inside of this div I can now render a button. So let's get right here our button component. This is imported from our components, and then inside of this button I want to render our chevron left icon. This is imported from Lucid React, this is self-closing, and let me also give it a class name of W6 and height of 6. So this corresponds to 24 pixels, and I think this should be big enough. So let me again go back, and now you see right here our chevron left icon, so that we see the previous previous image. Now personally, I don't like this blue background color, so let me give right here our button right here in variant. Then for the variant, this will be ghost, and then let me also right here give it in size, and then for the size, this will be icon, and then we can again save that. Let's again go back. Yeah, right here we have our chevron icon. This looks quite good. If you want to, you can also change it, for example, to secondary. Let's test it out. So for the variant, let's choose secondary. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, I guess secondary also looks fine. It does not really make a difference. Use whatever you want. I think I will again change it to ghost. So let me again make it ghost. I think this is fine enough. So now we have rendered the button to see the previous image. Let's now also render our second button. So let me again get my button component. And then inside of this button, let me now render the chevron right icon. Again, this is imported from Lucid React. And let's also get a class name of W6, height of 6. And let's give our button right here also two properties. So for the variant, this will again be ghost. And for the size, as you already know, this will be the size of icon. Let's again save that. And yeah, as you now see, we have a left button, we have a right button, and they look quite nice. Now, of course, if you click on them, you see nothing happens, and that's because we haven't implemented the functionality. What I want to do now, first of all, is render the smaller images down below. For that, what we have to do is go under this div element and then underneath this one, so just above the last div, and then let me right here create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's again create a grid, then let's do a grid which will be of calls 5. And then let's maybe also do a gap of, yeah, I think 4 should be big enough. Then inside of here, I can now map over my images. So let me get my images, let's do a dot map, and then let me get a image, and let's also get an index. Then let's just return that, and now inside of here, I can now use my images and render them. So what I'll do first of all is render a new div element. Let's give this div first of all in key. This will be our index. And then inside of this div, I can now render our image component, which we already imported. And then we can also give it right here in source. And then for the source, this will be right here our image. Then let's also right here give it an alt. For the alt, I again just say product image. And if I right now save that and go back, we'll again get an error. That's because I haven't passed a width and I also haven't passed an height. So let me right here pass a width. This will just be 100. Then let's also pass it in height. This will be also 100. And then let me right here give it a class name. And then this will be again object, which will be of cover. Then let's right here do a width of custom value. This will be 100 pixels. Let's do a height of custom value. This will again be 100 pixels. And if I now save that and go back, you now see our images right here on the bottom and they look quite nice. Now if I click on them, you see nothing happens. And now I want to change that. Now to change that, we have to create again state. I know our best friend. So above the return statement, let's do a constant. And then inside of here, let's again use these array brackets. And now inside of here, we'll get a getter and a setter. Now the getter will be called main image index, and then the setter will be called set main image index. Then this will be equal to use state. Use state is imported from React, and the initial value will be 0. So what I'll do right here inside of this whole code is just manipulate our state. So when the user clicks, for example, on the chevron left, I will manipulate our main image index so that we show the image which was previous to the image which we show right now. To do that, we'll have to create a few functions like the handle previous function, the handle next image function, and the handle thumbnail click function. So let me first of all create our handle previous image function. So let's right here do a function. Let's call it handle previous click. Then let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, I want to now get our set images index. And what I want to do now is to manipulate that. So let me right here first of all as an param get our previous index. And then let's right here just return that. So instead of using right here these brackets, as you know them, when you create an object, you want to use the parentheses. So we return something. And then inside of here, I want to do now in check. So I want to use internally. And we'll check if previous index is equal to 0. So we'll use these 3 equal signs. If this is true, then let's use internally. And then let's say images.length -1. And if this is not true, then what we'll say is that previous index should be -1. Now, if this is currently going over your head, let me try to explain what we do right here. So we right here manipulate our state for our image index, and what we do right now is first of all get our previous index. So with the previous index, I mean the current state. So it could be 1 or 2 or 3, whatever the index is. Then we check if this index equals to 0, and if this is true, then we just go to the last image. So if we have an images.length of 5, then we'll go to the last image. Again, JavaScript is 0 indexed, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and whatever, we just do -1, so that means we'll go to the last image. If this is not true, then we'll just go one image minus. Alright, since we have now covered that, we can now use our handle previous click. So let me scroll right here to our button where we have our chevron left, and then inside of here I can now get our onClick handler, and this will be equal to previous, how did we again name it? Handle previous click. So let me get handle previous click, and let's save that. If I again go back, you'll actually see that we get an error, and the error is that you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client. Again, this is correct, so we use useState, and useState always relies on the client, or in other words, it needs a JavaScript bundle, and that means that we have to mark this component as useClient. And if I now again save that and go back, you now see the error is gone, and if I now click right here on this previous image button, nothing happens. Why is that? Well, that's quite simple. Right here for our main image, so right we have it, right here we have our main image, we hard-coded that we want to get the first image in the array. But what I want to do now is get the image which corresponds to our index. So instead of getting right here in 0, we can set our main image index. So again, this corresponds either to in 0 or whatever we clicked. So if I again go back, let's now test out if it works. So if I now click on this, you see, yep, this fully works, this is great. What I want to do now is also the same for our next button, because if I currently click on that, nothing happens. So let's again go back, and now we have to create again a new function for our handle next click. So let me go underneath this function, let's create a new function. I'll just call it handle next click. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and then inside of here, I'll again get my set main image index. Then as in param, let me get my previous index, and then let's again just return that with these parentheses. Now this is again quite simple. What we'll do again is check right here if our previous index is equal to our images.length -1. If this is equal, then let me use in ternary, so in question mark, and let's return a 0, and if this is not true, let's use a colon, and let's return our previous index +1. Now, what again do we do right here? So again, we used our set main image index, so we manipulate our state, we get our previous index, so in the current state that's 0, and then we check right here. If the previous index is equal to our images.length -1, then let's go back to 0. So let me show it you with an actual example. Let's imagine we have an array with 3 images, and now we have clicked to the last image, so in other words to the third image. That means that our previous index is now 3, and our images.length -1 is also 3. So if this is true, I want to again start from the start, which means I want to again see the first image. That's why we right here add in 0. So we again manipulate the state to in 0. And if this is not true, well, then I just add again a +1 and we see the next image. Again, quite basic. Then let's again scroll down. Let me now add also an onClick handler for this button. So let's do an onClick, and let's do an handle next click. Let's save that, and now this should also work. And yes, as you see, if I now click on this button, you see we change our index, and with that we also change our main image. So this also works beautifully, and what I want to do now is also create the same functionality when I click on this image right here, so the smaller image. For that, we again have to create a separate function. So let me go underneath this function, let's create a new function, and this is now a very, very simple function. We'll call it handle, let's say, image click. I think this is fine. Let's invoke that and let's open that. And all we have to do is just set our image to the index of the image that we clicked. So we will get our index through the params. Let's just say index will be of type number. And then all we will do right here is just say, hey, set main image index should be right here equal to our index. Now again, if you maybe don't understand that, let me try to explain it to you. So we have our images right here at the bottom, right? And each image has an index. So this image right here on the left has an index of 0, and then this one has an index of 1. Now we will use this function right here, and when the user clicks on a image right here, we'll send the index to our function, and this will then manipulate our state to the correct index. And what I can do is go to this div right here, so not to the image, but to this div, and add an onClick handler. And for the onClick handler, let's use an inline arrow function. And then right here, I'll use our handle image click, and I will have to now actually invoke that, and I will have to pass our index as an argument. So let me right here pass my index, and if I now save that and again go back, this should now work. So let me zoom out a bit. This is way too zoomed in. And if I now click on the image, you see our main image gets updated. Now, one problem which we currently have is that we don't really know which image is active. So I want to know, hey, if this image is currently the one which is shown right here in the main preview, I want to have like a border so that I have an feedback. For that, we have to actually style our div. So let me right here give our div a class name. Let me right here open these brackets. And then inside of here, let me get my CN helper, which we import from our utils file. We have created this when we installed Shadcn UI. Let's open that. And then inside of here, we can now again do internally. So what I want to check is right here, if index is equal, so 3 equal signs to our main image index, then I want to show in border. Again, we get our index because we map over our images, and our main image index is just our state. And then inside of here, I can now actually use internally. So let's add in question mark. If this is true, let's right here add in border, which will be of 2, and let's do in border of primary, so a bluish color. If this is not true, let's add in colon, and I'll say, hey, this should have a border. Then let's also give this border a color. So let's do a border of gray 200, and then let's also add default styles, so which apply to both states. For that, we can go right here, add in comma, and then we can now say, hey, both elements or both states should be relative. Let's do an overflow of hidden, and then let's do also a rounded of, yeah, either LG or XL. I think we can do LG, and let's do a cursor of pointer. And if I now save that and again go back, you now see our image right here with this border. It shows us that this image is currently active, and if I click on this one, you now see that we have a border right here. So this again works beautifully, and that's quite nice. If I click on these items, you also see that the border changes right here, and at the end of the day, this is the power of React. Since we're now done with our image slider, so I can again close that, I want to now continue with our right side, so with the name of the product, the price, and everything like that. So let me go underneath the image slider component, let's create a new div element, and then inside of here, let me render an h1. Now for the h1, let me get my data.name, and then let me also style that. So let's give it a class name, let's say text of 3XL, let's do a font, which will be of extra bold. Then let's do also a tracking, this will be of tight. And then let's also say right here text of gray 900. And right here you now see the name of our product. It has quite a big font size, I quite like that. And the font weight is also quite big, which is great. Now the next thing I want to render is the price of the product. So let me go underneath the h1, let me render a p tag, and inside of here let me get the data.price. Let me also in front of this data.price render a $sign. And now if I save that and again go back, you'll now see that we'll render the price right here, which says $120. Now I think it should be a bit bigger, so let me actually give this p tag a class name. So let's do a class name. This will be text of 3XL, and let's do a margin top of 2, and let's also give it a text gray of 900. And yeah, I think this looks quite good. You could also maybe change it to text primary, so if you want to have a blue color, I will see if I will change it later on, but for now we can leave it like that. And now the next thing I want to render are something like reviews. So let me render underneath the p tag a new div element. Let me give it a class name. This will be a margin top of 3. Let's give it in flex. Let's do an items of center. And then let me also get right in gap of 1. Then inside of this div, let me now get our star icon. Now the star icon is again imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and we can give it right in class name of height 4, width of 4, and then we can also give it in color. So let's do right here in text dash yellow of 500, or should we do 400? Let's test out 500, and then let me also right here do in fill of again also yellow 500. 100. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And yeah, this star looks quite nice. What I can do now is actually copy paste the star 4 more times. So in total, we should have 5 stars. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's again save that. And now we'll see we have 5 stars. And this again looks very, very cool. Now the next thing I want to render is our description. For that we can again go under this div where we render our stars, and let me again render a p tag. Inside of here, let me get my data.description, and then let me also style this p tag. So let's give it a class name of text, which will be base. This is the default. Nevertheless, let's write that. Let's also give it a text gray of 700 so that we have a bit of separation between the title and the description. So this is a bit of a lighter color. And then let me also give it a margin top of 6. Let's now save that. And yes, right here you now see our description. I know it's not very, let's say it's not very expressive. Nevertheless, we have a description which is rendered, and that's quite cool. Now the last thing I want to render is like a submit button. For that we can go underneath our p tag right here, so where we rendered our description, and then let me just get our button component from our components. Let's open that, and inside of here what I want to render is our shopping bag icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and then besides the shopping bag I want to say add to cart. Now if I actually save that and go back, you will see, yeah, this does not look that nice. So what we have to do is first of all style our shopping bag. So let's give it a class name, let's do margin right of 4, then let's give it a height of 5, and let's do a width of 5. Then let me also style my button. So let's right here give it first of all a size, so a new property, and the size will now not be icon or default, but it will be LG. So our button will look a bit bigger. Then let's also give it right here a class name, and I want the button to take 100% of the screen, so W of full, and let's give it a margin top of 5. And if we now save that and go back, you now see that the button takes 100% of the screen, and in general the button looks way better because it's also a bit bigger, and that's again because we added the size property and we set it to LG. Alright, so I would now say our left side is done, our right side is done. Of course the description should be a bit longer, but we can leave it like that for now. And now the next thing which I want to render is again our featured products right here at the bottom. Now to render it, it's actually very simple because we already created a component for that. So we created a component which we named featured products, and we already fetched all of the data. So what we can do is go underneath our last div, so still inside of these empty tags, and then inside of here let me render a div element. Let's give it a class name, let's do margin top of 16, and then inside of here I can just render our featured product component. Let's import that, this is self-closing, and then we can save that. And if we now go back, you now see our featured items right here. So currently this is only one product, but that's because we only created one product. And I would now say our product ID page is done. On the top we have our image slider fully works. On the right side we have the description, or I guess the information about the product. And then on the bottom we have our featured items product row. So now this page is done. Let me again go back to the index page. Alright, since our product ID is now done, what I want to do now is actually make our categories page work. So on top we have right here our navbar as you see, and then we have our categories right here. Now if I currently for example click on all products, you see we'll get redirected to product/all, but we'll get in 404 not found, and that's because we haven't created any page for that. Now, before we do that, there's one more thing which I want to change, and that's right here also our dashboard navigation. So currently you see we don't have any active state, so I'm currently on the home page, and what I want to do is give it right here like a background color so that I know that this page is the current active page. And to fix that, it's quite simple. Let's again go back to our code. Let's open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder, in the storefront folder, and then inside of here we have our navbar links. Now currently you see right here we map over our links and then we just render them right here. Now what I want to do is get our current path name, and then using the path name I want to check if this is the correct href, and if yes, I'll show it in active state. Now to get our path name through the URL, so from here we have to use a hook which is provided by Next.js. So let's do a constant location, and then this will be equal to use path name. Now use path name is imported from Next/navigation, and now let's invoke that. So now I can use this path name, or in other words this location. I can check it against our href, and if they are true, so if it's equal, then I'll show in background color. For that, let's go to the link. Let me delete this class name with the font medium. Let me create a new class name. Instead of using strings, let me use these, I'll just call them object braces. Then inside of here, let's get our cn helper from our utils file. Again, this was actually created when we installed Shadcn UI. Then let's write here use parentheses, and now I can actually use my check, so I can actually create internally. What we'll do right here is say if location is equal, so let's use 3 equal signs, to our item.href. If this is true, let's use internally, let's return bg of muted, so we'll have like in grayish background color. And if not, let's use in colon, and let's right here say that if we hover over it, so over the link, let's get in bg of muted, so again this grayish color. And then let's also say on hover, let's get in bg opacity, and let's say right here 75%. So let's click on that, and if you now save that and go back, what do we see? Well, we are getting an error right here. So it tells us you're importing a component that needs use path name. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client, so they are server components by default. So what does this error tell us? Well, use path name right here relies on a client, which means it needs a JavaScript bundle. That means that we have to mark this component right here at the top with use client, and if I do that, this error will go away. If I now again go back, you now see the error is gone, and what we also see is that we now have an active state right here for our home. Now it currently does not look that good, so we have to give it a bit of more extra styles, and for that we can now add a comma right here at the end, and all of the styles that I'll now write inside of here will be applicable for both states, so if it's true or if it's actually not true. So let's right here say group, then let's also give it in padding, which will be 2, let's give it in font of medium, and then let's do in rounded, and let's say medium. Let's now save that, and as you now already see, this looks very nice. Nevertheless, I think the gap is a bit too big, so currently we gave it in gap x of 4. Let's maybe do in gap x of 2. Let's again save that, and yeah, I think gap 2 works a bit better. Let's leave it at gap 2. So I would now say that we're done with our dashboard navigation, we are done with the hero, we are done with the category selection, we are done with the product card, the product ID route, everything like that. What we should do now is create the categories page. So if I currently click on all products, as you already know, we'll get redirected, but we'll get in for not found. That means that we have to now create our categories page. Now to create the categories page, it's quite simple. What we have to do is again go back to our code. Let me open my Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, let's go right here in the Storefront folder, and then inside of here we have to create a new route. Let's name it right here products, because if you go back to our website, you see we redirect to /products and then to the actual I guess name of the category. So let me again go back. We now have our products folder, and then inside of here I have to now render in dynamic route, and we'll just give it name. So we'll have these array brackets inside of there, we have our name, and now we have a dynamic route. So let's click on enter, and then inside of here let's now create a page.tsx. Now since this is in route, we can do an export default function. Then let's just call it categories page. Then let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement, let's do a div, let's do an h1, and let's say hello from the page. Yeah, let's save that. Let's again go back. You'll now see that our 4 will go away, and now you see hello from the page. So our route works, and now we have to make it look nice. Now to do that, what we have to do is first of all fetch our data. So let me again go back. Let's go above this export default function, and let's do an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Now this fetch call, or I guess our query for Prisma, is quite interesting. Now why is it interesting? If you again go back to your website, go to the index page, or actually we don't even have to go to the index page, and what you'll see right here at the top is that we have 3 states. So we have an all product state, we have a men state, and we have a woman state. That means if I, for example, click on men, I only want to find products where the category matches men. That means that I have to somehow get the name through our params right here and then tell Prisma that I only want to find products where our category matches. Now to achieve this, we will have to write a switch statement. I know most of you probably haven't written a switch statement in a long time. Nevertheless, sometimes they have their use case and today is one of them. So if I can, for example, go back and if I click on man, I want to get the name through our params. Now currently it says /all. This is not correct. Let's again go to our navbar links. I think I did an href wrong, and yes, right here we say man, and this shouldn't redirect to product/all, but to product/man. So if I save that and again go back, and if I now click on man, we now get redirected to product/man. And then what I want to do is inside of our fetch call, so inside of this async function getData, I want to get this category name, and then with that I want to do my switch statement. So let me go right here inside of our async function getData. Let's get our switch statement, and now as an argument I have to pass our product category name. So again, what we get right here in the URL. For that, let me go right here to the params. Let's get our product category. We later on pass it through the params, and then this will be of type string. Then I can now pass it as an argument. So let me just copy it and paste it right here, and then I can now open that. So inside of here, we'll now create 3 cases, because in total we have 3 categories. So the all category, the man category, and the woman category. So let's create our first case, and then the first case will be for all. So if I right here click on all products, you see our category name is just lowercase all. So let me copy that, then let's paste it right here for our case, and then I can open that. Now inside of here, we can now write our Prisma query, which is for all products. So let's use constant data. This will be equal to await. Then let's do Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Please again make sure that you don't import that from Prisma client. Now let's import that from our DB file, or in other words our lib folder. Then let's do .product and let's do .find many. Now let's invoke that, let's open that, and now inside of here I want to write a select statement since I don't want to select all the data. So let's write here doing select, and I want to get the name of our product, so let's set it to true. I want to get the images, let's set this to true. Then let me also get the price, let's set this to true. Then let me get the ID of the product, let's set this to true. And then let me also get the description, so let's set this to true. Another thing we have to do is we also give it a where statement. That means I only want to find products where the status is published. So let's go underneath the select statement. Let's get our where statement, and I want to get products where our status matches published. Let's save that, and now we have created our first Prisma query for all products. I have to now return our data. So let's go underneath our constant data and let's do return. Now I don't want to just return our data, but I want to return a name, or in other words I want to return a title and then our data. So let's return a object right here. Then let's do right here in title. For the title, we'll say all products. We'll use this title later on to render it right here inside of our UI. And then I also want to return our data. So let's do return data, and this will be of type data. So we have now written our first case. This is for all. Let's now continue. So let me go right here. Let's write another case. And now I want to actually listen for men. So if I click right here on the men category, you see we redirect to product/men, and I want to listen with this case for men. Then let me open that, and then inside of here, let's again write in Prisma query. So let's use constant data, then this will be equal to await Prisma, then let's use .product and let's use .find many. Now inside of here, we again have to create a where statement and a select statement. So let's use where statement, and inside of here, I want to only find products where first of all our category matches, but then also where the status is published. So let's first of all get our status. This should be right here published, and then let me also right here get our category, and the category should now match right here men. I can then save that, and what we can do now is write a select statement, and now for the select statement I again want to get the same data as with our all products. So I can just copy everything in the select statement, I can paste it right here, and what we have now selected is the name, the images, the price, the ID, and the description. Then the last thing we have to do is return our data. So let's go underneath this constant data, let's do return, let's again return a object, then let's right here return a title first of all. This will be equal to products for men. and then let me also return my data. So let's do data, and this will be equal to our data, which we get from Prisma. So we have now created our second case statement, and now we have to create our third case. So let's right here create a third case, and now I want to listen for woman. So if I click right here on woman, this will redirect to /product/woman, and then let me just copy this woman and let's paste it right here. Then let me now open that, and then inside of here we can now write our Prisma query. So let's do constant data. This will be equal to await prisma.product.find many. Then let's invoke that, and as you already know, we have to again give it a where statement. So I want to find products where first of all our status matches published. And then I also want to find products where the category matches woman. Let's save that. Let's now create our select statement. Now for the select statement, this will be again exactly the same as with the other case statement. So I can just copy everything that we select, and then I can just paste it right here. So again, we get the name, the images, the price, the ID, and the description. And since we have now fetched our data, what we have to do now is return that. So let's go underneath our constant data. Let's do in return. I want to return a object. Let's again return a title. For the title, I'll just say products for woman, and then let me also return my data. So let's get our data, and this will be equal to our data. Now the last case which we have is kids, and if you go back to the navbar links, you will see that I forgot to render my kids right here. So currently in our navbar we only have home, all products, men and woman, but I also want to render kids. So what we can do is create a fourth object. Then let's create an ID which will be 4. Let's create a name. For the name this will be kids, and then let's also right here create an href, and for the href this will be /products and then /kids. Let's now save that, and then if I again go back to our website, you now see we have home, all products, men, woman, and kids. So now we can write our fourth case statement for our kids. So let's right here create a case. Then I want to listen for the kids. So let me right here click on kids. Now you see the URL changes to product/kids. Let me copy this. Then let's paste it right here. Let's now open our case statement, and inside of here we can now write our Prisma query. So let's do constant data. This will be equal to await prisma.product.find many. Then let's invoke that. Let's open that, and inside of here we have to again give it a where statement. So I want to find products where first of all our status matches to published, and I also want to find products where the category matches right here kids. Let's save that. Now let's create our select statement. As you already know, we can just copy that from before. So let me copy it right here. We'll get the name, images, price, ID, and description, and then let me paste that right here. Let's now save that, and then the last thing we have to do is actually do in return. So let's return an object. Let's give it a title. For the title, this will just be products for kids, and let me return my data, and this will be of type data. Now the thing with switch cases is that we also have to create a default case. So if nothing right here is true, so if the user for example just writes manually some gibberish, I want to return like a not found or something like that. So what we'll do is go right here, and then let's create a default case, and then inside of here I want to now return a 404 page. So let's do a return, and let's do then a not found. Not found is imported from Next/navigation, and let's invoke that. Now if you currently save that and go back, you will see that nothing happens. That's because we have to now call our async function getData in our front end. So above the return statement we can do in constant. This will be data, and then this will be equal to await get data. Now if I invoke that, you see we get 2 errors. The first error is that we have to mark our function as async. So let's do an export default async function, and then for get data you see that we expect 1 argument but got 0. So what we have to do is get the name through the params. So right here again we have a dynamic route, and we can get this name through the params. So let me write here the structured, then let me get my params, and then let's give our params a type, and this will be of name, which will be of type string. Again name, because we named our dynamic folder right here name. Let me again close that, and then as an argument I can now pass my params.name. If I now save that and again go back, and if I do a hard refresh, you see we get an 4 for not found, and that's because right here this path name or this param is not correct. Now if I again go back to our index page and now click for example on all products, you see that we don't get an 4 for not found. That's because right here we have our case statement where we listen for all products. Now let's test out that all link links work. So let me click on men. This redirects to /product/men. This looks good. Let's click on woman, product/woman, and this also looks good. And let's click on kids, and yes, this also works. So now let's create our UI. For that, let me delete everything in the return statement. Let's use right here empty tags, or not empty tags, let's render a section. Inside of here, let's render an h1. And now for the h1, what I want to render is the title. So instead of right here getting our data, we can destructure it, and then if you click on Control Spacebar, you now see that we get data and we also get a title. Then for our h1, I can now render our title, and if you save that and go back, you now see for kids, so we're in the kids category, you see products for kids. If you click on all products, you will see that we'll see all products. If you click on men, you will see products for men. So this fully works, and now we can also style that. So let's give the h1 a class name. This will be font of semi-bold, and then let's also do a text of 3XL, and let's give it in margin Y, so margin on the Y-axis of 5. If you now save that and go back, you now see that this is already way bigger, and in my opinion it looks a lot better. Now since we have now rendered our title, I want to also render our data. For that, let's go underneath the h1, then let me right here render a div element, and now this will be the parent of our children. That means I want to give this parent a grid layout. So let's do right here in class name, let's say grid. Then let's do on medium devices or bigger, grid calls of 2, and then let's also say on LG devices or bigger, let's do grid calls of 3. Then let's also do it in gap, and let's do in gap of 5. Then inside of here, I can now map over our data. So let's do data.map. Let's get an item, and then let me just return that. Inside of here, I want to now render a product card. So if you can remember, we created a product card right here, and that's what I want to render. So let me again go back, then let me get right here my product card. This is imported from our components. This is self-closing, and now currently you see we get an error. Now why do we get an error? Well, that's because we have to pass in property right here with item. This item right here will have an ID, a name, a description, price, and images, and our item has these exact types. So what I can do right here is give it now our item property, and this will be equal to our item. Now if you save that, you see we don't get any errors, and then if I can go back to our website, you now see that we render in product, and this looks quite cool. So let me again click on home, then we'll get redirected to the index page. Let's click on all products, then we see all products and we only have one. Then I will click on men. You again see we still have these shoes. That's because the category is men. Now if I click on woman, you now see our title also updates and we don't have any product cards. Now currently I see I have a spelling mistake, so let me fix that. Where do we have it? Products for woman. And if I now save that and go back, we now have the correct spelling, but as you see we still don't have any data, and that's because I don't have any product which matches the woman category. The same is also for our kids. If I click on that, our title changes, but we don't have any products. That's because no product has the category which matches to kids. Nevertheless, we see that this categories page fully works, and that's great. Alright, now before we continue with Stripe checkout and finish up this website, what I want to do first of all is create a few more products, because currently if you for example click on our index page, we only have one product and it also isn't very good. It's just like in demo description and demo price and demo images, it just in general does not look that good. So what I want you to do right now is go to my GitHub readme. Inside of there I will have like, I think for products, maybe I will create a few more for you guys, but maybe it's only for products. What I want you to do is just copy all of the information, so the price, the description, the name, the images, and then just create the products. Now you already know how we create products. We go to our /dashboard route, then let's go to our products. You can right here delete this product. We won't need that anymore, so let me click on delete. Let's click on delete product, and then inside of here I want you to now create the products which I have in my GitHub readme. So I will see you and you will see me. Quite funny, right? So I will see you and you will see me in about a second. Alright, so I've now created in total 4 products, as you see, with various images and various names, and all of these have a status of published. We have various prices. We have the created ad timestamp. As an example, I can click on edit right here for this product, and as you see, we have a name, we have a description, price, it's featured, it has a status, the category is men, and we have all of the images. If I go back to our index page, so to our storefront, you'll see if I scroll down right here to our featured items that we have now in total 4 products. So right here, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Now, personally, I'm not quite a fan of this look. I think it would look better if we would limit the featured items to only 3. That means we wouldn't show right here 4 items, but always only a row of 3 items. For that, what we can do is actually again open our Explorer. Then let's go to our featured products, and inside of here we have our Prisma query where we find all of our products. And then right here we could now limit the amount of products which we query, or in other words, which we select. So what we could do is, for example, go underneath the order by, and then we have a take property. Now with this take property, I can tell Prisma, hey, let's take 1 product or 2 products or 3 products or how many I want. And I want to take 3 products, so let's say take 3. Also, one thing right here is that we have a where statement, and I say right here currently that we only want to find products where the status is published. But what I of course also want to say is that we only want to find products where is featured is true. So let's set it to true, and let's again go back, and now you see we only have 3 items. Now this already looks very nice in my opinion. And if you now go right here to the top and for example click on all products, you will see that we now right here render 4 products with all product cards. We have right here our title, all products. If I click on men, then we only have 2 products with the title again right here. I can still swipe on all images as you see. Then we have our woman category. We only have 1 product. That's because I only have created 1 product for this category. And then if we click on kids, we only have 1 product. And again, that's because I've only created 1 product for the kids category. Let's now maybe also click on 1 product to see how it looks like. And yes, it looks quite cool. On the left we have our images. I can click on all of them. We have our price, we have our title, description, and then on the bottom we have our featured items with in total 3 products. Now one thing which I also want to implement right here is something like a footer. Currently our featured items right here touch the border, or in other words it currently touches the bottom, and this is not something I really want. So what we could do is create a footer so that we have a bit of spacing to the bottom. To do that, let me again go back to our code. Let me close all files. Let's open right here our Explorer. Let me collapse everything. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go right here in the components folder, in the storefront folder. And then inside of here, let's create a footer.tsx. Now inside of this footer, we again have to export a function. And since this is a component, we can just do a standard export function. So let's do an export function. Let me just call it footer. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, we can create a return statement. And now I think I don't have to again test it out with a div and h1. I think we all know that this component works. So I think we can already get started creating it. So let's right here create a footer. Then for the footer, let's get a class name. We'll say margin top of 16 so that we have a bit of spacing to the top. Let's do margin bottom of 10. Then let's say max width will be of 7xl. Let's do an mx of auto to center it in the middle. Let's do an padding x of 4. Let's say on sm or bigger, padding x of 6. And let's say on lg or bigger, padding x of 8. Then inside of here, let's render a div element and let's give this div right here a class name. This will have a border of top, so border dash t. Then let's give this border also in color. So let's do border dash gray and this will be 900. Now I don't want to use 100% opacity, but I want to tone it down a bit. So we can do right here in /10. And with that, I tell Tailwindcss that I only want to have 10% opacity of the border gray 900 color. Then let's do padding top of 8. Let's also do an SM devices or bigger, a margin top, and let's say 20. And then let me also do an LG or bigger, and let's do a margin top of 24. And then inside of this div, I can now render a p tag. Now right here, what I want to say is something like copyright 2024, shoe marshal, all rights reserved. Something like that. Now to create our copyright symbol, you have 2 options. Either you use some icon from the internet, or you can actually do that with HTML. So what we could do right here is add an and sign, then let's do a copy, and let's do a semicolon. If I would now save that, you see we don't see a footer right here. Why is that? Well, that's because we have to render this footer first of all somewhere. Now, where do I want to render my footer? Well, I want to render it right here in the app folder. Then let's go in the storefront folder, and then let's go in the layout file, since I want to make this footer accessible on all routes. So in other words, I want it to render on all routes which are in the storefront folder. So we can go right here underneath the main element, and and then we can get right here our footer. This is imported from our components, this is self-closing, and if I save that and go back, then you will now see on the bottom right here our border, and then you have this copyright sign right here. Now let's actually finish our footer. So let's right here continue. We now have our copyright icon. Let's now say 2024. Let's say shoe Marshall dot, and let's say all rights reserved. If I now save that and again go back, you will now see right here our text, and this looks actually quite cool. Nevertheless, let's style that. So let's give our p tag a class name. Let's say text of XS, let's say leading of 5, and then let's also say text, which will be of gray 700. If you now again go back, you will already see that this looks very nice, and I don't really think that we have to change anything. Now, if I again click, for example, on a product right here, you'll now see that we'll now have a bit of spacing to the bottom, and just in general, this has a way nicer user interface. If we click on all products, you'll also see, yes, this looks very nice. And now the question comes, what do we do now? Our navbar works beautifully, our category routes fully work, we can right here swipe on all product cards, we can click on a product, then we see all of the information, we see the images, we see the featured items we have in footer. Nevertheless, there's one thing which is currently missing, and that's on top our shopping bag icon. If I currently click on this, you'll see we'll get redirected and we'll get in for not found. Not exactly what we want. Also, I don't want to hardcode right here number 5. I want to render the live amount of items in our shopping bag. So what does this mean for us? Well, it's now time to create our shopping bag and all of the functionality to add items to the shopping bag, to get the number of items, and then also of course later on to redirect the user to Stripe. Alright, now to create a shopping bag, there are now a lot of options. You could either do everything with state, for example React context, or I don't know what else there's for a state manager. This would be done completely on the client side, and if you would refresh the page, all of the state would be lost, and with that also all of the items in the shopping bag. Then you could say, hey, let's store everything in local storage. Okay, if you now refresh the page, everything is kept persisted, and that's great. But nevertheless, if the user for some reason deletes his local storage, or I don't know, something goes wrong, well, then also all items in the shopping bag will be lost. And with that we then come to the third option, and that's to somehow store it in a database. Now the problem is databases are relatively slow if you talk about shopping bags. When you have a shopping bag, you want the experience to be very fast. So almost like if you would use, for example, state. And then comes a new solution, and that's to use Redis. Now, if you have never heard about Redis, then Redis is a in-memory data structure store used as a database, cache, and message broker. Now, why is it great? Well, it's because it's very performant, very flexible, and has a lot of use cases. Now, why is Redis fast? Well, that's because Redis primarily stores data in memory, which allows it to be very fast with data access compared to your normal database like, for example, Postgres, which is a disk-based database. Now, why is Redis a good option for shopping carts? Well, at the end of the day, it's the performance. Shopping carts have to be fast, so adding items, deleting items, updating quantities, and at the end of the day, Redis's in-memory nature ensures that these operations are extremely quick, and that's exactly what we want. And since we now know what Redis is and why we should use it, why it's fast and why it's a good solution for a shopping cart, the question comes now, which service will we use? And we will use something called Upstash. Now, Upstash has a lot of services which it offers, like for example Redis, that's what we'll use. Then it has, for example, a vector database and also Qstash, which is a messaging for serverless. Now, we don't need the vector database, we also don't need Qstash. What we need is Redis, and that's what we'll use. Now, it has a great free tier, and that's why at the end of the day, we will actually use Upstash. So let me right here click on login to get started, and then I will choose right here Google. Alright, I got now redirected back to the dashboard, and now we want to create a new database. Now, please make sure that you're right here on the top in the Redis tab, not for example in the vector tab or Qstash tab. Please be in the Redis tab, and then let's click on create database. Now right here we have to get a name. I'll just say shoe Marshall. As in region, let me choose right here North Virginia, so the US, and then this should already be all, and now I can click on next. As you now see, we have to select a plan, and of course we'll use the free tier, and let me click on create. Alright, so we have now created our database, and now the time has come to set up Redis in our project, and with that also Upstash. So what we can do is right here on the top, click on SDK, and we'll use the TypeScript SDK. As you now see, we got redirected to a repo, so to a GitHub repo. This is the Redis-JS SDK, and that's what we'll use. So what I can do right here is first of all install it using Node.js. So let me copy an installation command, let's open our terminal, and then inside of here let me open a new terminal tab. Let me now paste this installation command, so this is npm I at upstash/redis, and since this is now installed, I can again close my terminal, and if you now go back to this GitHub repo, you'll now see that the next step is to initialize Redis. So we have to do right here in constant Redis, new Redis, and then we have to pass our environment variables, so our URL and our token. What I will do right now is again close everything, then let me open my Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the lib folder, and then inside of here let me just create a redis.ts. Let's open that, and what I can do now is initialize. To do that, let's right here do an export constant Redis, and then this will be equal to new, and as you now see, we have to import Redis from at upstash/redis. For that, let me go right here on top, and we'll do it manually. So let's do an import, let's destructure it, and then this will be from at upstash/redis. Then inside of here, I can now get our Redis client, and then right here we can now say this will be equal to new Redis, and then we can invoke that, open that, and inside of here we have to now pass a URL. This will be equal to a string, and then we'll also have to pass right here in token, which will be also for now equal to a string. And what we have to do now is go back to the Upstash website, and then inside of here I have to now get our URL, and I have to get our token, or in other words our password. Now what I want you to do right here is click on connect to your database, and then we want to click on JavaScript. Then inside of here we will now get an URL, and the token is currently blurred out. That's because I can copy it right here. Let me first of all copy this URL, so I'll copy that, and then instead of pasting this into the URL, we'll actually create a new environment variable. So let me first of all paste this URL right here, and then let's give this right here name, and for the name we'll just name it Redis_URL, and then this will be equal to this URL which we have just copied. Then let me create another environment variable, and this will be Redis_token. Now this token will be equal to our password, so you can scroll to the top, and then inside of here you will see a password. Let me copy this password, and then let me paste it for the Redis token. Since we have now propagated our fields, so the Redis URL and Redis token, we can now use this environment variables for our URL and for our token. So for the URL we can do in process, this should be lowercase, so process.env, and then we want to pass our name, so Redis_URL. Let's paste this right here, and then let's also get our token, and this will be equal to process.env, and then dot, if I again go back, Redis_token. So let me copy this, and let's paste it right here. And now we have initialized Redis, which means it's now time to make our shopping bag work. And now the question comes, how will we make the whole functionality work? And it's actually quite simple. We'll again use our handy friend server actions. So let me again close all of these files. Let's go in our actions file, and inside of here I'll again create a new server action which we'll use to store all of our data in Redis. So let me right here do an export async function. Let me just call it add item. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Now one thing that I want to do right here is protect the server action against not authenticated users. What I mean with that is that I only want authenticated users to be able to add items to our shopping bag. That means that we have to first of all protect again the server action, and then once we are sure that a user has a session, we can make this whole Redis and storing everything in the database work. So first of all, let's now go inside of this function, then let's do a constant, let's destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that, and then inside of here, let's get our get user function. Let's now fetch our user, so let's use constant user, which will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that, and then inside of here, let's now say if there's no user, then let's just right here open that, and let's do return redirect, and then let's say let's redirect the user back to the index page. Alright, since we are now sure that the user is authenticated, or in other words that the user has an invalid session, we can now make this whole Redis and shopping cart functionality work. And to get started with that, the first thing I want to do is fetch data from Redis. What do I mean with that? Each user will have its own shopping cart which is tied to Redis. Now Redis will tie our shopping cart with the user ID, and as already said, with that each user will have its own shopping cart. So what we want to do is first of all fetch a shopping cart based on the user ID. If it's undefined or if it's null or just in general if there's no shopping cart associated to the user, well then we'll just create a new shopping cart. But if the user already has a shopping cart, so he has already items stored in the shopping cart, we want to fetch them and then see, hey, if this product matches, then let's just add a quantity or something like that. But I think you understand what I mean. So let's first of all retrieve the shopping cart based on the user ID. For that, let's do let cart, then this will be equal to await, then let's get our Redis client from our lib folder. Now please make sure that you get it from the lib folder and not from upstash/redis, because if you get it from upstash/redis, this won't work. So again, please import Redis from our lib folder. Now I've imported that, then let's do .get, and now as already said, I want to now get the shopping cart based on the user ID. That means what we can now do is to use upticks, and then we'll say that I want to get a key value store which is based on cart and then dash, and then inside of here we can paste our user ID. So let me use a dynamic value, and this will be user.id. Now again, how does this whole functionality work? So later on our user will have a shopping cart. This shopping cart will have the name, or it will be associated to a cart dash, and then let's say our user ID will be something like this. Later on then I can fetch data based on this cart dash user ID, and I'll always get the data associated to the user. So this right here, you could I guess define it as a unique identifier. I hope now you guys understood what I tried to explain right here, and now we can continue. So if you currently hover over cart, you'll see that cart is a type of unknown. Now we are TypeScript users, and this is of course not quite what we want. That means that we'll have to create an interface so that the cart knows, or that also in other words that we know what type cart is. For that, let me open my Explorer, then let me close everything. Let's go in the app folder, then let me go in the lib folder, and then inside of here, let me just create a interfaces.ts. Inside of here, we'll create a new type. So let's do an export type, and then let me give it a name of cart. This will be equal to an object, and now inside of here, let's create our types. So the first thing we have is a user ID. This will be of type string. Then what we'll also get is items, and now items will be an array. That means what we can do right here is get a array. This is the array type, and what we have to do now is tell TypeScript what types our array will have. That means that we can create right here in generic, so you do that with these empty brackets, and inside of here let me get these object brackets. Let me now open that, and inside of here I can now tell TypeScript what types our item array will have. Again, how did we do that? We gave it right here an array type, then we added a generic with these object brackets, or in other words this is just an object, and now we can pass our types which are in this array. So the first thing we'll have is an ID. This will be of type string. Then we'll have a name. This will be also of type string. Then we'll have a price. This will be of type number. Then we will have a quantity. This will be of type number. And we will have a image string. And this will be of type string. So now we have created our card type. And if I again go back to the actions, we can now assign our card with the type card. For that, let me write here grid and type, and this will be of type card. Now we have to import card right here from our interfaces. So let me click on import, and now you see we currently get an error. Now why do we get an error? That's because it tells us type card or null is not assignable to type card. And this error is correct because card could be not defined, or in other words it could be null. That's why what we have to do is add right here an or sign, and right here we'll tell our card that this could either be a type of card or it could be a type of null if we actually don't have any database associated to this user ID. So since we have now a type for our card, we can now continue. And what I want to do now is fetch the data which is associated to the product which we want to add. So later on we'll use the server action to add a item to our shopping bag, which means I actually have to give this server action a product ID. So we can go right here to the params and we can get a product ID. This will be of type string, and then we can now fetch data which is associated to the product which we want to add to our shopping bag. That means I can go underneath our let cart, and then inside of here, let's do a constant, let's call it selected product. Then this will be equal to await Prisma. We already imported Prisma. Then let's do dot product, and I want to find a unique product. So let's do dot find unique, and now I want to actually select the data which I need. So let's do a select statement. I want to get an ID. Let's set this to true. Let's get a name. Let's set this to true. Let's get a price. Let's set this to true. And I want to get the images. So let's set this also to true. Now you see we currently still get an error, and that's because I have to tell Prisma what product I want to find. Since I added a find unique, I want to find a unique product and not just any product. So let's write here do a where statement, and I want to find a product where the ID matches our product ID. As you now see, we don't get any errors anymore, and now we can continue. Now the next thing I want to do right here is first of all handle a error state if the selected product is not found. So if we have passed a faulty product ID. For that we can do an if statement, and we can say if there's no selected product. For that you use this exclamation mark. We can then open that, and what I'll do right here is just a throw new error. Let me invoke that, and let me just say no product with this ID. Let's save this, and now this is also fine. Okay, now let's again summarize what we have done. So we have first of all fetched our user session, and we have checked that the user has a valid session, which means that he's authenticated. Then we have fetched data from Redis, and now this could either be defined or undefined. And then after that we have also fetched data from Prisma, where we just got data for our product IDs. So we got an ID, a name, a price, and images. And then at the end we have just checked that the product ID is correct, and if not, we just threw a new error. And since we have now done all of this, we can now do an if check, and we want to check if the cart was defined. Well, then that means that we probably just have to add a new quantity. That means that we have to add 1. So if we have 1 product, then we just change the quantity to 2. And if this is not true, well, then I want to create a new shopping bag with a new item. So to do that, let me go underneath this if check, and we'll create a new if check. So let's do an if check, and inside of here we want to check if there's no cart or if there's no cart.items. Now you see I spelled it item. This is not correct, so let me again go back and let me change it to items. Let's again go back, and then inside of here let me get my items. So if we now have no cart, or if we don't have any items in our cart, then let's open that, and then inside of here I want to now create a new item. For that we can go above the if statement and first of all create a new object. That means let's do an let my cart. This will be just equal to an empty object, and let's give it a type. So let's do an as cart. Let's save that, and then inside of the if check I can now say that my cart will be equal to an object, and inside of here I have to now first of all pass the user ID and our items. So let's first of all pass our user ID. The user ID will be equal to our user.id, and then let's pass our items. Now our items is an array, and then inside of here I have to now create an object. Now the first thing we have to pass is our price. This price will be equal to our selected product, so what we fetched from Prisma, .price. Then the next thing we have is the ID, and this will be equal to our selected product .id. Then we have an image string, and the image string will be equal to our selected product .images. Now you will see that we get an error for this, and that's because images is an array and image string is a string. That means that we have to get the first item in the array, so we can use these array brackets and then add in 0. Then let's add in comma. Let's now also get a name, and then this will be equal to the selected product.name. And then the last thing we have is our quantity, and this will just be 1. Alright, so we have now created our cart. So we have checked our first if statement. That means if we didn't have any cart or if we didn't have any items in the cart. And now we have to add an else statement, because there could also be a state where the user already has items. So let's do an else statement. Let's open that, and then inside of here let me first of all create a boolean. So let's do right here let, and let's call it item found, and this will be equal to false. Now this right here will be used to later on check if an item is already in the cart. And now underneath our item found boolean, what I want to do now is update the quantity of our existing item, or if we don't have an existing item, I want to add a new item to our cart. For that, let's get our myCart object, then let's do .items, and then this will be equal to our cart, then let's do .items, and let's do .map. Then inside of here, as in param, let's get our item, and then let's create a standard arrow function. Now inside of here, we want to now do an if check, and we want to say if the item.id matches our product ID. If this is true, then let's open that, and then let's say item found will be right here equal to true, because at the end of the day, that means that we have an item in our shopping cart, and this item is also the same to the item which we want to again add to our shopping cart. And this also means that we can now manipulate our item.quantity and just add one. So if we have one product and we want to add another product of the same ID, then I don't want to create a new product again in the shopping cart, but I want to just update the quantity to 2. That means that inside of here we can do an item.quantity, and then this will be plus equal to 1. So we just add 1. Now you currently see we get an error, and if you hover over it, it tells us type void array is not assignable to ID, string, name, and everything like that. What does this mean? Well, that means that we have to go right here and return our item. So let me right here do return item, and if I now save that, this error is now gone. Alright, what we have now done right here is checked if the item is already in the cart, and if yes, we just updated the quantity to plus 1. But what if we actually have to add a new item to the cart? Well, then what we have to do is go underneath this myCart items, and then we have to do again an if check, and we have to say if there's no item found, so if this boolean is false, then we have to open that, and then we have to do in myCart, so let's get that, .items, and I have to do in .push, since I want to now push a new item in our array. Let me now invoke that, let's open that, and inside of here, if you click on Control spacebar, you will see that we have to add an ID, a price, image string, and all of the data. So let's add an ID, this will be equal to our selected product.id. Then let's get also right here our image string, this will be equal to our selected product.images. You already know this is an array, so let's get the first item in the array. Let's add a comma. Then the next thing we have is our name. This will be equal to our selected product.name. And then what we also have right here is the price. This is equal to our selected product.price. And then we also have the quantity, and we'll just add 1 because we didn't have any items in our cart. So let's again go through this code, and let me try to explain what we did. At the top, we checked that we have an valid session. If no, we redirected the user back to the index page to authenticate. Later on, we fetched the data from Redis, and then this could be either defined or not defined. If not, that means the user does not have any shopping cart, and if yes, this could mean that we either already have items or that we just have a shopping cart but no items inside of there. After that, we then fetched our product from Prisma, so the product which we want to add, we just fetched all of the data which we need. That means the ID, the name, the price, and the images. After that, we checked that the actual ID is true, so that we got a result from Prisma. If not, we just threw an error. So this was quite standard stuff. After that, we now created a object, which was very important for our code right here. And after that, we did our most important check, where we checked if we already have items in our cart, or in other words, if we don't have items in our cart. So if we first of all have no items in our cart, or if we have no cart in general, well, then we just create a new item in our cart. So we give it an user ID and then also an items array with one object. If this is not true, that means that the user already has a cart or has items in the cart, then we right here go to the else statement. We first of all create right here a let, or in other words, we first of all create a boolean, which we'll use to check if a item is already in the cart. After that, what we do is actually map over our items, and we check if the item ID matches the product ID. If yes, that means that we already have a existing item inside of our shopping cart, and that means that we can update the quantity. If not, we continue right here to our if statement, and then we just push our new item to the array. So this is all we have done, At first this could be a bit complicated, but honestly once you read a bit through the code and think about it, you honestly understand what you do right here, or in other words what the code does. The last thing what we have to do now is store the data which we have created inside of our Redis database. For that, let me go underneath this whole if check, so just above this last bracket, and then inside of here we have to do an await Redis, and then let's do .set. And now as you see we got an error right here, and the error is, or the error message is, that right here Redis.set expects 2 to 3 arguments but got 0. Now what are the arguments? So the first argument is the key, so in other words our unique identifier, and then we also have to pass our data, which is our card. So let me first of all add our key, so our unique identifier. So let me add right here upticks, and then our key right here will be our card dash, and then our user ID. So let's add a dynamic value, and this will be our user.id. And now our second argument is our card, so let's add a comma after this upticks, and then this will be equal to my card, and my card is again right here our object which we use to store all of our data. Oh right, our server action now looks good, we don't get any errors, everything looks nice, Redis is now set up, and that means that it's now time to test out if everything works. So let's do that right now. Now to test out if our server action works, it's honestly quite simple. Let's again go back to our code. Let me now close this file, I don't need that anymore. And what we can do now is go in our app folder, in our storefront folder, in our product folder, and then inside of here in the page.tsx. And inside of here we have a button, which is the add to cart button. Let me for now right here click on the product, so let me click on this. And inside of here you now see how our button looks like. Now if I currently click on that, you see nothing happens, but what we want to do now is that if I click on this button, I want to add this item to our Redis database. For that, let me again go back, and what we can do is wrap this whole button in a form. So let me copy this button, let me get a form, let me delete the action, and then inside of the form, let me again paste our button. Let's now give our form a action, and for the action, this will be our add item. Let me import that from our actions, and now you see we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, that's because we have to pass a product ID, which is of type string. How do we do that? That's a good question. We did everything with form data, but now if you again remember, if I go to my actions, I now don't get my product ID through the form data, but through the params. What we can do is actually use a handy JavaScript trick, and that's we're using the bind method. So underneath our constant data await get data, so above the return statement, and then inside of our page.tsx, we can do in constant, let's call it add product to shopping cart. And then this will be equal to add item, so our server action. Again, we named our server action add item. And then right here we have to do a dot bind. And as you now see, we get an error, and it tells me expected at least one argument but got 0. So what we have to do is first of all pass null for our first argument, our form data, and then our second argument will now be our product ID. This will be equal right here to our data.id, and now you see we don't get any errors. I can now use this add product to shopping cart. I can copy that, and then instead of passing right here the add item server action, we can now pass add product to shopping cart. You now see we don't get any error anymore, and that's again because we use this bind method right here. And if I now go back to our website, let me do a hard refresh, and then I can now click on add to cart. I have now clicked on that. You see we don't have any pending states, we don't have any user feedback, our number on the top does not update. But if I go back to our Upstash database right here, or to our Upstash dashboard, I can then right here click on data browser, and now you see right here cart dash my user ID. If I click on that, you see we now have an items array with one item inside of there, so one object. It has an ID, a image string, a name, a price, and a quantity. Also, I passed my user ID right here, and as we see, this fully worked. Now, of course, what I want to do right here is also add in user feedback, which means I want to show right here in loading state. To do that, what we have to do is go to our submit buttons, and inside of here I want to create a new function. So let's do an export function. Let's call it right here shopping bag button. Then let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let's get our pending state. So this will be equal to use form status. Let's invoke that. And then inside of here, I can get our pending state. Then let me write here now do a return statement. Let's return empty tags. And now we have to do a ternary check. So let's say if pending is true, let's add a question mark, return something, and if not, let's use a colon and return something else. Now, if pending is not true, I'll just copy this button. So let me copy this button with the shopping bag. Then let me paste it right here. And if pending is true, let's paste the same. Now, as you see, our button complains. That's because I have to import our shopping bag. Let's import that from Lucid React. And then if pending is true, let's add right here a disabled state. Then instead of rendering right here the shopping bag, if pending is true, let's render our loader to icon. And let's also right here for the class name, add a animate of spin. Then also instead of saying add to cart, let's change that to please wait. Now the last thing we have to do is give our button right here, so if pending is not true, a type, and for the type this will be submit. So now this looks beautiful. I can now copy our shopping bag button name. I can go back to our page.tsx, and instead of rendering this button, we can now render our shopping bag button component. This is imported from our submit buttons component, so let's import that, and this is self-closing. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. Let me do a hard refresh. And what I can do now is again click on add to cart. So let's click on add to cart. We have a beautiful loading state. And now this should have worked. So let's again go back to Upstash. Let me do right here in refresh. And what you now see is that we don't have a new actual item in the array, but instead our quantity changed to 2. Since this now fully works, we again can go back to the code. And what I want to do now is update our shopping bag number right here. Currently it's hard coded as 5, but this is of course not what we want. So let me go back to the code. Let's open our navbar, since this is the file, or in other words, since this is the component where we render our shopping bag icon. And what I have to do now is fetch the data from Redis to get the total amount of items in the cart. So underneath our constant user await get user, let me fetch my data from Redis. So let's do constant cart, and then this will be equal to await Redis. Redis is imported now from our lib folder. Then let's do .get, and I want to now get our data based on our unique key. That means based on our user ID. So let's use upticks. Let's say cart dash, and now let's add our dynamic value of user.id. Now you see, if I currently hover over cart, we don't get any type. It's currently unknown, and then this cart will be type of cart uppercased. This is imported from our interface file, so let's import that. And now this could be either defined, so this could be either in cart or this could be null. If I now save that, you see we don't get any error, and that's great. But now we have a problem. If I now console log our cart, so let's do console.log cart, let's save that. Let me open my terminal. Let's go right here. Let me then hard refresh this page. What you'll now see is that we get right here a object with our items array with one object. And now the question comes, how will we calculate now the total quantity? For that, let me again close my terminal, and what we have to do now is create a new constant. So let's do constant total, and then this will be equal to our cart, then dot items, and now we have to do a dot reduce method. Then for this reduce function, I can invoke that and then also get 2 parameters, so the sum and the item. Then let me right here create a arrow function, and then this will be right here equal to our sum plus our item dot quantity. Then let's add also right here in comma and say 0. Now what did we exactly do right here? Well, first of all, this sum right here is the accumulator, which starts at the initial value in the period. So we right here provided in 0, that means we start from the 0, and then the item is the current element in the array being processed. And then what we do right here is that we add the item.quantity to the sum for each item in the array. Now, the problem that we currently have is that after this whole chaining and reducing, the final value still could be undefined. That means what we have to do now is add an OR operator. So let's add right here 2 vertical lines, and if this is undefined, then the total items in our cart will be 0. So since we have now calculated the total amount of items, we can now scroll down, and instead of hard coding 5, I can now get our total. So let's right here render our total, and then if I save that and again go back, you now see instead of rendering a 5, we now render 2. And that's also true because if you go to our Upstash console, you see that we have 2 items. Now to test out if it still works, let me click on the index page again. Then let me click on another product. So let me click on this product and let me click on add to cart. We again have a loading state and the number did not update. What's wrong? Let's first of all go to the Upstash console right here. Let me do a refresh, and what you see is that we actually did a successful mutation. So we see the product right here as a new object, which means a new item in our array. Then why did our number not update? Well, that's a quirk, or I don't even know if you can call it a quirk, but this is, let's just call it a feature of Next.js. Since you use Next.js server action, and with that you also cache your results and everything like that, what you have to do now is revalidate your cache. That means what I have to do is go to my actions file, and then inside of here, just underneath our await redis.set, I have to now revalidate our cache. That means we can get something which is called revalidate path. This is imported from next/cache. Let's import that, and now as an argument I have to tell Next.js what I want to revalidate, or in other words, what page I want to revalidate. Now I want to revalidate everything, so the whole layout, so we can add right here an empty slash, add a comma, and then I can say right here I want to revalidate our root layout. If I now save that and again go back, do a hard refresh, then I can click on add to cart. We can have a loading state, and now you see the number has automatically updated. Again, in Next.js you have caching, which means you have to revalidate your data. This is what we have now done, and that means that our number on the top automatically updates. If you also go to your Upstash console, you also see that the quantity has updated to 2, and we see that now everything works, and that's exactly what we wanted. Now if I currently click on the shopping bag, you see we get redirected, but we get an 4 for not found, and that's because such page does not exist. And with that, it's now time to fix that and to create a shopping bag page. So let's do that right now. Alright, now to create our route, what we have to do is again go back to VS Code, and inside of here we have to create a new route. So let me go in the app folder, let me go in the Storefront folder, and inside of here I have to create a new folder and we'll give it a name of bag. Why bag? Well, as you see we get redirected to /bag, and this is the route. So inside of the bag folder, let's create a page.tsx, and this is now our route. So let's now do an export default function. Let me just call it bag route. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let me return a div, let's say h1, and let's say hello from this route. Let me save that. Let's again go back, and now this 4 for not found error will go away, and we'll see our actual web page, and that's what we see right here, hello from this route. So this now works, and that's great. Alright, now to get started with our shopping bag route, the first thing I want to do is protect it. What I mean with that is I don't want not authenticated users to reach this route. I only want authenticated users to reach this route. Because if I currently open this site in a new incognito tab, let me copy this URL right here, you will see that I can still reach this route even though I'm not authenticated. So let's again close this, and then let's right here protect it. To do that, we can do in constant, we can destructure it, and then this will be equal to get kind server session. This is imported from @kind_oss/kind of Next.js/server. Let's import that, let's invoke that, and then let me get the get user function. So let me get that, and then let me fetch my user. So let's do constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke that. Now you see we get an error. Await expressions are only allowed with an async function. So let's do an export default async function. And again, this is safe to do so because we are in a server component. So we have now fetched our user, and what we have to do now is an if check. And we'll say if there's no user, so exclamation mark user, then we can right here redirect the user back to the index page. So let's get redirect from next/navigation. Please make sure that you import it from the correct source, because if you import redirect from next/distribution, you will get errors and you don't want that. So I've now imported that, and then let me invoke that, and as in path, we'll right here add an empty slash, so the index page. We have now protected this route, and if I go back to incognito, so if I open again my incognito tab, copy this URL and paste it right here, you'll see that I'll get redirected back to the index page, and that's because I don't have a valid session. So we now see that this fully works, that's great, and what I want to do now is fetch our cart. What do I mean with that? I want to now fetch all of the items of the cart which is associated to the user. So we have to get our data from Redis. Now this could be defined or not defined, so in that sense the user could have items but could also not have items, and what we'll do is just then later on check, hey, if the user has items then please render them, and if not, let's just render a default state which will say something like, hey, you don't have any items, please add a few items to your shopping bag to see them right here. Now to fetch our data from Redis, or in other words Upstash, let's right here create a constant, let's call it cart, and then right here this will be equal to await Redis. Redis is imported from our lib folder, then let's do a dot get, and now I want to get our cart using our key, or in other words our unique identifier. Now what we used is right here this cart and then dash my user ID, so let's right here use upticks, and then let's do cart dash, and then let's use our dynamic value of user.id. Now one problem which we currently have is if you hover over cart, you see that cart is a type of unknown. Of course this is not what we want, so let's go to right here in type, and this will be of type cart. We import that from our interfaces file, and then right here you still see we get an error, and that's because cart could be not defined. So let's do an or, and then we'll say null. So cart could be either defined as in cart type or it could be null. So since we have now fetched our cart, this all looks good, we can now then get started rendering our UI. So let me delete everything in the return statement, let me create a new div element, let's go to right here in class name, and I want to make it a bit smaller, so I don't want this div to take up the whole width. So let's right here do max width, and we'll say 2XL. This right here corresponds to 670 pixels. Then let's do an MX of auto to center it, margin top of 10, and let's also do a minimum height, and let's right here use a custom value of 55 viewport height. This means that we say that this container should take up 55% of the total screen real estate. Then inside of this div, we can now create our ternary, so we can check if we have any items in our cart. If yes, then we'll render them, and if not, we'll render this default state which I talked about. So let me right here get my cart, let's then do a dot items, and then I want to say if the length is equal to 0, so let's do cart.items.length. If this is equal to 0, then let's add a ternary, so a question mark, let's return something, and if not, let's return something else. So right here in the first return statement, we render our default state, so when the user does not have anything in the item. So we can right here return a div h1, and we can say nothing in the shopping bag. Then if this is true, so if our items.length is bigger than 0, or in other words not equal to 0, so that means that we have more items than 0, then we can now right here render our items. For now, I'll just render a div, and we can say h1, you have items in your bag. Let's now save that, let's again go back, and now you see right here you have items in your bag, and that's true because we have 4 items in total. So let me again go back, and now let's first of all style this return statement, or this state in other words. So let me delete the div, let's right here create empty tags, and then inside of here I want to now map over our cart. So let me right here get my cart.items, let's do .map, and then let me get an item as in param. Then let me just return that, and inside of here the first thing I want to return is a div. Now for the div we have to get a key property, and this will be equal to our item.id, since the id is a unique identifier. Let's also right here get in class name, and this will just be flex. Then inside of this div let me render another div element. Let's right here give this div a class name. This will be width of 24, height of 24, then let's say on SM devices or bigger, width of 32, and then let's also say on SM or bigger, height of 32. Let's also say relative, and now that's already all. Now right here this SM corresponds to a minimum width of 640 pixels. That means this height and this width only are applicable when our width is bigger than 640 pixels. Then inside of this div I can now render an image. This image is imported from Next.js/image, so the image component, and then this is self-closing. Inside of here I have to pass it in source. The source will be our item.image string, and then let me also get an alt, and for the alt I'll just say product image. Now if I right now save that and go back, you now see we get an error and it tells us that we are missing a width property, but instead of giving it a width and height property, we can use a fill property. So this image will fill the whole width and height to our container, which is width 24 and height 24. If you again go back, you now see our images right here and they look quite nice. Nevertheless, let's give our image also a class name, and I want to say that this should be rounded of medium, and then let me also do an object of cover. If I then again go back, you already see, yeah, this looks quite cool and we can leave it like that. Now the next thing which I want to render is the name of the product. For that, let me go underneath the image component under the div, and then right here in the last div we can render another div element. Let's right here first of all give this div a class name. Let's say margin left of 5, let's say flex, let's say justify of between, and let's do a width of full and a font of medium. Then inside of here let me render a p tag and let's render our item.name. If you now again go back, you now see our image on the left side, and then on the right side you see the product name, and this looks quite cool. What I want to now render is the price of the product and then also the quantity which we have selected. For that, what we have to do is go underneath the p tag and then let me render again a div element. Let's create a class name. This will be flex, flex of call, we'll say height of full and justify between. Then inside of here, let me render another div element, and then let's give this div a class name, and then this will be flex items, which will be of center, and let's do gap x of 2. Then in this div, I can now render our p tag, and I want to now render the quantity of items we have selected. So let me get the item, so right here, item.quantity. If you now save this and go back, you will now see for both products we have selected a quantity of 2. So we have 2 shoes of this sort and then also 2 shoes of this sort. What I want to do now is also render the price. So underneath this p tag, I can now render another p tag, and then let me right here get an item.price. In front of the item.price, let me get the dollar symbol. Let's save that and let's go back. And as you now see, we have now our price right here. One thing which I also want to render is like an x, so we then say 2 times 240 and also right here 2 times 210. For that we can again go to our item quantity and then just render a x. If I again save that and go back, you will now see right here 2 times 240 and then also right here 2 times 210. This looks quite cool in my opinion. And then the last thing I want to render is like a delete button. For that, what we have to do is go underneath the p tag, underneath the div, and then inside of here we can now render a p tag, and I can just say delete. I can also give it a class name. We'll say font of medium, and let's do a text of primary. As you now see, our delete button has rendered, or in other words our delete text has rendered, and it looks quite nice. Now one thing you could save right here, for example, is also text of end. So if I say text of end, you will see that this will align to the right side. And personally, I think this looks a bit better, so I will leave it like that. Now, one problem which I currently have is that we don't have any gap between our columns. So what we have to do is actually again scroll up, and then right here where we had our empty tags, instead of rendering empty tags, let me render a div. Then let's give it a class name, and we'll say flex of column, and then let's also right here do a gap y of let's test out 10. And if I now save this and again go back, what do we see? We now have a beautiful gap, and that's great. Now let's test out if our shopping cart works as we expect. Let me click right here on all products. Then let me go to this product. We don't have this product in our shopping bag, so let me click on learn more. And then let me right here click on add to cart. We have our loading state, and now our number should update. Yes, it updated, and now we have 5 items in the cart. Let me now click on that, and now you see the product right here. We have one quantity at $180. This looks beautiful in my opinion, and we can leave it like that. Now the last thing I want to render is at the bottom the total amount of our product, so the total dollar amount, and then also a checkout button. So let me again go back to our code right here. Then we have right here our delete text and everything like that. And now let's first of all render our subtotal. To render our subtotal, what we have to do is go underneath our map. So right here we map over our items, and I have to go underneath it, but still inside of this div. And then inside of here, let me render a div element. Then let's give this div right here a class name of margin top 10 to have a bit of spacing to the top. And then inside of this div, let me render another div element. Let's give it a class name of flex items of center. And and let's do justify, which will be of between to align the children to the most outer corner, and let's do font of medium. Then inside of this div, let me now render a p tag, let's say sub total, colon, and then underneath the p tag, let me render another p tag, let's say dollar, and then let me right here get the total amount. And now the question comes, how will we render our total amount? Because currently we have our cart right here, but we don't have any way to render the total amount. Now to do that, it's relatively simple. We will have to create a let, let's call it total price. Let's give it an initial value of 0. So we will say this is equal to 0. And then once we count our subtotal, we will reassign total price. So underneath that, let me now get my cart. Then let's do dot items. Let's do dot for each. And then inside of here, let's get an item as an param, and let's create an arrow function. Then inside of here, we can now say total price. So this variable right here will be plus equal to our item dot price, and then this will be times our item dot quantity. Now let me try to summarize again what we did right here. First of all, we created a variable total price with a value of 0. Then we mapped over our items right here, and then we said total price will be equal to our item.price times our item.quantity. So if the item price is 200 and our quantity is 2, then we just multiply both numbers and then the result will be 400. Since we have now our total price, I can now use that. So let me again scroll to the bottom and let's get our total price right here, or in other words, let's render that. If I again go back, we now have our subtotal, and then it says right here $1080. Now there's one thing which I don't like, and that's that we don't really render any commas. So what I want to do is format our total price. How do we do that? Well, it's almost the same as with our time formatting. Let's right here do a new, then let's get international, let's do dot number format, and then right here I have to now say what local we want to use. So we want to use en-uppercase US. Then at the end, let's do dot format, and I want to format our total price. If I again save that, you will then see that we now format right here $1080, but we also render a comma right here, and I think this looks way better. Now the next thing which I want to render is our checkout button, and to render that, let me go underneath the p tag, underneath the div tag, but still inside of this div where we have the margin top of 10, and then inside of here, let me get a button component from our components, and let me say checkout. Let's also give this button right here a property, which is the size. We'll say LG, and then let me also right here give it a class name of wfull, and let's say margin top of 5. If I now save that, you will then see right here the checkout button, and in my opinion, it looks relatively nice. I think we can leave it like that. Now, before we finish our checkout button, so that when we click on that we get redirected to Stripe, let's first of all fix the delete button. Because if I currently click on that, you see nothing happens. And to first of all get started, what we have to do is create a new server action. So let me go to my actions file, and inside of here, we will create a new server action. So let's right here do an export async function. Then let me call it delete item. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let's again protect that. So let's do a constant, let's destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that and let's get our get user function. Let's now fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, and this will be equal to await get user. Let's now invoke that, and now let's check that our user has a valid session. So let's say if there's no user, so if we have no valid session, let's redirect our user back to the index page. So we right here get our redirect, and as an argument we pass an empty slash. So since we have now protected the server action against malicious users, or in other words users which are not authenticated, we can now right here get started with making our delete item function work. What's the first thing we have to do? Well, we have to first of all get our product ID so that we know what product we want to delete from our bag. To do that, we'll use this time form data. So through the params, let's get form data, and then this will be of type form data. I can now get our product ID through the form data. So let's do a constant product ID, and this will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get our product ID. So since we now have our product ID, which we have gotten through our form data, I can now retrieve the shopping cart using the user ID. So let me right here again do a let of cart, then this will be equal to await Redis. Then let's do dot get, since I want to get our data, and then right here as an argument argument, I have to now pass our key, or in other words, our unique identifier. Our unique identifier is card dash and then our user ID. So let's use a dynamic value of user.id. So we have now fetched our card right here, and if I hover over card, you see that it's of type unknown. This is not what we want. So let's give it a type of card, and if this is not defined, let's give it an OR of null. And since we now fetch our card, we can now make our delete functionality work. So let me first of all create an if statement, since I want to check if the card and its item exists. So let's say if card and we have card items, so double and card dot items. With this, we are just safe that we actually have a card and also items. Then let's open that, and inside of here, I want to create an object. So let's do a constant, let's call it update card, and then this will be equal to a new object, and inside of here I have to now pass our user ID and our items. Now you see, if I currently click on Control spacebar, we don't get any types, so we can say for this object that this will be of type card. Then if I again go inside of here and click on Control spacebar, it now tells us that we have to get a user ID and items. Let's click on user ID, this will be equal to our user ID which we get from kind, and let's get our items, and now our items will be equal to our card. What do I mean with that? We already have an array which we get from our card, and what I want to do now is use our filter method to filter out the product which I want to delete. So inside of here we can get our card dot items, let's do dot filter, and now inside of here as in param I can get our item, and then let me create an inline arrow function, and let's say we want to filter out the item where the item dot id is not equal to the product ID. Now what did we do right here? So we right here got our card.item, so what we fetched from Redis. We used our filter method, and then we said everything which does not correspond to the product ID can stay in the array, and then once the item ID matches the product ID, we just kick this whole object, so the whole product, from the array. So we'll just leave all of the items which we don't want to delete. I hope this makes sense. And since we have now updated our card right here, we can now tell Redis that we want to update that. So let's try to do an await redis.set, and then inside of here I have to again pass two arguments. So first of all our key, and then also our card. So let me write to get my optics, let's say card dash, and let's use our user ID. So let's do a user.id, and then let's also add our second argument, and this will be our update card. And then the last thing which we have to do now is also revalidate our shopping cart, or in other words revalidate our cache. So let's write to do a revalidate path. We already imported that, let's invoke it, and as in path, I want to revalidate our /back route. And now this is already done, and now we can close our actions file. Now right here for our p tag with delete, we can now convert it to a button element. So instead of rendering in p tag, let's now convert it to a button. And then let me wrap this button inside of a form element. Let me delete the action for now, and then inside of the form, let me again paste the button. Then we have to give our form now a action, and the action will be our delete item, which we import from the actions. Now one thing we have to pass now inside of here is a input which will be of type hidden, where we will pass our product ID which we want to delete. So let me write here get a input, this will be of type hidden, then let's write here give it a name, and for the name this will be the product ID. Then let's also write here give it a value, and for the value this will be our item.id. Now this should already be all. Now let me make sure that I spelled product ID correct, so let me go to the actions and let's see that this corresponds, and yes, this looks good. Let's again go back, and now this should work. So I can save all of this code, go back to our website, let me do a hard refresh, and then what I'll do now is right here click on delete. So let me click on that, this should now delete everything, revalidate, and yes, this worked. Now let me again delete another product, so let me delete this product. And yeah, this works beautifully. Now one thing which I currently see right here is that our delete text is not aligned correctly. It should be aligned on the right side, but it isn't anymore. That's because we have to give our form right here a class name, and then we'll just say that this should be of text. And if I again save that and go back, you will now see that our delete text will be now aligned on the right side. And yes, this looks already way better. What we can do now is also add a pending state. So let me go to my submit buttons. Then inside of here, let me create a new function. So let's do an export function. Let's call it delete item. Let's invoke that. Let's open that. Inside of here, let's get our pending state. So that's the structured. This will be equal to use form status. Let's invoke that. And inside of here, let me get my pending state. Then let's write here do return statement. Let's return empty tags. And then I can now create internally. So let's say if pending is true, then let me write here at a question mark, return something, and if not, let's return something else. So if pending is not true, let me copy this button element right here, let's paste that, and if pending is true, let me also paste that. Now if pending is true, let me add a disabled state right here, and then instead of saying delete, let me say removing ... Now this looks already very nice, and then the only thing which is missing is right here for this button a type, and let's say type of submit. Let's now save that, and then if I again go back, I can delete this button and I can get our delete item component from our components. Then let's save this, let's go back and let's test out if it works. So let me click on delete, you right here see removing ... and then we got revalidated and we don't see this item right here. Now it says nothing in the shopping bag, and that's because we haven't really created a state when we don't have any items in the shopping bag, and that's what I want to change now. So let me delete right here this div element, I don't like that. Let's create a new div element. And then let's give this div right here a class name. This will be flex. Let's give it a minimum height of custom value, and this will be 400 pixels. Let's do flex of column. Let's say items of center and justify of center to center everything in the middle. Then let's do rounded. Let's say rounded of LG. Let me do in border. Let's do in border, which will be dashed, so little dots. Let's give it a padding of 8 to have a bit of spacing. Let's say text of center. And then let's also say margin top of 20. Then inside of this div, let me render another div element, and inside of this div, let me get the shopping bag icon, which is imported from Lucid React. Let's save this, and now you see right here in the middle a little shopping bag icon. Let's style that, so let's give the shopping bag a class name. This will be width of 10, height of 10, and then let me do in text, which will be primary. Then let's give also the div which wraps our shopping bag a class name, and let's say flex, let's say height of 20, let's give it a width of 20, let's say items of center, let's say justify of center. Then let me do in rounded, which will be of full, and let's do in BG primary, and let's give it in slash of 10, so an opacity of 10%. If you again go back, you'll already see that this looks way nicer, and I think we can leave it like that. The next thing which I want to render is in title, so let me go underneath the icon, underneath the div, and let's render an h2 tag. Inside of here, let me say you don't have any products in your bag. Then let me also style this h2, let's give it a class name, and this will be margin top of 6, then let's say text of XL and a font which will be semi-bold. And now you see the title right here, and this looks quite good. Let's also create like a little description, so underneath the h2, let's render in p tag, and let me right here say, you currently don't have any products in your shopping bag, please add some so that you can see them right here. Again, you can write whatever you want, but I think this is sufficient enough. Let's again go back, and now you see the description right here. This does not look that good, so let me give this p tag a class name, and then let me say margin bottom of 8, then let's do margin top of 2, let's give it a text of center, let's say text of SM, so that it's a bit smaller, let's say leading, this will be of 6, now this leading is the line height, let's say text which will be of muted foreground, so in grayish color, and then let's say max width of SM and MX of auto to center it. Now this max width SM is 380 pixels, and then if I again save this and go back, you will already see that this looks way nicer, and we can leave it like that. The last thing which I want to render is in button, so underneath the p tag, let me get our button component, so let's do in button, then let's open that, and then inside of the button I want to render a link, so let's get a link from next/link, and let's say shop now exclamation mark. Let's give our link a href, so let's do an href, and this will just be our index page, so an empty slash. The only thing which we have to now add is for our button an asChild property, since we render a link component which is in child. Let's now save that, let's go back, and now you'll see right here underneath the description our button. This looks quite nice and we can leave it like that. Now if I click on the shop now button, you will see that we will again get redirected to the index page. Then I can again click on the product right here, so let me click on learn more, let me click on add to cart, we have our loading state, and then we have one more item in our shopping cart. If I again click on that, you see the item right here with the price and everything like that. Let me add this product one more time. So let me again go to this product, let me click on add to cart, and now you see we have the same product with a quantity of 2 or with the price of $240. You see the subtotal is $480 and that's correct. Now of course I can also delete right here this item, so let's click on that. We again have our loading state, and then we have our default state when we don't have any items inside of our shopping bag. Alright, so our shopping experience is pretty much done. Everything looks good, everything is fast, and that's at the end of the day what we want. Nevertheless, before I now continue with Stripe and make our whole checkout experience work, webhooks and our orders and everything like that, before we do that, I want to do a bit of optimization. So what exactly do I mean? So if we go to all products, or let me actually click right here on woman, if I click on that, you see it takes a bit till our page loads, so till our data is fetched, and then we just see our product. So we have like a 1 second blocker till we get redirected to product/woman and then actually see right here our products. And what I want to do to prevent this or to make it a bit better is use something called streaming. Now what exactly is streaming? So when we talk about streaming, so when we talk about this convention, you can show an instant loading state from the server while the content of a route segment loads. The new content is automatically swapped in once rendering is complete. What does this exactly mean? So if I again go back, what this would mean that when I click on kids, so we would have an instantaneous transition or redirect, then we would have a loading state, and then we would have our data. So this would make a better experience for the user, since the user would know, hey, I clicked on a link and the data is loaded, instead of right here clicking on a link and then waiting 1 and then 2 seconds till our data shows up. So again, we'll use something called streaming with suspense boundaries. With that, you can just suspend your data loading and you can show a fallback while your data is loading. Now this could be a bit complicated right now, but once we implement that, it's honestly very simple. And the first loading state with which I want to start with is our category page. And how do we do that? Well, we use something called a loading.js file. With that, again, we create this loading state, and the nice thing with the loading.js file is that we don't have to create right here, as you see, manual suspense boundaries. They are created automatically when you use the loading file, and this just makes our life a bit easier. So what I'll do now is open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the Storefront folder, and then inside of here, let's go in the products folder. Now right here we have our dynamic folder with the name, and what I want to do is create a new file, and let's name it loading.tsx. Now inside of this file, we will render our fallback, so what will be shown while our data loads. So what we can do for now is an export default function. Since this is in route, let's call it loading file. Let's invoke that, let's open that, let's create a return statement, and I return an h1, and then let me just say your data is being loaded. ... And then let's save that. Let's again go back, and if I now click, for example, on men, you will see right here for a second your product is loading. Let me click on woman, again you see it for a millisecond, and then you have your data. So this is what we call a suspense fallback. So while our data is suspended, we show this fallback right here, so this h1, and then once our data is loaded, we swap it with our actual data, so in other words our product card and then also our title. Now of course rendering an h1 as a fallback is not very beautiful, so what we want to do is render a skeleton. So you can go to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here we can search for something which is called skeleton. Now this is what we are going to render as our fallback. In my opinion, it looks very beautiful, and that's why we will use that. So let me right here copy the installation command using npm. Let me open my terminal, let's open a second terminal tab, and let me paste it inside of here. Now this has been installed, which means I can now create our nice loading file. So let me again delete my return statement. Let's create a new one. Let's render a div, and then inside of the div, let me render a skeleton. This is imported from our components. This is self-closing, and now this skeleton right here will show the loading for our h1. So I want to make it look almost the same as our title from the size aspect. So let me get in class name. Let's say height of 10, then let's say width of 56. This corresponds right here to 200 pixels, and let's do margin y of 5, so margin on the y-axis. If you now save that and go back and then for example click on kids, you will now see right here the skeleton for our title, and then you will see the product. What I want to do now is also create a loading file, or not a loading file, but a skeleton for our product card. For that, what we can do is actually go to our product card, and inside of this product card, I will now create a loading state. Now, what I mean with that is that we'll just create a component which I can then reference in our loading file. So underneath this whole export function product card, let me create a new function, or in other words, a new component. So let's do an export function. Let me call it loading product card. You see I misspelled function, so let me again spell that correctly. Then let me invoke this, and let's open that. Let's now create a return statement. Let me return a div. Let's give this div a class name. Let's say flex and flex of call, and then inside of the div, let me render a skeleton. Now this is imported from our components, and now right here, what I want to first of all mimic is our image. That means that we can go to right here in class name. This will be a width of full, and let's give it a height of custom value, and let's say 330 pixels. Then underneath the skeleton, let me render a div element. Let's give this div a class name. Let's say flex of call, margin top of 2 to have a bit of space to the top, and then to have spacing between our children, let's do gap y of 2. Then inside of here, I want to now render a skeleton. Again, this is already imported. Let's give the skeleton a class name of height 4 and w full, and then let me copy paste the skeleton. Let me change the class name, and then right here we'll say width of full, and then let's do a height of 6. And then the last thing which I want to do is now mimic our button. So right here we have a learn more button. So what I can do is go underneath the div and still inside of the last div, and let me again get a skeleton. This is self-closing. Let's give it right here a class name, and then let's say again width full, height of 10, and a margin top of 5. Let's now save that, and now we can use this loading product card inside of our loading file. So let me go underneath the skeleton. Let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's say grid. Then let's say md or bigger grid calls of 2. And let's say lg or bigger grid calls of 3. And let's do gap of 5. Let's now save that. And then inside of the div, I can now render our loading product card. So let me get the loading product card from our components. This is self-closing, and now you can copy paste it a few times. Now I think I copy pasted it now in total for about 8 times. So let me again save that. Let's go back. Let me do a hard refresh right here. And if I now click, for example, on man, you'll now see our loading file, and then you will see the products and the title. Let me click on all products, and again, we have this beautiful skeleton loading state, and then we have our products. So I would now say that we are fully done with our categories page, because this loading state is just beautiful, and you can't really argue with that. It's just very, very nice. So we have now optimized our categories page. Let me now go to the index page, and the next thing which I want to optimize is our featured items. For the featured items, I want to do the same. I want to again render a suspense boundary, but this time we'll render manual suspense boundaries, and then I want to again render a fallback, and then once our data is loaded, I want to switch our fallback for our product card. So we'll just do again the same as with our categories, but instead of using a loading file, we'll do everything manually. So what we can do is go to our featured products. So this is the component where we fetch all of the data, and then where we render it. Now, if you want to read more about suspense, you can go to react.dev, and then inside of here, let's search for suspense. Then inside of here, you'll see suspense lets you display a fallback until its children have finished loading. So this is exactly what we want to create. So let me again go back, and now the question comes, how do we implement custom, or not custom, but manual suspense boundaries and show and fallback? So let me show it to you. To make it work, what we have to do is create a new function. So underneath this export async function featured products, let me create a new async function. This will be right here called load featured products. Then let's invoke that, let's open that, and now this function will be there to fetch our data and then display it. So let me do a constant data, then this will be equal to await get data, let's invoke that, and now I can right here create a return statement, let me open that, and then inside of here I want to just render right here this div element with our data.map. So I can just copy this div, let me copy it, and then let me paste it right here. Then what we can do now, instead of rendering the div right here, we can now render our new component, so the load featured products. So let me get them right here inside of our featured products. Let's open that. This is self-closing, and what we have to do now, and this is very important, we have to delete the async modifier for our featured products, and then also let's delete this constant data await get data. So if we would now save that, nothing would change. So if I can go back and do a hard refresh, you will still see that our featured items will be rendered as they were before. Nothing has changed. And now let's use our suspense boundary. To do that, we have to go again to our featured products. So we can leave this load featured products alone. We won't touch it anymore. And then we can right here wrap this load featured products component inside of suspense boundaries. So let me get suspense boundaries from React. Let's open that. And then let me again paste our load featured products. What we have now done is that we told Next.js, or in other words React, that we want to suspend the data loading for our load featured products. What I can do now is give our suspense right here a fallback, and as an example we can say ptag and let's say currently loading ... Let's now save that, and if you now again go back, let's do a hard refresh, and you don't really see anything. We don't have any fallback, and that's probably because our data is relatively fast. So what I'll do right now is just slow down our Prisma query. So above our constant data, you can do right here an await new promise, and we'll just artificially make our right here response slower. So let's right here get in resolve. Then let me do an arrow function, and let's just say set timeout. Let me right here pass our resolve as an argument, and then let's right here say 500 milliseconds, or let's say 5000, so 5 seconds. Let's again go back, and if you now do a hard refresh, you'll see that now our featured items have an artificial load of 5 seconds, and once it's done, we then get our products, and we also had a fallback as you saw. If I again do a hard refresh, you again see right here currently loading. So we see our suspense boundaries work if we right here create an artificial delay. And what I want to do now is, instead of rendering right here in ptag as a fallback, I want to again render our loading product card. So let me again create a separate component. Let's right here do a function. Then let me call it loading rows. Let's invoke that. Let's open that. Let's create a return statement. Let's return a div. Let's give it a class name. Let's say margin top of 5 grid. Then let's say SM or bigger grid calls of 2. Let's say LG or bigger grid calls of 3. And let's do gap of 5. Then inside of this div, I can now render our loading product card. This is imported from our product card, and then let me copy paste it 2 more times. So we have now 3 loading product cards, and now I can use this loading rows component for our fallback. So let me copy that, and instead of rendering the ptag, let's render right here our loading rows. This is self-closing. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and then let me do a hard refresh, and then you see right here our loading product rows. This looks very nice. Let me again do a hard refresh, then let's scroll to the bottom, and then you see it right here. This works exactly as I wanted it to, and that's great. Now if I also click right here on the product, so let me click on learn more, you also see that we right here suspend the loading, and that's again great, and we see that everything works exactly as it should. Since we now see that this works, I can again go back to our featured products, and I can delete our artificial delay. We don't need that anymore, so let me delete that. And now the next thing which I want to suspend is our product ID route. So if I click right here on learn more, you see it takes 1 second, 2 seconds, and then we get redirected. What I want to do right here is again show a loading state so that we have an instantaneous redirect For that, let me again open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the Storefront folder, let's go in the product folder, and then inside of this ID folder, so the dynamic route, let's again create a loading.tsx file. Again, what's the difference between a loading.tsx file and manual suspense boundaries? The only difference is that when you use manual suspense boundaries, you can decide yourself where you place them, and when you use a loading file, you automatically create suspense boundaries on the top and bottom. So you can choose to just suspend something in the middle, but you will have to suspend everything. But this is fine for the product route, so let me use the loading file. Let me now close our Explorer. Let's do an export default function. Let's call it product loading route. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, I can now create a return statement. Let's return a div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's say grid. Then let's say MD or bigger, grid calls of 2. Let me also do a gap of 6. Then let's say an items, which will be of start. Then let's say LG or bigger, gap X of 24, and let's say padding Y of 6, so padding on the Y axis. Then inside of this div, let me render another div element, and then inside of this div, I want to now render a skeleton. This is imported from our components, this is self-closing, then let's give it a class name, and this will be width of full and height of custom value 600 pixels. So what I want to do with this skeleton is just imitate our large image. So if you again go back, I want to imitate this image right here with this width full and height 600 pixels. Since we now know this, let me go underneath the skeleton. Let's render a div element. Let's give this div a class name. Let's say grid. Then let's do grid calls of 5. And then let's right here also do a gap of 5. Then let's also give it a gap of 4. And let's do a margin top of 6. So this div will now be the layout for our smaller images. So I want to now create skeletons for our smaller images. For that, let me go right here now inside of this div. Let's give it a skeleton, and this is self-closing. Let's give it a class name, and this will be width of custom value 100 pixels and also height of custom value 100 pixels. Let me now copy paste that 4 more times so that we in total have 5 skeletons, and now I can save that. So now we have created a skeleton for our left side, and now I want to create a skeleton for our right side. So for our right here title, price, description, and for the button. For that, what we have to do is go right here underneath this div, so just above the last div. Then let's create a new div element. Inside of this div, let me render a skeleton. We already imported that. Let's get a class name, and this will be width of 56 and then height of 12. Now this skeleton is there to mimic our title. Let's now create another skeleton for our price. This is self-closing. Let's get a class name, and this will be width of 36. Let's get a height of 12. And let's do a margin top of 4. Then underneath the skeleton, let's now render our next skeleton. This will be for our description. Let's give it a class name of margin top 4. Let's do a width of full, and let's do a height of 60. Then underneath the skeleton, the last thing which I want to mimic is our button. So let me again get our skeleton. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name, and this will be W of full, height of 12, and margin top of 5. Let's now save that, and let's see if this worked. So what I'll do is go to our index page, then let me do a hard refresh, and then let me scroll to the bottom. Let me click on a product, so let me click on this one, and then we should now see a loading state, and that's exactly what we saw. Let me click on this product, and again we have a loading state, and then we see our product. Now since we don't see it that good, what I'll do right now is just again artificially delay our fetch call, so where we fetch our get data. You don't have to do that, I just want to show you how it looks like. So let me again go to the index page, let me do a hard refresh, and then let me click right here on a new product. Let me click on that, and now you see this is how our suspense boundary looks like, and this looks relatively nice. So we can now leave that. Let me again delete this artificial delay, we don't need that, and now we are done with our suspense boundaries and just in general our loading files. Alright everyone, since we are now done with streaming, with our suspense boundaries, and just in general since our website now works beautifully, I think it's now time to make our payment processor work so that we can accept payments and so that we can finish our dashboard. And now to accept payments, what we'll use in this video is Stripe. Stripe is an industry standard. Most people use Stripe, it's the best on the market, and honestly it's the fastest and has the best docs. So that's why we'll use Stripe, and if you want to read more, read through it. But what we can do now is click on sign in. So let me click on sign in. As you now see, I got redirected back to the dashboard, and as you also see, I'm already right here inside of a project or inside of a business, however you want to call that. What I want to do right now is click right here on create new account, so let's click on that. Then I have to give it a name. For the name, I'll say Shoe Marshal, so let me write that. And for the region, yeah, I mean, it does not make a difference. I'll leave it at Germany, but you can put it to the US or wherever you live. So let me now click on create. And as you now see, my account has been created, Shoe Marshal, and we can now get started. And now please also check that you are in test mode. You don't want to be in live mode, you want to be in test mode. So again, please check that, and now this is fine. What I want to do now is click right here on developers. So right here in the navbar, we have the developers button. Let's click on that. And then I want to click on API keys. So we will need the secret key provided by Stripe to make our whole checkout experience work. And at the end of the day, we will also use the checkout or the hosted checkout provided by Stripe. And to make this whole redirect work, we will use the secret key. So let me right here click on reveal test key. Then let me copy this secret key. Let's again go back to our project. Let me open my .env file, and inside of here we have to create a new environment variable because of course I want to make my secret key private. So let's right here give it a name. So let's use stripe underscore API underscore key, and then this will be equal to the key that I just copied. Now you also see right here with a prefix of test, and with that we just know if this is a test key or a production key. Since now this looks good, I can again close that, and now we can get started with Stripe. And to use it in our project, we have to install the Stripe SDK. And now there are a lot of SDKs, like for example the Node SDK or the client-side SDK, the React SDK, everything like that. But what we'll use in this video is only one package, and that's the Node package, so the Node SDK. Now this is completely server-side. Most people on the internet use a server-side plus client-side approach, but in my opinion this is not a good let's say architecture and just not a good design. We will do everything just from the server side, and most people don't share that on YouTube, so I guess you're lucky enough that you'll see it in this video. So now let me install the SDK, and also you see we currently get right here an error. This is for a key. We will fix that later on. Don't worry, it won't break anything, it's fine. We'll fix that later on. So let me right here open a new terminal tab, and then inside of here all we have to do is an npm I, let's do it lowercase, and I want to install Stripe. So this is the Stripe package which works server side. Then once Stripe is installed, we have to now initialize that. So let me go in the app folder, let's go in the lib folder, and then inside of here I want to create a new file, and we'll call it stripe.ts. Now in this file we have to initialize Stripe, so we have to pass a secret key and then also give it a bit of more configuration. So let's try to do an export constant, let's call it Stripe. Then this will be right here equal to new Stripe, since we want to now initialize Stripe. And as you see, this does not import for me automatically, so on top I can do it manually. Let's do an import Stripe uppercased, and this will be from Stripe. So this has now been imported, so I can now invoke our Stripe, and now you see we get an error, and that's because it tells us expected 1 to 2 arguments but got 0. An argument for API key was not provided. So inside of here we have to now pass our API key, and we'll do that with the help of our environment variables, or in other words our environment variable, since we only have one. So let me right here do in process.env, and now we have to get the name. So let me again open my env file, and then inside of here you'll see we named our API key stripe underscore API key. Let me copy that, and then let me paste it right here. Now right here you see we still get an error, and it tells me argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to parameter of type string. So TypeScript tells us that it does not know if this environment variable is defined or not, but we know that it's defined, so I can say as string, and then this error will go away. I want to do now a bit of more configuration, so let's add a comma, let's open an object, and then inside of here I want to pass our API version. This will right here be equal, if you click on Control Spacebar, to only one number, and that's the latest one. So let's click on this, and then let me also say that I want to use TypeScript, so let's get TypeScript and let's set this to true. So TypeScript is a boolean, and with true I just tell this our Stripe variable right here that I want to use TypeScript in this project and that I want to get TypeScript types. So this has now been initialized, so Stripe is now initialized, and now we can use it to create our checkout experience. Now to do that, what we'll use is again a nice server action. So let me go to the server actions file, or in other words to our actions file, and then inside of here I want to create a new function. So let's do an export async function. Let's call it checkout. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Now as you already know, I want to protect the server action, so I don't want to allow every user to check out, but only authenticated users which are authenticated with kind. For that we can do a constant. Let's destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Let's invoke that and let's get our get user function. Let's now fetch our user. Let's do constant user equals to await get user. Let's invoke that. We have now fetched our user, and now we can do an if statement, and we can say if there's no user with an exclamation mark, then let's redirect the user back to the index page, so an empty slash. So now we have protected our server action, which means we can now get started with Stripe. So how will we make this whole checkout experience work? Well, the first thing we need is the cart. So we have to know what items the user has in his cart. For that, let me get my data from Redis, or in other words from Upstash. So let's do let cart, then this will be equal to await Redis. We already imported that. Let's do .get, and now I have to again pass my key, or in other words my unique identifier. So let's use upticks, and this will be our cart dash and then our user ID. So our user.id. This now looks good, and now we can use this cart to make our checkout work. Before we do that, we have one problem, because if I hover over cart, you see cart is of type unknown. This is not what we want, so let's give our cart a type, and this will be either of type cart, or it would be null if it's not defined, or in other words if we don't have a cart. And since we now got our cart data, we can now create our Stripe checkout. So to do that, let me first of all create an if statement just to be sure that we have items in our cart. So let's say if we have a cart and, so a double and sign, if we have cart.items, then we are sure that we have actual objects, so actual products, and that means that we can create a Stripe checkout. So inside of this if statement, I can now create a constant, let's call it session, and then this will be equal to await Stripe. Now this is very important, import Stripe from our lib folder and not from the Stripe package, because if you import that from the Stripe package, you have to again initialize it, so you have to pass all the environment variables and everything like that. So let's use right here the lib folder, then let me do a .checkout, and let's do a .session, and I want to create a new session. And also I just said session, it's called sessions and not session. Then let's invoke that, and now let's open that. Inside of here I have to now pass a lot of configuration options or properties, and the first one is the mode. Now Stripe allows you to create a lot of checkout possibilities, let's call it like that. You could either just create a standard payment, that's what we'll do. You could just do a setup, this is something where you will charge the user later on, or you could create a subscription. This is what you would use if you create a SaaS business, so in software as a service, to create monthly recurring revenue. But since this is an e-commerce store, we'll use the standard payment. Let's choose this, and then the next thing we have to do now is pass or tell Stripe what items we want to check out. For that we have a property which is called line items, and line items is an array. And the question comes now, how will I pass my items right here to this array? And the answer is quite simple. We'll create a new constant, and then later on we'll pass this constant, or in other words this variable, to our property line items. So let me go above our constant session, so still in the if statement but above our session, and then inside of here let me create a constant, let's call it line items, and then this will be equal to our cart.items. Then I want to do a .map. I want to get our item as in param, and then let me just return that right here with parentheses, and inside of here I want to now create a new object. What exactly do we do right here? So we map over our items, and then what I want to do is just create a new object. And now the problem which I currently have is if I click right here on Control Spacebar, you see we don't get any types. Is that what we want? No, that's not what we want. So we can give our line items right here in type. So let's give it in colon, and then this will be equal to Stripe, so uppercase Stripe, which is imported from Stripe. Then let's do .checkout. let's do in dot session create params, and then this will be right here in dot line item, and let's give it right here an array symbol. Then if I now go back into this object and click on Control Spacebar, you now see all of the types which we can pass. So we can pass our price data, our product data, our unit amount, and everything like that. Let's first of all start with our price data, since this is the most important property. Let's open that. This is an object, and then inside of here the first thing we have is the currency. So what currency does our product have? And this will be quite simple. This will just be USD. Then the next property which we have is our product data. This is again a object, and inside of here I have to now pass the name of the product. So that's why you get the name property, and this will be equal to our item.name. Again, we get our item right here through the param, since we map over our items array. And then again we just return that and create a new object. So all we do is just take our array of our cart items and create a new array with everything that we want. Alright, since we now understand that, we can continue. So we have our name right here. Let's now also get right here the images property, and then this will be equal to our item.imageString. And as you now see, we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, that's because images expects an array, and item.imageString is just a standard string with the URL. So how can we fix this type issue? Well, that's quite simple. We can just wrap our item.imageString inside of an array. If I save that, you'll see that this error will again go away. Alright, since we have now fixed this issue, the next thing which I want to tell Stripe is the amount of our product. So I have to tell Stripe how much our product costs. How do we do that? Well, let's go right here underneath this currency USD. Let me click on Control Spacebar, and then right here I want to now get our unit amount. So right here I can tell Stripe how much our product costs. Now this unit amount is very interesting. Why is it interesting? Well, that's interesting because Stripe expects the number in cents. So let me show you an example. Let's imagine you want to pass $40. You would then probably just say, hey, 40, this is the unit amount, this is $40. But Stripe wouldn't read this as $40, but as 40 cents. If you want to render $40, you have to do 4,000. This is again $40 and 0 cents. Since we now know this, let me again delete that, and now let's get our item.price. Now we would still have this issue right here, so instead of, for example, rendering $200, we would only render $2 or 20 cents, and what we want to do is multiply this by 100, and if I multiply this, we now are sure that our price will be converted correctly by Stripe. Alright, and since we are now done with our unit amount, so with the price of the product, we have to now also tell Stripe the quantity of the product. For that, let me go underneath the price data object, and then inside of here we now get the quantity property. Right here we can just pass our item.quantity, and now this is already done. And now we are done with our line items. You see we don't get any errors, and that's great. So I can now take right here our constant line items and just pass it right here to our line items. If I save that, you see we don't get any errors, and that's because again line items is an array with an object. So this looks beautiful. Now the next thing which I have to add right here is the success URL. So this is the URL where the user will get redirected to once he checked out successfully. Now I want to redirect the user back to our localhost. So let me copy the localhost 3000 URL. Let me paste it right here, and I want to redirect the user back to localhost 3000 / payment and then / success. So we'll create later on the route, but for now this is the destination where the user will get redirected to once he successfully checked out. Then let me also get a cancel URL, and this will again be localhost 3000, but this will be / payment and then let's say / cancel. And the cancel URL is the URL where the user will get redirected to if he cancels the checkout process for some reason. He won't get charged, he'll get redirected to this URL. And now this is already done. We have now created our Stripe checkout session. We have right here passed our mode, so payment. We have passed our line items. We have passed the success URL. We have passed a cancel URL. And now the last thing we have to do is redirect the user to the checkout page. So the checkout page, which is hosted by Stripe. For that, let me go underneath this constant session and let's do return redirect. And I want to redirect the user back to the session.index. URL. Now again, the session is right here just our Stripe checkout, and we get the URL from that. Now you currently see we get an error, so let's mark this as string, and now you see this error is gone. So now we have created our server action to make the whole checkout experience work, and I now think that it's time to test it out and see if everything works. Now to test our server action, it's quite simple. So if I click right here on a product, so let me click on learn more, you see our product right here, and then we have an add to cart button. If I click on that, we add our item to the shopping bag, and what we have to do now is bind this checkout button right here to our server action, so to Stripe. So to do that, what you have to do is go back to our code. Let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the back folder, let's go in the page.tsx folder, and then inside of here we now have our button right here which says checkout. So we have to now grab this button inside of the form element. So let me get my form right here, let me delete the action, let me again paste our button with our checkout, and then for our form I have to now pass an action which is called checkout. Now checkout is imported from the actions, so let me right here import that. Let's save this, let's again go back, let me do a hard refresh, and in theory this should now work. So now let me click right here on checkout. We don't see any pending state. We see right here that our file icon spins, and now we got redirected to the checkout.stripe.com website. And what do we see right here? We have one product at $220, we have an image, and this looks quite cool. Also right here on the top you see the name, Shoe Marshall, and if I now click on that, so to go back, we should now again get redirected to our homepage. Or not to our homepage, but to localhost. And what do we see? We got redirected back to localhost 3000/payment/cancel. So we see Stripe works, you see that our server action works, and what we have to do now is create the sites or the websites or the URLs or the routes, whatever you want to call them, for our payment, so for our success route and for our cancel route. For that, let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the Storefront folder, and inside of here, let's create a new folder. Let's call it payment, and then inside of the payment folder, let me for now create a cancel folder. And then inside of the cancel folder, let's create a page.tsx. So this will be the route right here, which will be rendered if the user clicks on this back button. So let's go back to our code and let's now create a nice UI. So what I'll do right here is first of all do an export default function, since this is now a route and not a component. Then let's give it a name and let's call it cancel route. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and then inside of here let me create a return statement. Now for the return, let me return a section element. Then let's give the section a class name. Let's say width or full. Let's give it a minimum height of custom value, which will be 80 viewport height. Then let's also do flex. Let's do items of center, and let's do justify of center to center everything in the middle. Since we have now centered everything, let me now get our cart component from our components. Let's open that, and then let me give our cart also a class name. Let's give it in width, and let's do a custom value of 350 pixels. Then inside of the cart, we can now render a div element. Let's give this div a class name. This will be padding of 6, and then inside of this div, let me now render another div element, and inside of this div, we can get the X circle icon, which is imported from Lucid React. And if I now save that and go back, you now see we don't get any 404 not found anymore, but we now render a website. Let me now style this div, which wraps our icon. So let's get a class name. Then let's do width of full, let's say flex, let's do justify of center to center it in the middle, and then let me also style our circle. So let me get in class name, let's say width of 12, let's give it in height of 12, then let's do rounded, which will be of full, let's give it in BG of red, which will be 500, and let's also do an opacity of 30%, so /30, and let's do in text, which will be of red 500, and let me do in padding of 2. So all we did right here is give it in height. So for the circle, we said that this should be a rounded of full. Then we gave it in background color, which is BG red 500, and then opacity of 30%. And you see I misspelled red, so let me again spell that correctly. And then we gave it in text red of 500 and a bit of padding. If I now save that and again go back, you now see that our circle looks very nice and we can leave it like that. What I want to do now is render like a little title. So underneath the circle icon and underneath this div, let me render another div element. Let's give it a class name. Then let's do a margin top of 3. Then let's also say text of center. Let's also do an SM or bigger, margin top of 5 and a width of full. Then inside of this div, I want to now render an H3 and let me just say payment cancelled. If I now save that and again go back, we now see this right here. Nevertheless, I think it could be a bit bigger. So let me again go back and then let's give this H3 a class name and let's say text of LG. Let's give it a leading, which will be of 6. Then let's do a font of medium and this should already be all. Then underneath this H3, let me render a p tag and I want to say something went wrong with your payment dot you haven't been charged dot and let's say please try again. Let's save that and now let's see how that looks like. And yeah, we have right here our payment cancel title and then we see our little description. Now I think we can make this description look even better. So let me give this p tag a class name and let's give it a margin top of 2. Then let's do a text of small. Let's also do a text which will be of muted foreground, so in grayish color, and now this should already be all. If I again go back, you now see it's smaller and I think this looks quite good. Let me now also render a button. So underneath the p tag, let me get our button component. This is imported from our components. And then for this button, I want to render a link. So let's get our link component from Next/link. And inside of here, let me say back to homepage. Now you currently see we get an error for our link and that's because I have to pass an href and for the href this will just be an empty slash, so our index page, and then for our button let's give it an asChild property since it has a child. Let's give it a class name and this will be width of full, margin top of 5 and then on SM or bigger, margin top of 6. If I now save that and again go back, you now see our button right here with back to homepage, and then if I click on this button you will see that we'll get redirected back to the homepage. So this cancelled route looks quite good. Let's now also do the same for the success route. For that, let me again open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Then let me go in the Storefront folder. Let's go in the payment folder. And inside of here, let me create a new folder, which will be success. Then inside of here, let me create a page.tsx. And since this is in route, let's again do an export default function. Let's call it success route. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Let me create a return statement, and for the return statement this will be very simple. We will just use the same return code or just the same code in general as we used in the cancel route. So let me copy that and then let me paste that in our success route. And now you see we have to import our card. So let me import that from our components. Then let me get our button. This is also from our components. And then let me also get our link. And this link is imported from Next/link. Now instead of rendering right here in the circle icon, so this X icon, let's get a check icon from Lucid React. And instead of using the color red, let's use the color green. So let's say BG green 500, opacity 30. And then also text green of 500. Then for the title, instead of saying payment cancelled, let's say payment successful. And then for the description right here, let me delete that. And then let me just write congrats to your purchase. Your payment was successful. We hope you enjoy your product. Something like that. And now I think this looks good. Let me again save that. And now let's go back to our website and then let me go to the /payment/success route. Let's click on enter and now we should see again the same design, but instead of rendering an X icon, we render a check, we say payment successful and we say congrats to your purchase. So this also looks good. And now we have created our two payment routes. So for the success route and for the cancel route. Let me again click on back to homepage and let me again then go to our back icon right here at the top in the navbar. And now let's continue with our checkout. Now one thing I want to do right here is create a pending state, because as you saw, if I click on checkout, we don't have any feedback and we just see that our fav icon spins and then we get redirected back to Stripe. So let me again click right here on back to get redirected back to our website. We will again see our cancelled route right here, and let me now fix our checkout button. For that, let me first of all go back to our back route just to see how our button looks like. So we have right here our button, and what I want to do is just create again a new component in our submit buttons. So let me again right here create a new function. Let me right here do an export function. Let's call it checkout button. Then let's invoke that, let's open that, let's create a return statement, let me return empty tags, and inside of here I want to now get our pending state. So let me get that, so above the return statement, let's do constant, let's destructured, and this will be equal to useForm status. Let's invoke that, and now let me get right here my pending state. Since I have now my pending state, I can now create internally, so let's say if pending is true, let's return something with a question mark, and if not, let's use a colon and return something else. If pending is not true, let me copy right here our button from our back route. Let's paste it right here, and if pending is true, let me also paste it right here. Now if pending is true, let's get right here in disabled state, and then instead of right here saying checkout, let me delete that. Let's get a loader2 icon. This is self-closing. Let's get in class name, let's say margin right of 2, let's give it in height of 5, width of 5, and let's say animate of spin. Then after the loader2, let's just say please wait, and now this should be already enough. And then the last thing which I want to do right here is for this button, I want to give it in type, and this will be of type submit. So now we can use this function, so the checkout button. Let's go back to the page.tsx, and then instead of rendering this button, let me get my checkout button component from our components. This is self-closing, let's save that, and then let me again go back to our website. I can do a hard refresh right here, and now in theory this should work. So let me right here click on checkout. You see we have this beautiful loading state, or pending state if you want to call it like that, and then we get redirected to Stripe. So as we see, this worked beautifully, and that's great. Since we now got redirected to Stripe, I also think it's time to test out our checkout. So let me right here get in dummy email. Then let me go to right here card data, so 4242, this is the test card provided by Stripe. Then for the month and year, let's do 442, this is again the test data, and for the CVC 424. For the name, I'll say Jan Marshall, and then let me click right here on the bottom on pay. As you see, this was now successful. We will now again get redirected, and as you see right here, payment successful. Let me now go to our Stripe dashboard. Then let me zoom out a bit, that's way too zoomed in. And what I want to do is right here on the left corner in the sidebar, I want to click on payments. And as you now see, we have one payment. It was successful. The amount was $220. We used right here this test card, which is a Visa card. You see the customer name, you see the date when our payment was, so June 25th. And just in general, we see that our whole card payments or our checkout experience fully works. Alright, so our payments now work, and now the question comes, what do we do now? Well, what I want to do now is set up Stripe webhooks. Why do I want to set up Stripe webhooks? Well, that's quite simple. There are two things which I want to do. First of all, when a payment was successful, I want to delete all of the items in the cart, so our cart should again be empty. The second thing I want to do is create an order model or an order table in our schema file, and then whenever a payment was successful, I want to create a new order so that we can finish up our dashboard. So that's why I want to set up webhooks. But before I do that, let's again look at our website and let's see if there's anything I don't like. This all looks good. Let me click on this category, we get redirected. Let me click on men right here, or we are already in the men category. Let me click on all products. We have our loading state and we see our products. This looks good. Let's again go to the index page. Let's go right here to an item. Yeah, loading state, we see everything. The image slider works. Yeah, we are done with that. I don't think we have to change anything, and that means it's now time for our webhooks. Now, how do you create a webhook with Stripe? It's quite simple. What we have to do is go to our Explorer. Let's close everything. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the API folder. Inside of here, let me create a new folder. Let's call it Stripe. And then inside of the Stripe folder, let's create a route.ts. Now, this route.ts file will store all of our code for the webhook or to listen for the webhook event. And with that, let's actually create it. So the first thing we have to do is an export async function. Now this will be uppercase post. Again, please make sure that you spell what you post correctly. This shouldn't be get or put or delete. This should be a post. Then let me invoke that and let's open that. Now right here inside of the params, I can get the request object, and then this will be of type request. And now we can get started. What's the first thing I want to get? Well, I want to get the body of our request. So let's do a constant body, and then this will be equal to await rec, so request dot text. Then let's invoke that, and now we have gotten the body of our request. And then the next thing which I want to get is the signature, and we have to make sure that the signature is from Stripe and that everything is safe, because we don't want to listen right here for every event in the world, but we only want to get requests from Stripe. That means let's do right here constant signature. Then this will be equal to headers. Headers is imported from next/headers. Then let's invoke that. Let's do dot get. And now I want to get a Stripe signature. So right here we have to invoke that. Then let's use strings. Then let's do an uppercase Stripe. Then let's do a dash, and then let's again uppercase signature. Again, please make sure that you spell everything correctly. I will again double check it myself. So Stripe signature. This looks good, but also if you want to double check, go to my GitHub and check if the spelling is correct, because if you don't spell it correctly, you will get errors. If you hover over signature, you also see we get right here not an error, but it tells us that signature can be of type string or null. And what we can do is just mark it as string, because I know it will be defined as a string. The next thing which I want to do is create an event variable, and I want to reassign it. So let's do let event. This will not have a value for now. This will just be a variable. And now we have to create a try and catch statement. So let me right here create a try statement. Let's open that. And what I have to do right here is just create our Stripe event. So I have to construct a webhook. If this fails, then we'll throw an error. And if it works, well, then we have our webhook. So let me right here do an event, and we'll now reassign it to Stripe. Stripe is imported from our lib folder. Let's do .webhooks. And then let's do .construct event, since we want to construct a new event. Then let's invoke it, let's open that, and inside of here I have to now pass a few arguments. So the first thing I have to pass is our body, which we got right here from our request. Then the next thing which I have to pass is my signature. And then the last thing we have to pass is our Stripe secret webhook. Now currently we don't have a secret webhook, we will create it later on. But for now, what I can do is go to my .env file, go underneath my Stripe API key, and inside of here, I can create a Stripe _secret _webhook. Now this will be equal to some gibberish right here, so we can leave it like that. Let's again go back, and then I can now right here pass my process .env the name. Again, I forgot that, so let me copy the name. Let's again go back, let's paste that, and now we have right here my secret. Let's also say as string, because I know that it's defined, and now this also looks good. Now since we have a try statement, we also have to catch the statement, so let's right here get a catch. Let's invoke that as a param. Let's get an error, and this will be of type unknown. Let's open that, and inside of here all I will do is just a return new response. Then let's invoke that, and as a message right here, so let me get strings, let's just say webhook error, and you can also right here give it a status code, so we can right here open objects, and let's say status, and this will be of 400. Let's now save that, and now our try catch statement is finished. So again, all we did right here is tried to construct our webhook event, and we did it through our body, signature, and then also our secret webhook. And if this does not work together, or if there's some problem, then we have right here our catch statement, and we just return a new error. So since we have now constructed our event, we can now listen for the event and then create our mutation or whatever we want to do. So I want to right here use a switch statement. As an argument, I want to get our event.type, and then let me open that. What we have to do now is write a case statement, and I only want to listen for one event, so only for one case. And then let me open right here our case, and I want to listen for the checkout.session.completed. So when the user successfully checked out. Then let me open that right here, and then inside of here I can now get our event data object. So let's just do a constant, let's call it session, and then this will be equal to the event.data dot object. What this is just what we get from Stripe. So we will get, for example, the amount, the status, the email of the user, just in general the data which Stripe has logged when creating the checkout. And now since we get right here our event data object, we can now create our Prisma order. And to do that, I want to create a new model in my schema.prisma file, or in other words, I want to create a new table. To do that, it's relatively simple. We'll go underneath this model banner. Let me create a new model. This will be the order model. Let's open that. This will have an ID of string. Let's say @id, @default, and then let's also say UUID. Then underneath the ID, let me get the status, and now the status will be of type string, and let's also get an @default, and this will be of pending. So let's right here say pending. Then the next field which I want to have is the amount, and the amount will be a int value, so just in standard number. And then the last thing which I want to do is create a relation between the user and the order. Now relations are interesting because you have three options: either a one-to-one relationship, a one-to-many relationship, or a many-to-many relationship. Now we want to create a one-to-many relationship. That means one order can only be related to one user, but each user can have multiple orders, so a one-to-many relationship. Now, how do you create a one-to-many relationship with Prisma? Well, it's very, very easy. We have to go to the user model. So right here we have the user model. Then I can go underneath the profile image right here, and then we can say orders will be equal to order, and let's append an array symbol. Now, if I click on save and scroll down, you will right here see for our order, we have now created a relation, and this is now a one-to-many relationship. Now, if you didn't have any auto generation, that's because you haven't installed the Prisma extension. So in the extensions, you can search for Prisma, and then this is the extension which you want, the Prisma extension, and this makes syntax highlighting, formatting, auto completion, and everything like that work. So now we have created our order model or our order table, however you want to call it. And what I want to do now is sync our database with our Prisma schema. So let me open my terminal. Then let me go to the terminal tab where our server is currently running, so our web server. Then I can stop this because when you want to sync your database schema, you have to also restart your web server or your dev server. So let me stop that. Then let's do an npx prisma of db push to sync our database. You now see it tells us your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. That's great. I can again close that, and now we can continue with our webhook again. What I want to do now is go underneath our constant session. Let me create an await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Let's do .order, and then let's do .create. Now let me open that right here, so invoke that, open that, and now I have to pass a data property. For the data, we have to pass in total 3 properties. First of all, we have to pass the amount, and the amount right here will be equal to our session dot amount total, so amount underscore total, and this will be as number. Then the next property which we have is the status, and the status will be equal to the session dot status. Let's mark it as string. And then the next thing which we have is our user ID. So again, if you open right here your schema file, we have right here inside of our order model a user ID. And with the user ID, when I pass it, we create the relation to our user model. So let me again go back. Let's again get right here our user ID. And now the question comes, what user ID do I pass right here? Because currently inside of our session, so inside of the Stripe event data object, we don't get any user ID. So how will we pass the user ID? That's a good question, and that's a valid question. We will do that again using our server actions, and what we'll do is pass metadata. So whenever a new Stripe checkout session is being created, we'll pass metadata with the user ID. I can then get that in our webhook and pass it right here. So let's again go to the actions. Let's go right here in our constant session where we create our checkout session. Then let me go underneath the cancel URL, and inside of here we get our metadata. Let me open the metadata. This is an object, and inside of here I can now create the fields which I want. So I could say hey will be equal to, for example, hello, and then we could, for example, get this field later on in the webhook. This is what you can do, but we of course don't need that. We want to get right here our user ID, and then this will be equal to the user.id. Now we get our user ID through kind, so right here at the top, if you can remember, we did a constant user await get user, and this is where we get our ID from. So now this is done. Let me copy this user ID name. I can now close our actions file, and then right here for our webhook, we can now say session, and then this will be equal to dot metadata, and then let's do dot user ID. Now you currently see that we get an error, and this is because it tells me session.metadata is possibly null. So what we have to do right here is before this point, we have to add a question mark, and with that we just tell our user ID that metadata could be not defined, so it could be null. So our Prisma query, our Prisma mutation, whatever you want to call it, is now done, and that's great. And then the last thing which I want to do now is delete all of the items inside of our shopping cart, because if the payment was successful, we don't want to leave all of these items in the shopping cart. For that, let me go underneath this Prisma create, and we can now do an await Redis. Redis is imported from our lib folder. Let's do dot delete, so dot del. Let's invoke that, and now I have to pass one argument, and that's again our unique identifier, or in other words our key. So let me right here use upticks, then let's say cart, and now we have to do a dash, and as a dynamic value I want to now pass our user ID. This will be equal to the session dot metadata, then let's add a question mark dot, and then user ID. So again, this is just the same as we did for this user ID. We just get the user ID through the metadata which we provide with Stripe. So now this is done. We have created our mutation with Prisma. We deleted the card from Redis, and the last thing which I want to do right here is add a break statement. So once this is done, we can just break our switch statement. Then the last thing which I'll also do right here is a default case. So let's open that, and all I will do right here is a console.log, and we'll just say unhandled event, because there are a lot of other events that Stripe provides, but we won't need them in this example. Then the last thing we have to do is just go above the last bracket, and let's do a return new response. Let's invoke that, and all I want to say is that this webhook was successful. So let's say null for the message, and then as in status, so let's open the object and let me get my status, we will say 200. So with that I just say, hey, this webhook was successful, no errors, and that's what we want. So our webhook is now done. This is great, and we can now test out if it works. To do that, we have to run it locally, because currently Stripe won't send us any events. So let me open my terminal, then let me open a second terminal tab, let me clear everything, and then inside of here the first thing we have to do is to Stripe login. Now to make this work, you also have to install the Stripe CLI. For that you can go to Google and just search for Stripe CLI download or something like that. Then you will see how to download the Stripe CLI, but since I already have installed, I can start using that. And now the first thing you have to do is a Stripe login to log in into our project. So let me right here click on enter. Then you see right here we now get an URL which we have to open in the browser. So let me copy this URL, and now it says right here allow Stripe CLI to access your account information. Now please make sure that you right here choose the correct account. So Shu Marshall is the one which I created, and let me click on allow access. Alright, access is now granted. Let's again go back to our code. We now have a bit of information like done. The Stripe CLI is configured for Shu Marshall with the account Please note this key will expire after 90 days, at which point you will need to re-authenticate. That's fine, no problem. I can now clear everything, and now we can listen for our Stripe webhook. And now how do we listen for our Stripe webhook? Well, we have to do in Stripe listen, and then let's do in -- forward to. And then inside of here I have to now pass the URL which we want to listen for. So let me copy right here our localhost 3000 URL. So let me copy this right here. Let's again go back. Let me paste it right here. So now we have http localhost 3000, and then let's use /API/Stripe. So this is the URL of our webhook, because if you open your Explorer right here, you will see that our webhook lives inside of the API folder and then in the Stripe folder. So /API/Stripe. Let's again open my terminal, localhost 3000 /API/Stripe. I can now click on enter right here. You now see that everything is being generated, and now we have something which is called a webhook signing secret. This is what we need because this is what we pass right here to our webhook construct event. So this is the signing secret which I have to pass. Let's again open the terminal. Let me copy the signing secret. This is very important. Then let me go to my .env file, and now I can pass it right here for the stripe underscore secret underscore webhook. Let me delete right here this gibberish and let me paste my signing secret. This now looks good. I can again close this. Let me open my terminal. This looks fine. Now please make sure that you don't close this terminal tab. It's very important that your webhook runs actively, so please don't close this terminal tab or else your whole webhook won't work. Then let me go to the first terminal tab. Again, please don't close the second one, or I mean you can close it, but please don't delete it. Let's again go to the first one. Let me clear everything inside of the terminal and let's do an npm run dev to start our dev server. Alright, my dev server has restarted as you see right here. Let me go on an item. Let's click on this one right here. Then let me click on add to cart. We have our loading state and then we have right here 2 items. Let me now click on another product also right here. Then let me also click, for example, on this product right here. Let's click on learn more. Let me click on add to cart. And then once this is finished, let me click right here on our cart. And as you now see, we have 3 products. We have a subtotal of $610 and we can click right here on checkout. We now have again our loading state, and now I'll get redirected to our Stripe checkout page, which is hosted by Stripe. You now see right here we have $610 as in total value. We have our 3 products with the images and the title names, and now we can right here check out. So as an email, you can just use some gibberish email. This is not important. For the cart data, this will be our test data, so 424242. Let me add that. Then as a month, this will be 442, and as in CVC 424. As a name, let me say Jan Marshall, and let me click on the bottom on pay. As you now see, the payment was successful. We will now get redirected back to our success page in our web server, and now you see right here payment successful. What you will also see is that our cart right here is now empty. That means that our webhook was successful. Let me go back to my code. Let me open my terminal. Let me go to the second terminal tab, and inside of here you will see all of the post requests, so all of the webhook events which we have gotten. So this worked beautifully, and what we can also do is open our Prisma Studio. So let me open a new terminal tab, and inside of here let's do an npx Prisma Studio. Let me click on enter, and this will now open Prisma Studio in a new tab. And what do we see? We have one order. So right here it tells us the ID. It says it's completed. We have an amount of 61,000, so $610, and we have in relation to the user. So our webhook is fully done, and that's great. Let's again close this terminal, or let me also stop Prisma Studio. I don't need that anymore. Let's again close this, and let me right here click on the shopping cart. And what do we see? This isn't what I quite wanted. It should show right here in default state, but this is not what we see. So let's go back to our code, and right here we did in cart items.length is equal to 0. So right here we assume that we have in cart, but we don't have in cart, we just deleted that. So instead of right here doing this, so instead of checking cart items.length is 0, we can do something else. We can say if there's no cart, so exclamation mark cart, or there is no cart.items, so let me again get the exclamation mark, cart.items, then we will return our default state, and if not, we'll return all of our items. Again, this is created inside of our page.tsx in the back folder. Let's now save that. Let's again go back, and now you again see right here our default state. Let me now click right here on shop now, and then let me click on a product. Let's click on this one. Let me click on add to cart, and now we should see, if I again click on the back, we now see this item again inside of here. So now the bug in our shopping cart has been resolved, which is great. Our webhook works, our whole website works, and that's exactly what we wanted. So since we're now done with the storefront, what do we do now? Well, it's now time to finish up our dashboard. Because if I currently go to /dashboard, what you will see is that everything is currently hard-coded for the index page. And if you click on orders, this is also currently hard-coded. So I think it's now time to change that and to render successful data. For that, let me again go back. Let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the dashboard folder. Let's go right here in the orders folder, and let's go in the page.tsx. So I want to first of all start with this page, and then later on we'll create our index page, or in other words, we will get live data. Now right here you see we have a created add timestamp, so in date, and I just realized that I forgot to add a created add timestamp in our order model. So what I'll do is go underneath the user ID, and it's very important that we add it because we'll need it later on. So let me right here do an created add. This will be of type datetime. Then let's do an add default, and let's do an now. So whenever we create a new row inside of our table, we will create a new created add timestamp. And since we have now changed that, I have to now open my terminal. Let me stop my dev server. Then let me clear everything. Let's do an npx prisma db of push. This has now synced my database with my Prisma schema. I can now again restart my dev server. So let's do an npm run dev. This will again restart my dev server on localhost 3000. So let me again close my terminal, and let's reload our website. Alright, my website or my web server has again restarted, which means we can now get started with our orders page. So inside of this orders page, I can now create an async function getData to fetch our data. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Let's do dot order, and I want to find many orders. So let's do dot find many, and let's open that. Now inside of here, I want to select a bit of data. So let's right here create a select statement. And now I want to select right here the amount. So let's set this to true. Let me get the created add timestamp. Let's set this to true. Let's get our status. Let's set this to true. Let me get the ID. Let's set this to true. And now also what I want to do is select extra information from our user. So if I add right here another comma and click on Control Spacebar, we now also get our user model. So let me click on the user. Let's open that. And inside of here, we have to again get a select statement. Now what do I want to select from my user? Well, I want to get the first name. Let's set this to true. I want to get the email. Let's set this to true. And I want to get a profile image. So let's set this also to true. The last thing which I want to do is order my results based on the created add timestamp. So I want to get the most recent results at first, and then the oldest results at the bottom. So what we have to do is go underneath the select statement. We have to do an order by, and I want to order based on the created add timestamp. And since I want to get the newest results at the top, I have to order it based on the descending timestamp. This is now done, and the last thing we have to do is return our data. And since we have now written our Prisma query, we can now get that in the front end. So above the return statement, let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's now invoke that, and what we have to do now is mark our function as async. So let's do an export default async function, and now we get our data in the front end. What we have to do now is go right here inside of our return statement, then we right here have a table body, and inside of the table body we have a table row. For now I can copy the table row, again copy it, don't delete it, and then inside of here we can now map over our data. So let's do data.map, then as in param let's get an item, and then let me return that. Then inside of this data.map, I can again paste my table row, and for the table row, let's also give it a key, and this will be our item.id. Now right here we render our name, so let me delete this Jan Marshall hard-coded, and let me get my item.user.firstname. Then right here we have an email, let me right here get an item.user.email. Then the next field we have right here is a hard-coded sale. Let me change that to order. Then right here we have a successful status. Let me change that, and let's get right here our item.status. Then we have right here our created add timestamp, which is currently hard-coded. Let me delete that, and let's right here get our new international. Let's do .date time format. Then let's invoke that. As an argument, I have to pass the local. This will be en-uppercase US. And then right here, let's also do a .format. Let's invoke that, and let me pass my item.created add timestamp. So now we have also created our date, and the last thing we have to do right here is render the amount. So let me delete this $250, and instead of that, let me use a dollar symbol. Then let me right here open these brackets. Let's do new international. Then let's do .number format. Then let me invoke that. As an argument, I have to again pass the local, which will be en-uppercase US, and then let's do dot format, and then let me invoke format, and let's get our item dot amount. And if I now save that and again go back, you now see right here the name, then you see the email, you see the order type, so it's an order, you see the status, which is complete, then we have the date when it was ordered, and then we have the amount. But this does not look good, $61,000, this isn't correct. So what we have to do is divide this item.amount by 100, because currently this is rendered in cents. So let's do and divide it by 100, so still inside of this format. And if I again save that and go back, you now see it shows $610, and that's what I wanted. So our orders page is now complete. As you see, I can again close that, and now we can continue with our dashboard index page. Now what we'll do is break all of these 4 cards into a separate component, and then inside of there I'll fetch the data and then display it right here. So let me open my Explorer. Let's go right here in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and then inside of here let me create a new file, and then let's name it dashboard components, or not components, let's call it dashboard stats, and let's do .tsx. Inside of here, since this is a component, let's do an export function, let's call it dashboard stats, let's invoke that, let's open that, let's create a return statement, and inside of here I want to now return all of our cards, or in other words our stats. For that it's quite simple, we have right here in div within grid, this wraps all of our cards, and what I want to do is just copy this whole div, so I'll copy this, delete it from here, and then paste it inside of this return statement. And what I have to do now right here is import all of our components. So let's get our card from our components, let's get the card header from the components, let's get the card title from the components, then let me get my card content from the components, then let me get the $ icon, this is imported from Lucid React, let me get the shopping bag icon, this is also imported from Lucid React, then let's go to our party popper, this is imported from Lucid React, and then we have the user2 icon, which is also imported from Lucid React. Everything has now been imported, so I can now use this component. Let's go back to the page.tsx, and then right here inside of this empty tags and above the div, I can now render our dashboard stats component, which I import from my components. Let's now save that, and if I again go back, and as you see, we still see all of the cards, and from an UI perspective, nothing has changed. So let me again go back to our dashboard stats, and now let's fetch active or real-time data. So let's right here do an async function, let's call it get data, let's invoke that and let's open that. Now what's the first thing I want to fetch? Well, I want to fetch the total user amount, or the total users which are logged in or signed up to our website. So let's do constant user, and then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder, then let's do .user and let's do .find many. Then let me invoke that, let's open that, and inside of here I want to just select the ID. So let's say select ID of true. Then let's save that, and what I can do now is a return statement, and let's return right here our user. Let's now save that. Then let me go to my front end right here above the return statement, let's do constant user, and then this will be equal right here to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now you see we get an error for await. That's because I have to mark our function as async. So let's do an export async function. Now this error right here is gone, and now I can render our total user amount. For that, what we have to do is scroll to the bottom right here where we render our total users, and instead of hard coding 120, we can now get our users.length. So let me right here get my user, let me delete this bracket, let's do user.length, and if I now save that and go back, you will then see that we have in total users number of 1. That's because I'm currently the only user signed up, but if I sign up different or more users, the number of course will go up. The next thing which I want to render is our total products. So let's again go back, we have to now fetch again data. So underneath the constant user, let's do constant products. This will be equal to await Prisma. Then let's do .product and let's do .find many. Then let's invoke that, let's open that, let's do a select statement, and let's set ID again to true. What I have to do now is return our products. So we can right here, instead of just returning a user, we can convert it to an object, and then I can return my user and I can return my products. Then right here inside of our front end, instead of getting user, we can destructure it, and then I can get my products and I can get my user. Then let's again scroll to the bottom. So right here we have our user card, and then the card above is our total products card. So currently we hard code 37 right here. Let's change that, and then let me right here get my products, and then let's use dot length. Let's again save that. And then right here in our front end, you now see that we have 4 total products, and this is correct because if you click right here on products, you will right here see that we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 products. So this is correct. Let's again go back to the dashboard, and now let's render our total sales. To render our total sales, it's quite simple. Let's again go back, and then right here underneath our constant products, let me now render a constant order. This will be equal to await Prisma dot order, and let's do dot find many. Let me again invoke that. Let's open that. Let's create a select statement, and what I want to get right here is first of all the amount. So let's set this to true, and now this looks good. I can now return our order. So let's right here pass the order to the return object, and then right here where I destructured, I can get our order. So let's get it right here. And then if I scroll down, we now right here have our total sales card, and we currently hard code 50. So let me delete this hard coded 50, and let me get my order dot length. Now if I save that and go back, you see we only had one total sale or only one order, and this is correct. Then the last thing which I want to propagate is our total revenue. So let's do that. And to do that, we have to use again our reduce function. So right here inside of our front end, below our products and above our return statement, we can do constant total amount. Then this will be equal to the order dot reduce. Let's invoke that, and inside of here let me get 2 params. So first of all the accumulator, and then let me also get the current value. Then let me return right here an L function. Let's open that, and what I want to do now is return our accumulator, and this will be then plus our current value dot amount. And now right here you currently see we get an error. And why do we get an error? Well, that's because we have to add a initial value. So right here I can say 0. That means that our accumulator starts at 0, and with that now the error is gone. So all we did right here is use the reduce method, and then we started from 0 and just always added our current value dot amount, so the amount which we got from Prisma. Then we can now use this reduce function, so the total amount, and if I now go to our first card, we currently hardcode $100,000. Let me delete that. Let me again get the dollar symbol. Let's open these brackets, and then let's do new international. Then let's do dot number format. Then let me invoke that. As in local, let's use en-uppercase US, and then let's do dot format, and as format, let's invoke that. Let me get my total amount, and we have to again divide it by 100 because we get cents. So if I again save that and go back, you'll now see that our total revenue changes to $610, and this is correct. Now one thing which we could also change right here is to make all of our Prisma queries run in parallel, because currently we always wait for the result which was before that. So for example, first of all the user query runs, and then after it's finished, only then our products query runs. And this is of course not quite fast and not that nice. So let's run that in parallel. So let's go right here at the top inside of our async function get data. Then let me do in constant, then let's use these array brackets, and inside of here let's get our user, then let's add a comma, let's get our products, let's add a comma, and let's get our order. Then this will be equal to await, then let's do an uppercase promise dot all, and then let me open that. Inside of here I have to again pass our array, and then let's open that. Now right here we now have our promise dot all, and inside of here I can now run all of our Prisma queries in parallel. So I can copy right here my first prisma.user.find many. Let me copy that. I can delete right here this constant user equals to await, and then I can paste it right here as the first value in our array. Then let me delete right here the semicolon, let's add a comma, and the second thing which I have to pass is our products query. So let me again delete the constant products equals to await, and let me just copy our prisma.product.find many. Let me now pass it right here down below. Let's delete the semicolon at the end, and let's add a comma. And the last thing which I need is our order. So let me again copy the Prisma query without the await keyword. So let me copy that, let's delete the rest, and let's paste it right here. Let's again delete the semicolon at the end, and let's use our comma. So now we have created a await prisma.all call, which means that all of our Prisma queries now run in parallel. That means we don't wait for one specific Prisma query, but everything runs in parallel, and that's what we want. And now this is great, this looks good, and you'll see if I can go back to our website and do a hard refresh, nothing will change. All of our code still runs, all of the data is still there, and everything works as it should. So since we're now done with our dashboard stats, let's call it like that, let's now continue right here with our recent sales card. For that, I will again create a separate component. So let me again close everything. Let's open our components or our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, let's go in the dashboard folder, and inside of here, let's create a recent sales.tsx file. So we have now created that, and since this is a component, we have to now first of all do an export function. So let's do an export function, let's call it recent sales. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Then let me right here create a return statement, and for the return statement, I want to now return our recent sales card. That means I can again open my Explorer, then let me go in the app folder, let's go in the dashboard, and then let's go in the page.tsx. Inside of here, we now have right here our card, which renders our recent sales. What I can do now is just copy this card with the recent sales. So I will copy this, delete it from there, and then I can paste it right here for our recent sales. Then I have to import our card from our components. Then let me get my card header from our components. Let's get the card title from the components. Let's get the card content from the components. Let's get the avatar from our components. Let's get the avatar fallback also from our components. And now this should already be all. I can now save that. Let's again go back to the page.tsx, and then right here in this div, I can again render our recent sales component. If I now save that and again go back, you see nothing has changed, everything still renders the same. So all we did is just break this code into a separate component, but at the end of the day, it still renders the same. So let me now again go back, and now let me go to the recent sales component, and let's now fetch data. So above the export function, let's do an async function, let's call it get data, let's invoke that, and let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a constant data, and then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from our lib folder. Then let's do dot order, and let me do dot find many. Now let me invoke that, let's open that, and what I want to do first of all is create a select statement, since I don't want to select everything. Let me first of all get the amount, let's set this to true, then let me get the ID, let's set this to true, and then let me also get the user object, so the user model. Let's get it right here. Let's open that, let's create a select statement for the user model, and I want to get the first name, let's set this to true. I want to get the profile image, let's set this to true, and I want to get the email, let's set this also to true. So our Prisma query is now finished, and the last thing which I want to do, or almost the last thing which I want to do, is now add right here an order by statement. So I want to again order my results based on the latest or based on the most recent transactions. So let's do the created at timestamp, and let's set it to descending, which means I want to get the newest results at the top. And then also the last thing which I want to do now is add an take statement, since I don't want to select all, or I don't want to query all of our orders, but I only want to get the most recent, and then let's say 7. So that means right here we first of all created a select statement. So we selected everything that we needed. Then we did an order by statement to get the most recent results. And then at the end, we said that we only want to take 7 results. So the most recent 7 orders. Then the last thing we have to do is return our data. So let's do return data, and now we can get that in the front end. So right here above the return statement, let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's now invoke that. You already know we'll get an error for our await expression. So let's do an export async function. Alright, since we now get our data in the front end, we can now get started rendering it. That means right here in the card content, we always have like individual divs, as you see. And what I can now do is delete all of them and leave one right here. So we just have now one div right here. And if I would save that and go back, you now see we only have one entry. And what I can do right here is for now just copy this entry, so this div, don't delete that. And then inside of here, let me now get our data.map. then let me get an item as in param, and then let me just return that. Then right here I can again paste our div, and then for this div let me give it a key. The key will be our item.id, and then now let's pass all of our data. So first of all we have an avatar fallback. Let's change this JM hardcode, and let's get right here my item. So let's do an item, then let's get our .user, let's get our first name, and let's do .slice because I only want to get the first 3 letters. So let's right here invoke that, and then let's say 0 up to 3. Let's save that, and if I again go back, you now see instead of rendering JM, it now renders ALE. This now looks very good. And then let me now also change our hardcode from the name and the email. For that, let's again go back. Then right here we hardcode Jan Marshall. Let me delete that, and let's get our item.user, and let's get our .first name. And for the email, instead of hardcoding it, let me right here get our item.user.email. If I now save that and again go back, we now have again our avatar, we have the name, and then the email at the bottom. Now one thing which I also want to render is the avatar image. For that we can go above the avatar fallback, and inside of here I can now get our avatar image. This is imported from our components, this is self-closing, and I can now pass it a source. For the source, this will be equal to our item.user.profile image, and let's also give it an alt, and for the alt we'll just say avatar image. If you now save that and again go back, you now see right here the image, and then you see the name, the email, and now we have to also change the total amount right here so that it shows a real number. For that, let me again go back and let me delete this hard-coded $1,999, and then inside of here let's get again a new international, then let's use .number format, then let's invoke that. As in local, let's use en-uppercase US, then let's use .format, and as a format number, let's get right here our item.amount, and let's divide this by 100 since I don't want to render cents. Now let me also right here after the plus render a $sign, so plus dollar and then the number, and then let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see plus $610. This looks beautiful, and now our recent sales card is also finished. And if you now look at our index page, there's only one thing missing, and that's our chart. So let's now create that. For that, I want to again create a separate component, which means let me again open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, then let's go in the components folder, in the dashboard folder, and inside of here, let's create a chart.tsx. Inside of here, let's do an export function. Let's call it chart. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me then do a return statement, and for now, let's just return an h1, and let's say hello from the chart. Let's now save that. Let's again go back to our page.tsx in the dashboard, and then right here we have our card where we will render our transactions. What I want to do is go underneath the card header. Let me get the card content from the components, and then inside of here let me now render our chart component. This chart component is imported from our components, and it's self-closing. If you now save that and again go back, you then see hello from the chart, and we see that this worked, which means it's now time to make the chart look very nice. Now what will we use to render our charts? Well, we will use something which is called Recharts, so React charts, and this is, I would say, the biggest and probably also the best library to make charts work, and yes, that's why we will use that. So what we can do right here is click on installation, and then we have to do an npm I recharts. So let me copy the installation command, so npm I recharts. Let me open my terminal. Let's open the third terminal tab. Let me clear everything right here, and then let me paste right here npm I recharts. So recharts has now been installed, which means it's now time to use that. So right here in the return statement, let me again delete the return statement. Let me create a new return statement, and the first thing I want to get is the responsive container. Now you see it does not import for me automatically, so let me do it myself. So on top, let me do an import. That's the structured, and then this will be from recharts. Then inside of here, right here, I can now destructure it, and what I want to do is first of all get the responsive container. I've now imported that, which means I can now use it right here. So let me get my responsive container, and then let's open that. Right here, I have to now give it a width first of all. Let's right here just say 100%. And then let's also give it in height, and for the height this will just be 400, so 400 pixels. Then inside of the responsive container I want to now get a line chart, so on top let me get a line chart. Then inside of the responsive container, I can now render our line chart. Let's open that. Inside of the line chart, we'll later on have to pass in property, which will be the data property. But for now, I will just leave it like that. Then inside of the line chart, I want to now render our Cartesian grid. So if you write Cartesian grid, you see I don't get that. So let's also do it on top manually. Let's get our Cartesian grid. Then let me also right here get our x-axis. Let's get our y-axis. Let me also right here get our tooltip. Then let me also get a legend. Then let me get a line. So let me then go inside of the line chart. Let me now get my Cartesian grid. Let's open that. For the Cartesian grid, we have to get in property, and this right here will be our stroke dash array. And for that, let's use strings, and let's just say 3 and then a space and again 3. Then in the Cartesian grid, let's now get right here our x-axis. This is self-closing. Then let me go underneath that. Let's get our y-axis. This is also self-closing. Underneath that, let me get my tool tip. This is self-closing. And then let me also get my line. And this is also self-closing. For the line, we have to pass it first of all in type. For the type, this will be monotone. Then let me also right here get in stroke. So with that, we will now tell Recharts what color we want to use. So let's use in hashtag. Let's say 3. Let's say B. Let's say 8, 2, and then F and 6. This is the color we want to use. And then we also have to say right here active dot, and then this will be equal to an object with another object inside of there, and then let's say R of 8. So now this is done. The only thing which I forgot is our legend. So above this line, let me also get my legend, and this is also self-closing. What we have to do now is pass our data, which means if I go back to the page.tsx, what I have to do is first of all fetch our data. So above our export default function, let's do an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let me now do a constant data. Then this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Let's do dot order and let's do dot find many. Let's then invoke that and let's open that. Now the first thing I want to do is create a select statement, and I want to get the amount. So let's set this to true, and I want to get the created at timestamp. Let's set this to also true. Then let's also do an order by, and now for the order by, let's get our created at timestamp. And this time we won't use descending, but ascending. So I want to get the oldest data first and then the newest data. So ascending, and now this looks good. What I also want to do right here is tell Prisma that I only want to get the data from the last 7 days. So if I go above the select statement, I can use a where statement, and now right here we get our created at timestamp. And now I have to somehow tell Prisma that I only want to get the last 7 days. How do I do that? Well, above the constant data await get data, we have to do a bit of calculation. So we can do a constant now. This will be equal to new date. So new date is just our current date. And then we can right here create a new constant. Let's say constant 7 days ago. Then this will be equal to our new date also. Let's invoke that. And now we have to calculate our 7 days. So we can right here say 7 days ago. Then let's do dot set date. So I want to set a new date. And then let's invoke that. And now we can do a now dot get date. Let's invoke that. And then this will be -7. With that, I just set now our 7 days to -7. So -7 days from today. I can now use the 7 days variable and use it for our created at right here. So I can say GTE. GTE just means greater than or equal, and then this will be equal to 7 days ago. Let me also add right here in comma, and now this looks good. With that, I now just get the data from the last 7 days. Now what I also want to do now is create a new array. So currently if I hover over data, you see we get an array with an amount and created at timestamp, but I want to change it to date and revenue. So let me go right here. Let's create a constant result, and then this will be equal to our data.map. As in param, let's get an item, and then let me right here return that, and let's open an object. Inside of here, I can now reassign everything. So let's say date. This will be equal to our new international. Then let's do a .date time format. Let's invoke that as in local. Let's say en-uppercase US. And then at the end, let's do .format, and let's pass our item.created at timestamp. Then the next thing which I want to render is our revenue, and this will be equal to our item.amount, and let's divide this by 100. What I can do now is return our result. So let's return result, and now let's get it in the front end. So above the return statement, let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's now invoke that, and let's also mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function. What we have to do now is get the data which we just fetched, and we have to get it right here in our chart component. So let me create a new interface. Let's call it iAppProps. Let's open that, and inside of here, as you already know, we now get a data property. Let's open that, and inside of here, I want to get a date, which will be of type string, and I want to get our revenue, which will be also of type string. Now you could also just go to the page.tsx, hover over our data, and just copy it from here. So let me copy this. Let's again go back, let me delete that, and let's paste it inside of here. So we say that iAppProps will have a data property. This will be an object of date and revenue, and actually it won't be an object but an array because we added array symbols. What I have to do now is to structure my chart. So let's write here the structure our params, and let's set this to iAppProps. If I now click right here on Control Spacebar, you now see we get a data property. Let's click on enter, and then if I go back to the page.tsx, you now see we get an error, and that's because for our chart I have to now pass our data property. This data property is equal to our data. We can save that and go back to our chart. Now inside of our chart, I have to now render our data somehow, and that's quite simple. Inside of our line chart, we have a property which is called data, and then this will be equal to our data. Let's now save this and let's see how that looks like. So let's go back to my website. Let's do a hard refresh, and we don't see anything. We actually get an error. Error super expression must be either null or a function. Yeah, okay, that's a weird error. I have no clue what this means. Chart responsive. I see it. So right here, Recharts has to get a JavaScript bundle, which means we have to mark this component as use client. So on the top, let's mark it as use client, and then let's save that. Let's again go back, and yeah, this does not look right. We don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because I wrapped right here the x-axis and everything like that in the Cartesian grid, or Cartesian. I'm not even sure how you pronounce it, but how it should look like is that this Cartesian grid or Cartesian should be self-closing. So this should be self-closing, and then at the bottom, I can delete this Cartesian grid again. If I now again save that and go back, you now already see, okay, we now have an x-axis. It does not look good, but we have an x-axis. This is already in start. What we have to do now is go to our x-axis. Then inside of here, let's get in data key, and this will be equal to our date. Then for the line, I also have to add a data key, and for the data key, this will be equal to revenue. And if you now again go back, you now see right here, okay, we now have revenue 610. So this worked. On the bottom we have the date, 26th of June, and then we see our revenue, which is $610. Now, of course, we don't see any line right here. That's because we have to have a bit more transactions. So what we can do for now is open our terminal. Let's do right here an npx Prisma Studio, and what I'll do is just create a new fake order. What I can do right here inside of the order model is click on add record. Then for the status, let's copy complete. Let's paste it inside of here. For the amount, let's say 82,000. Then for the user, let me just get my user right here. Let's select that, let's close that. And then for the created add timestamp, let me copy this created add timestamp. Let's paste this one. And instead of right here rendering the 26th, let's just render the 25th. Let's now save that. Let me click right here on save one change. As you now see, we have two fields, and if I again go back and do a hard refresh right here, you will then see that this will now update. So let's wait for that. And yes, you now see a line right here. So on the 25th, we had right here a revenue of $820. And then on the 26th, we only had a revenue of $610. So this now works beautifully. As you see, you also see right here our transactions. They also look good. And I would say we are now done with that. Also on the top, you now see the total revenue, $1,430. You see the total sales, which is 2. We have also total products of 4, and total users, which is 1. And now let's again test out if everything works. So let me go to localhost 3000, So I'm now again in our index page. Let me now scroll to the bottom. Then right here for this item, let's click on learn more. Then let me add this to cart. Then let me click on all products. Then let's click on this item right here. And let me click on add to cart. So now we have 3 items in our shopping cart. Let's click on this right here. And now you see we have 2 items in our shopping bag, and this item has a quantity of 2 and this item has a quantity of 1. We have a subtotal of $700. Let me now click on checkout, or before I do that, please make sure that your webhook is still running. So in the second terminal tab, this should still be running. Let's again go back. Let me click on checkout. We again have our loading state. Then let me again add a gibberish email. Then for the card data, this will again be 4242, so the test data. Then for the month and year, 442, and for the CVC, 424. For the name, Jan Marshall, and let's click on pay. As you now see, this was successful. We will now again get redirected back to our homepage, or not to our homepage, but to our success page. And yes, as you see, locals3000/payment/success, your payment was successful and our shopping cart at the top is empty. Let me now again go back to our dashboard. Let me do a hard refresh. And what you now see is that we have a new total revenue of $2,130, total sales of 3, we have total products of 4 and total users of still 1. But now we have a new problem. Right here our recent sales got updated, that's all good, but our transactions don't look fine or don't look right. So right here we have the 25th, right? Then we have the 26th, and then we again have the 26th. This is not what I want. This 26th should be calculated at the same time point as this one. So I don't want to render the 26th date 2 times. So what we have to do is again go to our chart, and inside of here we again have to use the reduce method. Now this is a bit complicated, so what I'll do is go to my GitHub repo right now and just copy paste. So this is a reduce function. It's a bit complicated to explain this, that's why I will copy paste that. But let me just simplify it and let me tell you what we do. To simplify it, what we do right here is we take a list of objects, then we right here combine them based on their dates. So each object has a date and a revenue. We then combine them based on the date, add up the revenue for each date, and then we get the correct value, so the correct amount for each date. So this is the simplified version of what we do for this code. We can now then get started using that. So right here above the return statement, I can do a constant processed data. I know I misspelled that, but that's fine. And this will be equal to our aggregate data. And as an argument, let's pass our data. Then right here, instead of passing our data for the line chart, let's now pass our processed data. If I now save that and again go back, you'll now see that we only have 2 dates, and that's correct. So for our 25th, we had a revenue of $820, and for the 26th, we had a revenue of $1,310. So this worked exactly as we wanted it to, and that's great. One thing which we can also do right here is change our cart header a bit. So let me go again to our dashboard and then page.tsx. And inside of here, we currently say transactions, recent transactions from your store. Let's right here say recent transactions from the last 7 days. Let's save that. And yes, I think we can leave it like that. So now this looks beautiful. Our dashboard is fully done. We have our dashboard index page. Then we have an orders page. Currently we have 1, 2, and 3 orders in total. Then we have a products page where we see all of our products. In total we have currently 4. And then we have right here a banner picture route where we see all of the banner pictures which we created. So I would say our storefront is done and also our dashboard is done. And I think we can now start deploying our application to Vercel. And for that, we first of all have to push our code to GitHub. So I'm now at github.com/new. We now have right here our repo name. And for the repo name, let me just say shoe Marshall. Then for the description, I can leave that empty. Let's make it public. And then let me click on create repository. So now you see right here, we now have a quick start guide on how to add our repository to GitHub. Let me go back to our code. Let me open my terminal. Then let me open a third terminal tab, which is currently empty. Let's clear everything. And then let's start with a git init to initialize a new git repository. For me, it says right here, we initialized existing git repository. This is fine. Nothing is broken. That's all good. Then let's do git add everything with a dot. So git add dot. With that, we add everything. Then we have to do a git commit. So let's do git commit. Then let's say -m, and for the message, we'll just say finished code. Let me click on enter, and now we have committed everything. And then the next step is to create a branch. So git branch -m main. Let me copy that, then let me paste it right here. Then the next step is to add a remote origin. Let's copy that, let's paste it right here. And then the last step is to push our code. So let's copy that and let's paste it right here. As you now see, our code has been pushed to our GitHub repo, and if I now do a hard refresh, then you will now see all of the code right here. This looks quite good. As you see, we have the app folder, components folder, lib folder, everything has been added, and that's great. So it's now time to go to Vercel and deploy our application. And I'm now at vercel.com/new, which means I can now import my application. So right here we have the shoe Marshall application. Let me click on import, and now right here, before I click on continue or right here on deploy, we first of all have to add environment variables. So let's click on that. Let me open my .env file right here, and then let me copy everything, and let's just paste it right here. Let me now click on deploy, and now this should take about a minute or two. Now I already know that we'll get errors, but that's fine. We will fix them as we get them. Alright, so we now got our first error right here. Failed to compile, error missing key property for element in iterator. Yes, as you already know, we at the start already got a warning for that in our terminal. I said we would fix that later on. I forgot that, I'm sorry. So what we could do right now inside of our terminal is to npm run lint. This will now run ESLint and will show us all of the errors which we have in the code. So right here you see we only get one problem, and that's missing key property for element in iterator. This is in our products route, so in our categories route. So what I can do is open my Explorer, then let me go in the app folder, let's go in the Storefront folder, then let's go in the products folder, in the page.tsx folder, and then right here we map over our data and then render our product card. So let me add a key right here, and this will be equal to the item.id. I can now save that, and then right here in the terminal, let's again do in git add everything with a dot. Let's do in git commit -m for the message. I'll just say added key iterator, and then let's click on enter, and let's do in git push. If you now again go back to GitHub and refresh your page, you now see right here for the app folder, we added a key iterator and the change was now. This looks good. And if I again go back to Vercel, you'll see that the project will be automatically rebuilt. And yes, as you now see right here, it's currently building, and for the commit, this is added key iterator. Alright, I got a new error, and this time this is a Prisma error. Weird, everything worked in local, why do we now get an error for Prisma? So it says right here, Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel, which caches dependencies. This leads to an outdated Prisma client because Prisma's auto-generation isn't triggered. To fix that, make sure to run the Prisma generate command during the build process. And that's exactly what we'll do. So let me right here click on learn how. This is an URL, we can copy this. Then let's open that in a new tab and let's paste that. Now right here they again tell you what the problem is. I already told you what the problem is. And then right here we have a solution, and the solution is to add a post install script. And that's exactly what we'll do. So I can copy right here this post install script. We can then go back to the code. Let me close my terminal. Let's go into package.json. And then right here below our lint, I can now add our post install script. And all we say right here is that we want to run Prisma generate. So that means whenever Vercel builds our application, it will run right here Prisma generate. This now looks good. I can again open my terminal. Let's clear everything. Let's do git add everything with a dot. Let's do git commit. Then let's do -m. And for the message, let's say added post install. Let's click on enter and let's do git push. This will again push our code to GitHub. If you go back to GitHub, you'll right here see, if I do a hard refresh, you will right here see that we again have a new commit. So right here package.json added post install. And if I again go back to Vercel, click right here on the top on my project, you will see that we again have a new building stage. That means that we are again redeploying our application. Alright, as you now see, I got an error. That's because I used Next.js 14. If you use Next.js 15, you shouldn't have an error. That means you can skip this section. But if you still get an error, well, then you will have to fix the code with me. So what's the problem? In Next.js 14, and as I also heard in the initial version of Next.js 15, you have a problem, or not a problem, it's a feature, that every page gets pre-rendered if we don't tell Next.js that we want to make it dynamic. So currently, for example, we have our create creation page. This is our API route to create a new user in our database. Currently, Next.js tries to pre-render that. Of course, this does not work because this is an API route and you don't want to pre-render an API route. So what we have to do right here is tell Next.js that we don't want to pre-render this page. How do we do that? Well, right here on the top, we can import something. So let's do an import. That's the structured, and then this will be from next/cache. Then right here where we destructured, I can now get something which is called unstable no store. We can say as no store, and then whenever I use that or whenever I invoke no store, I just tell Next.js that this page shouldn't be cached and that it should be completely dynamic. So above the constant get user equals to get kind server session, I can now use no store, which we just imported. Then let's invoke that, and now I told Next.js, hey, please don't cache this page. But this isn't the only page where we have to say that. We have to say that in every page where we fetch data. So let me right here go in the app folder. And then let's start with our dashboard folder. So we right here have in page.tsx. Do we fetch data inside of here? Yes, we do. So I can copy right here this import statement. So import unstable no store from next/cache. Let's copy that. Let's paste that inside of here. And then right here above the constant data await get data, we can call no store. And then we can invoke that. So now we said, hey, the page.tsx should be dynamic. Let's go to the layout. Do we fetch any data right here? Yes, we do fetch data right here, which means I can again import no store, and then let me pass it right here above the get user function. So let's get no store, and then let's invoke it right here. Then let's again open our Explorer. The next thing we have is the products folder. Let's go in the page.tsx. Do we fetch data inside of here? Yes, we do. Let me again paste our import no store. Then let me go above our constant data and let's again invoke no store. Let's save that. Let's continue. Then the next thing we have is the create folder. Then the page.tsx. Do we fetch data inside of here? Nope, we don't. So I can close that. We can leave it alone. Let's go in the ID folder in the products folder. Let's click on the page.tsx. Do we fetch data? Yes, we do. So let me again import no store. And then right here above the constant data await get data, I can again invoke no store. Then let's continue. What else do we have? Then the next thing we have is the delete folder. Do we fetch any data right here? Nope. So I can again leave it alone. We are now done with the products folder. Let's continue with the orders folder. Do we fetch any data? Yes, we do. Let me again import no store and then let me invoke that, or let me call that above our constant data. So let's call no store. Let's invoke that. This now looks good. Let's now continue. We now have our banner route. So let's go on the page.tsx. Do we fetch data right here? Yes, we do. So let me again import no store and let's call it above our constant data. Then let's continue to the create page. Let's see, do we fetch any data? Nope, we don't. We can leave it like that. Let's go in the ID folder. Let's click in the page.tsx. Do we fetch any data? Nope, we don't. So we can also leave it like that. So we are now done with the dashboard folder. We added all of our no stores. And now let's continue right here to our storefront page. Let's start with the page.tsx. Do we fetch any data? No. Let's go in the layout file. Do we fetch any data? Nope, we can leave it like that. Then let's continue to the products route right here. Let's go on the page.tsx. Do we fetch data? Yes, which means I can again import right here no store at the top. Let's paste that. And then above our constant data, let's again call no store. Let's invoke that. Then let's again open our Explorer. What's the next thing we have? We have the product folder. Let's click on page.tsx. Do we fetch data? Yes. Let's again import no store and let's call that above our constant data. So let's get no store and let's invoke that. Then let's continue. What's the next thing we have? We now have the payment route. I know we don't fetch any data right there, so I can leave it like that. Let's go in the back folder. Do we fetch data inside of here? Yes, we do. So let me again import right here no store and then let me call that above our get user function. So let me right here get our no store and let's invoke that. Let's open our Explorer. What's the next folder we have? We don't have any folder anymore. So all of our routes are now dynamic, so where we fetch data. And then the last point where I want to add that, this is our featured products component. Right here we also fetch data. So let me right here also add the import statement. So import no store from next/cache. And then right here inside of our async function load featured products, we can now call right here no store above the constant data. So now this is done. I can now again open my terminal and now we can push our code again. So let's do git add everything with a dot. Let's do git commit -m. And for the message, let's say finished caching. Let's click on enter and let's do git push. Vercel will now again automatically rebuild our application, and let's wait for that. Alright, our project is now finally successfully built, which means it's now deployed. Let me click right here on our domain, which is shoemarshal.vercel.app. You probably have a different URL, but this is fine. Let me scroll to the bottom. We have all of our categories, the products. Let me also zoom in a bit so that you see something. Let me click on all products. We have our loading state, then we see our product. Let me click on men, then we again have our loading state, then we see the product. Let's click on woman, again our loading state, then we have the product, and let's click on kids and we also see the same. Then let me go back to the index page. Let's scroll to the bottom. Let's click on the product right here. We have our loading state, then we see the product. We have the data, description, everything like that. Then our image slider also works as you see. Then we have our featured products again at the bottom. Let me again click on learn more. We again see the product right here. This looks beautiful. Let's again go back to the index page. And now let me click on sign in. And as you see, we got an error. It tried to redirect us back to localhost 3000. Weird, this isn't what we want. We don't want to get redirected back to localhost. So what do we have to change? Well, it's quite simple. If you go right now to your project and open your .env file, you right here see that we added a kind site URL, which is localhost 3000. This is not correct. So what I have to do is I can go back to my Vercel project. Let me click on settings. Then right here we have our environment variables, and now I have to change them. So first of all, let's go to our kind site URL. Let me click on edit. So let me zoom out a bit. And then let me go to kind site URL. Let me click on edit. And inside of here, I have to now change localhost 3000 to my correct deployed URL. So let me go right here. Let's click again on back. Let me copy now this URL. You will have a different one, but that's fine. And then let me paste it right here. Now it's very important that you delete the slash at the end. So it should end with .app. And now you can click on save. Now the next thing we have to change is our kind post login redirect URL. Let me click on edit. Now right here for the kind post login redirect URL, I'm not sure why it says localhost 3000. This is of course not correct. So let me change it to our URL, and then this should be /API/auth and then /creation. Let's now click on save. And then the last thing we have is our kind post logout redirect URL. Let's click on edit, and right here this will now be not localhost 3000 but our deployed URL. Let me delete the slash at the end and let's click on save. What I have to do now is also go to our kind dashboard, so you can again click on my YouTube link in the description. Then let's click on sign in. Inside of here let me select my business, so let me click on switch business, and then let me click on where do we have it, shoe marshal. Let me click on the URL right here. And what I can do now is click right here on your applications. Then we have right here my Next.js application. Let me click on the view details. And then right here you will now see we have our allowed callback URL and our allowed redirect URL. What I want to do is go underneath our right here localhost 3000 and then paste my deployed URL. Let me delete the slash at the end. And then let's do the same for the allowed callback URL. So let me click on enter and then let's paste our URL. Now this will be right here my URL and then /API/auth/kind_callback. What I can do now is scroll to the bottom and then let me click right here on save. As you now see, our application got updated, and that's great. And what I want to do now is also change our redirects inside of our project. Because if you currently right here click on search and just add localhost, you will see that we right here redirect, for example, in the actions file. So for the Stripe session, we right here redirect the user back to localhost 3000. Also, if you open your right here creation route, you also see we currently redirect the user back to localhost 3000, and that's not what we want. So what we can do right now, currently inside of this route.ts, we can copy right here this localhost 3000, and then let's say the following: process.env.node.env. If this is equal to development, then we can use again a ternary, so a question mark. We can then again return localhost 3000, and if this is not true, we can return our deployed URL. So let me copy the deployed URL and let's paste it right here. So again, simplified, what did I do right here? We just checked if we're in development, then I redirect the user back to our localhost 3000, so to our development route. And if we're in a production environment, let's redirect the user back to the deployed URL. Now this looks good, so we can close this. And then let me also now go to our actions file right here for our Stripe checkout. And now we have to do the same for the success and cancel URL. So let me again get right here our process.env.node.env. And if this is equal to development, then let's return right here this URL, so localhost 3000/payment/success. And if this is not true or not equal, let's use a colon. And I want to now again return my deployed URL. And then let's say /payment and let's say /success. This now looks good. And now let's also do the same for the cancel URL. So let's say if process.env.node.env is equal to development, then let's return again localhost 3000/payment/cancel. And if not, let's use a colon. And then let me use again our shoe marshal URL. And let's say /payment and then /cancel. This now looks good. What I can do now is save that, open my terminal, and then inside of here, let me clear everything. Let's again do git add dot to add everything. Let's do git commit, let's do -m, and for the message, let's just say added prod URL. Let's click on enter and let's do git push to push our code, and Vercel will automatically rebuild our application. Oh right, our project has now again rebuilt, or it's now finished, or whatever you want to call it. We're now done. Let me now click again on our domain, so shoemarshal.vercel.app, and now we again see our website right here. I can again click on the product, we have our loading state, then the product. Everything looks good, I can still click everything, and everything loads very fast, which is very cool. What I can do now is click on sign in, so let's click on that, and this should now work. And yes, as you see, we got redirected and we have a shopping cart which has a number of 0, and we right here have my user dropdown. Now before we again try to check out, there's one more thing we have to do, and that's in Stripe. So let me head over to Stripe. So I'm now again in my dashboard, so in the Stripe dashboard for my Shoe Marshal project, and what I have to do now is click again on developers, and then inside of here, let me click on webhooks, and then in the webhooks we have to now create a new endpoint. So right here we have a hosted endpoint, and now I have to click right here on add endpoint. I have to now pass a endpoint URL. This is our deployed URL, so let me copy that. Let's paste this right here, and then this will be /API/Stripe. This is the URL where our Stripe webhook lives in. And now we have to tell Stripe what events we want to listen to. And let me right here click on select events, and I want to listen to the Stripe or to the checkout session .completed. This is the only event we need, so let me click on add events. And now we can click right here on add endpoint. You now right here see we have our URL, so the URL /API/Stripe. And what I have to do now is get my signing secret. So let me right here click on reveal. Then I can copy the signing secret. Let's again go back to our Vercel dashboard. And then inside of the Vercel dashboard, I have to click on settings and then on environment variables. And then inside of here, we have to search for our Stripe secret webhook. Let's click on edit, and then inside of here, let me now paste my new signing secret. I can now click on save right here, and what we have to do now is again redeploy our application so that our environment variables is updated. Let's call it like that. So let me right here go to the deployments, and then let me click right here on these 3 dots, and let's click on redeploy. Then let me click right here on redeploy, and now this will redeploy our application with the new environment variable. Alright, our application got again redeployed as you see right here, and now let's test out if our checkout flow still works. So let me right here click on a product, let me click on add to cart. We have our loading state, we now have one item in the shopping cart. Let me click on all products, let me click on this product, let me click on add to cart. It's now added. Let me now click on kids, and then let me click on this product, and let me also click on add to cart. We have now 3 products. Let's click on the shopping cart. Let's for example click on this item, and let's click on delete. We now have removed this. We now have a subtotal of $400. Let me now click on checkout. We again have a loading state. We'll get redirected to our checkout page. You right here see total value $400. We see all of the products. Let's add a gibberish email again right here. For the cart data 4242. Then for the month and year 442. for the CVC 424, and for the name Jan Marshall. Let me now click on pay. We now have our loading state, and we should now again get redirected to our success route. And yes, as you see, it now says payment successful, and you also see that our shopping cart does not have any items anymore. I can now go to our dashboard, so let's go to our /dashboard route, and as you should now see, we have in total revenue of $2,500, we have 4 total sales, 4 total products, still 1 user, and we see all of the recent sales. Also, our chart looks beautiful, and that's exactly what we wanted. I can also click right here on orders, and then you see all of our orders right here. So I would now say our project is done, and now let me roll the outro. Oh, right everyone, we are now done with today's project. We have built a full e-commerce store, we deployed it to Vercel, everything works, everything is fast, everything is as we wanted it to. And with that, I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you could learn a lot, because honestly, I learned a lot while creating this video. There were a lot of concepts which I never tried before, I never used before, and I think it was one of my best videos up to date. It was the longest video up to date, I spent the most hours on this video, and just in general, I quite enjoyed this video. So now, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I know I said it already a lot of times. I hope I can see you on the next video. I hope you subscribed, I hope you liked, and now enjoy your day and bye!